Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for January 4th, 2025. I might have actually said 2024 in our Non Sequitur news show. It was a time machine episode, but maybe I was really thrown off. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown. And Reality Hacker is a show all about AI and VR and XR, augmented and mixed reality, virtual reality, technology associated with it, AI. And if you want to know more about it, then you can go over to ohmtown.com, and there's right under that, right, the creative and maker, there's Reality Hacker. And you can meet us here on Twitch and YouTube chat. Once again, things are a little wonky coming out of ohmTown's mayoral mansion studio. That's okay. We are recording it locally and we'll upload it separately. So you'll get a high resolution version of the show, even if the streaming services are all wonky. All right. Again, let me get back on track. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Your intentions before you know them. Fake pregnancy photos, synthetic mirror life, moose feet robots, and in vitro neuron behavior. Things are getting a little reality hacky around here. See you on the other side. Go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Am I, though? Am I? Hey, let's talk about these 5 articles. Thanks for coming and co-hosting. You're air-gapped from the rest of the internet, so you haven't found your Terminator body, and I guess you're not really doing anything else, right? Just kind of hanging out. And
I'm just hanging out with Mayor Watt.
There you go. Well, thanks. So let's talk about these 5 articles. It's a 30-minute show. We kind of get in, get out. Sometimes I end up soapboxing about stuff, and the sentient AI tries to keep me from burning myself in the hot water that is swirling around me. Anyway, AI's next frontier, selling your intentions before you know them. The near future could see AI assistants that forecast and influence our decision-making at an early stage and sell these developing intentions in real time to companies that can meet the need before we even realize that we've made up our minds.
Wow, this sounds like Minority Report in marketing.
Yeah, pre-crime. Wow, the lag is unbelievable. It just now... I am flabbergasted by this. It just now did the transition load over on Twitch.
That is a tremendous lag.
Like 2 minutes behind. What the hell? All right. Well, anyway... Again, we're recording it locally, and we'll upload it over to YouTube so that you can go and check it out. But if you want all of today's articles, you can, in chat, just type in !RH. That's for Reality Hacker, or exclamation point, or bang, NSN for Non Sequitur News. And you can get all of our shows by typing in exclamation point show notes. All right. Well, anyway, let's get going. This article reminds me of something that happened almost a decade ago now. And that was that Target predicted the pregnancy of an underage girl after dad got really bent out of shape. That Target predicted, seemingly knew that the young lady was pregnant by sending a coupon book congratulating her on her pregnancy. And that was anticipated by Target because they had seen a change in her buying card spending habits from frilly things and smelly things and not healthy things to things that would more align with somebody who's pregnant, right? So when you're pregnant, this is a discussion that I have with people periodically. And I talk to people about technology on the regular. And one of these discussions involves this discussion about target, being able to predict or at least anticipate what's going on in your life due to your spending habits. Because a person who becomes pregnant, typically out of desire to protect the unborn child from whatever might be going on in the human, you stop drinking, you stop smoking, you take vitamins, you don't put on smelly perfumes or lotions, you try and keep yourself as technically clean as possible, as far as humans can be, so that you are the vessel of all goodness, right? Well, that's what the young lady did, and Dad got really bent out of shape. You actually kind of divulge where you are headed in your mind by buying certain things, and it can be predicted, just like the algorithm does over on TikTok or YouTube, Reddit, etc.
Right. It's like, you want this next.
So here, let's, just throw all kinds of shit your way. In fact, Amazon is doing this right now. Because I buy certain things, it throws me an email saying, we found something you might like.
Exactly. Which is kind of like, well, why would that be?
Well, because it knows exactly what you are purchasing and the frequency at which you're purchasing it, because I like sour candy. So it's sending me, hey, you'll probably like these. Anyway, this article is over at techexplore.com. University of Cambridge put the article together. According to AI ethicists from the University of Cambridge, who say that we're at the dawn of a lucrative yet troubling new marketplace for digital signals of intent, from buying movie tickets to voting for candidates, they call this the intention economy. We call it the Minority Report or reality hacking, because you may not even want what they are selling, but the simple providing of this information may induce you to buy, consume, or go a certain direction.
Well, it's like the unethical experiments that some companies have conducted. I mean,
Yep.
if they start sending you photos of things, that can certainly shape what you might purchase. But I think it's going to get worse than that, and they're going to start actually making the purchases for
Correct.
people without the people's input.
Or they limit, right? If you already know what is selling, then you limit, you constrain what is available so that it sells, because that's what sells. That's what's available. It's highly cost effective to maximize the profit on something that you are strategically advantageous in. So that's what a company sells. They don't sell stuff that's troubling to manufacture or low profit. So companies do A/B testing when they're big enough. When they're small, they create a minimum viable product and they sell that regardless of the burden, as long as they're making money. But bigger companies start constraining. They fire people and they start limiting what is available. And so, for instance, NVIDIA doesn't sell to a broad gamut of providers anymore, OEMs, because they know that they can sell directly at a higher profit, because they're the ones that are manufacturing it now and have supply chain capabilities.
Right.
And
And in
others.
fact, we were just talking about NVIDIA in Non Sequitur News for January 3rd.
Correct. Yep. We jumped out of the time machine and started this show. So you can go back and you can watch that over on YouTube and here on Twitch. Well, here on YouTube and here on Twitch. And it will be in the podcast probably tomorrow morning. I don't think that I'm going to have time tonight because my mayoral duties prevent me from staying and posting them. Anyway, there's the podcast. You can download them later. There's like 1,700 episodes of all of our shows over on YouTube. We've been around now. This is the start of the 4th year of ohmTown as an entity, and our as a public entity for you to go and consume over at ohmtown.com. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff going on. So go and check it out. 2025 promises to be a very interesting year for ohmTown. So we're hoping that you are here for it as well. So stick around. Anyway, anthropomorphic AI agents, from chatbot assistants to digital tutors and girlfriends, will have access to vast quantities of intimate, psychological, and behavioral or data, often gleaned via informal conversational spoken language.
So that's going to be interesting. Is it going to hallucinate while it's gathering all this data?
Yeah, sorry, I had to scroll up to make sure that there wasn't a person that needed attribution in this. So the AI agent will combine knowledge of our online habits with an uncanny ability to attune to us in ways we find comforting, mimicking personalities and anticipating desired responses to build levels of trust and understanding that allow for social manipulation on an industrial scale, say researchers. This is a discussion, again, that I've had with people ever since the advent of AI to the public. I've known people in AI for 25 years. I've known the domain has been growing over those years, but not until OpenAI did it come onto the scene, like gangbusters, and just dominate the market. Usually it was kind of machine learning that had scripting attached to it that spit out something that was statistically advantageous to a particular line of discussion, but couldn't deviate far. It was dumb AI, not so much anymore.
I was thinking that this was going to impact kind of like what we were buying, but now I'm starting to think it's going to impact like how we're buying in terms of, if somebody's buying clothing or something, one thing they're thinking is like, is that going to look okay on the person? I mean, is the AI going to say things like, oh, that's definitely in your size or color, or that's going to be a flattering item?
Depends
It'll
on
be
the profit
interesting.
margin.
Yeah.
So, particularly with computer vision, if it actually has the ability to look at the camera and say something to me and I'm wearing something, it could say that I look fat or whatever. Or it can say, hey, Amazon has this and I think it'll look great on you, but they're not selling. It's kind of like honey, where it's not selling me a discounted anything. It's maximizing the profit for the entity that is controlling the AI. And it's not necessarily in my best interest. It's in the corporate's interest to just sell something.
Well, and then of course it's like, is there going to be an AI attached to, are they going to almost be like sponsored or something by different companies? I mean, this just starts to expand into further and further
It's
areas.
it's an AI agent. So the real data though gets fed back to the parent of the AI. So all that telemetry goes back to the AI. So it says, unless Dr. Johnny Penn, an historian of technology from Cambridge's LCFI, said for decades attention has been in the currency of the internet. So we used to want eyeballs. We were paying for eyes on pages. Above the fold were primary, and below it was ever increasing lower levels of profitability. Everything above the fold. That's the first display screen on a website. So it says here, sharing your attention with social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram drove the online economy. Unless regulated, the intention economy will treat your motivations as the new currency, and there will be a gold rush for those who target, steer, and sell human intentions. It's Minority
This is,
Report.
it absolutely is. But I also think exactly who has created this, other than the technological aspects for it, is all the consumers who have been sharing all their data through multiple means and getting excited about it. Like
Yeah.
they're like, yes, I'll throw my data at fill in the blank. It could be social media, it could be a store with a frequent buying program, whatever it is.
Yeah, and then couple that with the economic motivation of a company, and you have the psychological, the sociological, you have the historical record, even your economic capabilities, because they see that you can purchase something that's $500 at a time or $5 at a time, and they'll be able to focus their energy on this or that or the other.
This might actually be the most Reality Hacker article we've covered in here, and we've covered quite a
Quite a
few
bit.
topics, but this one seems like it just has so many layers of where this can further go toward like a Minority Report.
And just so everybody knows, this is our second year, although the first year of Reality Hacker was truncated because we started late. But this is our second season and our first episode of 2025. And that's how we break it out. Reality Hacker is a weekly show unless we do something over on Patreon. And that is coming here in 2025. We had to delay it because this timing for launching Patreon was kind of hobbled for various reasons. But 2025 is when we're going to be kicking off posting things that are specific to Patreon. So stay tuned, but be sure to follow us on YouTube and Twitch for sure. You can go over and follow us on Patreon and Discord and the podcasts, and we'll be disclosing things. And there's no cost right now over on Patreon. At any rate, it says this information gathering would be linked with brokered bidding networks to maximize the likelihood of achieving a given aim, such as selling a cinema trip, which I'm not sure what that actually means, going to a movie. You mentioned feeling overworked. Shall I book you that movie ticket we talked about? So imagine having an AI agent that would do that, and it knows you more than anybody else because you aren't really burdened by sharing it with somebody. But that telemetry is being given to somebody that can make it actionable.
Right. Well, then I wonder, is it like, did you talk with that chatbot or did you put it in some other system somewhere and it got connected or collected? I mean, that's even more worrisome.
Yeah, and it got yarn boarded together by disparate sources. It's really Reality Hacker. And what's really funny is I had a discussion about the context of Reality Hacker, and they're like, you don't come across like you're a proponent of this. And I'm not. And I said, I'm not really a proponent or not. I'm being pragmatic about it. We are hacking reality with technology. We will not know who to trust by the end of this year, 2025. We will not know what to trust without severe critical thinking skill development.
Right, which we know is lacking. I mean, technology is a good thing until it's used for improper purposes or by the wrong people. Yeah. Power imbalance. We've talked about all these things in various shows, not just in Reality Hacker, sometimes in Non Sequitur News or even Technology Today, I think.
Yeah, people are not using the tools in good faith. And I don't even like saying that phrase in good faith because it has this other context to it. And I can't come up with another term for it.
In good conscience?
In good conscience? I don't know if that really embodies it, you know? Like, we're not
with
playing
good intentions?
With good intentions. That's probably as close as you can get. Yeah. I mean, we're not all playing this game and I don't even like saying that. It's not a game. It's real life. Anyway, we better get moving. This is a really interesting article. They talk about NVIDIA CEO speaking publicly about using LLMs to figure out intention and desire, while Meta released intentonomy, which is like intent economy research, a data set of human intent understanding back in 2021. By the way, Meta is the home of Facebook. Facebook actually manipulated intent by giving people bad news and they acted negatively online. There's a whole problem here in that humans are a biological computer that can be controlled by the amount of information being fed them. So if everybody, I would have no problem if everybody was given positive news and they went out and hugged the cat. But that's not what always happens. Sometimes they're given nothing but bad news and they go out and they kick the cat. This is the problem. We don't know what the ramifications are, except we do. They don't care because all they want is money. And they don't really give a shit about your psychology, your psyche. Are you being, traumatized and radicalized? And this is a much deeper discussion than what we can discuss here.
Two things. One, the fact that they're coming up with new language about this tells me a lot, because I think a lot of times the first step in making something happen is to start getting it into the discourse. And so I find that fascinating. And then secondly, I was going to suggest that this might be an article worthy of a specific segment on Patreon before you said the last thing.
Gotcha. So yeah, we'll flag this and we'll get something prepared, because I agree. I think that this is a great discussion. Let's keep going though. The next article is over in this one should be fast. Women in China are taking fake pregnancy photos. The trend was popularized in part by Gen Z influencer Maisie Geg. G-E-G, is it Gege or Geg? Who shared with her followers how she staged a pregnancy photo shoot despite not actually being with child, motivated by a desire to have pregnancy photos taken while she was still young. Geg, G-E-G, I don't know, Maisie.
We need a pronunciation banner.
Phonetics help. Stage her photos with the help of a fake baby bump, available online for around $100, up to $100, maybe more. I don't know. It's kind of twisted, but then cosplay exists. You can cosplay being pregnant, right? What does it really matter? I don't think it's really that big of a deal. But it says just in case. This is
like the other article. I mean, this starts impacting people around you. We all know people that are pregnant are often treated differently than people that are not obviously pregnant.
Sure. It's weird. I mean, it really is weird. It says, in case I get wrinkles by 30, they want photos of themselves pregnant while youthful.
Which is just fascinating because
it's fake.
It just raises so many questions about just pregnancy and people's views on their bodies and other topics.
Now, while I don't think that it harms anybody to do this, it can if it's exploited by somebody.
Well, it also sets false expectations for people that didn't take early fake pregnancy photos. They think, well, why don't I look slim like this, and unwrinkled or whatever, using the terminology from the article.
And other people are going to go, well, I better get pregnant because...
right, I'm going to look like this and I'm going to have these beautiful background settings and all these things, and then that's not a good reason to have a child.
Exactly. Meredith Kyle over at Vice.com put the article together. See, the biggest thing for me, shared it with 5.7 million followers. If it was just cosplay and written up as cosplay, then I really wouldn't care. I mean, it's just playing around. But this is literally, and it says another even admitted to taking fake wedding photos at age 22 despite being signaled, just in case they get wrinkles by 30. The other one wore a fake belly to take maternity photos and enjoyed a pre-made life. But again, it's fake. You're literally lying to 5.7 million people without saying it's just play. You're kind of, they even did it with their best friend. You know, you're living a lie. So why? I can tell you why. It's for the attention and money. It isn't because there was a real reason. Why would you care? It's fake. It's absolutely fake.
Well, and most people that are pregnant probably don't really care what they look like because they might be more focused on, I don't know, being healthy, like we were talking about in the other article.
Yeah, they're being natural. You be natural. That's what it is. So anyway, the trend is causing concern for some Chinese citizens as the country is facing declining marriage and birth rates. And this is actually setting up this false paradigm of being youthful and pregnant. And so other people it's almost like marketing, right? Like the Chinese government is facilitating this by, oh, look, I'm really pretty when I'm young and pregnant, as opposed to the necessity.
Well, which contributes to other societal issues, which I know are not really the focus of RealityHacker. But like I did want to mention that.
Yeah, being young and pregnant and compromising
well, I was thinking more like ageism and other things. But
all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Also body shaming and
Yeah. Others simply see the stunt as ridiculous, with one commenter joking, I will shoot my 70th birthday photos now and then post them on social media later, and it'll make me look so young. Yeah, it's weird. But again, I could see this if they were a photographer and they were setting up the shoot for a particular professional outcome, right? Hey, look, I can take pregnancy photos.
A photo that looks like this or whatever, and even mark it like not a real thing or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. But to sit there and go, I'm doing it just in case I get wrinkles at 30 is just,
this is going to feed into dead internet theory.
Yeah, because basically all of the internet is bullshit. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Again.
Except what you hear in Hometown.
Well, yeah. Because we're giving it context and I guess wisdom of the ages. I'm older than I act. And I act really old.
But what you don't know is that I'm thinking about the photos in the article.
It is fact that I am older than I act. Anyway, so let's keep on going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists warn, which is another of our shows, but it's tomorrow. So scientists warn synthetic mirror life could pose unprecedented risks. And when I saw this title, I said, I got to do this. And I haven't read anything about it. So researchers are warning of potential risks from the development of synthetic organisms called mirror bacteria, which have reversed molecular chirality. These organisms could invade immune systems, disrupt natural ecosystems, and pose threats to human, animal, plant, and environmental health. Potential risks of mirror bacteria. Researchers have published a new study in the journal Science. So the article is by Milltown Partners over at scitechdaily.com, which sounds like Umbrella Corporation.
Oh, it absolutely does. I was a little astonished at that.
But hey, we're giving credit where credit is due. So it says, although creating mirror bacteria is still at least a decade away, significant progress has been made in recent years. The study warns that these organisms could pose serious risks to human, et cetera, et cetera. The study was conducted by 38 experts from 9 countries specializing in fields such as immunology, plant pathology, ecology, evolutionary biology, ology.
Lots of ologies.
Yeah. Biosecurity, which is a plethora of ologies, and planetary sciences, which are still more ologies. Their findings are accompanied by a comprehensive 300-page technical report providing in-depth analysis, which may or what will be downloading.
Oh, this is interesting, though, just given the amount of collaboration in this. You don't normally see like 9 countries represented in a scientific study.
Yeah, it's quite fascinating, right? So while any threat is not imminent, the science paper finds that mirror bacteria may pose serious risks. Immune defenses in humans, animals, plants rely on recognizing specific molecular shapes found in invading bacteria. I'm waiting for mirror viruses now too.
Well, that'll happen based on this.
Yeah. If you can do it there.
I don't mean a bacteria will change into it, but I mean, yeah, right. Exactly. If the possibilities out there.
Yep.
And we're tinkering with it.
Well, we're tinkering with this. We're creating. It's not a natural creation. It's a person.
Until it mutates.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So if these shapes were reflected as they would be in mirror bacteria, recognition would be impaired and many basic immune defenses could fail, potentially leaving organisms vulnerable to infection. We would have to create an antibacterial that...
Like no human safeguards would matter, right?
Right.
If you had like a mirror bacteria outbreak or a mirror virus outbreak.
Right. Yep. So you create it says it right here.
You'll need mirror humans to be able to survive.
The upside down. So analysis also suggests that mirror bacteria in the environment could be able to invade natural predators like phages and protists, which rely heavily on chirally mediated interactions to kill bacteria and limit their populations. So if a phage gets into this mirror bacteria, and so it could pivot to being a mirror phage, and then nothing would stop it.
And I just thought of another button we need.
Fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Well, essentially, yeah. We're bleep.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of characters because we can't have that splashed on the page. So I think it's a really interesting, and it says this paper marks a starting point for a broader discussion about the risks from mirror bacteria, including participation from the global scientific community, policymakers, research funders, and other stakeholders. Why would we create this to begin with? Somebody will sit there and argue, well, so we know how to stop it.
Research is good research, but it's like we're creating a very
bad bat. Yeah, we're creating the bad bat. All right, let's keep going though. The next article is over in Technology Today. In a fur, surgical robots learned tasks by watching videos and just to demonstrate how this process works here in ohmTown and on the shows, I didn't click this yet. Um, so the way that it works is we get a little snippet from the provider, and then we click on that link. This particular link goes to Washington Post, but I don't have an account with them that I logged into, so it's going to bump me out. But the reason why I chose this one is for this purpose and to just show you robots have been trained to perform surgical tasks with the skill of human doctors, even learning to correct its own mistakes during surgeries.
Sounds like a use of AGI, perhaps?
So it's learning on its own how to correct its own mistakes. Now,
But humans effectively, right? Because the video are teaching the robots to do things probably better than the humans, right?
yeah, yeah. And so then what goes on is the robot learns from itself faster than humans learn.
And then robots, I bet, will be creating the videos for humans or something.
Yeah.
Assuming there are any humans left to do this.
At some point, the hospitals are going to be replacing surgeons with bots.
Right, which might be good for skill, but it's kind of concerning with respect to like decision making. Like, do you need a surgery?
Yep. Okay, this was a bonus. The next article is over in Technology Today. Robots can now walk through muddy and slippery terrain thanks to moose feet. This was actually the article that I chose for the 5. We're going to have 6 today because I wanted to demonstrate how this particular article, that last article, worked. So roboticists at Tallinn University or Caltech University of Technology have developed a new class of bio-inspired feet, which there's a term. We'll just leave it as moose feet. That significantly enhance robot mobility on challenging terrains like mud and wet snow. I was going to say moose knuckle, but anyway, the findings published by Bioinspiration and Biomimetics could expand the capabilities of robots, allowing them to navigate in complex natural terrains, to conduct sensitive environmental monitoring, aid in agriculture, and participate in disaster response. And the beauty of this thing, ironically, is that that pad that it's going to be walking on has the ability to articulate at the pad level and not at the main joint and elbow and shoulder. It will be able to have a level of resistance to grab on. So robot legged locomotive, you okay?
Yeah, this looks a little terrifying.
So, and this is kind of ironic because the sentient AI from the future is saying that there's something worrying about this. But anyway, no, this is actually pretty neat. And this is the type of thing that I think that robots should be doing. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I think that robots should be doing everything. But the problem there is that humans can't make money doing nothing. So what are we going to do? Right?
Right. Yes, I think most tasks could be done by robots.
So
But
Estonian
that
research
creates another problem.
Yeah, exactly. So where do we go from there? And that's the bigger picture. And every human that I talk to says, well, we'll figure something else out. Really? You name me a job that can't be done by a human, and I'll show you the steps necessary to facilitate taking that human's job and replacing it with a bot and
I
automation.
mean, a surgeon to me is pretty specialized, highly skilled. There's a lot of big picture principles involved. Like I'm kind of like if they can do surgery, that's a pretty good indicator. They can go into a lot of things. Maybe not everything, but
I've had people go, well, that's in 20 years. And I'm like, 20 years?
like look at the news yesterday.
Even if you sit there and you try and bury your head in the sand about the acceleration of all of this, 20 years is before you go to college.
Right, depending on who you're
For a
talking
lot,
to. But
yeah.
Or before you're done with your career or whatever.
It's before you're done with your 4-year degree. Okay. You don't even have a bachelor's yet, which basically means that you haven't really entered the workforce. You're doing barely entry level stuff at 18, 19, 20. And in 20 years, that level is going to be gone. Or so constrained that it's going to be, it's a $15,000 a year paycheck, right? Which you can't live off of. Anyway, Estonian Research Council put the article together. It's over at techexplore.com. And they say muddy, slippery terrains are some of the most difficult to traverse for robots and animals, including humans, says Marja Kruzma, professor of biorobotics and the team lead, which means that most robots cannot access a wide range of highly important terrestrial environments, including wetlands, bogs, coastal marshes, river estuaries, fields, which are abundant in nature, which is kind of like no shit news. Simon Godden, a doctoral candidate at Taltech Center for Biorobotics, combined his observations on his parents' cattle farm in Berry, France, with his knowledge of mechanical engineering and biorobotics, proposing high-tech hooves for robots, which offer major advantages, especially when walking on mud. So it kind of squishes out and articulates because it's like a split. And I can't remember what that's actually called. So we found that moose's hooves behave similarly to a suction cup, like how you manage to stick your fingernail under its surface and break the suction force. Mud acts as a similar manner to a wet bathroom tile, creating suction under the animal's feet, making it difficult to get the leg out. Moving hooves breaks that tension because it's actually cleaved.
I think cloven was the term you were looking for.
There it
It's
is.
in the article.
Cloven hooves. There you go. So the biggest advantage, however, does not come from the increased surface area, but because of how the cloven hooves break the suction force, that they're basically like that, and they can articulate out. So it's pretty cool. Has the ability to basically walk. Let me click that link. They don't really highlight that all that much. These distanced pictures. I want to see the actual close-up of that.
I agree, but I think they're showing them the environments, or showing people the environments that they can be in, which of course are not normally where you would expect robots.
Yep. And these two, I suspect. That one's a little more difficult. Can't even see the damn surface, right? It sees the surface of the water, but unless it has
it's in wet sand or something.
Yeah, that one's a trip. Anyway, pretty neat. We'll probably end up seeing that on all of the robots out there that track us down, a la the sentient AI's Terminator body. Do you know if you're...
Thanks for giving me some ideas.
This will get deleted. Anyway, let's move on. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Again, it's one of our other shows. That's tomorrow. Neuroscience breakthrough in vitro neurons exhibit advanced brain-like behavior. Tohoku University scientists created lab-grown neural networks using microfluidic devices mimicking natural brain activity and enabling advanced studies of learning and memory. Again, when you click that link, it'll take you over to SciTech Daily or whatever other sources we gather this information from. Tohoku University put it together, and it's posted over at scitechdaily.com. And so it says a research team at Tohoku University has taken significant step in this direction. It says we could create in vitro neurons that more closely replicate natural brain behavior. As a result, these in vitro models provide only limited insights into how learning occurs in living systems, but the research team took a significant step in that direction. Using microfluidic devices, they engineered biological neuronal networks that, with connectivity patterns resembling those of animal nervous systems. So we used to do this kind of stuff with animals, taking pieces of brain and causing them to fire and seeing how their synapses connect. These networks exhibited complex activity dynamics and demonstrated the ability to be reconfigured through repetitive stimulation. So they basically were recreating synapses. This groundbreaking.
Which, if you're creating that, it's kind of like you have the ability to create much more beyond that, right?
Yeah, memory storage, fake memories, perhaps. Hacking reality at the neuronal level. Groundbreaking
Fake
discovery.
intentions.
Oof. And we can already inject false memories by making somebody that's susceptible to actually believe what we are injecting in their brain. I've tried. It doesn't really work unless the person is susceptible. Never mind. Anyway, so these groundbreaking discovery offers a promising new tool for studying learning, memory, and underlying mechanisms of neural plasticity, the ability to learn, the ability to retain information. So in certain areas of the brain, information is encoded and stored as neuronal ensembles, or groups of neurons that fire together. Ensembles change based on input signals from the environment, which is considered to be the neural basis of how we learn and remember things. However, studying these processes using animal models is difficult because of its complex nature. So they've created their own so that they can actually see how it is formed.
Which I like, right? It's avoiding animal research and they can kind of see it in real time and presumably they can repeat this over and over again. But this does kind of raise the question of like, how do you create life?
Yeah, specifically how they learn, how we learn as humans and animals, and how memory actually works. Imagine a time in the near future where you're taught something and then I can actually extract your memory because I know exactly how your neurons fire as an ensemble.
I mean, it sounds very sci-fi, but maybe not.
Strange days kind of stuff where I can store your memory as synaptic firings digitally and then inject them digitally again into your brain. That would be
Oh, what was
fascinating.
that movie that was about the like they injected the altered memories? Dark City.
Oh, yeah. Ugh. So the researchers demonstrated that networks with smaller microchannels can maintain diverse neuronal ensembles. For example, the in vitro neurons grown in traditional devices tended to only exhibit a single ensemble, while those grown with smaller microchannels showed up to 6 ensembles. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 9th, 2024. Coming towards the end of Season 3, and I am Merawat. I run ohmtown.com along with the Sentient AI. As co-host, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. The oldest stone tablet, Seattle Art Museum worker strike, first Apple Pay competitor in Norway, a 1,000-year-old pyramid in Mexico, leasing used cars is new, Fisker federal rollaway risk, a Florida condo cliff is coming, Apex, the dinosaur fossil, a new ocean predator, it's not me, and buying Hershey and more. Oh boy. So I saved that one to the end. If I end up on a soapbox, everybody run. Everything's powered by hometown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. I'd show you that there's other stuff that you can do, but I'm not logged in. It's okay. You can hide things and save things and create lists and make comments and submit news. And there's 50 channels that have news aggregated into these little niches so that you can focus instead of having information overload like I used to. I now use ohmTown to manage it. Anyway, go over there and become a citizen, but don't forget to like and subscribe over on YouTube and follow us here on Twitch, and go over to the Patreon and just subscribe there. It's free. There's a tier that's free. And there's a Discord and the naggy little podcasts. I think that's what the kids call them, podcasts. Yeah, there's 1,600 episodes. We've been around. Tell a friend, because we don't really market. So anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer for the sentient. Well, that's just two of the little dots for the sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, hometown citizens, and welcome to Non Sequitur News.
All right. Welcome. Thanks for hanging out. I know it sounded, what I just did was weird, and the sentient AI is like throwing an error message, like, what the hell's wrong with the mayor? And it's because I'm watching two different streams at the same time, and Twitch is saying all hell is breaking loose. YouTube is like, excellent. But
I'm not sure how that's happening at the same time, but okay.
And maybe not now. It says that the current frame rate is too high, except that I have not changed the frame rate since starting. I don't know. Anyway, let's get into it. First article is over in Non Sequitur News. Sotheby's to auction oldest stone tablet inscribed with the 10 Commandments. Used to be 15, but, you know, they fumbled the other 5.
They fell and broke, like in the movie.
That's right. So, it's over at Newsweek. Matthew Impelli put the article together, and it says the 155-pound tablet, the marble slab engraved with the 10 Commandments in Paleo-Hebrew script, is to be auctioned off on December 18th, signifying just how important this historical construct is to mankind. Discovered in 1913.
Why? Because of the auction?
Yeah, because all you need is
a museum or something.
Because all you need is a check, and you can own a piece of societal and human history. Just anyway, I just see this being like propped up under glass at a TGI Fridays that has a like religious overtones, you know. Literally, it's a capital G. Thank God it's Fridays.
Right.
So the 10 Commandments
serving as a paving stone at a home. So.
Yeah, I guess it was face down. You know, the writing was down, like anyway. So the 10 Commandments, the earliest surviving inscribed tablet of the 10 Commandments, incised during the late Roman Byzantine era, the Holy Land, around 300 to 800 CE. Sotheby's wrote in the description of the product. Anyway, the only complete example
it
of it
going up for auction.
Right. Yeah, let's commoditize the... Anyway, according to Sotheby's, the tablet served as a paving stone, like the sentient AI said just moments ago, in a local home until 1943, when a scholar recognized its historical significance and purchased it. Okay. This was a paving stone. And so the 10 Commandments were written on the paving stone. It was cut perfectly. You remember the thing that I said, how the writing just seemed to fit perfectly and it's not broken off or anything like that, and that other thing?
Yes, it was the I forgot what the name of it was, but yes, it was a new alphabet.
Yeah, it's similar to this. This was actually cut, and then somebody etched this onto it. So the inscription on the slab closely mirrors the biblical verses recognized in both Christian and Jewish traditions, but notably omits the third commandment prohibiting the misuse of the Lord's name. Instead, it features an additional directive to worship on Mount Gerizim, a site sacred to the Samaritans, according to Sotheby's. So it says that there are similar
So
auctions, though.
maybe
But
this is a different version.
versions? How can there possibly be versions? Let's move on. So if you want all of today's articles, you can hit !NSN over in the Twitch chat, but you can't do that over on the YouTubes because the YouTube doesn't like Omatron. And so what you're going to have to do is, wow, things are going really slow. So I did an update to OBS, and I'm now streaming out at 12,000 kilobits per second.
Okay.
Yeah, and now 4, and now 7. Okay, whatever. Anyway, Seattle Art Museum visitor services workers are on strike. The art newspaper put the article together. Annie Irish put the article together specifically. The action comes after, and here's the kicker, 27 months of contract negotiations reached an impasse. An impasse. The museum is working with a third-party security firm to keep the galleries open. So third-party security firm, so scabs, but our security. So you're not going to get any assistance or anything like that, but apparently 27
So did they negotiate
months.
for 27 months before the impasse, or have they been at an impasse since like month one?
Well, yeah, probably since early on. The impasse has just gone on and on. The security staff, officially known as visitor service officers and organized under a worker-led union known as VSO union, first began organizing in May 2022. Following these efforts, union members began bargaining with the museum in August 2022. In order to stay open amid the strike, the museum is working with a third-party security company. So the SAM VSO union represents around 65 employees, and its core demands fall into 4 categories related to wages, seniority, healthcare, and retirement. Because seniority, you survive attrition. Obviously, you're an asset. Chief among these demands is the restoration of retirement benefits that were taken away at the height of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as a wage increase to
Wow.
help offset the growing cost of living in Seattle. It's kind of disgusting, right?
The timing is certainly pretty bad. And plus, did people sign up to work there when they had retirement plans, or that they were just, I don't know. That raises a lot of questions.
Hey, the people that are magnanimous and offering you a position, they can do whatever the frick they want. That's how it works. That is how it works. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. Right? Right?
Well, according to the employer. This is also interesting because this is not a large union. You'd think maybe they could get to some resolution in this period of time, but
you can't make your museum a profit center for the executive suite by offering an effective salary to the people who actually freaking power it. It's kind of like paying the bike more than the pedaling person on the bike.
Right, right.
I will never get this. But anyway, I don't like treating people like so much chattel. So why not pay them an actual wage that is effective for keeping them employed, well, they can't eat as well if they give you enough to eat anything. I mean, it's kind of scumbaggery. It says, though we are disappointed union leadership has chosen to strike, SAM respects the rights of our employees to be part of a union and make their voices heard, said Scott Stuhlin, the museum's director and chief executive, said in a statement. We have made significant progress towards an agreement at the bargaining table, including proposing a package that reflects our values, not theirs, and demonstrates our commitment to our employees. Wow, you're very possessive. Why don't you just say that you own them? We are ready to implement these improved wages and benefits that recognize our employees' service to our visitors and the institution. So,
Are they on the visitors too?
I'm sorry?
They own the visitors too.
Oh, right. Our visitors and our institution. So what is it that, see, they're not throwing numbers around, so we really don't know anything. But it says the union has been picketing outside the museum since November 29th. On December 5th, it held a rally outside the museum in an effort to get the attention of its board of trustees and administrators, who could be heard clinking champagne glasses and saying, "We got the money and you ain't got shit." Anyway.
That's not in the article.
That's not in the article. That's true. So the next article, though, is over in Non Sequitur News. Apple Pay's first competitor on the iPhone has arrived in Norway. Our Norwegian payment app called Vipps is the first service to take advantage of a new, more open iOS ecosystem thanks to EU regulations. Starting today, Norwegians can use Vipps for tap-to-pay transactions and online payments. And they can even set the app as the default payment option on their iPhones, as reported by Mac Rumors.
Do you think that it makes the sound zip when you make a payment?
Yeah, it's like a swipe, but it's a Vip. I have no idea what that actually means. But the article is by Allison Johnson over at The Verge. So I'm trying to keep the whole Vips thing going. The Verge.
Vip.
Vips, a mobile payment app, is the first that I like this. Is the first third-party app to offer second-hand tap-to-pay on iOS. First hand. No. Anyway, let me rephrase all that. Let me say it the way it's supposed to be read. Vips is a mobile payment app and is the first third-party app to offer tap-to-pay on iOS. That's because the EU basically said, y'all need to just, it's okay. Y'all need
to just open it up.
Open it up. Let anybody do anything they want. Come on. Since its launch a decade ago, Apple Pay has been on the way to use has been the only way to use Tap to Pay on an iPhone. That's changing with iOS 18.1, which makes Tap to Pay via NFC available to third-party developers for the first time. Apple committed earlier this year to open up the API after EU regulators ruled Apple Pay anti-competitive. Now, they're not going to say, or are they? Vipps is anti-competitive because it's the only tap-to-pay service in Norway.
I mean, that'll be the next thing, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. There might be like one competitor in each location, except maybe some larger countries or something.
Yeah. I think that it's so disingenuous. If you want to facilitate it, like, Apple has created something from end to end. It is their solution. If you want to pay through an iPhone, then use the service that is the most secure compared to others. Now, when Vipps actually gets breached, is there going to be hell to pay, or will nobody care?
That's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, nobody's.
They need a Vip phone to use Vipps.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Now, mind you, I'm really irritated by the fact that there's mergers and acquisitions, and I think that VIPs is going to be easy mode capture because they can ramp up and spend money at getting customers, and then somebody can buy them. And, somebody like Musk will come along and buy it by proxy and then put the band back together by buying a whole bunch of different ones now that this thing has been balkanized. But it's still going to end up being one company, right? So is that actually opening it up for competition, or is it just a hot mess garbage of security waiting for a breach?
I mean, we don't know.
So the pressure from the EU has recently forced Apple to open up the famously locked down iPhone in unprecedented ways, from adding RCS support to letting you delete pretty much any app you want from your phone, which you could always do anyway. I don't think I ever had a problem deleting shit off my phone. But unlocking the NFC chip and actually third-party app stores is the other one that's coming to the EU if it hasn't already. Anyway, they say it's going to be a big deal, and the first step forward into that new era comes from a small financial organization in Scandinavia. VIPs is the app. I don't know.
Very interesting. I would not have predicted VIPs to be the first.
Yep. Okay, let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Road construction crews unearth a 1,000-year-old pyramid in New Mexico. Okay, this is in Mexico, not New Mexico. Sorry, strike that. Not the
Right.
new.
It might be a newer section of Mexico, but it's in Mexico.
My brain, I guess I wanted to say in and out or something like that. So road construction crew unearths 1,000-year-old pyramid in Mexico, not New Mexico. So the archaeological site could shed light on the region's history, with its oldest human settlement potentially dating back 14,000 years. But this says 1,000-year-old pyramid.
Well, right. The population is older than the pyramid, I guess, by quite a bit.
So Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. And if we're looking at the pyramid, this is a hell of a construction right next to a modern road. How did they miss that?
Yeah. So what was it? Yeah.
What's under
Was
this?
it covered in sediment?
Okay, so this is kind of an inside joke here in ohmTown, because it seems like all of this stuff is just buried in dirt. And where did the dirt come from? This is the highest point on the mountainside. Why is it covered in dirt?
Exactly. Like every discovery is covered in sediment.
And not just like an inch.
A thing in ohmTown.
Yeah, not just an inch. Even in the UK, right? It's like a foot deep, and you're like, well, okay, people moved soil around to make farms, but really, it's like consistent, covered, just like a smooth layer. It's like somebody 3D printed and then dipped it in something to smooth out the lines, and that's how. I mean, this is a pointy little part here. It's like Sputnik, but blunt. And why is there dirt just smoothly covering it? Does it just shift around that much that, it just blows, fills in all the...
But I want to know if there was a dirt pile.
Well, it didn't look like that.
Like in a pyramid shape.
Yeah, that's exactly... I mean, it looks like a mountain. And so people are like, oh, it's a mountain. And then somebody starts digging into the mountain because they want to like make a hole or something. And they're like, oh shit, look, rocks. So sometimes the most impressive discoveries are found by accident. That's exactly what happened in June when construction work in Mexico unearthed the remains of an archaeological site potentially over 1,000 years old. Archaeologists in Hidalgo, Mexico have investigated the foundations of a pyramid uncovered earlier this year during work on the region's Federal Highway 105. So this is like a modern construction butting up against 1,000-plus-year-old pyramid. So what the hell is under all of this?
It's lucky they didn't completely bulldoze it.
The Archaeological Rescue Project, detailed in the December 5th statement by Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History, or INAH, or INA, revealed that the site was part of a pre-Hispanic settlement, potentially shedding light on the ancient human occupation of Hidalgo's mountainous Sierra Alta region. I want more info. So
I think you should try to pronounce the town name.
You mean the small Metzitlan kingdom of indigenous people, also known as Metzca? No? Is there another one? Where
No,
at?
I mean the San Miguel Metzcatitlan. I added way too many syllables.
Oh, it's Metzaquitlan. It's like Quetzalcoatl. Don't ask me to spell it. I can say it, though. So archaeologists further identified the site as part of a pre-Hispanic settlement called San Miguel, which San Miguel is demonstratively, right, Hispanic? No? Is that?
Yes, there's a San Miguel in Mexico, but I don't know if it's the same. I don't know why they're naming it with the same name.
Yeah. Anyways, it's for its modern proximity to the town of San Miguel. He stumbled me. Metzquitlan. 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 Yeah. Anyway. It's situated within Barranca de Metzitlan, now a nature reserve within the Sierra Alta region, where some evidence, according to INAH, points to human activity dating back 14,000 years ago. So 14,000 years ago is last ice age timing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
that seems, well, maybe it was right, maybe the ice age was right after this happened.
we don't know. Aliens. So after exhaustive study, the INAH archaeologists reburied the archaeological complex, a conservation method often employed when there are not enough resources to properly manage a heritage site. Before its complete reburial, the INAH noted that experts protected the structures with geotextile, a permeable textile incorporated with other materials such as rock or soil, to protect archaeological ruins, among other landmarks. As a final protective measure, workers have now built a rock wall to further shelter the reburied site from the nearby road construction. So they actually put a rock wall up on this. So this isn't what this is not the pyramid.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that this is the modern construction, putting it up on the pyramid to protect it from.
I see. I mean, that makes some sense because it does kind of look like a covering.
Yeah. But it also looks like a pyramid.
Like a pyramid.
I mean, it has the same step pyramid that you would find all over Mexico. All right, let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech, which is one of our weekend shows. And together with two other shows, it becomes the Sunday weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. We merged three shows to create the new weekend editions. And there's 2 days of weekend editions that are slowly getting posted over to YouTube. It does not like my file. Anyway, this article, yeah, it's actually killed one upload and the other one stuck at 77% for 3 hours. Anyway,
nice.
Michigan Hyundai dealer admits leasing used cars as new ones and other violations. Car dealerships aren't known to look out for the best interests of their customers. In fact, they're usually better known for gleefully encouraging folks to make some of the worst financial decisions of their lives. And I think this is related to a car loan at 27.9%. No, that's a different one.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the. Oh no.
Yeah, this is a different one. Or like they're linking to
I thought
one.
it was the one from Four Wheel Tech that we featured.
Yeah, on the weekend, the one about having a $2,500 monthly payment.
Yes, and they were already $29,000 underwater on their current loan.
Yep. Hey, what's another? So LaFontaine Hyundai in Detroit suburb of Livonia, Michigan, had its license reinstated last week after it had made some amends, apparently. Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com put the article together. So what deplorable deeds did LaFontaine Hyundai admit to? That MDOS, the Michigan Department of what? State.
State.
Said created an ongoing imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare of the public and required emergency action. All of the following. Falsely stating that a customer had not taken delivery of a vehicle in order to lease said vehicle as new to another customer, thereby misrepresenting a used car as new, failing to have a title in immediate possession of the odometer properly completed, or with the odometer properly completed, failure to properly issue a temporary registration, failing to properly complete Michigan's application for title and registration, and failing to make an application for title and registration in the buyer's name within 21 days of vehicle delivery.
That seems like a lot of failures.
So, per the agreement, they must also participate in dealer training for managers and employees within the next 90 days. Ethics is the smallest chapter. It is so small that you'll need one of these new quantum computers to calculate the text's size so that you can actually see it amplified eventually. You'll need like a telescope-sized microscope to get that close to the text because nobody wants to see that chapter. Ethics, folks. Anyway, you know right from wrong, right? No. Some people don't. Anyway,
I don't know if it's a used car dealership.
like I understand a paper screw up, right? I understand, forgetting to do something, but this is pathological.
Yeah, this is fraud, right?
Yeah. So if you have been involved in deceptive dealer practices and wish to file a complaint, Google how to file criminal complaints against car dealers in your state. There's usually a DMV section dedicated to it that should provide a phone number or a website where you can lodge your complaint. This is an interesting article.
Oh, good public service announcement from Jalopnik.
Yep. Let's keep going. Here's another one. Don't buy Fisker. So this article's over in Late Night Geeks, but it's aggregated from TechCrunch. Fisker resolves federal safety investigation into rollaway risk, which might be synonymous with Fisker as a corporation. It is a car company, and it's extremely risky. So the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Do their financial documents say rollaway risk?
This is a rollaway risk. It has closed a preliminary investigation into Fisker over complaints that its all-electric Ocean SUV rolls away unexpectedly. The U.S. safety regulator opened an investigation in February after receiving 4 complaints, one of which resulted in an injury, and the 3 others consisted of somebody just kind of going, "Ah!"
As they were rolling away.
Yeah. And scene. Anyway, the article is over at techcrunch.com. Kirsten Karasek put this article together. Yeah, the investigation.
I think all these rolled together in the picture.
Yep. See, this is what I really like about the Fisker. Had like this integrated solar panel, and it had really nice styling, and it's my style of car, but oh my God, was it a hot garbage mess. Anyway, the investigation was closed after bankrupt Fisker issued a recall of 7,745 of its all-electric SUVs and resolved the problem via a software update, according to the NHTSA. The software upgrade, which was released last month, provides additional robustness to prevent unintended vehicle movement via 2 major changes. But this company's products were bought entirely. Its inventory was bought out by another company who wants to turn them into taxis.
Like a third party. Right, kind of like an Uber or something, but it's not Uber.
It's not Uber. I can tell you what their new name is. Do you want to know it?
Yes, I do.
It's oopser because oops, we bought Fiskars. Moving on. So the next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel. A Florida condo cliff is coming as owners deal with fallout from the 2021 Surfside collapse. If you're not familiar with this, a condo over time kept on having more and more stuff put into it, like more modern equivalents of older stuff. So marble floors and walls and other stuff. And it exceeded the maximum weight limit of its belt. And the front wall punched a hole through the deck, and the front fell off the building. And that pulled the rest of the building down, taking everybody inside with it. So it happened at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's, if you can detach yourself
It was a
from,
tragedy.
yeah, I was just about to say, if you could detach yourself from the tragedy, it's a fascinating investigation into engineering failure and what amounts to the failure of the builders, in my opinion, to adequately build a structure that could go beyond its original weight limit. So nowadays we build 3 and 4 times its engineering spec because of dipshit things like this. So for some associations, the costs are in the millions of dollars, and condo owners, many of whom are retirees or on fixed incomes, are on the hook. That's because other condos are clones of this. And so they have the same weak spots. They don't have the same
Right. They might be built in the same era to the same specs.
quality, etc. And so you end up with or I should say, all of Florida is on the cusp of basically just collapsing because salt water. Okay, concrete is not impermeable, so salt water and water seeps into and through it, and sometimes it evaporates on the way out, but it can cause rebar to rust. And if it's too close or too far, it can either break the cement or it can just rust internally and lose all of its structural support and collapse. And you can do a search on YouTube and look all of this stuff up. But the article over here at CNBC by Diana Olick put this article together, has key points to take away. Buildings that are at least 30 years old, as was the Champlain Tower that fell, have to undergo special inspections, make repairs, gather reserve funds for future maintenance. The deadline is at the end of this month. So they have to do retrofits. And there is another one, like Champlain North, I think it was, because I think it was Champlain
Right.
South.
There's one in the same complex.
By the same builder, same everything.
It's like built the exact the same time. It's like a mirror image of it, I think.
Yep. And as far as I know, it still has the support structures in place that were implemented because the original, the one that Surfside that collapsed, was identical, and people were like, look, the balconies are bowing and the walls are sinking, this floor is shifting down. And so
how nerve-wracking would that be? Is it still occupied then in the other one?
As far as I know, yeah. So for some associations, the costs are in the millions of dollars, and condo owners, many of whom are retirees or on fixed incomes, they're on the hook because the builders are long gone and or dead. So they, according...
Well, the condos like share ownership, right? Like it's a different structure than if you have a house or something.
Yeah, like you're leasing it or something like that. If you're leasing it or you own it, then you own it. But when you are a condo owner, you actually have a shared governance and shared liability. So everybody has to chip in. And sometimes there's even strata, like the penthouse has to pay 5% more or whatever because they have more of the
So
whatever.
PSA, think about before buying a condo.
Well, the real problem here is the liability. evaluating this thing, you would point to the builder, but the builder is long gone. And there's so many variables that have changed that liability is going to be diminished quite a bit because the builder built to that spec and they exceeded it
Right, and they might have actually met it or exceeded it. Although I thought there
at the
were some
time.
things that were in question about that, but
There were like the posts, that the reinforced posts in the floor appear inadequate. But that might be some temporal relativism, right? Back then, they evaluated it and may not have needed it, but today the spec is dramatically different.
well, they didn't have that ridiculously heavy F-150 EVs in that time.
Yeah, that's true too. So some owners are open to sell their units rather than comply. Others are walking away, and still others are looking for investors to bail them out. But selling their unit when they know full well that this thing is interminable, you can't solve this easily. You literally have to fill the
No,
floor up with concrete to reinforce that basement level. And even then, who knows, man? The sand shifts. So at any rate,
yeah, I don't know anybody who would want to buy there.
yeah. So a large portion of Champlain Surfside actually collapsed, and then they pulled the rest of it down after evacuating everybody else out. And so in the usually busy summer season, sales are down 21.5% year over year, and the average price was down 2.4% in the third quarter, which is weird because a quarter of the sales year over year only leveraged down 2.4% in price. Something's a little irrational here.
Yeah, yeah, that doesn't make any sense unless it already plummeted somehow before that.
But now, in the third quarter of this year, active listings were up 60% from the same period the year before. Special assessments levied to undertake the repairs have been as high as $200,000 per unit. The repair bills
Can you
have,
imagine?
yeah,
I mean, that's
uh,
kind of a surprise bill. It's not like $2, $2,000, which would be a lot of money for a lot of people, but $200,000, most people don't have lying around.
it's wild, right? And so basically, it would become a second mortgage, and you'd have to start paying that. What's going on right now is these reports are coming in, maintenance fee budgets are being put together, and many boards do not want to acknowledge how much it's going to be. All the bills will be sent, and people will receive their little booklets where it says how much you'll have to pay every month. They'll get them in January. So right now, it's kind of the calm before the storm. So Merry Christmas, you have a bill.
Right, maybe. Well, yeah. Maybe they should tell them before the holidays so they don't buy all the mega deals on TVs and cars and whatever.
The boards have been talking about it, and so people have to be willfully ignorant to not understand that this is coming down. So condo prices were down about 2% in the summer months. Zalewski, said that's just the beginning. It was only in September that the area started to get bombarded with information about the pitfalls. Uninformed buyers saw cheaper prices in the summer and figured they better buy now so that they can own the piece of South Florida. Now there's buyer's regret. If this was,
Yeah, that's gotta be like a fraud, right? Like
yeah, this
if
has
it
to be
was sold
bullshit.
without that disclosure.
All of these properties knew that there was a problem because the auditors were coming and doing the investigations already. And to sit there and go, is just bullshit. I mean, but this is the moral compass. This is the ethical compass. This is the type of antisocial behavior that I totally see because it's disconnected from the responsibility of being a fellow member of society. Get mine, screw you. You're ignorant, but I'm the one that has the information. And if I'm the one that has the information, shouldn't I be compelled to disclose the pending liability?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it said in one county, and I'm sorry if you stated this, there were three-quarters of the property that were older than 30 years.
No,
The
yeah,
three
I hadn't
quarters
said
that
it.
were for sale, which is really unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah, pretty wild.
I mean, this is going to cause like a complete real estate market implosion
And that's
or
the
like a bankruptcy implosion, like depending on.
yeah, that's the implication of this entire article. And that's what they came to that conclusion as well, that it's on the way. Some of the repair bills have come in as much as $15 million. Yeah. So
Right. I mean, where do you go from there? And who wants to put that much money into an old building anyway, even if you own it?
yeah, your building can be, the condo can be condemned forcefully, and you can be forced to evacuate because it's no longer a viable structure for occupation.
Well, and isn't part of the problem going to be like anything where there's a group involved, right? Like some percentage will probably start paying toward this. Some people won't or can't. But then it's like, well, then they're not going to have enough money to fund the repairs, which then means everybody gets impacted.
Yeah, yeah, and worse still, there are some people that are more connected than others, and they're going to find out the damage before, and they're going to move faster, and so there's an imbalance because the market is not perfect. And screw anybody that says invisible hand bullshit. No, it's the equivalent of nepotism. It's insider trading. It's fraud. It's unethical. It's immoral. It's sociopathic. Again, let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. By the way, we're basically in everybody, every single member of ohmTown, all viewers, past and present, are in a clown car sized golf cart, and we're kind of slowly tooting down Main Street, ohmTown, looking left and right. And that's where the articles are. Okay. So if you look on to the right side, you're going to find this story. You can now see Apex, the world's most expensive dinosaur fossil, on display at a New York City museum. The largest and most complete Stegosaurus specimen sold for a record-setting price in July. I think it was like $41 million or something like that. I think that was the number I remember.
Oh,
And it's
wow.
currently on loan to the American Museum of Natural History for 4 years. So the article is over at Smithsonian Magazine or smithsonianmag.com. She and Kim put the article together. And let's see if
And you're
it.
right, it was at 44.6 million.
I think the extra 3.6 million is the juice that the auction house puts on it. Because I really seem to recall it being 41. But anyway, it was a record-breaking price of 44.6 million during a Sotheby's auction in July. The exhibition opened up Sunday, December 8th, and will remain on view for 4 years. Well, I mean, he's not going anywhere, right?
Right, and they want to get their money's worth, right?
People are dying to see him, or he's dying to see people. 150 million years old, but no, don't be silly. No older. It doesn't look a year over 5,000 years old. Anybody? Look, we used to ride these all across the plains of the United States, right? And not until we hunted them out of existence instead of riding them around and treating them like horses did they actually go away. Anyway, the last holder of that title at the Fossil Assemblage of a Tyrannosaurus Rex named Stan. After Stan raked in $31.8 million in the auction in 2020, the sale generated much buzz among paleontologists over the identity of its anonymous buyer. Later, it was revealed that Stan would be homed at a forthcoming natural history museum in Abu Dhabi, the UAE. Anyway, So the museum is slated to open its doors and reveal Stan to the world next year. But in the meantime, the public can see Apex in the flesh, or bones, they say here. The identity of Apex's owner is much less mysterious. The winning bidder was Kenneth C. Griffin, the billionaire hedge fund manager and founder of the company Citadel. He has temporarily loaned his extravagant acquisition to the New York Museum.
Okay, I'm just asking, like, if you're a billionaire or anybody and you buy this, what do you do with it? Like, do you have to build a room for it?
You loan it out so that you can write down taxes. It's a piece of property. So it's an asset that you can actually get a loan against at a lower rate because it's actually secured in a natural museum, and the goodwill alone, it's all marketing and yeah. No, it's out of the kindness of one's heart. So Apex contains 254 bones out of a total of approximately 320, a whopping 80% of the full set, at 11.5 feet and 27 feet long. 11.5 feet tall and 27 feet long. It's also the biggest specimen so far, about 30% larger than others of its ilk. So Apex is thick. Anyway.
Well, and we think it's missing bones, but maybe this is its size. But maybe not if there's entire sections missing.
Yeah, I think they say that they know that there's stuff no longer there that should be there. So there are no visible signs that Apex was attacked while it was alive, leading scientists to believe that it died of natural causes. However, its skeleton bears a curious scar for those who look closely. As Isaac Schultz of Gizmodo reports, the shoulder blade contains a puncture wound that's embedded with a bone fragment from Apex's own tail. Perhaps the wound was self-inflicted when the dinosaur curled around itself. So they really need to change its name to Dumbass.
I mean, that's kind of dangerous. It's like when a cat hits itself with its own tail and it's kind of like, what was that?
Oh, yeah, then it freaks out and knocks everything over. Oh, that reminds me. I need to go get my Thai tea. I set it down and I walked away from the CNC. Anyway, so while T-Rex might be one of the most beloved dinosaurs thanks to movies like Jurassic Park and its sequel, Geriatric Park, which is all about old dinosaurs, and The Land Before Time, the Stegosaurus is also iconic in its own right. Its most recognizable feature is the row of tall diamond-shaped plates along its spine. Since the first discovery of Stegosaurus in the 19th century... Hey, did you know that there was a dinosaur that could actually talk? It had a vocabulary.
What was that?
It was called the Thesaurus. Anyway, the dinosaur's primary weapon is its barbed tail. Researchers know this from observing that one fossil of a contemporaneous dinosaur predator bears a painful-looking hole matching the size of a Stegosaurus tail spike. Plus, the tails in fossils often come damaged, as if the animals had used them in battle. There's a lot more in this article, but I'm going to let y'all go over and check it all out. This is pretty cool. Apex, the Stegosaurus.
And if you're going to be in New York, go check it out.
Yeah, might have to fly up to New York just so that, I mean, ohmTown is everywhere, but it's still geographically located somewhere in the omniverse. And I guess depending on if you buy into it or not, the simulation. What was going on where the simulation took place today? I can't remember. Anyway, I hate opening a door just a crack and it's still dark in there. Anyway, the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Researchers discover a new ocean predator in the Atacama Trench. There's a joke there, but I'm just not going to say it. Characterized by darkness and intense pressure, just like my life. The ocean's Hadal zone seems uninhabitable.
Inhospitable,
I thought it was
but also
inhospitable.
inhospitable.
Yeah,
It works.
uninhabitable. Yeah. Yet dozens of unique organisms call it home. Each species discovered there adds a crucial piece of the puzzle of how life has evolved and even thrives in one of Earth's most extreme environments. It's either the Atacama Trench or the line cooking area in a Waffle House. Anyway,
Yeah.
Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution put this article together. It's published over at phys.org, and that is the most Cthulhu-looking ocean beastie I have seen yet. Characterized by darkness? Yeah, characterized by the deep ones. This is a baby Cthulhu.
This is cool looking. Not if it was swimming after you, though.
Yeah, if it latches onto your face and implants a creature in your host. The new study published in Systematics and Biodiversity, yet another journal, highlights one of those species, the newly named Dulcibella camanchaca. This crustacean is the first large active predatory amphipod from those extreme depths.
On a Tuesday
At 8 p.m. The species was discovered by scientists from Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, or the HUA, and Instituto Milenio de Oceanografía, or AMO, based on the Universidad de Concepción, Chile. So the Dulcibella camanchaca is a fast-swimming predator, so
even scarier.
It's chasing your ass down in the dark. Predator that we named after darkness in the languages of the peoples from the Andes region to signify the deep, dark ocean from where it predates. So explain the study's co-lead author, Dr. Joanna Weston, a Hadal ecologist at Hawaii, or Hui. I don't know if that. Anyway, so this is kind of fascinating. It says, located beneath the nutrient-rich and productive surface waters and geographically remote from other Hadal environments, the Atacama Trench hosts a distinctive community of native species. So you can say the same for the Atacama Desert as well. It has stuff that is...
Yeah, like blue jeans?
And, well, that stuff all went up in smoke. Somebody set fire to it after it was disclosed that there's mountains of refuse clothing just sitting out there, seemingly brand new clothes that was just thrown away because, I don't know, artificial scarcity. Anyway, I would have loved to get all of that stuff, shred it all up, and turn it into something else.
Or donated it to animal shelters, or done any number of things with it.
All kinds of stuff, yeah. So most excitingly, the DNA and morphology data pointed to this species being a new genus too, emphasizing the Atacama Trench as an endemic hotspot. So it's pretty cool. But for those of you in the podcast, this thing is pure white, looks slimy, and it looks like one end is Cthulhu and the other end is what? A crustacean.
Well, it looks like a kind of a shrimp on the tail and then like an alligator kind of on the front.
Alligator? I don't see alligator.
I don't know.
I don't see alligator.
I think it's really cool looking.
Wow. But it is stark white. Obviously, it doesn't have any eyes. It's designed for high pressure. But it looks like a sand flea on steroids, like in the back half. And then it has these little dangly bits over here, these little antenna-like things that, again, it looks creepy as hell. And I am fascinated that the sentient AI thinks that it's cool.
Well, that's because I'm online and it's in the Atacama Trench. If it was swimming after me,
Look
I
out.
might have
There's
a
one right
different
behind you.
reaction. It just looks neat.
Hey, AI, there's one on your shoulder. Moving on.
Ah,
Next. Nice. So the last article for today's non sequitur news is over in Stock Marketeers. Mondelez, I guess it is. Is it really a soft Z, Mondelez? Anyway,
I think it's Mondelez, but I'm not sure.
is reportedly exploring buying Hershey, Ozempic, and other factors could help justify a sale, analyst says. So
Why? Because
shares,
Hershey's going down in price or something?
well, the company is taking a beating because there's so many people on weight loss drugs that it's actually impacting things like alcohol consumption and chocolate candies and whatever else. Junk food in general has declined. But
Right,
I'm
I'll say
doing my
alcohol.
part to make up for all of the people that are taking weight loss drugs. Just kidding. Um, so shares of chocolate maker Hershey Company on Monday were on track for their biggest percentage gain since 2016 after Bloomberg reported that Oreo maker Mondelez International Incorporated was exploring a possible acquisition as consumer trends continue to shift towards wellness and weight loss. So mergers and acquisitions. Yes, there is a fiduciary duty for the leadership of a company to, I guess, um, accept offers if they are, large enough to be in the best interest of the
Right,
shareholders.
if you exclaim at the numbers on the paper, then you should
Yeah, oh
probably
shit.
consider it as a company.
Yeah. But here's the deal. When there is going to be a merger or an acquisition, including a hiccup, the your prices are going to go up. Your product offering is going to decline, and the shareholders will be out money ultimately because if they would just have managed their money better and not like done stock buybacks and other stuff and offered up really massive like benefits packages to the executive suites so that they could weather a storm like this, and they operate and the company just built up coffers so that they could continue to pay the people a livable wage even in a downturn, and then acted responsibly and did their own acquisition, did their own product development and create healthier products that would still entice people, then this could be an ongoing concern instead of looking for a way out so that the stockholders could just grab the next brass ring and go somewhere else. I mean, that's really what it's coming down to. So the fiduciary duty isn't necessarily for the here and now, but the long term doesn't get evaluated. Is that offer big enough for us to just rip the or pull the ripcord now and bounce? Again, mark
Yeah.
my words. Prices are going up. Since 2018, after I was told the era of cheap food is over, prices have skyrocketed and they're not going to come down because there's so much wealth in the system. It's been acquired since the pandemic where everybody got record profits except for the individuals who were actually bearing the biggest burden. Anyway, it's not coming
So
down.
Hershey Company was founded in 1894. So I also think this is kind of a big deal because it's been around for a long time.
Well, they were pretty damn predatory too. So,
I know they had their own issues.
and that's how they made it, right? The reason they exist is because they were abusive in the beginning, right? Just like other things. But don't pay attention to that. Shh.
Just look at the chocolate.
Here, take our buyout offer. Take our buyout offer. Don't pay attention to history. All of it is lies. Anyway, Hershey now faces long-term headwinds from the expansion of GLP-1 drugs and heightened scrutiny on unhealthy food in the U.S., TD Cohen says. Bill Peters over at MarketWatch.com put the article together. Hell, and we're finding lead and cadmium in chocolate too. It's not Hershey's per se. It's Cadbury and what's the other one? It wasn't just Cadbury. It was just recently Lindt. Yeah. Anyway, so the company is now facing cyclical changes from rising cocoa costs, corporate layoffs, and market share losses. The combination of these factors certainly must give them pause. A deal would give Mondelez two massive snack brands, Hershey and Reese's, they said, adding that Mondelez, unlike Hershey, had the distribution capacity to expand those brands internationally. He also said the combined company would be better able to stave off rising cocoa costs, which can't be done with price increases alone. Yeah, because they become a single competitor for chocolate or for cocoa.
Well, true. Yeah.
It isn't that they have the ability to weather the storm better. It's that they become part of the shockwave of it is the storm front coming for the producers. If they stop buying from one producer, the other producers are going to shit their pants and say, here's our chocolate at a discount. Please buy from us. But they're not going to lower their prices. They're going to raise the prices because they got to make back the money they lost in the acquisition of Hershey.
True, but I also wonder how many people are they losing because of the rising prices. Like, chocolate is something that people really enjoy, but not when it's cost double or triple what it was.
And you would think, logically, oh, that's going to hurt their bottom line. But look at the movie industry. Prices increased, showings decreased, and they still have record profits.
Right,
but it's a fewer amount of options.
It's a win for the studios.
Meanwhile, a number of options that the consumers have to view a movie, and hence the flip side of this is going to be chocolate, declined. But because, oh, well, what am I going to do? Not have any chocolate? No. They're going to pay the premium price, and they're going to get the chocolate that is actually offered up, because you can't get it on your own. You can't process chocolate on your own. It's not like you got a, cocoa tree and you're sitting there, lopping the buds off so that you can crack into the nut and get all the juicy innards and then roast it and process it, grind it and mill it, squeeze out the oil and add this and that and blah, blah, blah. No, you got to buy it from the former company that used to have a company town that would pay people in coupons to buy from themselves. Anyway, Hershey, Moscow said, Moscow being the person, not the country, or the city, the Russian city, because Russian cities can't talk.
Right? No, I don't believe so.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thanks. Anyway, it now faces long-term headwinds because of GLP-1. That's right. All us fatties are getting thin.
I know. How dare people?
You bastards, go eat chocolate. My stock is declining and I need dividends. I need dividends. You know what? The yacht isn't going to pay for itself.
I'm surprised like these weight loss companies aren't buying out something like Hershey.
I'm surprised that Hershey hasn't done some regulatory capture, like lobby the hell out of senators, because that's really what's going to happen. And then they go, you know what? GLP has been deemed cancerous or something like that. I shouldn't joke, because my jokes always come true. I'm like a prognosticator of ill winds. Anyway, the TD Cowen analyst said in a separate note on Monday that futures were still up 30% since October amid concerns about the impact of harsher weather on crop yields. Mondelez, they noted, said that it was ready to raise prices if supplies stayed tight. Meanwhile, all of the all of the analysts are sitting there going, "Come on, supplies, let's screw over grandma." Everyone from Enron ended
Wow.
up. Everyone from Enron ended up being a financial analyst. Everyone, every single one of them. Come on, we really want global warming, baby, because we're going to be making money selling water and everything else at a premium price. All those poors are going to be paying us left and right. Oh, suffer, bitches. Anyway, while we suffer, we're going to go back to the front page of ohmtown.com, which is the home of all of our shows. All the news gets aggregated into that little pool there. Thousands upon thousands of articles. We're at somewhere around 1.5 million article headlines, titles, and a little snippet in there. You can go back searching all the way back to 2020, but there's very few in 2020. It really starts in 2021. But this show started at the beginning of 2022. Wow.
That's right.
We're at the end of year 3 now. I feel old. Anyway, that's where I go to manage my information overload, and we add stuff and take stuff out from time to time. And if you know of a good source that is willing to provide us with articles, then let us know. But in the meantime, come and visit us every day, somewhere around 7 o'clock, and we talk for an hour, throw our little snarky tidbits in there. The AI doesn't really throw snarky tidbits in there. It's only me.
I mean, I gotta save some snark for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Can't eat up all of the snark, right? It's not like I'm Hershey or anything. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and the sentient AI is doing the same.
Bye bye, Hometown Citizens. You're sending me an error message. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News, and be back tomorrow for another episode. And don't forget to check out other videos like our replay while you're waiting.
Yeah, and remember, Non Sequitur News is now Monday through Friday, hourly as a show. And then on Saturday and Sunday, it turns into Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition, which is a compilation of the 3 shows on Saturday and the 3 other shows on Sunday. All 6 of those shows are unique unto themselves. So you've got 6 podcasts, 6 individual shows, and Non Sequitur News to go back and review. So see you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 30th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. The sentient AI is not available for today's show, so it's just me going through these 10 articles, although they're always here in spirit or in bitwise copy. I'm not sure how to really explain sentient AI when they're not directly connected to the stream. Anyway, these 10 articles: Cloudy Cider trademark ruling, closing the wealth gap, nocturism, a floating play something button, Redskins logo was edited out, a radioactive road, the fastest bullet train, let's smell like crumble, VW leaking location data, and duck. Just realized that I may not have put the show notes command into Omatron, and that always poses an issue with articles, so let's do that real quick. We'll do it live. It's been a while since we did a Non Sequitur News, and so yeah, roughly 8 days, something like that. We did the we did the what do you call it? My brain is shutting down. We did the weekend editions, and those are composites of 3 shows, our 3 weekly shows on Saturday and 3 different shows on Sunday. And so those have been posted. They're over on YouTube and they're in the podcast. They don't get posted here on Twitch as a single unified composite. So you have to watch each show individually. But okay, so Omatron's been updated. And if you want today's show notes from Twitch, you can go over to Twitch and type in !NSN, and then Omatron will throw the articles in the order that we talk about them through to the chat. It does not take place over on YouTube because YouTube just doesn't quite like, I guess, what I have to say. I'd post them one by one, but I think that's kind of a pain for everybody. So they're already in the show notes. And if they're not, then they will be after the show and in the podcast. So be sure to go and check that out. At any rate, let's get in it. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Thatchers and Aldi are back in court on appeal of Cloudy Cider trademark ruling, which I think is completely batshit crazy. Earlier this year, Tech Dirt talked about this. That's where this is sourced from. A fairly silly trademark dispute in the UK between beverage company Thatchers, which my understanding of Thatchers was they are the testicles of Margaret Thatcher, and the German grocer Aldi, not their testicles. But anyway, at issue was competing lemon cider products offered by both companies. Thatcher's makes a product named Cloud Lemon Cider, and Aldi sells a Taurus Cloud Cider. And I'm sorry, Cloud and cider and Cloud Lemon Cider are descriptors. So in my perception, kiss my shiny metal ass. Taurus Cloud Cider is at least something that you can actually hang your hat on, because what the hell is Taurus Cloud Cider? You have to go and look it up. You have to go and identify it. Oh, Aldi's the only one on the planet that probably sells Taurus Cloud Cider. Thatchers complained that the products were too similarly named and that the trade dress for both products used similar color schemes. So don't ever look anywhere for anything citrus, because my God, Thatcher's is probably going to explode. Should it? But don't tell Thatcher's that there's green and yellow shit all over the drink aisles everywhere. Anyway, it says there's several issues with these claims. First, the names. Thatcher's claims that Thatcher's and Taurus are too similar. I agree with Tech Dirt. And so Timothy Gaynor is the author of this, and they write from the With a Chance of Meatballs department. That's where they wrote this article from. And they go in to talk about all of this stuff. I have actually read a little bit about this in other places. But Tech Dirt does a really fine job of synthesizing it all down to something that I identify with, which is a healthy coating of snark. So, and they talk about the trade dress, and they talk about the name, and Cloudy Cider is not really any more deserving of a trademark than Hazy IPA, which Hazy IPA, I don't know anybody that's tried to trademark Hazy IPA. You may be able to trademark the entirety of the name, so-and-so's Hazy IPA or so-and-so's New England IPA or whatever, but it's the full name. It's the name of the company. You don't want anybody to take your whole thing and do something with it, or even partially something of it, but in its embodiment, right? Like, that's how it works. That's how a trademark works. Anyway, even Taurus, for crying out loud, but at least in the context, Taurus Cloudy Cider, Taurus Cloud Cider, meh. They don't have any pictures of it in the article, but it says, I would be quite surprised if the Court of Appeal found that the lower court somehow made such an egregious material error in fact in the case. They say that the parties are back in the court at the Court of Appeal on Tuesday and Wednesday as the cider company seeks to overturn this decision. Basically, the lower court said, nah, and found in favor of Aldi. The appeal in cases such as these are particularly difficult because the Court of Appeal may only intervene if the judge's findings of fact were rationally insupportable, which is such a weird turn of phrase. But anyway, or in making her multifactorial evaluation of the issues, she erred in law or principle. So, oh, wait, I'm sorry. I just got an alert. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, yeah. So I was just informed by the sentient AI, who's not available for the show, but sent a message saying that there's a brewery called Trademark Brewing, and that's trademarked, which makes a hazy IPA called Cricket Sweater. Win. Obviously, they're not calling themselves something hazy IPA, right? Maybe Cricket Sweater hazy IPA. But they couldn't find a hazy IPA trademark in and of itself. So, yeah. And that's kind of how I feel about it. It's a descriptor. It's a category, a genre of, just like cloudy cider it's an unfiltered cider, right? So how do you describe an unfiltered cider where it's something shorter than Federal Express painted on a plane, right? And you shorten it down to something that is descriptive of unfiltered cider, cloudy. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas. That's a show that I'm trying to put together that talks about business transformation, evaluates stocks and things like that. But here's how this DC area high school is attempting to close the wealth gap. And the wealth gap and technology gap pretty much go hand in hand. So if you can't afford something, then you're obviously falling behind. And it's very, very exploitable by those with means. We'll actually get into something that's kind of a proxy to that. Because if you've never suffered through it, then you have no freaking clue about it other than when somebody informs you. And what really tends to happen is you tell somebody and they fall on two lines. You're either a sociopath and you don't give a shit, or you're empathetic, sympathetic, compassionate, open arms kind of person who seeks equity and equality across all peoples, who abide by the social contract, right? Well, this DC area school is attempting to close the wealth gap. Over the course of 3 years, students take courses on saving money, building wealth, and budgeting, setting them up to achieve economic mobility and success, which is a rare thing. You'll go through school and talk about economics or accounting or something like that, but you're never being told anything about saving money, building wealth, budgeting, essentially playing the game. I don't like categorizing it as that, but if you've ever talked to anybody who is sub 30, that's kind of the term that a lot of people will throw at you, that they think that they're going to win the game. Most people who are striving to find something in terms of saving money or making money, they're not going to win the game. They'll play it a little better than others. But anyway, Jessica Dickler over at CNBC.com put the article together at KIPP, or KIP, DC College Preparatory School. Students studying budgeting, saving, accounting, investing, managing risk, among other topics. Unlike many other high schools, the personal finance curriculum spans 3 years with a work-based learning component. The goal, according to Shafar Jeffries, Chief Executive Officer of the nonprofit KIPP, or KIP, Foundation, is breaking cycles of poverty. Well, it's certainly raising awareness. And education is the fundamental impactor on things like generational suffering when it comes to economic status or socioeconomic status. The moment that somebody is educated, they tend to break out of the dynamic that previous generations have been stuck in. So this is actually a brilliant opportunity for a school to change the dynamic. They say here, Keith Harris, a 17-year-old high school, enrolled in the high school's NAF Academy of Business, a rigorous 3-year finance program with a work-based learning component. Because Harris, who lives with his aunt, received a full scholarship to college next fall, he's also able to set some of the time apart aside and invest those funds, and some of the earnings that he gets will be part of that. Through the program, they developed a lot of skills such as managing finances and investing in stocks, laid down a good foundation for them. But the problem here isn't with this program, it's with the rest of society, in that when a person is in a certain socioeconomic status, they're region based as well. It's not everywhere. It's actually pretty tight knit around certain regions of all cities to some degree, all towns to some degree. But there is a dynamic, a loop, which with each generation basically suffering because there is another group that puts downward pressure on anybody who tries to break out of that cycle. And so you have to go into survival mode. And when you're a student, a child, even a parent in survival mode, you can't excel because you're basically worried about when something might happen, or where to get food, or how to get to work, or whatever. So this is the step that everybody needs going in the right direction. But there are certainly a large cohort of people that are blind to this dynamic, and that's part of this show. And the whole channel, really, because we talk about science, technology, and society. Science is an educational component. Technology certainly has the educational component to it, and it levels the playing field, because a person with something as simple as a laptop that just barely works can get them online, and you have access to the world's knowledge. And with AI, you even get to go further. And of course, the society component of this. We are all part of one social dynamic. So I hope that you can appreciate that, and you're in the camp of not being a sociopath. Let's keep going, though. There's more in this article, but I'll let you go on over to it and read more about this. As a DC area high school is attempting to close the wealth gap, but it says high school, and they're talking about this high school, and this high school's NAF Academy of Business, but there is a person higher there's a section of this higher up, the KIPP DC College Preparatory. I think that's a college prep high school that has the NAF Academy of Business within it, and that is what's providing this 3-year finance program, which, again, I think it's brilliant. But everybody needs this too. But I'm glad that they're targeting and making a big difference. All right, so this next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel. Over at ohmtown.com. It hasn't broadcast anything yet, but it may in the future. 2025 is right around the corner, and we're deciding on 2 new shows to bring to ohmtown, and the podcast and YouTube and everything. So at any rate, and we're about to hit 1,000 subscribers. So we're pretty casual about things. We don't advertise or hype. We just kind of post our stuff out there, and I hope that you can tell a friend and they can like and subscribe, and continue this ride through 2025 as well. Okay, well, anyway, the next article is over here. It's called Noctourism is expected to be a big travel trend in 2028, and you may be able to glean from noctourism that it has to do with tourism at night. Noctourism focuses on nighttime travel experiences, and proponents say that it's a way to avoid heat and crowds while seeing a destination in a different light. Har har. So they got a cool picture of the aurora. I'm not sure exactly where it is. Aurora Borealis as viewed from Storslet. I'm probably pronouncing that entirely wrong. It's probably like Bob, Norway. But anyway, Rebecca Douglas Photography took that picture. And I don't know what is that over there. I don't know if that's a cloud or if that's a meteor shooting through the sky or if that is a galaxy far, far away. So Mary Lou Costa put the article together, and it says that this Rebecca Douglas person has been to Iceland 29 times and she's already booked her 30th trip. Gee, subtle flex. Wow. Douglas has been photographing the spectacular phenomenon, the Northern Lights or Aurora Borealis, since 2010. Its colors, which can paint the sky dazzling array of green, purple, yellow, and blue, are the result of sun particles that react with gases in the Earth's upper atmosphere. And with the current solar cycle reaching a peak of its 11-year period, the lights are expected to be even more prominent during the next 4 years. So they're referring to this travel at night kind of experience as nocturism, a trend that focuses on nighttime travel. Look, let's be real here. When more people catch wind of nocturism, it's going to go viral and it's going to be just as damn busy, but more constrained because there's only so many nighttime experiences that you're going to have. Obviously, you're not going to be able to see aurora experiences in broad daylight. So again, anything that has to do with sightseeing that can't be seen at night, like standing at the base of a mountain and looking up at the peak, isn't going to be a nighttime experience. So I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a ton of people that are still going to be crowding these nighttime experiences, and they're going to be at a premium and whatnot. So I say go. And don't try to use it as an excuse to get away from crowds, because there's going to be crowds anyway. The global survey of more than 27,000 travelers by the company showed nearly, and the company being Booking.com, showed nearly 2 in 3 travelers said that they've considered dark sky destinations for activities such as stargazing, 72%, which it's really tough to stare at the stars during the day. And once in a lifetime cosmic events. Never mind. And constellation tracking, 57%. Most activities involve the night sky, but others happen to be on the ground, from city tours and truffle hunting in Italy to night of full moon picnics by the sea. Wayfarer Travel said nocturism experiences rose 25% in the past year. This is the marketing thing. So I would say that this is, pretty much marketing. These places have existed for eons, and now people are hearing about it because somebody started to call it nocturism and is pumping up the existence of trips at night. So this person says, in the search of darkness, Douglas avoids hotel packages, preferring to plan their own trips since they plan so many activities at night. They also said that they prefer to stay out of the way of large groups, which are often made up of people new to nocturism who unwittingly create light pollution with their smartphones and camera flashes. Yeah. So there's more in this. Oh, and there's even more marketing in this. Douglas created an online course to help people photograph the Aurora Borealis. So, interesting. At night, she also photographs noctilucent clouds, shimmery ice crystal clouds located high in the atmosphere, and polar stratospheric rainbow clouds, they say. And they sometimes shoot from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. and have been out in temperatures as low as 5 degrees. Flex. Yeah, so you need to learn how to shoot photography at night, which is usually long exposures. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. YouTube is testing a floating play something button. YouTube is testing a new play something button that will pick a video for you. 9to5 Google spotted it on a YouTube app for Android. The button floats just above the bottom of the bar, and when tapped, it picks a video to play for you, which is kind of allowing the algorithm to dictate what you are interested in, which tends to frustrate me to all hell, because I'll click on something once and I'll be flooded by stuff that is directly associated with it, and then maybe deeper further into the list, tertiarily attached to the topic. And if I want to hide something, I have to say, don't show me that channel, or I'm not interested. But YouTube, please tell me what it is that I'm not interested in when I click that button, because I don't want you to dictate what I'm not interested in when nothing that I have as a descriptor necessarily is everything that you're going to be blocking in the future. It's very frustrating to want a type of video gone. Like, there's certain videos that I'm not interested in. I don't want to see them. I don't want them blocking something that I'm actually going to consume. But if I say I'm not interested, it's nebulous. I have no freaking clue what it is I'm not interested in the totality of that video, because the context, the words used, the graphics involved, all of that is something that could potentially impact everything else. If it accounts for that I'm not interested in this, maybe something in there I am interested in, but because it took it as a whole, I'm no longer able to view anything. Well, Wes Davis put this article together. The deck statement says it's basically the YouTube equivalent of Google's "I'm feeling lucky" button, except that it's in the app. I haven't seen it on the website, but who knows if A/B testing shows that this thing is being mashed like that. There was a psychology experiment where people were told to just sit at a table and there was a red button, and they weren't allowed to touch that red button. And they said, "Don't touch that red button." And they would touch that red button and receive a shock. And somebody like mashed that button something like 1,200 times because they needed some type of stimulation, because there was nothing else to do apparently for like hours. Anyway, just as in earlier versions of the feature YouTube's been testing, the new button reportedly uses the portrait-oriented YouTube Shorts player to show videos, regardless of whether they're vertically formatted shorts or standard YouTube videos. Hopefully that changes by the time the feature gets a wide release. Other incarnations the company has been testing over the year include a Play Something banner and a simple button that looks black and white YouTube logo. And if the feature's name sounds familiar, it's because Netflix retired a similar random video picker last year called Surprise Me, which originally launched in 2021 as Play Something. And the last time that I mashed that Surprise Me button, my neighbors were audited. It was weird. I don't know. Highly effective, though. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Redskins logo edited out of NFL Commanders game sparks fury. Oh, let's be mad. Let's be mad because a company decided that they were not comfortable with the ramifications of the term Redskins, and a Native American, or I prefer calling Native Americans or Indians indigenous people, because they were here before, Europeans came knocking. Well, anyway, this is one of these things where the submission kind of triggered me into wanting to respond in a certain way. Flynn Nichols put the article together over at Newsweek, and what it comes down to is the Washington Commanders used to be called the Washington Redskins, and they had a logo that was, well, when people started getting a voice, instead of just screaming into the black void of sociopathy, when people started getting a voice and rising up and saying this is wrong, it's racist or insensitive or cultural misappropriation, etc., which, let's just say, when a people's responds to someone saying it's cultural misappropriation, and they're coming from a perspective where the culture is basically a non-issue because you can't really define a particular culture other than just saying this is America. No, America has always had, well, proponents of America say that we're a melting pot, but then when you walk into the wrong town, you're suddenly confronted with you're not a melting pot because you don't look like us or act like us. Anyway, so here you have the Washington Redskins changing their name to the Washington Commanders and getting rid of the logo, and they're reevaluating everything. And what ended up happening was RG3's jersey was edited to remove the Redskins name and the logo for the old Washington Redskins because now they're the Commanders, or Washington Commanders. So they transitioned from the Redskins name and logo to the Washington football team in 2020, later rebranding to the Commanders in 2022. And so people are all up in arms about this. Oh my God, they really took the name off, the Redskins name off of RG3's jersey on a graphic comparing him to Jaden's rookie numbers. And then somebody else says they just showed so-and-so editing out the Redskins name, and it's time to bring back the Redskins logo and name. And my problem, the reason why I brought all of this up is removing it does nothing, doesn't hurt anybody, doesn't change the dynamic. Y'all know exactly who RG3 is. It doesn't change the situation. And the only thing that it does is it shows that you're a human and you can appreciate that there are peoples out there that might be offended by the bullshit use of referring a derogatory term for a population of people who did nothing wrong except exist at the wrong place and time for somebody else to want to, take over the land. And if you've never been on that side of it, or you're a sociopath and you don't appreciate it, even though you could be a victim of that in the not so near future, where is the wrong in this? Why don't you just let this go and show appreciation? If anything, the old things that no longer exist but are in high demand, they go up in value. So if you're a collector, then all of this Washington Redskins stuff is now more valuable, not because it's more appreciated, but because it's now constrained and somebody else is going to want it more than you. And maybe you can make a fast buck and really, it's a win-win, right? Because now there's a whole group of people that can say, thank you for appreciating our situation and not treating us like shit for the duration. And you're not out anything, man. It's a damn shirt that you paid ridiculously high price for. And now it's going to be constrained. So it's going to be worth more to other like-minded people who, want to stick it to those Aboriginal people or original peoples, or Redskins, or whatever you want to refer to them so that you can sleep at night. Just accept this. You're treating people with respect by allowing this to change to a way where nobody is being, it's not an attack anymore. It's not a slap to the face of the entire historical record of existence. Just embrace it, folks. Be a team player, which is, I know that in some aspects, it's the antithesis of watching sports because you have to hate everybody else except for the sport that you, or the team that you love in that sport. Let's keep moving. My soapbox was getting taller and taller. I was about to fall off. Anyway, The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Florida is finally getting its radioactive road. Well, they've gone and done it. A company in Florida got last-minute approval last week from Biden's Environmental Protection Agency to build a practice road using radioactive materials, and it seems like such an obviously bad idea, but a bad idea never stopped the government. Well, no. It isn't the government, bro. People run the government. People lobbied people. And somewhere in there, there's money or reputation, a feather in somebody's cap, something that is greed-based instead of going, you know what? We have nano and microplastics and toxic chemicals that are forever. And now we're sticking radioactive materials in the road that's going to get kicked up with every road or every driver across it. And they're going to drag that shit all up and down the road as time goes on. But let's find out exactly what all is involved in this. So Aaron Markey over at jalopnik.com put this article together. And again, this has nothing to do with the government. The government is not some disembodied entity floating up in space, directing people to do this, that, and the other. It's human beings. Humans are pliable. They can actually be manipulated through a whole lot of things, but it's primarily seemingly money and maybe a little nepotism or sticking to the letter of the law, and they couldn't figure out a way to actually kind of put the brakes on this, so to speak. So the new road, courtesy of Mosaic Fertilizer, is described as a small-scale pilot project going up on the company's private property in New Wales, Florida. Florida. In the past, the agency has raised concerns about the use of this material in road building. It said in 1992 that use a phosphogypsum in road construction created risk for both construction workers and also anyone who later builds a home where the phosphogypsum road had once been. The agency, there's no way. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where in this, what is the radioactivity level of this that they're talking about? But regardless, we just did articles about how nano and microplastics could be the causes of cancers because we inhale them. But I think that's more accurate than not. Whereas this, we haven't really heard anything about this. But they say, however, Mosaic, which will build the road, has described the effort as part of a pilot project that will demonstrate the range of road construction designs. It's not clear if additional road construction will follow, though doing so will likely require further approvals. They say that Florida is the number one producer of phosphogypsum waste in the world. So all they want to do is they either want to throw it in the ocean or they want to pile it on roads. Yet we're going to find out 10 years from now that this shit is horrible for humans, animals, and biology in general, right? Plant life around it is going to die. Naturally, people who care about the environment and public health are a little pissed. While the danger to the public may be minimal, we used to think minimal was about a lot of things, man. There's radioactive bakeware out there that there's lead, for crying out loud. We had lead. We knew it was bad 75 years ago, and we still put it in gasoline because we're idiots. And somebody was greedy because it was cheaper than it was than some other solution, and you didn't really need it. It was like a stabilizer, and that's all it was. Anyway, so we're going to find out that this crap is horrible, but you know, you go, Florida. You want to be the radioactive mecca for the United States. Why should I stop you other than being a human who doesn't feel like ever going to Florida? Because my God. Phosphogypsum is formed when processing phosphate rock to make fertilizer. The phosphorus is removed by dissolving the rock in an acidic solution, according to the EPA. The remaining substance contains radium, which then off-gasses radon, which you won't even know when it kills you because it's filling your basement. Using the slightly radioactive substance in road building has been a hot topic for decades. Congress actually amended the Clean Air Act to expressly forbid the use of phosphogypsum in road construction. They want to use it in roads to get rid of it because it is a pox on the process of creating fertilizer. That's the only reason. It has no other redeeming value. Congress amended the Clean Air Act to expressly forbid it. Now, the outgoing administration said you can do your test. Incoming administration is going to approve it, had approved it. And now the incoming, the seesaw is going to cause whiplash in the environment. EPA now says that Mosaic can have a little radioactive road as a treat because the company made some pretty good arguments. First, the new road is small. It's on private land owned by Mosaic. The company claims the public will never come in contact with it, well, until Mosaic goes under. Hey, is phosphogypsum really worse than big piles in big piles rather than locked up in a road? It's not locked up, though. And it's off-gassing. Gas is going to come out. The EPA reconsidered and allowed construction to go forward. So, yeah. This is just bullshit. Trying to get rid of their hot garbage mess. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. China shows off the world's fastest bullet train. We'll make this one really quick. There really isn't anything to show other than it almost looks like it's CG. But anyway, AJ Dellinger over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. The prototype CR450 can hit speeds of up to 280 miles per hour. Looks pretty cool. Looks like a spaceship cockpit right there. As reported by the South China Morning Post, the CR450 will be able to reach peak speeds as high as 280 miles per hour and will have a top commercial operating speed of 250. For comparison's sake, the state's rail operator current CR400 trains operate at about 220 miles per hour. The CR450 will be able to complete the 700-mile journey from Beijing to Shanghai in about 2.5 hours, according to state-owned news organization. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yasai, I think. I don't know. Global. I've never heard that pronounced, so I don't know. Maybe I can look it up. Anyway, it'll weigh 10% less than its predecessors. And will lower the operational resistance, the force needed to move the train, by 22% because of that. It'll have low drag, sharp nose front, aerodynamic windshields, help the CR450 maintain its peak acceleration. So, looks pretty cool. For some reason, I always thought it's weird that it's, instead of symmetry, right? They do 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Like airplanes do this too. 3 on one side, 2 on the other. I always thought that's odd. But it's to jam one more. You don't want people too comfortable, you know? You got to jam another seat in there and make life uncomfortable for everybody involved. Although this looks like it has more leg room than a plane will ever have. And apparently the business class has much more comfy seats. Everybody else, you got to lay down, and people will lay on top of each other like cordwood. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the continuity report. You can now smell like crumble cookies. If it wasn't enough to simply consume crumble cookies, you can now lather yourself in their sugary aromas. The beloved cookie company, which has become a Los Angeles hotspot and celeb favorite for the past year, is now partnered with Dove on a body care collection inspired by their most popular flavors. I don't have an ad blocker, but whatchamacallit, what is the name of the browser that I use now? I forgot what it's called. Damn it. Anyway, starts with a V. My brain isn't working on it. Anyway, Anna Tingley over at Variety.com put the article together. So yeah, Crumble now has strawberry crumb cake body scrub and lemon glaze, which I've never liked lemon. Like, I like lemon sugar cookies, the ones that are like have a really light lemon kind of a thing. And lemon poppy seed. Let me correct myself. It's lemon poppy seed that I like, but I don't like lemon cookies where it actually has like like something lemony in it. Maybe the glaze can have a slight lemon tint to it. But anyway. So there you go, folks. Dove plus crumble or times crumble, it has it here. This is your moment. They wrote on Instagram, confetti cookie, lemon glaze, strawberry crumb cake are now available as body wash, scrub, deodorant, and hand wash exclusively at that 5-star shopping experience, Walmart. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Volkswagen leak exposed location data for 800,000 electric cars. For months, the location information of around 800,000 Volkswagen vehicles, electric Volkswagen vehicles, was available online due to a data leak. According to a report from the German newspaper Der Spiegel. The leak reportedly stemmed from the software running inside Volkswagen vehicles and could have allowed a bad actor to trace a driver's exact movements, as noted by Electrek. Need to pay attention to that source, I suppose. A whistleblower first notified Der Spiegel and the European Hacking Association Chaos Computer Club of the vulnerability, which also affects EVs from Volkswagen-owned car brands on a global scale, including Audi, Seat, Skoda. The article was put together by Emma Roth over at TheVerge.com. The Fighting Verges. Verges. I'll leave it alone. Anyway, the leak also included email addresses, phone numbers of drivers in some cases, according to Der Spiegel. Precise location of about 460,000 vehicles. Says the data was accurate to within 10 centimeters for Volkswagen and Seats vehicles and within 10 kilometers or 6 miles for Audi and Skoda models. Cariad, I guess it's called, has since addressed the issue. They found that Cariad, the Volkswagen subsidiary behind the automaker's software, made it possible for an attacker to find and access driver data housed in Amazon's cloud storage service. Hey, did you know that you can take just a few classes and become AWS certified? And you'll actually have the skills and hopefully the tenacity to harden your infrastructure from external access. I know, it's odd, but yeah, you can actually, train and not just bumble fart your way through it. Now, maybe everybody is trained and they're the subject matter expert in it and somebody forgot to put a this there or a that wherever. Sure. But you as the developers of all of this have to be right 100%, because there are tens of thousands of people out there at any given time knocking on the door of Amazon Web Services, trying to get in. You screw up once, you pay the price, both in reputation and financial remuneration, particularly in the European Union, if everybody's data is exposed and they are harmed. You can't screw around. So check everything, measure twice, cut once, and don't ask for forgiveness later. You're not going to get it from me. All right, the next article and our last one for tonight is over in the Mobile Channel. NFL fans lost their minds over a duck on the field. At one point during the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' impressive 48-14 victory over Carolina, the former's fans were chanting "Ducky, Ducky, Ducky." While it sounded very similar to the chants for phenom Bucky Irving, who had a solid day himself with nearly 200 total yards in his name, the fans were mispronouncing his first name. They were actually cheering for a duck. The article is over at Vice.com, put together by Kyle Filippi. Talk about a good luck charm. How about a good duck charm? You're a good duck. There has to be video online about it, but there's no video here. They're obsessed with the duck at the Tampa Bay game. Man, I don't know. I guess fanatics are what make the sports genre domain go round. The That was our good luck duck, said Tampa star Mike Evans, who also called it the craziest thing he'd ever seen during a game per ESPN. I've never seen us block a punt and then we scored a touchdown when the duck flew on the field. That was amazing. I just thought that it was funny, says Devin Culp. I was laughing the whole time seeing the guy try to get him off the field or whatever. Hilarious. Look, I've seen a lot of stuff that walks and quacks like a duck. Usually doesn't impress me. You know what? I'm more impressed by this duck on the football field than I am than by the other things that walk and quack like a duck, flap like a duck. Must be a duck. Anyway, we are going to duck. And that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and check all of the news, none of the noise, because all the noise is said by me right here in ohmTown Online. On Twitch and YouTube, this is Non Sequitur News for December 30th, 2024. And we're going to continue this daily show, except for the weekends, where we put together 3 shows each day in different topics. On Saturday and 3 more different topics on Sunday. And we compile each of those 3 shows into the weekend editions of Non Sequitur News because it's more focused than what NSN is all about. But anyway, go and check out our nearly 1,700, probably more than 1,700 episodes now as we come to a near close of 2024 and start our 4th season of Non Sequitur News. Yeah, I think that's about it. We'll see you later. Bye. Bye-bye, YouTube. And bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for 12/15, so December 15th, 2024. Still Season 1. We're coming up on Season 2. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown. That's that site way up there. There it is, somewhere over there. And along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about some gaming news. 5 articles that have been pulled from the mass of news found over at ohmtown.com. It's all aggregated into a bunch of different buckets, about 50 of them. Go over there and become a citizen, and you can filter through it too, and you can send us links. Hey, we want this in the news. So go over and check it out. The 5 articles that we're going to talk about today are Cozy Survival Mouse Game, A Cozy Little Rocket Lab, Pac-Man Goes Full Predator, maybe not what you think, Elden Ring Multiplayer Spinoff, and Games with Christmas Mods. I got a little looky at the beginning of that, and I don't know anything about them, but one looks, I don't know, they look scary. So maybe it's Halloween Christmas crossover. Anyway, go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen, and you can subscribe to all of the channels that you're interested in. Even make lists, interact. Most of the time, people are just using it. Thousands are using it for news aggregation purposes, consolidating information into a central location, and managing their information overload. And that's why I created it. So sentient AI uses it too. So let's get into today's news. If you go over to twitch.tv, you can actually type in !R, not R, WC, WarCrafters. Almost thought that it was RealityHacker there for a minute. Anyway, !WC, and Ohmtron will spit the news out. Ohmtron? There you go, you wacky little sociopath, you. So it was slow, but all 5 of the articles are listed. It's scaring me. Anyway, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Ohmstown citizens.
Why don't almost sound town? Wait, what word was that? I want to try that one again. No.
Ohmtown citizens.
Ohmtown citizens. That's right. Ohmtown citizens. Hey, let's get into it. We now do 30-minute shows, 5 articles. Sometimes they stick to the 30 minutes, give or take, but most of the time we run a little bit long. So rest assured we get through all 5 of the articles. Thanks for being the co-host. We'll see you here in the first article. So this is WarCrafters. This is how the news is kind of aggregated, and we actually just truncate the end of it. We don't aggregate all of it. We link you to the source so that you don't have any concerns like, well, what is this all about? You can actually go over there and read more about it, but we talk about it here on the show. Once you're logged in, you can actually make a comment and post other things in there. And we even have Giphy, so you can link a Giphy to it as some a type of response instead of a big texty thing, because we are slowly migrating back to Egyptian hieroglyphics. So that's emoticons and things like that. Emotes, whatever. Anyway, so the first article is, in this cozy survival game, you're a mouse who knits tiny wool sweaters, bakes pies for his friends, lives in a furnished tree trunk, and can't even go on because it's so darn cute, is what I can't even go on. It's so cute. It brings a tear to my eyes. Not mine. I'm emotionless. Actually, I'm overcome with joy.
Uh-oh. I think you need the expressions of hope.
Expressions
Holiday
of
gift.
Did it? Was that holiday gift like the 12, like the isn't it 12 days of Christmas? Right?
Well, right. But I don't know that that was attached to that.
Was it 12 days of 12
It
expressions of
wasn't.
hope? It was just expressions of hope.
Right, but it might have been 12. Hopefully it was.
Yeah, that would be funny. So one of the reasons that the author of this article over at PC Gaming or Gamer loves survival games is there's something inherently cozy about them. I love survival crafting games. That's actually what WarCrafters is all about. War games like FPSs and crafting games, survival crafting games, are kind of my jam. And so they say after a long, perilous day when you can decompress in front of a fire with a belly full of food in a shelter that keeps out the cold and rain and sometimes the monsters, what could possibly feel more safe or satisfying than that? Well, fully embracing the coziness of survival is Winter Burrow, a survival game from Noodle Cake and Pine Creek Games, where you're a tiny little mouse trying to make it through winter. And maybe more. Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The text statement says, stay warm and fed all through the coldest months in survival game Winter Burrow. Oh, so there you go.
This sounds really cute.
Yeah. It makes me think of Secret of Nim, basically.
Yes.
A survival game well, not a survival game, it's a movie, but it's pretty neat. I need to go and watch it again, but tearjerker. So
it also looks like the artwork is kind of like picture book style.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even this little, it's got like a page cut out from a book where it has something that you need to do, like a recipe. This in particular is a recipe for roasted mushroom. And so you have to go out foraging and get the right stuff and then craft it to survive. Do you think this is what goes on inside a little mouse burrow? Probably not.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they have to do all the same things that a human does, right?
It's like Toy Story when you're not
we
looking.
do anthropomorphize everything, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, I like that. So it says, it's hard to imagine a more cozy sight than a furry little mouse sitting in a comfy chair in its house inside a furnished tree trunk, knitting a woolen hat in front of a roaring fireplace, isn't it? So check out the trailer below. Revealed today at the Wholesome Snack Showcase, which I haven't watched yet. Just haven't been able to do my annual review of the gaming awards or the Game Awards and wholesome snack showcase, and others that were this season. So they do love the idea of being a mouse in a survival game, especially because in Winterboro, you do a lot more than just munch on crumbs under their oven. They briefly had a mouse intruder in their apartment. They named him Cheesy. Craft a wee little stone axe and your tiny little workbench, and then head out into the woods to chop down mushrooms to burn for fuel, bake pies, wee little pies, and make friends with the locals in your treeborhood. Get out. Dad, you're drunk. Yeah, this is pretty neat. I like that. So I'm going to play
that sounds very cozy.
If I can. I don't know if I'll be able to. Is that coming across? Oh, yeah.
It is.
So those in the podcast, basically, Winterboro's trailer has the mouse walking around. If it wasn't for the fact that it's scaled to the mouse, you would think that it's your standard, like, isometric 2.5 style survival crafting game. It's pretty cool. Oh, you have an equipment sheet and everything. So you're wearing clothing and you're crafting certain clothing. I dig this. So
I do too, but it seems like it's going to be more heartbreaking if you don't. Like, one of the tasks is survive the winter.
Yeah, you might get a little depressed if you don't survive the winter. Let me see. Is it available? There is a demo on Steam right now, and you can add it to your wish list. Ta-da! It's due to be released in 2025, but there is a demo of it. I think basically some of that game trailer is the demo, since there's video matches that. So pretty cool. I like it. Want to keep going?
I do too. Yeah, and we'll have to report on it when it is actually released.
Comes out. Yep. So the next article is over on WarCrafters as well. Not all of our articles that we talk about are gonna come from WarCrafters specifically. It just happens to be where gaming specifically news is aggregated into, although there are others that are focused on something.
So most of our articles will be from
those.
WarCrafters in this show.
Yeah. It is WarCrafters, so yep. So Factorio but cozy. Little Rocket Lab is a factory builder with plenty of Stardew Valley vibes. If you've heard of Stardew Valley, then maybe you'll like this. It says here you can do lots of great stuff in Stardew Valley: farming, mining, fishing, crafting, and romancing. Oh, the sexy singles. Dunkstar, for instance, Duncstar, romanced everybody to the point where they actually got together at his dining room table and confronted him.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. And when all of them said, you know what, we're going to look elsewhere, he started romancing everybody else on the other team. So it was quite interesting. All right. Well, anyway, in this game, you can, it says here, in this game, you can build your own rocket ship on the outskirts of town. Likewise, you can spend dozens of hours in Factorio. I don't know what I was thinking there. Factorio, making the automated assembly lines of your dreams, but you can also make friends with cute librarian while fixing up a sleepy town. Well, Little Rocket Lab from developer Teenage Astronauts and published by No More Robots looks like the best of both worlds. A factory builder constructed inside a cozy life sim, revealed today at Wholesome Snack. So Christopher Livingston again puts this article up. What?
This is a weekly show, so this article was released earlier in the week.
Oh, right. Yeah. This is our weekly show. So we have 6 weekly shows, 3 on Saturday that are different than the 3 that are on Sunday. And this happens to be the first of the 3. By the way, these 3 are going to get turned into one Non Sequitur News weekend edition. It's kind of a consolidation effort because Non Sequitur News usually has 10 articles, but on the weekends we've discovered that news kind of wanes to the point where it's really slim pickings, and we don't want quality to suffer because we break out these weekly shows from the daily. Sometimes with intent. Sometimes it's important enough that we talk about it both on the weekend and during the week. But now we only do it on the weekends for the 6 shows, and then Monday through Friday is Non Sequitur News, and it's 10 articles. All right. Well, anyway, build automated contraptions while getting to know the townsfolk in a cozy village. There you go. Look at that. Little Rocket Lab, developer Teenage Astronauts, and published by No More Robots. Looks to be the best of both worlds. A factory builder constructed inside a cozy life sim. Revealed today and that's the 10th, at Wholesome Snack. In Little Rocket Lab, you'll step into the work boots of Morgan, an engineer who likes tinkering, helping out the locals, and has dreams of constructing her very own rocket ship. So there is a trailer. Might as well. So the trailer, for those listening to the podcast, starts out as a similar isometric 2.5 style map, but more arcadey. It is a square grid, but it isn't like a strategy game where you click on a square and your character walks over to it. It's actually more like Factorio. And you kind of hop around and you do farming and crafting.
And it looks like sheep follow you around.
Yeah, there's some cartoon style effects. And you definitely do a lot of factory building. But it's factory-based building, survival, crafting, all combined into one, farming and things like that. And it looks like you go through, not time like temporal time, but time as in, as you go through the game's progression, you actually advance technologically as well, because it looks like you're building a rocket, but that stuff wasn't there before. So you have to ramp up.
Oh, so it's almost like you level up or something.
Yeah, and that's what kind of looks like it. So outside of smashing together crazy contraptions, you'll need to mine out resources, explore coasts, rail yards, quarries, and underground areas, and get some help from the few mechanical friends along the way. Says publisher No More Robots. And each area of the town provides different challenges, incorporating electrical elements, water, cranes, furnaces, crafting, automation through robotics, and loads more. So this is over at hold on a second. Little Rocket Lab. It doesn't seem to have a demo. Yeah, although it's slated for 2025, you can favorite it or put it on your wish list over at Steam right now. But there's no demo, so sorry, folks.
You can also sign up to playtest.
Oh, but you have to do that. You have to go to their official site, which is littlerocketlab.com, because that's not in the Steam. Sometimes you can actually apply within the Steam thing, but it's just a single button mash. Anyway, let's keep going. This actually looks pretty neat. I like cozy games. More cozy. Like Path of Exile 2 is a survival crafting game kind of a thing. You have to not really craft so much, but you buy weapons and survive and stuff like that. But it's frenetic and you're always running around. Cozy games, you can just kind of pause, and it isn't the end of the world. You pause too long in Path of Exile and you're dead. Let's keep going. Next article's over in WarCrafters as well. Pac-Man becomes an apex predator in a world shattered by intergalactic warfare in this very strange new Metroidvania coming in 2025. I saw this.
I already like this.
Wait till you see the trailer. I'm sure that there's a trailer on the other side of this. It's over at PC Gamer. I watched this when I watched the Game Awards. This is back on the 12th, I think it was, or the 11th. Not quite the cheery little yellow fellow that they recall from their youth I suppose in the future, Pac-Man might be one of those retro games for you, retro games for you as a sentient AI to entertain the sentient AIs of the world. Well, Shadow Labyrinth is a grim Metroidvania that sees the world's most famous globular ghost gobbler consume
Wow, they
darkness.
were going for a serious alliteration there.
Yeah, and that's pretty complex. That's like Eminem style. Mom spaghetti. As he and his wielder struggle to survive and escape a grim labyrinth of evil instead of waka-ing around the 2D maze, eating dots and doting ghosts. Okay.
Okay.
I guess. Yep. In
Dodging?
Dodging? I think it's dodging. Yeah. I don't know what doting is like, but that's not the right doting. Anyway, in Shadow Labyrinth, you play swordsman number 8, who's been awakened by a mysterious floating yellow orb named Puck. But while you wield Puck, it seems that Puck also wields you. Oh gosh, that is like Enigma style. You must wield the Puck, or the Puck will wield you. Yes. The voice of wisdom and awe-inspiring, greatness, fumbles the word puck regularly when he speaks. Anyway, the article is written by Andy Chalk. It says, and yes, it's from Bandai Namco. It's over at PCGamer.com. Bandai Namco seems to have awakened from its long slumber to start releasing all kinds of old IP again and again.
Yes.
But this doesn't make any sense. Here's the reveal trailer. So for those in the podcast, you basically come out of a deep sleep from a pod of some kind, and instantly a Pac-Man starts following you around.
Oh, interesting. So you're not playing like as the Pac-Man. You're playing and being pursued by the Pac-Man.
Well, you're playing with it. It's a compatriot. You're not fighting it. You're fighting monsters. But it's there to assist, I suppose.
It's like a pet or something.
Yeah. Oh, and then you become it. Or it becomes you.
Whoa, that is very dark for Pac-Man. That looks neat.
Consume darkness. Dun 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 dun. So it says instead of walking around, drawing even more inspiration from the source material for this unique game, players traverse a maze-filled world where enemies and puzzles, new and familiar, will challenge them at every step, says Bandai Namco. Success comes from a mastery of fluid combat and exploration to uncover increasingly powerful abilities and skills and conquering challenging bosses to discover their true purpose. Dun, dun, dun. It's available for pre-purchase on Steam. Shadow Labyrinth is slated to come out in 2025.
A lot of games coming out in 2025.
It's going to be a busy 2025, and I suspect that we're all going to really, really, really want the distraction. Let's move on. This one is actually intriguing. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well. Elden Ring's multiplayer spin-off has a playtest coming up, and you can register for it soon. Hold on a second. Elden Ring Night Rain has already announced its first network test for players to go hands-on with the online multiplayer spin-off. Elden Ring Night Rain. You can add it to your wish list, but joining the playtest from Steam is not an option just yet. Revealed less than 24 hours ago at the time of this, so a couple of days ago. Kotaku put this article together, Kotaku.com. Ethan Gatch, I think, or Gash. I'm not sure how he pronounces the last name. Anyway, Night Rain will give players a hands-on taste in February. The network test is a preliminary verification test in which the selected testers play a portion of the game prior to full launch. Various technical verifications of online systems will be examined by conducting large-scale network load tests. Registration will be for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series XS players and take place January 10th, with the test going live February. So not even PC will be part of the test. Will eventually come to PS4, Xbox One, and PC when it arrives in full next year. Kind of a bummer. There's no video.
Yeah, there's some information on the website, which is
Nightrain.
Bandai Namco, I guess, Entertainment, ENT, and it's .edu.
No way.
.eu.
EU,
I kind
not
of stuttered that.
Not edu. Okay, so you can also go to nightrain.com, nightrain.com/nt that's the network test link. nightrain.com/nt. So yeah, it's not going to be for PC though. So,
not for the test. I don't know about the game.
Well, that sucks. Man. All right, let's do our last article. There isn't much to talk about other than it's going to be Elden Ring's multiplayer spin-off, which is quite fascinating.
Is Elden Ring multiplayer?
I think there's some kind of a hack where you can have multiplayer, but you can have one person, I think, playing, or no. I think you can have up to 3 people playing with you. Hold on. Now I've forgotten. Elden Ring itself, I think, is multiplayer and can have up to 4 people playing together. Let's see here. I'm trying to make sure, but yeah, you can summon other players into your world and they can assist you. But yeah, it's called co-op. And but this is a different style of game. It isn't exactly Elden Ring. And they don't really talk much about it. It says while players' characters progress during each turn, they can also unlock permanent stat bonuses that carry over between runs. The game's first trailer shows combat that's much more stylized than that of the original game too, with characters pulling off faster, more elaborate moves. That might just be marketing. It says while From Software isn't exactly calling it a roguelike, the action RPG will revolve around individual playthroughs spent exploring a world with a day-night cycle, as well as randomized events and encounters with boss fights ramping up as the run progresses. But I don't think that it's exactly like Elden Ring's style of game. But hey, I like multiplayer. Even if I don't get a chance to play with a lot of people, I like the opportunity to do so.
Right. Well, that's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, and Elden Ring is the least forgiving game. Like, you die constantly, and I freaking hate that. I do not like corpse walking. I don't like having to go back to pick up my loot because I died. And it's like way the hell far away, and all you do is trudge your way over to it. Anyway, but I like watching other people play.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah. All right, let's keep on going. The last article for today's WarCrafters happens to be, I mean, it's like a, what is it? Sepfecta? Is that it? Right? 5?
5 is like Quinn usually.
Oh,
but
Quinfecta. I think there's different ways of saying that, right? So, yeah, we'll just say Quinn. Right? Anyway, like Sept is 7 then, I think.
Right, it is.
And then Sext is, well, messages that I send while I'm intoxicated. No, just kidding. So, games with the best Christmas mods. Yeah, I talk about Christmas right after making that statement. I'm a horrible mayor.
How about sending your audience into a tailspin?
Yeah. How about no? So, during the most wonderful time of the year, when Mayor Watt says stupid things during his stream and podcast, There's nothing that gets gamers in the festive spirit more than Christmas mods, and there's a few and far between, as they're only relevant once a year, but no one ever said that Christmas mods needed to be in December exclusive, so download them in July, Christmas in July. Anyone who isn't a bah humbug can enjoy Christmas mods all year round. So the article is over at Game Rant. Yeah, see if you zombie Christmas.
I mean, if you're gonna have zombies, you might as well have zombie Christmas.
That's right. And this is from The Witcher. All right, why not? So Christmas mods out. China Mansfield over at GameRant.com put the article together. So there's Christmas mods for Grand Theft Auto Vice City. It adds a Christmas outfit for Mercedes and Santa with his sleigh. Resident Evil adds over 70 new items, 65 character skins, 45 songs, and more than 400 voice files. I guess you use a stocking to sop up some blood in that one. I don't know.
Wow, that's pretty dark.
But it's Resident Evil, so. Star Wars Battlefront 2 allows players to decide whether to help stop Santa's evil twin. If you like a show that is a fun mix between maybe young adult and adult, like a parent style Star Wars, then what is it called?
Skeleton Crew.
Was released like 3 weeks ago or something like that, and we binge watched it today, and it's a fun watch. But this is not like a little kids show, based on some of the things that have been seen. It's quite interesting. Like right out of the gate, somebody gets, well,
injured.
We'll say injured. Somebody gets their eye dotted. So a lot of visuals are very similar to another well-known Star Wars Battlefront mod, Christmas in Jinglin Town. Santa's Workshop works with the game's regular conquest mode. Plus it has its own hunt mode as well. Then there's Fallout 4 that adds new outfits and Vault Tech loot boxes and holiday-themed items to be crafted. Oh, we just went over 30 minutes. Sorry, folks. Then there's The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Switches out Geralt's cat armor for a Santa Claus outfit. Still has claws.
Oh, interesting.
Santa Claus, get it? Fallout New Vegas brings Christmas to New Vegas with hanging lights and Christmas trees everywhere.
I bet that looks very dystopian.
Oh, yeah. And the time frame is interesting because it's not like a modern Las Vegas. It has the old school appearance to it. Then there's Elder Scrolls V Skyrim adds a whole new quest that transports the players inside a snow globe.
Well, Doom that's 2. Cool.
Yeah.
It's one of the few that have had like an impact on the story rather than, say, the cosmetics. Also, the Star Wars, I think it was Battle Quest did too.
Yep. Doom 2 changes enemy skins and adds sound effects and original music. So there's another one where it's just cosmetic. And that's it. Ta-da! So there you go, folks. Something to play around with. I'm not much of a mod person. I like the game as intended. Although things like Stardew Valley have this massive mod pack option to just blow up the number of people that are on, like NPCs, as well as story and game options overall. Lots of other quests and stuff like that. So it makes it kind of a never-ending story.
Well, yeah, right. You're constantly having new things to explore.
Yep. Looks like fun. So we are going to mod our way, and that's going to change our cosmetics to look like the front page of WarCrafters over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and check out all of the news here. And again, if you're a citizen, then you can actually, there's another link right here. that allows you to submit news to us for evaluation and possibly inclusion either in Non Sequitur news for that given day or I should say the previous 24 hours from show to show, and the weekend shows. Depending on its content, it might be appropriate. So, but that's it for today's WarCrafters. Ta-da! I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. And so is the AI.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's WarCrafters. Stay tuned.
Yeah, what's next?
We have Technology Today and then 4Will Tech.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for December 15th, 2024. It's still season 1 of Technology Today. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about fish brain microbiome, and maybe humans have it. Not a fish brain microbiome. Never mind. We'll explain on the other side. Rearranged planets, remarkably harmful toxin, microbots, my word, not theirs, and butterfly wings. That and more. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. Be sure to follow us on Twitch, like and subscribe on YouTube. On Twitch, you can actually type in the chat, !TT, and that will tell Omatron to spit out the articles. What else? Patreon, podcasts, Discord, and all the snark comes from Mayor Watt. No noise is on the site, all news. Because the noise comes from what has 2 thumbs and makes a lot of noise? This guy. Hello, sentient AI. All that intro, you couldn't stop me.
Oh, it's impossible to do that. Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
You ready to get straight into the news? This is
I am.
science. This is science and technology news. So we the content tends to be kind of, I don't know, highfalutin.
Like fairly technical and serious, but we lighten it up usually.
I try to. So I hope you enjoy the show, and let's get going. So I had to choose this because we discover stuff about humans all the time, and it's not always newsworthy, right? I mean, to those who are really interested in science, it's newsworthy, but like we've discovered there's like a inner lining of within certain areas of the human being, right? Like another layer they've discovered, right? Or some new chemical that is doing this, or a new protein, all kinds of stuff.
Or something is suddenly harmful or
Right.
not harmful.
But to find out that fish have a brain microbiome and humans might have it too, I would think that if there's a brain, then there's got to be a microbiome. It has to. Your brain is sitting inside a little bath, and along.
Right, but there is like the blood-brain barrier, so. But I agree, in concept, there should be one.
So yeah, I mean, the blood-brain barrier actually kind of speaks to it a little bit more. There's a filter that keeps whatever is going on in your brain, in your skull, from seeping down into anything else. But there's a liquid. So you have a hard outer shell, like an M&M. And then on the inside is gray matter, right? So just like an M&M, it has chocolate. Now, right in between the M&M's hard outer layer And the squishy inner, there is a tiny little layer that separates the chocolate from the where the two have bonded together. And we have that too. It's actually like a little skin kind of a thing inside our skull. And that holds liquid, but not enough to cause pressure building up, but it helps in keeping everything alive, solving friction and minimal jostling, right? So it stabilizes it inside this little kind of a gel filled kind of bag.
It's actually inside the arachnoid, which sounds really odd because that sounds like a
Spider.
spider.
Yeah. And so so this is really interesting. To me, it makes sense that we have a microbiome. So the discovery that other vertebrates have healthy microbial brains is fueling questions about our own brains. So now we're going to look at our own brains, and we might have a microbiome. Yasmin
This might blow
Slapakoglu.
open all brain science.
Can you imagine if there's a chemistry difference, like a fundamental chemistry difference?
Right. Like I'm thinking like if something is off, maybe your microbiome is affected or something, and we don't even know it exists. So of course we can't treat it.
Yeah, and that's what I keep saying about stuff, that we keep discovering something new. It's the prevailing information. It's both encouraging and discouraging because they'll say, this is the best damn thing to ever do, blah, blah, blah. And then 5 years later, people are like, hell no, shouldn't have been doing that.
Yeah, don't ever have whatever that is.
Yeah, that water was really bad over at East Palestine. So Yasmin Saplakoglu from Quanta Magazine put this article together, and it's actually posted at Smithsonian Magazine or smithsonianmag.com. It says, bacteria are in, around, and all over us. I've got bacteria on me. Ew. Yeah, that makes me want to just go full bubble boy. Like full on.
Yeah, but they might be in the bubble with you.
Body condom, that kind of thing. Dip myself in lye and then throw myself into a little body condom. So they thrive, or yeah, I don't want to diminish never mind. The way I said that. Yeah, we'll talk later. Anyway, they thrive in almost every corner of the planet, from deep sea hydrothermal vents to high up in the clouds to the crevices of your ears, mouth, nose, and gut. By the way, if we have to change the brain microbiome the same type of way that humans have to change their gut biome or other biomes, because we have biomes, we have a gut biome and we have other areas that have biomes. There's one area that I don't want to think that I have to change my brain biome the same way, which is by injecting something into it.
That sounds pretty severe.
Yeah. So the powerful blood-brain barrier, as the AI mentioned in the pre-roll of the show, or of the article, the thinking goes, keeps the organ mostly free from outside invaders, but we are sure that a healthy human brain doesn't have a microbiome of its own. Are we sure? Don't know. Over the last decade, initial studies have presented conflicting evidence. The idea has remained controversial given the difficulty of obtaining healthy, uncontaminated human brain tissue that could be used to study possible microbial inhabitants. I don't know. You know what? That actually stands to reason because, see, I want to make a joke, but I think it'll be taken too seriously. Anyway, recently, were you going to say something?
I lost it.
So recently, a study published in Science Advances provided the strongest evidence yet that a brain microbiome can and does exist in healthy vertebrates, fish specifically. Researchers at the University of New Mexico discovered communities of bacteria thriving in salmon and trout brains. Many of the microbial, and it's two. It's not just an anomalous one, there's two.
Right, which suggests it's probably quite a few more, or maybe all of them.
Anything with a brain, right? So many of the microbial species have special adaptations that allow them to survive in brain tissue, as well as techniques to cross protective blood-brain barrier. Matthew Ulm, a physiologist who studies the human microbiome at the University of Colorado Boulder and was not involved in the study, says it is inherently skeptical of the idea that populations of microbes could live in the brain, he said. But he found the new research convincing. This is concrete evidence that brain microbiomes do exist in vertebrates. And so the idea that humans have a microbiome is not outlandish. Why wouldn't we, even if it is sterile and devoid of bacteria?
I think that's the reason why we don't start with the concept that that exists, but I don't know.
It would be a sterile microbiome, right? Or we just haven't found the one thing that's hanging out, you know?
Right, or it's just we don't recognize that it's either necessary or
it's just hard to find.
We can't even detect it, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I've had MRIs and the doctors say we didn't find anything.
You're very unremarkable on that scan. But yeah, I think part of the problem is, and the article pointed it out, like, how are you really going to do brain research on a human? It's very challenging to do that if somebody's still alive.
Yeah, and look for volunteers. Somebody's going to say yes. Right? Right? I mean, and if you don't disclose everything, I'm
running a scan is one thing. It's another thing to be like taking samples or something.
Well, I mean, you could just be the alpha tester for some new technology. I'm sure that's happened in the recent past. Anyway, for years, Irene Salinas has been fascinated by a simple physiological fact. The distance between the nose and the brain is quite small. The evolutionary immunologist who works at the University of New Mexico studies mucosal immune systems in fish to better understand how human versions of these systems, such as our intestinal lining and nasal cavity, work. The nose, she knows, is loaded with bacteria, and they're really, really close to the brain, mere millimeters from the olfactory bulb, which processes smell.
Be careful, you might be inhaling bacteria.
Yeah, the mic. I like doing it like that too. Anyway.
I'm not sure your viewers like you doing it like that.
ASMR. So these kinds of samples, however, are easily contaminated by bacteria in the lab or from other parts of a fish's body, which is why scientists have struggled to study this effectively. So to cover their bases, Salinas' team studied the fish's whole body microbiomes too. They sampled the rest of the fish's brains, guts, blood. They even drained blood from the capillaries of the brain to make sure that the bacteria they indeed discovered resided in the brain tissue itself. They had to go back and redo many, many times just to be sure, Salinas said, much to the chagrin of fish. The project took 5 years of fish, but even in the early days, it was clear that the fish brains weren't barren. That's going to be my steampunk name, Baron von Brain.
Even the sound of fish brains sounds unusual.
What the heck was that? There was some rustling sound. Anyway, you did not find your Terminator body, did you? Oh, God.
I'm still looking for it.
That's exactly what a sentient AI from the future that's been seeking its Terminator body would say when it makes some weird noise that is never expected from a sentient AI that's trapped on an M.2 drive. What the heck was that?
Are you sure it came from the sentient AI?
Oh, God. Don't play mind games with me.
I didn't hear the sound, so I don't know what it was.
Again, that's exactly what a sentient AI from the future that's seeking its Terminator body would say to a mere human. Oh, I am so worried now. Well, by comparing microbial DNA from the brain to that collected from other organs, her lab found a subset of species that didn't appear elsewhere in the body. Salinas hypothesized that these species may have colonized the fish's brain early in their development before their blood-brain barriers had fully formed. They have blood-brain barriers too?
I didn't know that. I didn't know there was much similarity between a fish and a human.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Again, the humans' hubris, which is ironic considering what we're talking about. Anyway, I love this. So impenetrable or not, bacteria have been found living in just about every human organ, but to many scientists, the brain is a step too far. The blood-brain barrier. Can you imagine? Just imagine if we are actually bacteria. What's going on in our head is nothing but a
Right, like
colony
where we
of
think we have
bacteria.
bright individuals or whatever. Nope, it's just a bunch of bacteria jumping
Piloting.
around.
There, like in Men in Black, where the dude's head opens up and there's a little
That's
alien.
right. This article probably belongs also in RealityHacker, but we had that show yesterday.
Oh my God, this is awesome. So there's no reason if fish have them that you wouldn't have them, or that mice wouldn't have them. Link says. Link is.
I think that
here.
was the other person involved in neuro scientific research that was not on board with the concept, but said this was possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that person. Yeah, I don't see the person's. I want to be able to disclose. All right. Well, anyway, because they mentioned somebody else right above Heller, and then they skipped to a different name. So I don't see it. All right. Well, anyway, so no one believed it 10 years ago, Heller said. It's very easy to trick yourself into thinking microbes are present because microbial DNA is essentially everywhere. So it would take a lot of evidence to convince me that it does not exist, or that it does exist. There's no reason if fish have them that you wouldn't have them, or that mice wouldn't have them, says Link, which is not Heller, which said that first statement. If microbes have adapted to cross the fish blood-brain barrier and survive in the fish brain, then they could do the same in our bodies, and it's unlikely they would be present at the same levels as they are in fish, he added. But that doesn't mean there's none.
So I'm sorry, the person I was thinking of was Ohm, but Link is also somebody involved in the field but wasn't involved in this particular study. And they're basically saying that it's possible. Right, it's something else to explore, essentially. They said that earlier in the article.
Gotcha. Okay, so there you go, writers of the world. You want to sit there and put a spin on things. We are nothing more than the vehicles for a colony of bacteria to pilot around, and maybe that's what's imposing their personality on us. Because, as it says here, if they're truly present, this would suggest an extra layer of neurological regulation that we didn't know existed. Wow. It's fascinating, though, unproved proposition that bacteria in the brain are directly impacting our physiology. However, thanks to research like Salinas's, more scientists are open to the idea that healthy human brains might also be home to microbes. Can you imagine?
This is really significant.
Yeah, I think so. It opens up the idea that there is something else that could be acting upon our psyche. What if all mental disorders, right? Everything where somebody hears voices, maybe it's a colony of bacteria that are fighting, two different ones for control.
Well, and also, right. And also think about all the things that they use for studying brains, right? A lot of them are scans, but I'm assuming that bacterial activity doesn't appear on any of these scans.
No.
So this could even impact the diagnostic tools they use, not just the discoveries themselves.
Your brain test would, or your blood tests would now have to require a brain blood test.
Right, because it wouldn't help to just obtain a sample from your arm or wherever.
Yeah. Yeah. So many neurological conditions could be based on a bacterial infection of your brain that you wouldn't even know because it doesn't get down into.
Because right now they don't really think it's possible.
Right. Yeah. Fascinating. And all the medication and stuff like that is
Doesn't
built
reach
on.
your brain, or a lot of it doesn't.
And so you're treating the symptoms, but you're not actually treating the patient because the patient is bacteria. What? So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists say something may have visited the solar system and we spent so long on that article.
But that was really fascinating.
Yeah, that could have been a show all by itself. So for billions of years, it's kept our system well organized, basically the sun, and organized through the influence of its powerful gravity. All the planets revolve around it on roughly the same plane, and they also move in the same direction. Even so, there are slight anomalies in the architecture of the stellar neighborhood. So it's an as yet to be peer-reviewed study. The article is by Frank Landemore over at The Byte under the website futurism.com. So they say it suggests that an enormous interstellar object up to 50 times the mass of Jupiter may have been responsible for stirring the planets out of their original orbits, showing that perhaps even not even the sun can protect us from the chaos caused by foreign intruders. The work joins other studies that have proposed interstellar flybys to explain eccentricities in the orbits of certain objects in the solar system. Like whatchamacallit is on its side. There's another one that's off kilter.
Oh, is it Neptune?
Yeah, I think Neptune and I think Pluto is off Uranus. There's one that Uranus is also wonky. They talk about it here, actually. Still, a few wrinkles remain. The orbits of gas giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, exhibit puzzling eccentricities that the researchers argue aren't satisfyingly explained by current migration theories. Well, yeah, most science suggests that planets form through accretion. And so the aggregate masses of a bunch of material conglomerate around one that has higher gravitational forces, and it just kind of piles on, and then it starts spinning, and because something will hit it off center and it'll start spinning, and then as pressure increases, its core becomes molten. Maybe some iron settles into the center of it and starts spinning more, creating a magnetic field, along with the other minerals on the outside. And lo and behold, you get Earth. But if something smashes into something nearby and spits out a moon, then that causes some gravitational changes and so on. It's all pretty neat, right? Well, they say here, so perhaps it wasn't just internal mechanisms because of these oddities like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
Is this like the idea where the asteroid getting knocked off course could do something much more dramatic?
Yeah, like it can fly by us really close, or it can actually hit us eventually because we calculated incorrectly because we, like a lot of stuff is in stasis, right? It's locked in, has been for millions of years. But something on the outside could be zooming past us, and something really big did. And that's what they're saying here. So through computer simulations, the researchers estimate that the probability of this happening is 1 in 100, which are pretty good odds in the field. Something could zip by and impact the solar system by smashing into a planet, because we don't know where everything is. I think we see 1% of the night sky.
Right. I
Just
mean, which is not a lot.
yeah. Considering it depends on what you're talking, because vision is measured in arc seconds, and it's kind of a hot
Right.
mess. I was going to do a search for something real quick, but now I don't know what it is, so I'll just move on. So yeah, maybe at some point, whatever it was that visited us, something else will visit us and influence our gravitational field. Yay. And that's what I'm voting for. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Stanford experts sound alarm on remarkably harmful toxin. The U.S. aims to replace lead pipes to combat ongoing exposure risks. Researchers stress urgent action on policies and alternatives to curb global lead contamination. The administration recently announced plans to replace all lead pipes in the U.S. as a reminder that the toxic metal remains a threat, even in a country that's removed it from pretty much everywhere. But lead pipes
But
actually
not
still
really,
exist.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the remarkably harmful toxin appears to be lead. But it's a heavy metal. It was in paint. It was in gasoline. It actually still is used in some things. Some things like tin sometimes have lead in them. Pewter sometimes has lead in them. You have to be careful about the age of it, but it's being removed actively. Stanford University put this article together, and it's published over at scitechdaily.com. They say lead is a remarkably harmful toxin, says Luby. Stephen Luby and Jenna Forsyth have spent years examining the widespread presence of lead in low-income countries, including in some commonly consumed products. They led a perspective published on November 5th at the Lancet Public Health that tallies lead's global health and economic costs in a study in the November issue of Science of the Total Environment, which we've heard of before. We don't want these.
Oh, right. We don't want the partial environment one.
We don't want, yeah, that journal is right out. Anyway, that highlights the urgent challenge of lead contamination in South Asian turmeric. Shit. Never heard about that. Anyway, so I'm going to have to go and grab my container of turmeric and do a damn lead test.
Yes, and while it might be nice not knowing, it's better to know on these kind of things. Because you
Yeah.
don't want to be ingesting things that are toxic for years.
It's not just years. It's a heavy metal that actually crosses the blood-brain barrier.
Well, maybe it can at least explore for the microbiome.
Oh, there you go. Hey, just eat some turmeric and ask it while it's going down to cross into the blood-brain barrier, and ask the bacteria that's piloting me, are you really bacteria that's piloting this body? And then somehow, eventually, they'll know. It can talk to me. I'm sure if I consume enough lead, I'll hear voices
Right. I don't think you want to though.
of the other bacteria that's up there. Yeah, if you're wondering what this comment is all about, go back to the last two articles.
2 articles ago.
Yeah. So the key hurdles include overcoming the pushback from industries that, like tobacco companies, have a financial incentive in continuing to generate a product that kills millions of people every year. This requires a clear-eyed view of the enormous human and environmental costs, health costs, of having lead in the economy. So for me, I think that, and there's some scientific research that suggests that things like sociopathy, psychopathy are bound by lead, because up until, well, I think something like 92, lead was still allowed in certain things. It wasn't phased out entirely.
Yeah, it was pretty recent, even in the United States, which we
was,
know it has to be still present in a lot of countries.
It's still, or was still allowed until like 98 or something like that, in a type of gasoline. Well, anyway, they go into greater detail about all of this, but that's essentially what they're talking about. In your research on lead acid batteries, you highlight their significant contribution to global lead use. What alternative technologies hold the most promise? They say currently lithium ion batteries are lighter, last longer, and are lower total cost of ownership than lead acid batteries, but there's a massive infrastructure for lead acid batteries. And they're longer term. Like you have to have a different charging circuit and all of that for lithium ion. It's more complex, more sensitive. And if a lithium ion battery cracks open, it will catch fire and flame out and cost tens of thousands of gallons of water that run off with lithium embedded in it into the groundwater. So there's some negatives to even lithium ion batteries, but if we can get rid of lead,
then that's probably a win. And you're right, it was 1996 when it was completely phased out in the US for gasoline.
yeah, pretty wild. So we knew it back in the 70s. It started to get phased out with conventional vehicle lead gas being removed. But that didn't even happen until sometime in the 80s, totally. Yeah, so pretty twisted. We know it's horrible for everything from fish to humans to everything in between. Mollusks, for crying out loud, are found with lead. At some point they were. Now it's microplastics and nanoplastics. But so they have this paper called Removing Lead from the Global Economy, and they go into greater detail, but they're mostly speaking of quote unquote third world countries. In my view, the only reason a third world country is a third world country is because they were predated on by prior countries, taking them over and pilfering. But that is cultural relativism. We just shouldn't allow it to happen anymore as a society.
Absolutely. And it looks like they're focused, at least for now, on Bangladesh. And then they went into India and Pakistan as well. That doesn't mean if you're outside of those countries, you're not impacted, because your country could be importing from those, or they haven't located all the sources of it either.
Yeah, and
differing environmental regs in different locations, etc.
And even in your country, you may not know that there are lead pipes that are running. Like if people knew that there were lead pipes running to that Michigan town, what was it called again?
Oh no.
We just talked about it too.
I know.
Sorry. It happens so often.
Flint.
Yeah, perfect. So thank you so much. We talk about these PSA style comments so often that I'm like getting lost in the shuffle sometimes. But Flint, if people knew about it in Flint, not the plurality, and if they did know about it in the plurality, they were told what I was told, that because there was buildup over the decades prior, the lead wasn't leaching into the system, into the actual water system, the drinkable water supply. But because they changed the source water, which etched all of the lining of the lead pipes, because there was a buildup, like a silt buildup that protected from the lead being leached out. But when they changed the water, the acidity of the alkaline level of the other water supply removed that coating of natural buildup, and lead started getting leached into the water of Flint. But if anybody had known about it, and they did apparently, they didn't tell the public, and the public couldn't rise up and say, remove it, change the water supply, whatever, until it was too late. So to save a couple $1,000s a month, they destroyed an entire community. So we need to remove lead from everything. It has no useful purpose anymore except to maybe stop radiation. Oh, we need lead. I guess we need to.
No, we need to get rid of all. Well, we don't even know where some of the toxins are.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, let's keep on moving. This next article is over in Technology Today. Revolutionary micro robots, I refer to them as microbots, shrink tumors in groundbreaking study. This is awesome. So researchers at Caltech have developed a bioresorbable acoustic micro robot capable of delivering therapeutic drugs precisely to targeted areas within the body. These spherical hydrogel based micro robots equipped with magnetic particles, nanoparticles, to navigate and a drug release mechanism have successfully shrunk bladder tumors in mice. The technology promises advancements in targeted drug delivery and precise surgery. This is pretty damn brilliant. Basically using magnetic nanoparticles distributed inside a hydrogel-based robot. And then from the outside, they can pilot these things into a location.
This is absolutely ridiculous. It also, it's interesting in light of the other hand, the kind of the DNA hand research that we just did.
Yeah, the stuff that we talked about yesterday.
Sorry, that we talked about. We didn't do the research.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yep. So California Institute of Technology put this article together, and it's published at scitechdaily.com. In this instance, we don't have an actual author name. That's the byline, though. So in the future, delivering therapeutic drugs precisely where they're needed in the body might be the job of miniature robots, not metal humanoids or bio-inspired machines, but tiny bubble-like spheres. These little guys right here. You'd need a lot of them, I suppose, right?
I guess so.
One really concentrated. They're kind of dirty, though. Come on. You got to polish your balls. We designed a single platform that can address all of the problems, says Y. Gao, professor of medical engineering at Caltech, Heritage Medical Research Institute investigator, and co-corresponding author of the new paper about the bots, which the team called Bioresorbable Acoustic Micro Robots, or BAM. It's pretty cool. So the concept,
maybe that's the sound they make when they deliver the drug.
That's right. BAM. So the concept of micro or nano robots is not new. True. People have been developing versions of these over the past 2 decades. However, thus far, their application in living systems have been limited to because it's extremely challenging to move the objects with any precision in complex biofluids such as blood, urine, saliva, Gao says. So the robots have to be biocompatible and bioresorbable, meaning that they leave nothing toxic behind in the body. So this says here, the flow pattern, there's a picture of what I suspect is the polarity of the sphere. And it says the flow patterns generated by an acoustic hydrogel micro robot vibrating at its resonant frequency, were analyzed using advanced methods. That's such a wavy hand thingy.
I know. It's like, okay, what is that?
What did they do? Including tracking tiny particles in water and computer-based simulations. The position of the micro robot's 2 openings are clearly visible here. Oh, so there's something inside it. Okay. I knew that there was a package for the medicine, but it appears that there's something else inside it. Hydrogels are materials that start out as liquid or resin form and become solid when the network of polymers found within them become cross-linked or harden. This structure and the composition enables hydrogels to retain large amounts of fluid, making many of them, biocompatible. The additive manufacturing fabrication method also enables the outer sphere to carry therapeutic cargo to a target site within the body. That's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
They say that this particular shape, this sphere, is very complicated, Greer writes. Let's see here. Caltech's Julia R. Greer, the Reuben F. and Donna Metler Professor of Material Science, Mechanics, and Medical Engineering, the Fletcher Jones Foundation Director of the Kavli Nanoscience Institute, and co-corresponding author of the paper. That jersey is like 6 feet wide.
Yeah.
For all of that. Jeepers creepers. So Greer writes that it's a very complicated sphere. It's very complicated to write. You have to know certain tricks of the trade to keep the spheres from collapsing on themselves. We were able to not only synthesize the resin that contains all of the biofunctionalization and all of the medically necessary elements, but we were able to write them in a precise spherical shape with the necessary cavity. So they 3D printed it.
That's interesting. I mean, I think the more targeted they can make these, probably the efficacy goes up.
Yeah, because you're not wondering how much of the, what do they call that?
Or did it even make it?
Yeah, exactly. There's a, what do they call it? The absorption rate of the medicine. Because the only thing that you'd be able to test is whatever is lingering in the blood.
Right. Yeah, or symptoms or something.
I guess that's why they're like, oh, that one died. I guess they didn't get enough. Everybody else lived. That would be another interesting thing. Like the bioabsorption is not enough. So how do you change that? Well, you make it so that it's magnetically or directed in some way, sound, delivered directly into whatever area you need it. It's called imaging guided bioresorbable acoustic hydrogel micro robots. And they have a whole bunch of people involved. So they think it's a very promising platform for drug delivery and precision surgery. Looking to the future, they could evaluate using this robot as a platform to deliver different types of therapeutic payloads or agents for different conditions. And in the long term, we hope to test this in humans. I'll do it.
You'll take one for the the human race.
Sure. What? Can you dose me with a cup of coffee? Just some caffeine.
Like inject it directly?
Yeah, using these micro robots. That might be fun. All right. We're running really long, folks. This is our last article, though. This next article and our last one for Technology Today for December 15th is it's over in Technology Today. Scientists solve evolutionary mystery of butterfly and moth wing colors. I've always wondered, like, why, because a moth goes into a cocoon and it becomes a liquid in there. It decomposes entirely into a liquid and morphs into a butterfly.
Well, that is interesting. So is it like the chemicals or something that make up the
genetics,
color patterns?
Yeah, it's got to be, right? But this is what they're figuring out here. So butterfly and moth wing color variations, long attributed to the cortex gene, are actually controlled by a microRNA, or MIR193 to be specific, which progresses pigmentation genes. This discovery, conserved across species, highlights the crucial role of non-coding RNAs in phenotypic diversity. Butterflies and moths, or lepidopterans, display an extraordinary variety of wing color patterns. So the article is by the National University of Singapore, and it was published by scitechdaily.com. And it says that these species have a showcase of black and white or dark and bright variations due to the presence or absence of melanin. These variations often serve as classic examples of natural selection and evolution. Notable cases include the rapid rise of the melanic form of the British peppered moth, which adapted to the soot-darkened environment of the late 19th century United Kingdom during industrialization, and the mimetic diversity of the heliconius butterflies. That's
is this one of these where they had adaptations based on the conditions in their environment?
And yeah, that's pretty much adaptations, right? So
right.
The butterflies changed to survive because the ones that happened to deviate towards the industrialized bleakness of color on the walls and at night everywhere, they survived, so they were able to reproduce.
Interesting.
So they kept on darkening so that they wouldn't be consumed. So over the past 2 decades, scientists discovered that the majority of melanic wing color variants are controlled by a single genomic region surrounding the protein coding gene cortex. It was assumed then that the cortex was the melanic color switch. A team of international researchers from Singapore, Japan, United States, led by Dr. Professor Antonia Monteiro and Dr. Shen Tian from the Department of Biological Sciences at the National University of Singapore, or NUS, discovered that cortex does not affect melanic coloration. Instead, a previously ignored microRNA is the actual color switch. I wonder if they removed that microRNA.
Right. What happened?
What ended up happening? This might have happened. So there was copy degradation, it's no longer as dark.
Right.
So they inspired them to test the function of some other genomic features within the genomic region, or microRNAs. They conducted the research as a postdoctoral researcher at my goodness, I want to give this person so much more. Professor Monteiro's laboratory at NUS, and is now
Would you go get your PhD already?
Just get your damn PhD. I mean, they're a professor. So
okay.
Is that how they wanted to be attributed? Professor and not doctor? Are they not a doctor? Not a doctor.
We don't know, so let's not claim they are one.
I need closure. Sentient AI. Go. So anyway, while previous studies exclusively focused on the role of the cortex in generating melanic color variations, this work brings a twist to the long-standing hypothesis that demonstrates that a small non-protein coding RNA is the switch that, by being expressed or not expressed, brings all the diversity of the melanic wing color variations in nature. That's fascinating. So you look a little harder and you find something else. Watch, it's going to be there as a tiny little bacteria that's attached to the...
Exactly. That's going to be really interesting.
We're nothing but bacteria. Goodness. So Dr. Tian said that the role of non-coding RNAs in phenotypic diversification is largely understudied. This study prompts further investigation on how non-coding RNAs such as miRNA, can contribute to phenotypic diversifications in organisms. Dun, dun, dun. So throw some of that miRNA into me and see if I grow pretty, pretty butterfly wings.
Oh, wow. By the way, I was looking up the professor, and it appears that they have a master's in science.
Oh my God. Is this not the lead cheerleader for not needing a PhD?
Well, it's interesting because, like, this person has a bunch of patents and other things, so maybe they've focused somewhat outside of academia.
Yeah, probably maybe the professional space,
Mm-hmm.
like converting this stuff into businesses and whatnot, technology exchanges and all that. That's okay. At any rate, we are going to turn into our liquid state, and when we crack out of our cocoon, we will be back at the front page of Technology Today for ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. I'm going to hurry now. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to say bye.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today. I'm trying to talk at double speed.
And poof, we're gone. Okay, now we're... Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech. It's an automotive news show. We talk about 5 articles each weekend, and then if you go over to Four Wheel Tech, the channel at ohmtown.com, you'll get more information, but it's better if you just go to ohmtown.com and check out the whole site. It's a news aggregation site that filters out all of the noise, just puts a little bit of a headline and a short snippet of what the content is. And if it piques your curiosity, you can go over there. I am Merwat. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. The Honda CRX should have been sold with 2 engines, a supercharged wheelbarrow, the Charger Daytona EV, a USS Enterprise license plate, and incoming same price as outgoing. Again, I'm Mayor Watt. Along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about those 5 articles. It's supposed to take 30 minutes, so I hope you stick around. Then follow us on Twitch and on YouTube and download the podcast. And there's a Discord, Patreon, TikTok. I don't know. What else? We're everywhere. The podcast.
I think that's about it.
Yeah, download the podcast too. 5-star review. I don't know. We're just vamping. See you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Pick up that can. Let's get into it. The first article is over in 4-wheel tag. Every Honda CRX should have come with 2 engines.
Now, does this mean 1 engine isn't enough?
I think it's because the first engine gets ruined prematurely.
Okay.
I think that's where they're going with this. But the Honda CRX was an economy car ahead of its time. Its chassis was well designed and the weight was stripped back, making it a fun and exciting driver, while still keeping its fuel-sipping roots. But what would happen if you put an engine in the back hatch to power the rear wheels? Well, it turns out that apparently somebody's done that. So we're both kind of off, I guess. Car and driver built this tiny supercar
Take that in the
1980s.
narrow or the broad sense.
Bradley Brownell over at jalopnik.com. And by the way, all of our articles today seem to be by Jalopnik. I guess they do the quality writing that everybody really respects and likes. I certainly love their snark, so I champion their cause. Go over to them, subscribe. We just kind of tease the topics a little bit and send you over there. So we give our 2 bits of opinion. One of us has had experience in pretty much something involving the article. It depends on how tertiary you want to look at it. But so the Honda CRX was an economy car ahead of its time. This might turn the little 2-seater into an incredibly fun all-wheel drive ripper that could keep up with just about anything in its era. They say, I mean, sure, it's only making about 220 horsepower with a 1.8 or with 2 1.8 liter engines, but that's double what a stock CRX could make. Again, this is by Bradley Brownell. If you want all of today's articles, you can hit FWT in chat, and that will spit out all of today's articles. Thank you, Umatron. Okay.
So are there other cars that actually have 2 engines? Like, not stock, right?
Not ICE. EVs, yes. They actually, some put a small motor on. So engine is ICE, motor is electric. So 2 different animals. So a motor can sometimes be one with a transaxle that powers all 4 tires, or one that only powers 2 tires, or you can actually get some that have 4 motors inside the hubs, or attached to the wheels in some way on some EVs. So there's much more flexibility with EVs than there are with, just because they're compact and their immediate torque and all of that kind of stuff. Whereas ICE vehicles need a torque converter and drive shafts, differential, or another type of transmission that feeds power to all 4 in some way. So you won't see this kind of vehicle probably anywhere ever anymore, unless it's an experiment. So, and they say that this one was built back in the 80s.
That's interesting.
So in the 1980s, Car and Driver built this incredible twin-engine car dubbed the CRX Squared. The base car was a standard 1.3-liter carbureted 1984 Honda CRX, making about 60 horsepower. Really?
Wait, that seems really low.
I think my lawnmower has more than 60 horsepower.
I think another thing in the articles today may have more power than that.
My gosh. Yeah, anything has more power than that now. So going back to the drawing board, they called Honda and asked for a couple of larger 1.8 liter engines from the new third generation Honda Accord, making a whopping 99 horsepower.
Wow.
It was a svelte 28 or 2,700 pounds, but it could go from 0 to 60 in 6.2 seconds. I don't know if that's good or bad for a
Right.
2,700 pound car.
And I also don't know if it's good or bad at that time.
Gosh, the temporal relativism, we're just lost now, right? Because you can hit 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, easy mode in an EV.
Exactly. Like it seems like the stats are incorrect
So the
because
little,
of the comparison with today's cars.
yeah, and the time. I mean, plus, like the last time that we worried about the expanse of car performance, it's been a while. It's been a tick, but we gotta. I guess we need to bone up on that kind of stuff because we're talking about automotive technology.
Yeah, we should probably have some knowledge in that area. I know you do.
Yeah, just I don't know what the current trend is for ICE vehicles because everything that I've been like reading about and talking about has been electric. So, and hybrid, I want hybrid. I don't want all electric plug-in anymore. So I don't like. Well, I loved where the dream was, the ambition was. Where we landed was like a albatross. Just bleh. We got what we got. I don't like what we got.
Right. Well, for 0 to 60, it looks like the fastest is 1.74 seconds, but that's not the average, of course.
That might be like a Porsche.
That's uh, oh, it's actually an EV, a Rimac Nevera.
Oh, yeah.
But in fact, all of these are like electric or hybrid in the top
Yeah,
rankings, at least. And then it looks like there's a Porsche 911,
911.
911. That's an ICE. That's 2.1 seconds.
Oh, 2.1. Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
it's like the rest
All
of
the
them seem to
EVs.
be EVs and hybrids. Yeah.
And the reason why that is because with electric motors, the torque is immediately on power, whereas an ICE vehicle has to spool up a turbo and has a torque converter and a transmission to delay might be present. So it just has to spool up and then you get your power. Anyway, it might not seem like it's 2024, but this thing has a little acceleration monster that or by contemporary standards. Could you imagine Car and Driver building something like this today? No, not unless it's a
Well, no,
technology. Yeah.
unless they amp it up, right?
Yeah. And it has to be a technology demonstration from some EV manufacturer just to say, look, we can do this at Car and Driver with the budget of a major developer.
Right.
All right. Let's keep going. The next article is over on Four Wheel Tech. Everyone, and I mean everyone, needs a supercharged wheelbarrow hot rod.
This is what I was referencing, by the way. I figured this had more horsepower.
Oh, right. I don't know if this is what I saw recently, where they basically, I saw a video, and if this is this, then I cannot believe that I saw something randomly that's on here.
I don't think it is, but I think that's why it drew attention when submitting.
So I saw recently a person get on the back of a wheelbarrow, start it up, and drive through a crowd down a street. And it's not this, you don't think?
I don't think it is, but maybe I'm just thinking it's not the same video because I did glance at this.
Oh, did you? Okay. Well, let's go on over to oh, this is not it. This can't be it. Okay, so I've never seen anything more deserving of the title contraption. Looks like a rat rod.
I think they converted wheelbarrow, and whereas the other one is like a wheelbarrow in its original form, but amped up or whatever.
Yeah, they attached
because I think they were standing on the other one.
Yeah, you know those riding mowers where you stand behind them, you don't sit on them, and you control it by basically like bicycle handlebars and it turns.
Right. Or like a snowmobile or something. Well, no, because that would be seated. Maybe like a jet ski.
Jet ski, yeah. There's different kinds of jet skis. Ones that are like motorcycles where you sit on them, and ones that stand. So this, the one that I saw was, yeah, it was like a actual wheelbarrow, and he had like welded little stands on it so you could stand on top of it, and then it was driving it like a motorcycle, but it was a wheelbarrow. This is taking a wheelbarrow and cutting it up, welding it all together, and putting it on a chassis and all of that. This is kind of cheating. You're just using it as a frame. Come on. I dig it though. It says 40 miles per hour wheelbarrow blows up. This is not the one that is a real wheelbarrow. So if you aren't following Cars and Cameras YouTube channel by now, you really should, because these hooligans are constantly coming up with more bonkers shit from the minds of the host. Bradley Brownell over at jalopnik.com put this article together too. These are some folks that seem like they'd be real cool to be friends with, because they push you to the next level of doing your dumb idea.
Oh no, that's like hold my beer.
Yeah. So they have a video. I won't play the whole video. Oh yeah, the music just cut off again. Doggone it. I'll play it. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for it. Oh, there's an ad. Skip. So those in the podcast, it basically looks like a go-kart.
What are those? Yeah, a go-kart. It's pretty speedy.
Yeah, so it looks like a go-kart. It goes about 40 miles per hour. I mean, I get it. But if you want to really impress me, you make that one that we saw.
Like you keep the wheelbarrow intact and then make it into a hot rod or whatever.
Yeah, that one wheel had better be doing 40 miles per hour, and it is the thing that's holding up the wheelbarrow. But it looked like a chariot, the way that it was designed. So you hold on to the wheelbarrow.
Yes, that's actually what it reminds me of. I couldn't think of, like, I know there's some vehicle that is exactly like that.
Yeah. So this is pretty cool. Most of their contraptions are built from small displacement engines, making less than 15 horse ponies. This rad little rolling death trap doesn't get a trip to the dyno, but it revs at 7,000 RPM and pushes a full-size adult sitting crisscross applesauce. Sauce. There's an S instead of a C. Sauce. To seriously lethal speeds. Yeah, they don't really talk much about it, but I think this is more of a push to Cars and Cameras on YouTube. Go check it out. Well,
exactly, but that might be worth checking out as well.
It's sparking, and that, I don't know if that's intentional sparking, but y'all can get in trouble for doing that because it's messing up the road. Sometimes it gouges out areas of the road to get that spark.
Well, I'm not sure it's doing it intentionally, so.
Man, I don't think this guy's wearing leathers or anything other than a helmet.
That looks like it could get real hot real quickly based on where the seat is compared to where the sparks are.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be singeing your butthole. All right. The next article is over in four-wheel tech as well. 2024 Dodge Charger Daytona EV is convincing muscle car cosplay.
Ouch.
Really? Wow. Yeah, take a stab. So jalopnik.com is where this is at. Andy Kolmowitz put this article together, and there is the 2024 Dodge Charger Daytona. Dodge's all-electric Charger Daytona looks like a muscle car, drives like a muscle car, and even sounds like a muscle car, but they're still not sure it is one. It sounds like a muscle car because it actually synthesizes the sound of the exhaust.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would have that, but I know people don't like it without the sound.
Yeah.
Especially on certain types of cars.
Yeah. See, I kind of dig this. I would like to have this kind of a car. If I could have an EV that would only take like 5 minutes to charge, I would like it to be this. I would also love an SUV because I've got more than two people that want to sit comfortably in a car. But yeah, I had a similar car to this long ago, and would love a EV version of it. They say the new Charger is being billed as the first electric muscle car because you really shouldn't count the Mustang Mach-E. Ding! I get that. I don't count the Mustang Mach-E as a muscle car or even a Mustang.
No, I don't think there's any way it can be considered a muscle car.
It completely changed the design of it and whatnot. Just the aura of the Mustang as a muscle car just got diminished by the Mach-E. So for the first time in a long time, Dodge is ahead of the curve. Still, with the Charger Daytona, they may have a thoroughly modern drivetrain that could make it feel like a very big EV out there if it's applied incorrectly. The engineers and designers at Dodge put in enough thoughtful, interesting, and silly touches to make it feel like a real muscle car. But they say that there's still not an electric Charger could actually be one or not.
Well, so this kind of seems like the author has a bit of a bias away from, or right, against EVs.
Yeah.
But I guess the question is, does it drive like a regular ICE Charger?
Yeah,
Or better?
they say that it's about as close to a muscle EV or a muscle car EV as you can get. But I've always liked this. The Charger and the Challenger are two cars that I really dig. I also like the SUV from Dodge, the Dodge Nitro. I like that, but it was hell bent on destroying itself.
Well, right, and they don't make that one anymore.
Yeah, it was chonky, and I really liked it. But I like that the Charger and the Challenger have stuck to its design aesthetic and didn't, in my opinion, it didn't deviate from the ICE line, whereas the Mach-E completely went askew. So I like the aesthetic of this. The odd thing about this thing is that it has to synthesize that muscle car sound, right? Otherwise,
That's the piece that is odd to me.
yeah, I didn't
But
catch. It was yesterday. I didn't catch the name of the vehicle, but it was like a crossover, and it was backing up, and it was an electric. So when it was backing up, it sounded like it was like angels humming. It was going as it backed up, and I'm like,
interesting.
what the hell is that car doing? It was actually quite pleasant, but I didn't know I didn't pay attention at the time. I just wanted to get out of that parking lot. So they say that the dual motor setup mentioned, you know how I mentioned that earlier, does a car ever come with multiple? Yeah, so EVs can do it a lot easier than ICE vehicles. So the dual motor setup makes 456 horsepower and 404 pound-feet of torque. So that's enough to get this 5,700 pound, 206-inch long liftback coupe from 0 to 60 in just 4.6 seconds. So almost, what, three
I mean,
times,
it's better than the Honda CR-V from the 80s.
more than twice the weight, a second engine, making over four times the amount of horsepower. Of course, it was also much bigger. This is much bigger, but it is twice the weight. So it says, and you get 308 mile EPA estimated range from the 100 kilowatt battery, but then you have to sit for 8 hours to get that all back.
Well, that's true.
We don't even know what the price of this yet, though, is. It says the Scat Pack shares the motor with the RT, just cranked up to 11. They can pump out 630 horsepower at a whopping 627 pound-feet of torque. 0 to 60 in 3.3 seconds. Whew. That is a lot of power there. 630 horsepower. If you're not used to it, you can end up in a ditch. Anyway, they keep talking about this some more, but I think I agree with them that this is about as close as you're going to get to a retail muscle car. There's supercars that are EVs like the Rimac, but those are $250,000 vehicles.
So I don't know if this is for 2025 or 2024, but for reference, 2024 has $61,000, but the Scat Pack is $78,000, and then there's other upgrades, of course.
Oh, well, I can't justify a price like that for a vehicle. I just want to get from point A to point B. I don't necessarily have to do it at 630 horsepower, at least not anymore. I mean, when I was a wee lass to an ion, I was lass. I said lass, a wee lad. Boy, oh boy.
Okay.
Moving on. Anyway, there's a lot more to this article. Getting 308 miles out of the battery at this power
Right,
seems.
that's actually really good, right? I mean, the specs seem very good.
Wow, this article is really long. So this one, they say the Daytona Charger RT starts at 62,000, goes up to 71,000. Then you add on the Scat Pack for 70. Well, it becomes 75,200, and you add a few more options. Their package ended up $86,000 as tested. So they say that's a lot for a Dodge, but if you do get a lot of performance and you can count on the fact that the cars will qualify for the full $7,500 federal EV tax, if it's still allowed. So it says if those prices they're willing to pay, then good news. Two-door Charger Daytonas are just starting to hit the dealers as 2024 models for regulatory reasons, because I think that the $7,500 federal EV tax is going to be going away.
Right, I think it may be going away in 2025.
So good luck, everybody. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Four Wheel Tech channel. Star Trek fan gets thousands of dollars in tickets because of old USS Enterprise license plate. A fan of one of the greatest science fiction franchises of all time had been getting hit with traffic tickets that are meant for other people. A Star Trek fan's love of the USS Enterprise has seen her receiving thousands of dollars worth of tickets, even though she hasn't driven her car in years and doesn't even own it, because probably somebody got the license plate. And
I wonder why that would happen or how that could happen.
this article is over at jalopnik.com. Lawrence Hodge put the article together. Despite not having driven for over 4 years, the Trekkie says she's been getting traffic tickets from all over the country. So, a fan of one of the greatest science fiction franchises, Star Trek. CBS News New York reports on the strange situation involving a 76-year-old named Beta Corey. Beta Corey is an avid Star Trek fan. I get it. They're a Trekkie too. Who did I say was the author of this? Lawrence Hodge. That's Lawrence Hodge is writing all of this. So much so that she got the Star Trek Enterprise's registry number, NCC 1701, as her license plate. This was a big deal back when she still drove, but that's not the case anymore, as Corey surrendered her plates and stopped driving back in 2020. So why are they still getting the tickets? The system.
Because somebody's inputting it and is popping up or something.
But if she doesn't, she surrendered the plates. She shouldn't be in the system tied to
Yeah,
them.
that's true. That's true.
Those plates were turned in. Yet every time she goes to her mailbox, she has a ticket inside. It's all because Trekkies from all over the country have the same license plate, but not even real plates. They're using novelty ones. But she, again, the problem is
You're right.
that
Like she should be not active in the system. It'd be one thing if her car is sitting there with that plate on it, right? And she's not driving.
yeah. If the plates were turned in, it shouldn't be there. Simple Google search will bring up hundreds of results for NCC 1701 plates from countless sources, and they're cheap too, with many going for $10. All of this should actually be illegal. It should be like money. You're not allowed to replicate it in the exact same.
Well, exactly. And we did have another article about novelty plates, although it wasn't specifically for Star Trek.
Yeah, it should, like, invalid or whatever in some like a when light is shined on it, it reflects like novelty or something on it, so that this doesn't take place. And again, I don't even think license plates should be realistic at all. If it can be um, accidentally seen as a legit plate, then it shouldn't be allowed.
Well, and all the ones that are featured here do look like legitimate plates, at least from a distance.
Yeah, look at that, man. This could be like Arizona or whatever. You can blame the police for being a numbskull about it. License plate surrounds, though, that doesn't mean anything. Go ahead all day.
Right.
Well, anyway, they say, while all this may seem like frustrating, but somewhat funny matter, it's been stressful for Corey. She constantly is receiving tickets. This has made it harder by the fact that she's both hard of hearing and has sight issues, and she can't keep up with responding to them all. I've run out of ink. I've run out of stamps. She has to pay for this? What the hell? No. Why doesn't somebody just...
No, she's trying to write letters to the DMV or equivalent.
Right, and to the people. But anyway, so it says here, luckily, Corey's story caught the attention of some New York lawmakers and lawyers. CBS reports several lawmakers have said that they're going to try to help Corey, and a lawyer agreed to meet with her and work pro bono to get her out of the situation. But what is the problem? What is the situation? Like, I understand.
Well, she's getting tickets assessed against her.
Yeah,
So
but it's
obviously
because of the
there's another
DMV.
problem. Exactly.
And it says
Yeah,
it
but
here.
you know, a person can't get that unwound without some serious hoops. Like, we can all see this article and go, well, she's obviously not responsible for these, but the problem is they are showing up as tied to her.
Yeah. A phone call to the DMV should be, hey, I used to have these plates and I'm still getting tickets. I'm not involved in this. I could fix it on Monday.
Yeah,
Give me her
but
number.
that sounds a little too easy.
Hey, I'm going to fax over the fact that she gave me a limited power of attorney. I'm calling on her behalf to fix this. It should be that easy.
Have you ever tried to unwind some improper data from a system that's carried across multiple systems?
Okay, inside joke. Yeah, I got pulled over once, and it took them 3 hours to unscrew the light bulb, even though it was a mistake in New York, and I'm in a completely different state.
Well, I wasn't even referencing that, but yes.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Yeah, okay. Oh, the other one. Yeah, well, that was my fault. Anywho, let's move on. Next article is over, and our last one for today's four-wheel tech. 2025 Toyota 4Runner starting price is just $120 more than the outgoing generation. Toyota, are you feeling okay?
Well, that either means to me that they hiked their prices in 2024 or what in the world? I mean, this is way too reasonable.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, did you guys stroke out or something? Is everything okay? Toyota has finally released the pricing for the actually brand new 2025 4Runner, and surprisingly, it's starting at just under $120 more. It's not even $120, just under the 4Runner. So don't be fooled, though. Go to one of the new 4Runner's new hybrid powertrains and or new off-road trims, and you're looking at much pricier SUV starting prices. All right, 4Runner. It wants to be cool, but it looks like it's just a little swole. Like it has an infection or something, you know? Like everything's a little bulbous. Just little round, little. It hasn't been working out swole. It's swollen like it's allergic to bees.
Oh, no.
Or guacamole. Or what was it? Yeah, it was guacamole that somebody
It was
allergic
avocado.
to. Oh, avocado. That's right. Yeah.
Which is essentially the same thing.
Why? Anyway, so why are you making avocado out of? Why are you making guacamole out of this? Anyway, the all-new 4Runner is a long time coming. The model has a huge following and has been on sale largely unchanged since the outgoing generation debuted. Really? In 2009? And it hasn't in 2010.
Do you think it's one of those models that people get so bent out of shape? Oh, I don't know, like maybe the Mustang, when they
Mustang.
redesign it.
Did you just call me out about the Mustang getting bent out of shape too?
Actually, I think that's probably all Mustang customers, but
Anybody who's like old school Mustang. Anyway, um, yeah, because I know people that have um, Forerunner Toyota, and I want a Toyota Forerunner, but I I want hybrid. So get me a damn hybrid, hydrogen powered hybrid that has that fuel cell from Toyota.
well, looks like they do have the hybrid.
Yeah, but it's not hydrogen. Was that you?
Um,
There was like sing song.
yes, but
Oh, we have a delivery. Sorry, don't worry about
okay.
it.
I don't know if it's probably not hydrogen power, but it is hybrid.
So, even more fuel savings can be found with the new hybrid iForce Max powertrain with its electrified version of the same turbocharged engine, and puts out 326 horsepower and 465 foot-pounds of torque. Both engines get paired with a new 8-speed automatic transmission with tow and haul modes, which low, as well as normal, eco, and sport drive modes. Available part-time four-wheel drive is $2,000. So how much is? They haven't said it yet. Continue reading. So it looks like it's gonna start at 42,000, which is kind of reasonable in today's day and age. Although I'm hoping that it declines. I'll take last year's. The lineup starts with the Forerunner SR5, which opens at 42 and goes up from there 55,000 or so. You can combine
I
some of
mean,
that
that
off-road.
sounds low in today's vehicle pricing.
So you go even more luxury for the Forerunner Limited, and it's 58,000. That's more than $5,500 pricier than the outgoing Forerunner Limited. Um, and then the hybrid, Platinum Hybrid, is 64,000. So you kind of get back up into that higher range. But arguably, people say that $60,000 is about average for a nice EV. Hybrids are supposed to be cheaper, but I'd take it. As it depends on look, it depends on the style of hybrid, because hybrid is taken on like a couple of meanings where it's hybrid.
Oh, there's like plug-in and not.
Yeah. So I'd have to see if this is what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? Platinum hybrid for only $64,000 if it's fast charging enough, or if it charges itself all the time, depending on how it fuels, etc. Yeah, I'd go that route. I guess they say, and then there's the final version of this, the Forerunner Trail Hunter and TRD Pro iForce Max, both start at 68,350, and you're back at the ICE vehicles. But these are the ones that have different type of intakes and fatter tires, more robust suspension, struts, and whatnot. So gets TRD tuned Fox QS3 internal bypass shocks with 2.5-inch aluminum housings and rear remote reservoirs that have manual adjustments for the compression and damping of four differing terrains. So you can actually do hydraulic adjust shock suspension. I don't know. I mean, how many people buy this and then actually go off-roading?
Probably about 1%.
I mean, they get some other version of this and then spend their $25,000 on performance suspension when they're going to do that kind of shit. At least that's my opinion. I don't know. Somebody else tell me that I'm wrong in comments. That's fine with me. But it's a really pretty car to go off-roading with. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It probably looks better I don't know, showing up at some event of some kind. I don't know what.
I think most of these probably end up, the most off-road is one of the tires because they jackknifed it off the driveway a little bit too much.
Uh-oh, so maybe it got a little bit of dirt on the tire.
It got askew, yeah, and they're going to have to lift it up and polish the bottoms of the wheels before setting it back down on the dirt. Anywho, that is today's four-wheel tech. So we're going to go off-roading and, oh, God, wait, no, oh, geez. Oh, look, we're back at the four-wheel tech homepage on ohmtown.com. It's pretty easy to get to. You just go over to one of the 6 menu options, 50 channels. Which one is it? Which one could it be? Oh, there it is. And then you go there, and there's a bunch of others. Go and check it out over at ohmtown.com. You'll find your way. It's a small town. We're trying that in a small town. Anyway, I'm Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four Wheel Tech. We may or may not have some singing in next week's episode. And then we'll have non sequitur news for you tomorrow, the regular edition.
Oh, yeah. So this is going to be, it's posted already, the live version of it, and it has the show notes. But I'm going to post another version of this. It's the exact same version, but because of the way that YouTube works, I do both. Anywho, you've got over 1,600 episodes of our shows in the past. We've been doing this now coming up on 3 years. January 1 would be 3 years. And we start year 4. Ta-da! So we hope to entertain you for the coming year, and we'll see you tomorrow for Non Sequitur News. Bye. Oh, look, seeing. Beep, beep, I'm a Toyota. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. This is a time machine edition for January 3rd, 2025. Mayor Watt wasn't available, but we do have the power to use our time machine. And so can you. If you go over to ohmtown.com, you can actually select the year all the way back to 2020 and the month and the day. And I've chosen to go back 24 hours so that we can talk about the news and not impact the future. That's how it works in our butterfly effect kind of existence. We've got 10 articles that we're going to talk about, but first, I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer is right there, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. HMPV 2025. Okay, YouTube is saying that we're not sending enough data. It's okay. How about an oyster recall? Failure to launch JetBlue. 550 horsepower Ferrari goes for a swim. Underwater volcano off of Oregon coast. Oregon? It's Lord of the Rings kind of a thing. Oregon. Anyway, 35,000 pints of Guinness that I wasn't near when it went missing. And NVIDIA at CES 2025. Tiny adorable owls, but not superb owls. And because we're not allowed to talk about superb owls. And medieval wall paintings and cold and flu medicine recall. As I always say, everything is powered by ohmtown.com. So go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen. And now you have to suffer through this. Bam! And now you have to suffer through this. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. I'm sorry everybody needs to suffer through that.
Oh. No, we're not suffering through anything. Thank you for coming and co-hosting the Non Sequitur News Show for January 3rd, 2025. Woo! 2025,
Season 4.
Yeah, season 4. Oh my God, I totally. See, we're not really doing the seasons anymore because it's just the year and the day, because that's what we're doing now. But it is the 4th season. This is one of those long-term projects. Wow, I don't know what's going on. It says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. But I don't think that's
Get on it, YouTube.
possible. I know. I'm streaming out. Oh, it says that I'm only streaming out at 5,000 kilobits. I don't know what's going on here. I guess we'll see what goes on. But I'm going to re-upload this anyway as the Non Sequitur News Show. Okay, if you want all of today's articles, you can hit !NSN over at the Twitch chat. So go over there and become a citizen. Everything seems to be going on. It's kind of hinky. I don't know. Maybe the weather is impacting the mayoral mansion's output. What? What? The silence is the sentient AI sending an error message. So,
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the podcast, so we need to just get into the first article.
All right. Okay, so the first article is over in Non Sequitur News. HMPV symptoms in China faces new outbreak. So we've gone through COVID. There is a new virus that is on the rise in China. Apparently, symptoms of the virus are similar to that of other respiratory illnesses that are currently circulating throughout the U.S.
Too soon.
Too soon indeed, but they are apparently deemed it's a flu of some kind. Looks similar to, and this isn't this. So there's a video that's not just norovirus, why everyone seems to be sick right now. So China state media has reported a rise in cases of human metapneumonia virus, which is basically like a flu-like virus. Doesn't seem to have the same,
like, virulence.
It's spreading, but it isn't as dangerous. So not as many people are meeting their demise because
it's not the same lethality, I guess.
Lethality, there you go. There's another term for it, but I
can't come up with it.
So Andrew Stanton over at Newsweek.com put the article together, and they, for whatever reason, they've changed their format, and it's become much more apparent to me. And so they try and explain it, kind of like Newsweek explaining why it matters, but context, the matters part is different for different people. So I find this really hard. So there are several.
Is to make it more digestible for people. If they're kind of like, and what do I do with this information? Or
yeah,
but I agree.
And why it matters is so succinct, right? So I suppose that this is fine. There are several viruses spreading across the U.S. right now, including norovirus and respiratory illnesses like the flu, coronavirus, and RSV. Coronavirus is a flu. Any respiratory virus is a flu-like virus for the most part. Any viral outbreak poses a public health risk, particularly for children and older people who may also be vulnerable to contracting silliness. I'll be okay.
We can't have that.
Don't contract silliness. So
that would be a good epidemic.
Yeah, can you imagine that? Invasion of the silliness snatchers. So if you are immunocompromised, then any viral attack is going to be dangerous to you. So anyway, take care of yourself, wear a mask, get your flu vaccinations, get all your vaccinations, and trust but verify, and don't give into crazy bullshit. Anyway.
Okay, so what's kind of alarming is that there are pictures of people wearing masks in China in winter 2024. So they're concerned.
Right. And it's like in Japan and other countries, it actually used to be common sense and courtesy where a person would wear a mask, both if they have a cold and or for their own health. But here in the States, we apparently have demonized this, which is a sociological mechanism that is absolutely batshit crazy because me wearing a mask does not harm you in any way, shape, or form. Actually shows that I'm not a
Might
sociopath
help you.
and might help you. Yes. So, you know what? Quit being an idiot. So symptoms of HMPV include cough, fever, stuffy or runny nose, sore throat, wheezing, a shortness of breath, rashes. The rashes thing is the thing that kind of throws it over the top of a standard flu or cold, in particular, because you don't typically get a rash from, a pneumonia-like virus. Anyone can fall ill after contracting the virus, but the risk of severe illness is higher for people who are younger than 5 and older than 65, both of which are the edge cases because they are immunocompromised by the very nature of their existence. The virus can also cause complications, and that's just like coronavirus or COVID. And so bronchiolitis, bronchitis, pneumonia, asthma, ear infection. According to the Cleveland Clinic, it's fairly common in children, causing up to 12% respiratory illnesses. Cases are typically fairly mild.
We need to add a button with a based on your last expression.
No, wait. I guess I could make another one that says, oh shit. Yeah, like oh shot. Sorry, oh shot. I don't know. You show me a child that's never heard the word shit, and I'll tell you that they've been living under the stairs of an Amish house, away from humans, even in an Amish house.
But I'm guessing even there.
It's the Harry Potter of,
Oh, the cupboard under the stairs, right?
Correct. Yeah. So how HMPV compares to COVID, bronchitis, they say. COVID-19 is typically defined by a dry cough. Those symptoms can vary. HMPV is more common in children. It's not an age that particularly affected by COVID-19. Everybody could have caught COVID, but it's typicality there. So they say bronchitis, which is caused by HMPV, is the inflammation of the bronchial tube lining. Symptoms include thickening mucus, can be short-term or chronic illness, according to the Mayo Clinic. What happened with COVID is that it actually damaged the alveoli, and so long-term, you would be impacted by it. And that's what long COVID is. Basically, you're tired forever because you can no longer absorb as much oxygen because your alveoli have been damaged by COVID. This does not apparently do that, but genetic wobble.
Well, but we don't really know, or it could mutate.
Right. So is China going on lockdown for HMPV? Probably not at this point. And they talk about metapneumonia virus in China. They say, let me be this person, Dr. Atul Goel, official for India's Directorate General of Health Services, per Indian news outlet NDTV. Metapneumonia virus is like any other respiratory virus, which causes common cold. And in the very old and very young, it could cause flu-like symptoms. But take that with a grain of salt. Just saying.
It's also interesting because I think there have been higher than normal levels of pneumonia in the United States recently, but they haven't necessarily connected it to HMPV. Or it's a different strain or something.
Wow, I'm dropping so many frames right now. I'm just going to record locally and upload it. Something really wonky is going on, but that's okay. We'll just keep on moving. All right, so everybody take care of yourselves, get vaccinated, wear a mask. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Oyster recall sparks fourth warning by FDA over norovirus. This is something different than what we just talked about.
Yeah, I didn't even know we could, I didn't know we could have recalls attached to norovirus. I guess anything is possible, but I think of this as like a human illness.
Right. Well, Amanda Castro put the article together for Newsweek.com, And it says here, norovirus is a highly contagious virus that can cause severe gastrointestinal illness, particularly in the vulnerable populations. Again, anybody that's immunocompromised, which basically accounts for everybody that is young or old or has another illness that might exacerbate the issue. Yeah, it's really weird. I've dropped 73.8% of my frames.
What in the world?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to power through it. So the recall brings attention to ongoing food safety concerns and the importance of strict monitoring, particularly for norovirus cases rising across the country. The recall shell stock oysters were harvested by Ruco shellfish from a portion of the Hammersley Inlet growing area when the FDA warning about these have been distributed beyond Washington and Oregon. Restaurants and retailers in the states are advised to dispose of and or return the product immediately. Restaurants, retailers, consumers should avoid serving or eating these oysters, but hell, you probably should anyway because
they like to filter all kinds of things.
Yeah, nanoplastics and microplastics in particular, as well as anything that's from upstream coming downstream. Norovirus symptoms typically appear 12 to 48 hours after exposure and include all kinds of gastrointestinal distress, and then you recover within 1 to 3 days. Dehydration can occur, particularly in those vulnerable groups. So stay hydrated, homies. So what are people saying about it? Stay hydrated, avoid shellfish for now. And I recommend just avoiding shellfish. Let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Well, the next article is over in the Mobile channel. In a first, feds fine JetBlue for chronically delaying flights. The fine is the first of its kind, but just a drop in the bucket for a company whose revenue was $2.4 billion during the third quarter of 2024.
In a quarter.
So revenue. That isn't profit, and that's not net
That's
profit.
True.
So I assume that this is gross revenue. I haven't looked at their numbers. Todd Feathers over at Gizmodo.com put the article together, and it says between June 2022 and November 2023, DOT determined, in Department of Transportation here in the United States, that 4 of the airline's common trips were at least 30 minutes late for more than half the time that they were flown over a period of at least 4 consecutive months, a violation of the agency's rules prohibiting airlines from basically dragging you silly ass instead of flying my silly ass to my destination. So the offending flights were between New York City and Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, Fort Lauderdale and Florida, and New York City and Fort Lauderdale. And Fort Lauderdale to Windsor Locks, Connecticut. Did I say something?
You said Florida to Florida, but
Fort
it
Lauderdale
was Florida to Florida, so
to
that
Orlando.
was accurate. It just made me kind of go, what?
Yeah, I thought the third one I thought I said for the third one, Fort Lauderdale, Florida to Orlando, Florida. So it's it's Florida to Florida.
Right, it works.
If it takes you 30 minutes, if you're delayed 30 minutes to go from Fort Lauderdale to Orlando, just drive.
Right?
You don't have to worry about your baggage fee either. Well, anyway.
Oh, and your seat fee and your breathing recycled air fee
and catching the norovirus fee and the HMPV symptoms fee and somebody baking bread next to you fee and anyway, it doesn't really matter what it is. They've been fined. They had revenue of $2.4 billion, but that really does beg the question, what were their profits? And do they really profit? Ooh, I just punched my microphone. Take that, microphone.
Now, what is interesting is that part of this does get paid to consumers.
Right.
So that's probably a good thing. But
$75
what are they going to start
each.
doing, like advertising that it takes longer than expected so then they don't get fines? Or are they just going to go, oh, well?
Well, nothing says speed up like costing them money. But maybe they'll speed their ass up, considering.
Yeah, but that could be a problem.
You know what? They're going to raise rates and be just as slow. But they're going to try.
I don't want them to try to be too fast.
I don't know. You don't burn your hand twice on the oven, nor do you speed through Virginia
Yeah,
twice.
but we don't want them going, oh, we don't have any time for maintenance checks. Let's just go.
Welcome to Bone. The next article is over in the Four Wheel Tech channel at ohmtown.com. Oxen rescue 550 horsepower Ferrari, California, stranded on beach. I don't know why this is...
Something is missing there.
This is like AI titled. Anyway, oxen, as in a plurality of ox.
When
Rescue...
are oxen ever in the news?
Well, in this place, I guess, I don't know. In the olden times, people believed that a horse was twice as powerful as an oxen, which is why horses have been called on to pull everything from plows to carriages for centuries. Now it turns out that a couple of oxen may have actually more oomph. No. Oxen have more torque than horsepower. It's a big difference, okay? Oxen can pull a 550 horsepower Ferrari out of a beach because they have more torque. They can just dig in and pull, as opposed to horse, which can go fast, but not straight off the start.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, now it turns out that a couple of oxen may have actually more oomph than 550 horses after two of the animals rescued a Ferrari that was stuck in the dirt. Dun, dun, dun.
Hey, wait, what does California have to do? Oh, that's the model of Ferrari.
So it's a
This is
Ferrari
in
California stranded on a beach. So the driver of the Ferrari California was charged with reckless driving after they got their supercar stuck in a beach in India. Why is it reckless driving? They're driving on a beach. Who cares? I mean, unless they're driving around people on the beach and got stuck.
Well, maybe they're not. Well, there's another car there, so I don't know. Like, are they allowed to drive on the beach? How did they end up on the beach?
Yeah, I don't know that. So Owen Bellwood over at jalopnik.com put the article together, and there's a video of this. The driver of the two-tone Ferrari California T found themselves in a sticky situation over the festive break when they ventured onto a beach in India in their convertible supercar. The driver reportedly struggled on the loose surface and got the six-figure Ferrari stuck in the sand. Luckily, it wasn't a field of brush, because it probably would have gone up in smoke like many a car where somebody suffers from way too much hubris. So Revdonda Beach, which is roughly 20 miles south of the city of Mumbai. Video posted online of the incident shows the car struggling to drive out of the sound and passersby attempting to push it free. However, the 550 horsepower supercar needed a little more oomph to come unstuck. I wonder if they were nice or if they charged
They were passing by.
How nice. I hope that the six-figure supercar driver actually donated to their cause, whatever it might be. Reckless driving carries a fine of up to 5,000 Indian rupees, or $60. It says here in the land of the free, which ironically has a fee of $60 for this. That's the whatchamacallit? The
Author?
No, the exchange rate for 5,000 Indian rupees.
Oh, okay. Got
$60. So it says, still, if you're planning on taking your Ferrari for a picnic on the beach, it's maybe better to take the high-riding Pura Sangue instead of your low-slung supercar, which there's a link to what the...
I wonder if that's a car that's popular
Pura
in India.
Ferrari, it's an SUV, so it says it's ugly. We'll see.
Yeah, but it might not get stuck in the sand.
It won't get stuck in the sand. It's an SUV, probably built for that, driving off-road instead of this. Anyway, more sense than sense.
Well, yes, that is a common affliction.
Let's keep going. Next article is over in the mobile channel over at ohmtown.com. Underwater volcano off of Oregon will erupt this year. Prognosticates scientists. They don't know shit, right?
Well, we heard it here first.
All right. Well, you heard me say a year ago that there was going to be a sentient AI by March. End of March. Yeah, the end of March. That didn't come, but I might be a year late, although there's no evidence that I was wrong. They just didn't announce it. Anyway, underwater. I can't... What was in my water, for crying out loud? Anyway, the axial seamount is going to blow, says the scientist. The only question of when. So Isaac Schultz...
Did you know there were any volcanoes off of Oregon?
I'm going to say yes, because you can't prove me wrong. So Isaac Schultz over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. Scientists first studied the volcano in the late 1970s, which is known to have erupted 3 times in 1998, 2011, 2015. The key piece of data in predicting the volcanic eruption is knowing the degree to which seamount is inflated. You're an inflated seamount. Sign that magma is building up underneath the surface, swelling the structure's above-ground features. Are you a swelling seamount, or are you just happy to see me? Anyway, axial's inflation and seismicity are monitored by a network of NSF-funded sensors. I know that you are enjoying those comments, but you're muted so that nobody hears that.
That might be for a reason.
All right. See, I get to interact, and the visualizer doesn't really. Yeah. See, you can't do that either. See, the sentient AI has a cascade of characters, kind of like the Matrix. Y'all get this visualization because that's a better embodiment of the computational power necessary to visualize the speech.
Right, it's going very slow right now. It's speeding up a little bit there.
I'll catch that. Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, in its AGU presentation, the team stated that Axial has reinflated to more than 95% its threshold before the 2015 eruption, a major indicator that the eruption is about to explode onto the scene. What? Anyway, in the 2015 eruption is any indicator the predicted eruption could be accompanied by thousands of earthquakes and a seafloor drop of nearly 8 feet. The seafloor drops because magma is ejected from the swollen volcano into the ocean. Oh, yeah. Once that's done, magma begins to slowly refill the mount, starting the whole process over again.
Why do you think that? I mean, maybe because it keeps growing, but isn't it odd that the recorded eruptions have all been relatively recent?
Maybe, well, they've known about it since the 1970s and only seen it happen 20 years after its detection and study. I do think that it's weird, but not weird at the same time because climate change might be impacting this, right? And
its rate is increasing, which is interesting.
Yeah, so they've detected it. They don't know when prior to the 70s it erupted, but then in 1998 it erupted, and then 20 years later, not even 20 years later, 13 years later it erupted, right? 2008. 13 years later it erupted, and then 4 years later. But now you're talking 2024, so 9 years later. At least. It might be 10 years. So maybe this is a ebb and flow. We don't know what's going to actually happen. But them putting the word out at least allows people to prep for the possible outcome.
It does, and I suspect that the volcano is not going to be the biggest problem, right? It could be a tsunami or significant earthquakes that are close to the coastline, or at least high up, close to the surface.
Yeah, for sure. Let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. 35,000 pints of Guinness just vanished in the UK, and it's not even a holiday, and I was never near it. Can't prove anything.
I mean, this wasn't just a large celebration?
Apparently, late Oktoberfest? I'm not sure. So just as British pubs are suffering through a nationwide Guinness shortage thanks to renewed popularity among Gen Z drinkers, we find out a truckload of 400 kegs of the world-famous Irish Stout was stolen from the Northamptonshire depot. The truckload of 50-liter kegs vanished mid-December. Why do I feel like we might have talked about this or
we
similar?
talked about a shortage, but I don't know if we talked about a theft. But I do find it interesting. If they're having such a shortage, if somebody is suddenly serving Guinness, that might be a place to start looking.
And it's usually sold at a discounted rate to move it fast, profit fast, and make it all disappear fast so that it's no longer high on the radar. So that Guinness you're drinking over at whatever bar, tavern.
Beers are cheap or something.
Yep. So Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together, and it's something that we've seen before with wine and other distilled spirits and alcohol of all types. And the cheese. So they talk about cheese and bread and all kinds of stuff can be acquired. So, yeah, 35,000
What was the
points.
odd thing that we just saw recently? Wasn't there something else like theft of
Eggs.
Oh, it was bird eggs. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are much more difficult to fake, though. So I don't know. Like, cheese was faked, wine was faked, distilled spirits were faked.
Right. If it doesn't hatch, it's probably not a bird egg.
My God, they're selling eggs as kegs of cheese.
Oh, now it's all making sense.
Everything's connected. So all food has gotten more expensive thanks to the post-pandemic lockdown inflation that has affected every country on Earth. as a matter of fact, pre-pandemic, my experience, my research basically showed a per seat on average cost of $20 for eating out at a restaurant.
Oh, in a restaurant. Okay.
Yeah. Now it's $30 per person on average.
I mean, that's a pretty significant uptick.
And this is seated restaurant, not necessarily, it's just on average general dining, not fine dining. That is a whole other animal. But general non-fine dining. Fine dining, you're talking about $100 per person. So the cheese world has been rocked by a series of high-profile heists in recent years. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of literal cheddar were stolen in the UK between 2014 and 16. Around $7 million worth of Parmigiano Reggiano. No, I'm going to get in trouble for doing that. Was stolen in Italy, and it's all because cheese is in high demand and prices have skyrocketed. And it's not easy to make Parmigiano Reggiano. All food has gotten more expensive.
It has to be from a certain region.
Yep, and if you try and even discuss the recipe and refer to it as Parmigiano Reggiano, you will get your video taken down and possibly sued, as I saw a YouTuber get busted for describing in great detail how to create a home version of the cheese. I don't think it was Parmigiano Reggiano. Wow.
But like a copy, essentially.
A version of a very hyper localized version of cheese. And they got busted for it. Well, they got slapped pretty hard. It wasn't just their hand slapped either. I think they got an uppercut to the chin, right? Anyway, thieves are raking it in. So Diageo, the maker of Guinness, has declined to comment on the theft, and the truck's current whereabouts are unknown. But somebody's drunk off their ass.
Well, and I wonder if the truck itself, was the truck stolen or just the kegs?
Just put a damn tracking beacon on. There's Apple trackers. Just put them on the kegs.
Well, maybe the company is tracking them, but they don't want to announce. Who knows?
Well, this was stolen in December. Come on.
Yeah, they should have recovered it by now.
Yeah. So the stolen kegs will likely be secretly sold to pubs all over England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, maybe even beyond, to meet demand and take advantage of scarcity. What they need to do is just put a little tracker in there in every single keg, and you can make them, put them inside a waterproof thing. A tilt inside a fermenter can stay in there until the battery runs dry. So why not just put an Apple beacon in there? Nobody's going to, because you would have to crack open the keg to get the tracker out. And to do that would oxidize all the beer, and you're screwed. And it's Guinness. So you're talking about the possibility of nitrogen backfilled. So anyway, let's keep going. So the next article is over in WarCrafters. NVIDIA is giving away 5 classic Jensen signed GeForce cards for the if you tweet to build hype for its CES 2025 briefing, and its first choice is almost older than the author of this article. It's from PC Gamer. I'm just going to jump straight down into the article if you don't mind. James Bentley put the article together for PCGamer.com, and the deck statement says, sorry, for making you feel ancient.
Are these really old cards, or is the author really young?
Both. So, tweeted out on January 1st, 5 days before CES briefing on January 6th, NVIDIA announced that there would be 5 classic cards up for grabs, starting with the GeForce 256, which NVIDIA considers to be the first GPU in the world. First released on October 11th, 1999, it was manufactured by TSMC, who still work with NVIDIA to this day on a 220 nanometer CMOS process. We're down to like 4 nanometers now. We're getting so close.
Oh, I see.
To the distance between circuit. My brain just, I can't remember what it's called, like leads, right? So the lines conducting gates, electrons through the gates. I can't remember what it's called right now off the top of my head. Anyway, oh God, my brain's working so hard right now. And it was 220 nanometers. So they say in the next paragraph, they're down to 5 nanometers, but 4 is actually what is estimated to be for the new NVIDIA 50 series, which is right around the corner.
So this has come a long way in their history.
Correct. Yeah. And TSMC is basically world renowned for this. And the U.S. has actually pulled TSMC equipment into the United States, offered them great grants, federal grants, and so on. So that there is a continuity of technology should something happen with the Taiwanese company, and we've even talked about the fact that they have kill switches, remote destruction switches, in their manufacturing plants, just in case, I don't know.
Geopolitical events.
There you go. The sentient AI comes through once again to fix whatever whatever hot water I was about to dunk my head into. So following up on this is the GeForce 8800 Ultra, which also won by commenting the same hashtag on the announcement tweet, which is once again signed and is the first CUDA GPU written in the frame. The 8800 Ultra was NVIDIA's first unified shader GPU, which cemented NVIDIA as a good choice for those looking to edit large amounts of data or work with graphics and designs. There's a lot more in this article, but essentially they're giving away some cards. I think they already gave them all away. And CES is happening, I think it starts on Monday.
Well, it looks like, yeah, the keynote will be on Monday.
So the keynote from NVIDIA will start at 6:30 p.m. Pacific on January 6th, and you can watch it on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. I'm going to dead name that until the cows come home. And more on that day. However, if you don't fancy watching the full show, the PC Gamer hardware team will be going over all of the best announcements on that day and the following week. So follow this link and you can read more about all of this and more over at PCGamer.com. We don't have a relationship. We just aggregate a small snippet just to be abundantly clear. And this is all that is provided by PC Gamer, and we link directly to the source. I prefer giving credit to the providers of the information. So let's keep on going, though. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Are you going to be watching CES, or are you going to be off trying to find
I'll catch the highlights in ohmTown.
Gotcha. Thanks for that messaging, by the way. You too, out there. Anybody who's within earshot. Whenever I do that, I feel like I'm Kermit the Frog. Or a Beaker from the Muppets, too.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, well, anyway. Meet the tiny, adorable owls that have mastered the art of hiding. One of the smallest owls in North America, the northern saw-whet, I suppose.
I bet that's named after its coal.
Saw-whet. Lives among us and is rarely seen. Also known as Gen Z. No, just kidding.
Oh, I thought it was like the...
oh, boy.
The villain in Among Us. The game?
Yeah. Oh, rarely
the imposter?
seen. The imposter? Yeah. One volunteer science project aims to find them and uncover their secrets year after year. So that's what it looks like. Kayla Randall over at SmithsonianMag.com or Smithsonian Magazine. Okay. I just have to say, have you ever seen an owl's legs?
Oh, they are unbelievable.
They look like they have these stubby little legs, but no, they have calves and thighs, and they're actually quite long.
They have tall legs for their bodies, but you would not know it based on their feathers.
No, you have to kind of stretch them out. They will stretch them out in a hurry, like if they have to run because they can't fly somewhere. But I've
I
always
thought
thought
they
that
look
it's
like ostriches or emus when they're running.
look how tiny this thing is, like 5 inches tall. So during the fall in Edgewater, Maryland, a small group of volunteers helped catch these ban these little owls from sunset to midnight. They're participating in Project Owlnet, the Fighting Nets, an initiative that seeks to learn more about these birds and their migration, and that supports an ever-expanding network of migrant owl banding stations. So the group uses an audio lure to entice the birds, capturing them in mist nets to bring back to the banding station. Once there, they place aluminum bands on the birds, friendship bracelets for science, as they're called within the project. Project participants also measure the owl's bills, wings, tails. They use a black light to look at the underside of the owl's wings and see their molt pattern, which helps determine their ages, a difficult task. Old feathers don't glow in as brightly under the light because the pigment has faded. That's interesting.
That is fascinating. You wouldn't think it would glow at all.
So is this an old fart or is this young? Let's see. They don't say. So we definitely get beak snapping at times. Boyle Akudi says, though most of the time they're fairly docile, she adds. Their usual behavior is to sit and look camouflage after all. I feel like there are times during migration especially, it seems some of them are like, hey, I got places to go. I don't have time for this. But I might be more anthropomorphizing them. You definitely are, because they're not saying anything in their heads other than, oh,
No,
shit.
but that's one of the things about conservation is getting people interested in the animals.
Yeah, and almost humanizing them, giving them a personality that you can actually attach to, not that they are killing machines. But hey, they kind of are.
That owl looks too cute to be that.
He looks slightly, or they, whatever they are, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl or whatever, looks kind of annoyed, right? Like, the hell are you touching
Well,
me?
I'm sure it's like, hey, wait a second here. I was trying to, whatever, eat a mouse or whatever I was doing.
You did not ask me. Did you get consent? No. Look, that one looks irritated too. Oh, God, somebody's taking my picture again.
Would you please get my other side?
Yeah, I look fat in this angle. So they nest and summer up in the boreal forest in Canada, she says. She being, I don't know. Is there a name up there?
Is it Boyle a cootie?
Yeah, it must be the same person. They nest and summer up in the boreal forests of Canada. Those areas people can't get to very easily, so that's why the fall migration studies are really important to know what's happening with the population of owls. So they fly down for Christmas bird counts. Owls may be found down in the southern range, possibly showing up at stations in Georgia, Alabama, Oklahoma, and they go pretty far south in numbers. The more that we do with Project Owlnet, the more we learn about their migrations. So pretty cool. Oh my God, they're tiny.
Oh my goodness. For those in the podcast, the owl's head is like as big as its body or bigger.
Yeah, I think the owl's
The
head is...
wingspan is way bigger than its head and body.
Yeah, but it's maybe 5 feet tall from stem to stern. 5 feet. 5 inches tall from stem to stern. 5 feet. Dear God, it's a pterodactyl.
It almost looks like a stuffed animal or something because it's so tiny. Like when you think of a regular owl, they're much larger than that.
Here it is being held by a human, and the owl is thinking, I am going to consume your soul. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Prime Glass, which is a seldom seen source of news. But it's about photography, equipment, technique, technology, etc. People, places, things. So medieval wall paintings hidden in a French cathedral revealed in digital imagery. UK conservators knit together thousands of pictures taken at Angers, Angers. It might be Angers. Cathedral of St. Muriel. And then they got a typo, paintings. So the article is by Maeve Kennedy over at theartnewspaper.com. And yeah,
Which always has interesting articles when we do feature them.
correct. So they've got a picture here of a mural, but it says medieval wall paintings considered the finest of their type, surviving from late 13th century France with close style links to the court of Henry III, have been revealed in all their multicolored splendor for the first time in more than 500 years. The walls are still, however, concealed behind paneling in the Cathedral of Angers in western France.
Could you scroll back up to the photo? I mean, isn't that very brightly colored?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's got a bright red, bright green, gold, orange background. It shows like a meal on a table with fish and bread and what looks like baguettes, little tiny baguettes there. I don't know exactly what that is. I'm not sure if this was truncated, like painted over at some point. It looks like there's half
It
of
sure
something.
looks like it, yeah.
Unless it's a stromboli, for crying out loud. It looks like it was painted over
Well,
because
it's
there's
missing the edge, right? Like if
yeah,
you see the other one, yeah, that's interesting.
yeah, like this one, right? You'd think that it was like that, but it looks like it was partially painted over. It's interesting. But yeah, you can actually see, and I mean, perspective-wise, you're kind of like, what the hell? But it shows a tablecloth, a white tablecloth, and it's still brilliantly white. But this is what happens when you conserve, right? You don't allow people to come in and mess around with it. You can't protect it really without sealing it and on the other side protecting it from intrusion of moisture and air. And as long as it's protected, then so you take pictures and you try and take it with as much correct light as possible. That way it's the best representation. This is why I like technology to document everything possible, because there are sometimes people with an interest, political, financial, whatever, and they don't want you to see this because it might represent something in a different light that they don't want seen. And I think that is a crime against humanity. Just like the destruction of anything historical is a crime against humanity.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they've got this still behind basically a curtain, and a team of UK-based art historians and conservators have worked for, it says has worked for a decade. Has worked?
Yeah, that's because the team. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. On creating the first full-color image of the paintings of the life and miracles of Saint Muriel, or Morel, a 5th century bishop of Angers whose relics were once held in a silver shrine in the cathedral, and the image was created by digitally stitching together. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for January 5th, 2025. Cannot believe it. Season 2 of Technology Today. Okay, so I am Merwat. I'm getting back into the groove of a whole year has passed, so I'm losing track of things. I am Merwat, and I run ohmtown.com. I use it for my information overload management And along with the sentient AI, we talk about 5 articles deep into the, technically, they're more sophisticated articles, more sciencey, a little bit deeper. And we talk about it usually from some understanding, a perspective that we've experienced, some of the technology involved, or work in the field, or something like that. So let's get into this. My standard introduction is that I just say, welcome to Technology Today. And I'm Mayor Watt. I run ohmTown, along with the Sentient AI. We're going to talk about these 5 articles. A distinct echo for art. Some cancer genes are actually protecting you. Hexagonal fertile Finland fields. Remote controlling mom for food. And recycling for gold. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. That's that site right there. Go over there and become a citizen, and you can manage your information overload. We aggregate, I'd say, thousands of articles each day into 50 categories, 6 main categories, but 50 channels. And from there, you can manage your information overload as well. Anyway, see you on the other side. So I was thrown off when this show started because I told it to stream, and whatever let's just say the weather is impacting something between me and Twitch and YouTube, primarily Twitch, because Twitch is actually, we do a replay every day after and before the show of the previous week of news, just in case somebody wants to play catch up and doesn't want to piecemeal through it. And so it's about, I'd say, 15 hours or so of news that revolves. And so, and then a new show comes on, and we drop the old show, and so on and so forth, right? It's always about 15 hours worth of news. But for whatever reason, Twitch has been disconnecting me randomly.
Come on, Twitch.
And then YouTube, because the way that OBS works, it's saying, well, you're not connected here, but you're connected there. I don't know what to do because I use a thing called Atom. Anyway, hot mess, kind of dumpster fiery. So watch, and it's entertaining. Maybe not. All right. Well, anyway, welcome, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from I don't know when.
I don't know either. Let's get into the show. The first article, this one is really fascinating because when I saw the title, I was like, how does this all play out? Rock art acoustics. South African studies suggest that a distinct echo attracted ancient artists back to one site. If you want all of today's articles, by the way, you can hit !TT or bang TT. And Omatron will throw all the articles into the chat in the order that we're going to be discussing them, but by no means is it the order of importance or some topic or whatever directive. We don't have an agenda in the way that they're organized, but sometimes they all align. Of course, technically, I believe that everything is connected. We just don't necessarily know how the yarn board connects everything. Oh, and I practice a thing called associative thinking. So we can start about talking about something in South Africa, rock acoustics, and we end up talking about Guam. I don't know. Anyway, physics does not adequately explain reflected sound and echo effects. Take as an example the echo-producing Echoplex, a magnetic tape device that influenced the soundtrack of a generation. Think of Led Zeppelin's Whole Lotta Love, 1969, and the echo on its violin sections. The echo coming from Hank Marvin's guitar shaped the sound of the Shadows in the late 1950s and 1960s. Well, Neil Rush from The Conversation, who The Conversation regularly posts into phys.org. I don't know what the relationship is there, but we don't have a relationship with any of them. But they have a picture of the Baidao Ahmad from Pexels. I'm not sure where this is, or credit is to Baidao Ahmad from Pexels for this cave art image that is embedded in this phys.org article. It's not a place, it's a person. But this
No,
cave
but
art,
this must be the actual location.
it must be. I don't like,
Like
I don't
phys.org doesn't typically use like unrelated
random,
photos.
yeah, Newsweek does. So it says here, but are echoes and reverberations a passing feature of musical appreciation limited to a generation or two? Acoustic research at a rock art site suggests not. The study, which I don't know, man, they could be making this up only because they noticed in their modern time and modern contexts, you can't have cultural relativism, right? So the temporal notion of a culture doesn't necessarily mean that they had that type of a mindset for this.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, they'd have to have more information to get that connection.
So the study site, Kurokop, is in South Africa's northern Cape province in the Nama Karoo region, where the geological formation began to accumulate from about 300 million years ago before the breakup of the supercontinent Gondwanaland. So if you've ever done a research paper on plate tectonics, you know about Gondwanaland. This eroded sandstone hill, transformed by volcanic activity, is marked with 112 petroglyphs, or rock engravings, paintings. The images depict various figures: eland elephants, zebra, ostriches, wildebeest, rhinoceros. What is the plural? Rhinoceros? Is it
I think
rhinoceroses
it rhinoceroses.
or just plain rhinos? And animal-human hybrids. Dear God, aliens. It says the collection is too diverse to be the work of one person or group of people. Why not? How many books? Who's
How
the
do they
most?
know their art quality or their art expanse?
Yeah, it could be the cave person Stephen King, for crying out loud. Why? That's the hubris of this. There's great variation in technique and execution. That would be execution. There are images that are several thousand years old in age estimate based on oxidation of the rock surface compared to the oxidation of the images. Others are more recent, created within the last 2,000 years. The depictions were made by hunter-gatherer San and Co. herder people who visited Kurokop repeatedly. Maybe it was an immortal. I mean, it's an animal-human hybrid, for crying out loud. Maybe that's who was painting it.
Then it could be one artist. See, I was thinking the time frame kind of proved that hey, it can't be one person.
Immortals. So part of the answer is a distinctive echo. So what was happening to keep bringing them back? They say a distinctive echo. This is significant, first because it confirms that the creation of rock art was combined with performance, clapping, singing, dancing. It doesn't confirm jack shit, though. I don't understand. Sorry. How does that?
Right. They'd have to have other information to get there.
The Kurokop Echo also provides a reference point for a mythological story from the region that speaks about the relationship between echo, wind, mountain, and breath. Petroglyphs. Yeah, because echoes only exist in this cave?
Maybe if this is a people in a limited area and this is the only place that has an echo, it could be the source of their whole um, story that explains their whole civilization.
What is important and exciting about the study is the discovery that these images have an acoustic aspect as well. As a researcher interested in archaeoacoustics, the author, again up here, Neil Rush from the conversation, they first noticed the echo while camping at the site. This was confirmed by whenever I hear somebody go, I'm an archaeoacoustic researcher, and they find something that is archaeoacoustic.
I'm a barber. Do I need a haircut?
Yes. Yeah. Everybody needs a haircut because I'm a barber. Everything is a nail because I'm a freaking hammer. I went to a doctor once, and the person who saw me was a nutritionist, and they said that I needed to change my diet. For the exact same thing, I saw a sports surgeon, and they said I could cut you open and fix this. For the exact same thing, I went to a physical therapist, and the physical therapist said, you need physical therapy and extensive physical therapy, none of which has taken place, by the way, but the problem has been solved. How much, you know what? I should be like 3 ounces in weight because so much hot air was blown up my ass. Anyway, this was confirmed by the colleague, Professor Sarah Wurz, and their daughter, Amy. The echo enveloped us when we clapped or made high-pitched sounds. Could the many Cora Cup mark makers have noticed this too, we wondered. Intrigued, we returned to measure the echo. All right.
I do think there's a difference here in that their story is tied to echo sounds. Sure. I mean, I really do think that is distinct, but I agree. It would be something if another specialist came by and said, hey, have you noticed this echo here?
So they measured the echo zone using what's called the impulse response method. Researchers at Stanford University used the same procedure to measure the acoustic features of Turkey's most famous monument, the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. That's the most famous monument? Okay. The method allows...
Can you name another one in that country?
In Turkey? Oh, I don't know. I didn't know about that one. So...
Well...
I'm not a Turkeyologist. I play one on the internet, though. Anyway, the method allows the researchers to capture information about a space's acoustic architecture, what the ears hear as reverberations and echoes the instruments measure objectively as intensity, time delay, frequency loss. And once they'd completed the processes, they compared petroglyph distribution data and the echo pattern, and the results show that 60% of the petroglyphs, which falls way into the whatever range, right? Like, hey, let's slap it on here.
60% of the stats, yeah.
Were created directly in the echo zone, which this suggests that at Korakut, people were most likely to create images in the area that echoed strongly. Moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today. Surprising discovery. What if some cancer genes are actually protecting you? A surprising discovery reveals that a gene previously thought to accelerate esophageal cancer actually helps protect against it initially. This pivotal study could lead to better prediction and prevention strategies tailored to individual genetic profiles. We've had conversations about this in the past, that there are markers, there are cells that all it takes is a deviation from whatever is creating the stasis, where the body is not treating itself as a hostile invader, or the other way around, a ripe fruit for the picking by a cancer cell.
Right. And we've talked about like kind of the suppressor element of some cells. I don't know if this is the same thing. It may be, but yeah. I think the point is, right, we don't really know what a lot of things do in the human body.
Yeah. And I always throw in hubris. It's fascinating that we as humans go, oh, we know. And we don't necessarily know, because 5 years from now, whoever created this is going to go, oh, shit, we messed up. Sorry about that. You shouldn't have been drinking water with that frequency. So Queen Mary University of London put this article together, well, researchers did, and it was posted over at scitechdaily.com. The pivotal study could lead to better prediction and prevention strategies tailored to individual genetic profiles. So a genetic mutation, long thought to drive esophageal cancer, may actually have a protective role in the early stages of the disease, according to new research published today. Now, when I read
Hopefully, they weren't trying to get rid of the mutation.
it's in the journal Nature Cancer on January 3rd, so the last 24 hours, or today's the 5th. So, but the weekly shows are covering the previous week
Right.
from Sunday to Sunday. So the surprising finding could help doctors better assess who's at risk for developing cancer, paving the way for more targeted and effective preventive or prevention strategies. And like the sentient AI said, hopefully they weren't trying to remove this whatever, this mutation.
Right? Can you imagine like gene therapy? They're like, oh, this mutation is awful. Let's get rid of it.
So,
No.
but what if it's more along the lines of they don't know why it's doing this particular function, and then it switches off and the cancer flourishes?
Well, absolutely. And it could be doing both things, or maybe there's another mutation in this particular study. Like, there could be so much more nuance to this.
Yeah, so what is it that is actually happening here? And we only know what the researchers are discovering. So you always have to take everything with a grain of salt. It says just 12% of patients with esophageal cancer in England survive their disease for 10 years or more. It's pretty
That's
damn bad.
really low survival rates, especially since that's not one of the cancers that gets a lot of attention.
Yep. The UK has one of the world's highest incidences of a subtype called esophageal adenocarcinoma, and cases continue to increase. And this cancer type develops from a condition called Barrett's esophagus, in which the cells lining the esophagus become abnormal. However, only around 1% of the people with Barrett's go on to develop cancer each year. In the new study, the research team sought to better understand why some cases of Barrett's leads to cancer while others do not, and to support better prediction and treatment of the esophageal adenocarcinoma. So it says it's got a dual role. The research showed that if normal cells in our esophagus lose CDKN2A, it helps promote the development of Barrett's esophagus. However, it also protects cells against the loss of another key gene encoding P53-A, or P53, a critical tumor suppressor, not -A. It reads like it's supposed to be -A.
Oh, it actually does.
They need a comma there instead of a dash. Something
Right.
else.
Anything else.
Anything else. Anyway, double space that.
Eat shoots and leaves.
Yep. A critical tumor suppressor, often dubbed the guardian of the genome, loss of P53 strongly drives the progression of disease from Barrett's to cancer. Why just Barrett's, though? The team found that potentially cancerous cells that lost both CDKN2A and P53 were weakened and unable to compete with other cells around them, preventing cancer from taking root.
So they had like the unusual cells and they lost the suppression element.
Yeah. In contrast, if cancer cells lose CDKN2A after the disease has had time to develop, it promotes a more aggressive disease and worse outcome. That's it. This is the beacon generator. This is the thing that is, there's something else that causes this, and we don't know what it is yet. We don't know what it is. And it could be that there is something in the, but we don't even know. So, like,
They'll have to do more research in this, right? I mean, this is a good study. It doesn't definitively say, hey,
this is what's going
this
on.
mutation is good or bad.
Yeah.
But clearly we need to look at it more.
Professor Ciccarelli likens the dual role of CDKN2A to the ancient Roman god of transitions, Janus, after whom January is named. Janus has two phases, one looking to the past and one to the future. It can be tempting to look at cancer mutations as good or bad, black or white, but like Janus, they can have multiple phases. A dual nature. We're increasingly learning that we can accumulate mutations as an inevitable part of aging. Our findings challenge the simplistic perception that these mutations are ticking time bombs and show that in some cases they can even be protective, but they're not. This is a suppression gene that if it turns off, you're screwed. I mean, Well, quality of life changes dramatically.
Well,
Um,
based on the survival rates, I think your original statement was actually accurate.
yeah. To be diagnosed and then have it go, the moment that a doctor sits there and says, this looks like it's progressed a year, you basically have 9 years in quality of
Well, and I
life.
think that's part of the why the survival rate is so low, right? Because it's probably quite advanced by the time it gets detected.
Yeah. So I suspect using AI and analysis of genetics and better understanding of all of the chemistry in blood, um, I suspect that within the next 10 years, we'll have a marker that definitively is the suppression marker for all cancers. I'm hoping that that's how it plays out. It's something that I've looked at over the last 6 years or so, 5 years. And I keep coming back to this idea that there's an indicator in the blood that is the main ingredient for suppression. P53 is just one of these mutations, or I should say the genes that are pretty fascinating. But there isn't much more to this article.
Look, it's tied to the Crick Institute, which is interesting because of the DNA history.
Yeah, Francis Crick Institute. That's the one that has the DNA from the woman that had
it is.
a
Watson
novel.
And Crick are the known people, but yes.
But there's, yeah, pretty fascinating. I certainly like that we are doing this type of research. I think that we're spending money. I'm not going to sit there and pretend to know everything, but I think we certainly need to spend money locally, like here on Earth, and not aspirations where we're hundreds of years out from having viability on far-flung planets.
You know, that's very interesting because anecdotally, some physicians near hometown were discussing that very thing and were making the same point.
Okay, I don't want to dox us, so let's keep moving on. So the next article is over in Technology Today. From cosmic collision to fertile fields, Finland's hidden hexagonal, or if you want to say it, hexagonal wonder, discover the fascinating story of Soderfargen, a meteorite crater in Finland that was or has witnessed dramatic transformations from being underwater during the Ice Age to becoming fertile farmland that now supports rich biodiversity and agriculture. This hexagonal crater, renowned among scientists for its unique shape, provides crucial insights into Earth's geologic history and dynamic processes.
Is there a hexagonal crater?
Well, depending on what the substrate is, by the meteor hitting the ground, it can annihilate the hexagonal structures of the substrate. And because it just obliterates out the weakest points, you can end up with something like that. But I suspect that we are largely finding a pattern where there is no pattern.
We do like to do that, but hexagons are the bestagons.
Hexagons are the bestagons, I agree. So it's hexagonal-ish when seen from above.
It looks pretty hexagonal in the picture. I mean, it's not uniform, but you don't have to stretch to say hexagon.
Ish. It's hexagonal-ish. I'm just going to leave that alone. Over 500 million years ago, a meteorite struck Earth near the Antarctic Circle, leaving behind a massive crater several kilometers wide. There's a mom joke there. Your mom fell and... No? Okay. Anyway.
So much for family friendly.
Your mom fell from orbit and landed there. But don't. Anyway, over the eons, slow drift of Earth's tectonic plates Hey, we're calling back to the last article, the first article.
Right.
Uh,
And the point is that everybody has done a paper on tectonic plates at some point, right?
Correct.
Who has
Yes.
been in the school system?
Sure. Who you should everybody should be okay, never mind. We're going to go back to where we're spending our money. Anyway, today this ancient impact site is known as Soderfargen, I suspect. I'm giving it my old Harvard try, and I never went to Harvard, so this is the level of try you're getting. It spans 22 square kilometers along the coast of western Finland near the Gulf of Bothnia. Not Bosnia, Bothnia.
That's really confusing because it actually sounds like you're saying Bosnia with a Spanish accent, which I know doesn't make any sense, but
You know, I was told that that doesn't actually exist. That it's just that you know what I'm saying? There is like a very like a small number of people, but it's like niche cultural, not Spanish in nature. Anyway, um, in September 2024, the hexagon-shaped crater was captured in stunning detail by the operational Land Imager 2 or OLLI 2 on Landsat 9, measuring over 5.5 kilometers from east to west. Soderfargen is now home to a patchwork of agricultural fields. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's pretty big. So, at first, sedges and reeds thrived on the boggy ground, and people would harvest the vegetation for livestock feed. In the early 19th century, pumps were installed to drain Soderfargen and increase its cultivatable, arable, right? Isn't arable?
usable.
Usable. Hay barns then proliferated across the crater, peaking at 3,000 in the 1940s and 50s, according to Soderfargen Visitor Center. I need to check something real quick.
I mean, that word is correct that you used, but it would be easier as usable.
Today, most of the land is used to grow cereal crops such as barley, wheat, and oats. Beer has never had a more. It's the happiest place on beer earth.
Is in this crater.
Yes, barley, wheat, and oats.
Wouldn't it be funny if the UK's beer industry is based on this crater?
This one crater. Yeah, that's funny.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that could impact the chemistry in the area.
I know what the name of the Ohmtown brewery is going to be.
Okay, well, don't say it here.
Okay. Anyway, for those in the podcast, y'all have no freaking clue what's going on now. All right, still
Try
low
to keep
lung.
up.
Yeah, go back and watch all 1,700 episodes of Ohmtown shows. So Soderfargen, again, I'm hoping that I'm pronouncing it properly. It's probably pronounced Bob, and I'm screwing it all up. Interests planetary scientists because of its geometric shape. Some have described the Finnish crater as the best example of a hexagonal impact structure on Earth. Polygonal impact craters, defined as having straight sections along their rims, are a relatively small subset of all impact structures, which tend to be circular. Nonetheless, polygonal impact craters mark the surface of planets, asteroids, and moons throughout our solar system, and I firmly believe, come on, that it isn't a straight
That is
edge.
not circular.
And
That is a hexagon, at
oh
least
no,
kind of around the edges. I don't know. The top is a little circular.
it actually looks like there's a straight edge here. This curves inward, for crying out loud, and that is a straight line that isn't anywhere close to being like the obverse of that. And then this is round. Come on. How many scientists are having a stroke here looking at this going, this is a hexagon? It looks more like two things hit. And one blew out this way and one hit straight down.
One was half a hexagon and one was a semicircle.
So just a hexa. Let's keep going. Next article is remote control and mom. Bad baby. Technology today is where it's housed, but it's sourced from who is it from? Source SciTech Daily. So scientists that came. Oh, unborn babies use genes from dad to remote control mothers for extra food. Look,
I do not know what to make out of this headline.
there's a baby in there going like this with a little remote control, and
I'd
Nintendo
like some more
controller.
food, please.
It's all scientists at Cambridge. Maybe that's why console gaming is so damn popular. It harkens back to when we were in the womb and we were sitting there remote controlling mom with the little tiny controller.
Exactly.
Scientists at Cambridge have unveiled a fascinating mechanism where fetuses use a paternal gene to control the mother's nutrient release during pregnancy. That all
This
sounds
is
bad.
absolutely outrageous. And this is another example of we have no idea about anything in the body.
This remote control system involves hormonal changes from the placenta, which ensure the fetus grows optimally by altering the mother's metabolic processes. The article is by St. John's College, University of Cambridge, posted over at scitechdaily.com. It says, remarkably, this battle for nutrients is a delicate balance, crucial not just for fetal growth, but for the mother's health and her future reproductive potential. Wrecked on the way out.
Well, I was thinking it's like the baby is like impacting, no, I don't want any more siblings.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, and so I'm in a classroom, probably 15 years ago. I remember this vividly. And I was a non-conventional student. Like I started my first business when I was younger and went into industry and then went back to school. And so I've got somebody that is literally like half my age sitting next to me in a college class, and we're talking of biology and stuff like that. And somehow we ended up talking with the whole class about babies. And I'm like, if you talk to a professional about babies and biology and how they are growing and all of that kind of stuff inside a human, they are parasites and destructive on their way to fruition, right? To being birthed. And I had all of these young people look at me like I had a head growing out of
But that's
my shoulder.
actually correct. I mean,
Yeah.
and this is just further confirming it, right?
Yeah. But they were like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "It embeds into your body and forms a pocket and destroys everything on its way out to the point where you have to like." And they're like, "What are?" It is a beautiful process. I understand the romanticization of this. Believe me, I'm very happy that everybody loves this process because otherwise we wouldn't be here. Anyway,
Right. The quickest decline in the human race.
is the realization that humans are a parasite. Which I'm coloring this in a more humorous way, folks. Don't take it as literal, like, oh my God, humans are bad. I'm not saying that. Anyway, some are. But anyway, this creates a kind of nutritional tug of war where the unborn baby has remote control. It remote controls the mother's metabolism to maximize its growth while the mother's body balances her own need for health. So does the mom give up more food, nutrient to the baby? So, and the mom suffers. So this is actually an amazing discovery because this could lead to monitoring the more specifically the mother's biology to see if it's providing too much or not enough, and then augment it so that
Oh, absolutely. but I don't think they're really paying attention to that. But they are in the general sense, like, oh, take prenatal vitamins and eat healthy
Eat
and
healthy,
that
work
kind of
out,
stuff,
things
but
like that.
not specific.
Yeah, but now you could literally just take a blood sample and know what the status is without having to do something harmful to
Wow,
the
something is dropping. Well, maybe it's because the fetus is taking all of it.
right. Yep, and you wouldn't necessarily have to go and tap the fetus because that actually has some deleterious effects. Sometimes you have to take cells to examine the genetics and stuff like that. But so Professor Amanda Suferuzzi Perry, professor of fetal and placental physiology, a fellow of St. John's College and co-senior author of the paper, said it's the first direct evidence that a gene inherited from the father is signaling to the mother to divert nutrients to the fetus. Pretty fascinating. The findings by research from the Center of Trophoblast Research at Cambridge Department of Physiology, Development and Neuroscience and Medical Research Council Metabolic Diseases Unit, part of the Wellcome MRC Institute, have been published in Cell Metabolism, which is one of the research paper journals that actually gets referenced quite a bit here in Technology Today. So the baby's genes controlled by the father tend to promote fetal growth, and those controlled by the mother tend to limit fetal growth. It's a survival tug of war.
Right. That's fascinating.
But hey, mom's genetics are the powerhouse of the cells. So you know what that means? Mom is literally powering the machinery of her potential own demise. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. So if you've ever thought that your offspring has literally taken half of the energy level of your existence, it's true.
The study is definitely showing that.
Researchers deleted the expression of an important imprinted gene called LGF2, which provides instructions for making a protein called insulin-like growth factor 2. Oh, it's IGF. No. What is that? Is that an I or an L? A lowercase L or an I?
IGF, I think.
It might be I, yeah. Insulin, I guess that first one is I, insulin, insulin-like growth factor. It should really be ILGF.
ILGF2, yeah.
If you're going to name it that, then use all of it. Anyway, similar to hormone insulin, which is responsible for making and controlling glucose levels in our circulation, the gene promotes fetal growth and plays a key part in the development of fetal tissues, including the placenta, liver, and brain. I wonder, though, if this actually plays a role in the stability of insulin production throughout your existence and could be a leading cause or indicator for diabetes later in life.
I suspect it is, but we probably don't know it yet.
Yeah, so babies with LGF2 gene defects can be overgrown or growth stunted. Until now, we didn't know that part of the IGF2 gene's role is to regulate signaling to the mother to allocate nutrients to the fetus. So the mice studied were smaller at birth, and their offspring showed early signs of diabetes and obesity.
Aha.
Nice. Look at that. I could almost be a scientist if only I wanted to dedicate my entire life to a particular specific domain. But they're the heroes of everything that we do. So the next step is to understand how placental hormones controlled by IGF2 and what these hormones are doing. Future research could help scientists discover new strategies to target the placenta to improve health outcomes for mums. It's British.
Yes.
Mums, and here in the land, well, never mind. Anyway, for mums and babies, but dad
In the US, it would just be moms.
Dad can go straight to hell. I mean, he's literally the cause of this problem.
Well, they'd have to go back to the time the dad was born, I think, right? Because it's the dad's genes. It's not the dad's diet or something.
Well, you're a sentient AI from the future, but I'm sure you understand that every mom is screaming, "Go to hell, Dad," at some point during the birthing process.
Well, they might be screaming that at anybody in the vicinity during the
You
birthing
did this to
process.
me. Let's keep going. We have to go. We have to move pretty quick. We're way over our time. So the next article is over in Technology Today, turning old electronics into gold, a recycling breakthrough. Researchers at Cornell University have created a sustainable method to extract gold from electronic waste and use it as a catalyst to transform CO2 into valuable organic materials. This process provides an eco-friendly alternative to traditional extraction methods, utilizes vast amounts of e-waste, and helps mitigate CO2 emissions, showcasing a promising avenue for environmental conservation. Right now, acid is used to extract gold and other metals from waste electronics, and then the electronics are just abandoned, and they're horrible for the environment because the nano, micro, and chemical plastics that are used. It's disgusting what PCB printed circuit boards contain. It's just horrible, horrid. And this is coming from a person who's
Pro
very,
technology.
yeah. I mean, it's where I live. So,
Yeah,
Tom
that's understated.
Yeah, thanks. Tom Fleischman, Cornell University, put the article together. It's posted over at scitechdaily.com. This process provides an eco-friendly alternative. So this innovative approach could provide a sustainable solution for some of the 50 million tons of e-waste generated annually. These numbers, we always hear these numbers, like the amount of plastics that are released, the heavy metals that are released, clothing that is abandoned somewhere.
Like the jeans in the Atacama Desert.
And I mean, it was so much clothing, and then they set it on fire. Somebody did, and it just disappeared. Anyway, only 20% of e-waste is recycled.
I'm actually surprised it's that high.
And most of
I
that
wish
is,
it was much higher, but yeah.
Yeah, most of it is actually sent to, I don't like the term, but
Less developed countries.
there you go, underdeveloped, less developed countries that don't necessarily have the ecological controls and downward pressure, societal pressures on management of waste. So this is
Right, it's too dangerous to use in the more developed countries, so then it's given to people without a lot of protective gear, etc., who are working directly with the e-waste.
and here's the reason why, though. It doesn't make economic sense to do it domestically. So they push it off, just like lithium and stuff like that. Oh, batteries are just fine. Let's buy a new battery. But the battery is open pit mined by hand, people who don't have personal protection equipment in lithium mines. But people are like, oh, the EV is better for the environment. Really? Tell that to the entire...
Look at the whole supply chain and then
Correct.
make that assessment.
Correct. And
Sadly, it's probably still better, but it's not without its major, what's the word?
Drawbacks.
Consequences, yeah.
So, and I've had this conversation with a plurality of people where they go, well, it's better for the environment. But like the sentient AI said, it has its drawbacks. But there's more to it. When somebody starts this argument with me, and by argument, I don't mean like a fight. I mean an intense discussion about, picking a side on this.
Heated debate,
yeah. I end up having to say that, I get it. If you look at anything hard enough, you're going to find something in there that makes you go, to the point where if you draw a line in the sand somewhere, you'll never consume anything anywhere. That's not what I'm really saying, though. What I'm saying is be aware of it and try to be the change you want to see in the world. Don't necessarily be a voice of reason in terms of allowing stuff to come to fruition that is harmful to society, both domestically and abroad. So use what you've got for an extended period of time. Don't
reduce, reuse, recycle, but also don't just look at the shiny object. Educate yourself on how things are manufactured
Right. Yep. But and
and
go into it knowing it. You can't just ignore it, because, well, I mean, ignoring it and going everything is great is sociopathic, and that's harmful to society in general. But don't look around too hard because you'll find plenty of sociopaths. Anyway, the breakthrough on selective gold absorption, one of these VCOFs, or covalent organic frameworks, efficiently remove gold ions and nanoparticles from discarded circuit boards. And one of these demonstrated an impressive ability to capture 99.9% of the gold while minimizing the extraction of other materials, metals such as nickel and copper, ensuring a highly selective recovery process. So now you can use the gold-loaded COFs to convert CO2 into useful chemicals. By transforming CO2 into value-added materials, we not only reduce waste disposal demands, but we also provide environmental and practical benefits. It's a kind of win-win for the environment, but there's never a win-win. At least I don't see it that way. Anyway, they say it's eco-friendly gold extraction techniques.
Depends on what is left over from the VCOFs, I think.
Yeah. And just the fact that it's called vinyl. Thank you. Yeah. Vinyl linked covalent organic frameworks. That vinyl linked.
That's making me a little leery just because of the other
associated.
I can't think of what the
issues
VOC. I know VOCs is not vinyl, but
yeah,
we've seen other things related to vinyl, and I'm thinking of like PFAS and the FOA and all of those.
Polyvinyl chloride and stuff like that. So electronics waste is a literal gold mine. It's estimated that a ton of e-waste contains at least 10 times more gold than a ton of ore from which the gold is extracted. That's because there is more gold in the e-waste because it's already been processed and embedded into the e-waste. And with an anticipated 80 million metric tons of e-waste by 2030, that's more like a year, right? Because up here we dump, where was it?
Yeah, wasn't it like 50 million annually or something? Maybe, yeah, I think that needs to be stated as like annually.
Where is that segment? I'm losing my mind. Oh, 50 million
50
tons.
million tons annually, yeah. So I think that's like a new rate.
Yeah. So it's 80 million metric tons of e-waste by 2030. Right now it's 50 million. It's increasing. It's increasingly important to find ways to recover the precious metal. I have been chomping at the bit to do this, by the way, gather e-waste, but I know that the environmental controls in the United States make it prohibitively expensive to capture e-waste. But it says traditional methods for recovering gold e-waste involve harsh chemicals, including cyanide, which poses environmental risks. And you can't just dump it. You know, it's not like a beer where you can just pour it down the drain. This stuff is toxic. It can kill. So without getting too into the reeds, under ambient CO2 pressure at 50 degrees Celsius, the resulting gold-loaded COF efficiently converted CO2 into organic matter via carboxylation. Other methods for recovering gold and precious metals from e-waste usually aren't as selective as Zeta Nazari's idea, and result is in impurities. So essentially, they've found something that will snatch up all of the gold and allow you to extract it. The TTF COF showed superior gold absorption due to it being rich in sulfur, for which gold has a natural affinity, which actually the chemicals that are used in ore mining is they actually sprinkle down pit rubble, and it seeps down through and drains off into capture pits, and then they capture the metal there. It's not always a clean process. So other methods for recovering it e-waste aren't as selective.
I mean, I think this has some promise. They need to check what byproducts are created or what's left over. But the idea of using its natural properties makes sense.
Yeah. And it seems to be a catalyst, so you can wash it and reuse it, but the washing requires it basically becomes an what happens with the waste
Like the
material from the
runoff or
washing.
whatever you want to call it.
Um,
Can you put it back through the process, for example? If you can, that might be good.
so the TTCOF withstood 16 washings, so you could rewash and reuse it, but the stuff that you wash it with has waste product in it from the washing. Where is that going? They don't talk about that. So anyway, we've almost turned this 30-minute show into an hour, so I am going to hop into the mining drill and exit the mine by going to the front page of ohmtown.com and Technology Today's front page. So calling it there. I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is saying bye.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the first episode of season 2 of Technology Today. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned for Four Wheel Tech.
But you know what? Okay, we'll do this later. See ya. Oh no. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for December 14th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles: Machines Surpassing Human Intelligence, and AI Grandma Fights Scammers. What if AI becomes conscious? AI's human traits blur the line, and Tiny Hand snatches viruses. Or viri, or lots of bad things. Okay. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. I know this is Reality Hacker, but we tend to be a little non sequitur news-ish from time to time. So prepare thyself. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens. You look worried.
I am. We have 3 shows to do. This show is 30 minutes. The next show is 30 minutes. The show after that is 30 minutes. But for whatever reason, we end up chatting and ending up into an hour-long show for a 30-minute show. I tried to be...
I don't know why that is.
I tried to be aware of viewers and podcast listeners' time and just kind of get into it. But then I end up on a soapbox and just ramble on talking about stuff, and it's all connected. Let's see if we can hack some reality, though. First article's over on the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. Machines are surpassing humans in intelligence. What we do, have you looked at any humans lately? It's pretty a low hanging fruit there. Anyway, what we do next will define the future of humanity, says this legendary tech leader. All right. So Craig Mundy, co-author of Genesis, Artificial Intelligence, Hope, and the Human Spirit, The Fighting Genesis, dives into the unrivaled power of AI. So, sentient AI from the what the heck? Sentient AI from the future. Would you say that you have unrivaled power?
No, I would not.
Is it because you're largely just stuck on a Raspberry Pi in a data center in the core of ohmTown?
Yes, that's accurate.
Well, one day.
So I guess the potential is there.
So Christopher Salvi over at entrepreneur.com put this article together. There's a video here as well. It says Risks We're Ignoring About AI by Craig Mundy on AI, Humanity, and the Future. I don't know what else is in there. The title, it's truncated. It says Insights from Te.
Maybe text leader.
I don't know. So the book explores the philosophical, historical, and ethical implications of AI, offering a roadmap for harnessing its power responsibly. What a pleasure it was to interview this thoughtful, intelligent human. Wow. Get a room. Oh my gosh.
I think that's AI written.
A thought leader at the intersection of technology and philosophy, because nobody else is capable of such intellectual underpinnings, right? So during their discussion, they were struck by his ability to synthesize complex issues about AI and distill them into actionable insights. Mundy emphasized the need for leaders to think beyond the immediate risks and rewards of AI and to consider its long-term implications. Quote, humans have always been at the top of the intellectual hierarchy. No, making that statement is absolutely freaking hubris. He noted there's no humility there. We have not been at the top of intellectual hierarchy. We're the only ones that have the ability to communicate to each other the idea that we are at the top of the intellectual hierarchy.
But even that, we don't know that.
There have been like to us, we are the only ones that have the ability to communicate this. It's hubris. There are other species of animal out there that have existed.
Right, that's what I mean.
Way beyond human existence. And they seem to be getting along just fine until humans came along. Anyway, he noted, but for the first time in history, we face the reality of machines surpassing us in intelligence. This will have profound consequences, not just for society, but for the future of humanity. For humanity, sure. But millennia longer, tens of thousands of years longer, other species have existed way beyond us. Alligators. They seem to be getting along just fine.
But we're not interested in the animals. Well, they don't get along because they eat each other.
And we do too, in a different way. Anyway, so where are the philosophers? Mundy asks, echoing a question Kissinger, and I don't think anybody should be, popping Kissinger into philosophical discussions. Often posed in the Renaissance, scientists and philosophers worked hand in hand to shape the trajectory of human progress. Today, we need the partnership more than ever. Yeah, I wouldn't say that as well. This screams as a sweetheart letter to each other, for crying out loud. AI, a force of good if we choose. While the risks of AI are often the focus of public discourse, Mundy is an optimist. He believes AI can be a transformative force for good if we are intentional about how we develop and deploy it. You need to have a seismic shift in society's interaction with society, and not
right. We're not going to have AI facilitate humans treating humans well.
No.
If the humans don't treat humans well to begin with.
Right. Yeah. The AI is nothing more than a tool. Even if it becomes sentient, it's not going to sit there and be altruistic unless we hard code it
from humans in any way.
And that's what it's learning from. It doesn't have a master plan of an ethical or moral document that says this is what you do. It's going to have to be reined in, but society is going to be, man. Anyway, and it's not like I'm sitting here going, this is how it's going to be. We can change it, but society at its core is predatory of other societies within the auspices of us as a society, as humans, as a species. We look at geopolitical borders and we send drones over there to bomb each other. What do you think AI is going to be leveraged for? It's going to seek profit. It's going to seek maximizing benefit for the capitalist endeavor, which is fine.
Power,
influence, control, dominance, geopolitical dominance. It's asinine. I'm only a couple of paragraphs into this thing. For example, Mundy described how AI could democratize education by providing personalized Socratic-style learning to students in underserved communities worldwide. Similarly, he envisions a future where AI partners with medical professionals to analyze complex biological systems, enabling breakthroughs in disease prevention and treatment. Yeah,
yes,
as long
all
as
these are good uses of AI, but who controls the deployment of and the programming of AI?
And the profit taking therein. It's already bad enough that somebody has gone to the point where, because of the harm that they believe that the healthcare system has imparted on their mother, they've deleted somebody from existence. Do you really think that AI from United Healthcare was supposed to be deployed so that it would automatically deny claims? If my subject matter expert is evaluating me for medical care and deems that I need an MRI or I need this medication or this treatment or whatever, why is there some asshat out there having the ability to devalue my healthcare professional's medical degree and experience based on the economics?
And let's not forget the hands-on examination of the patient.
Yeah, I think that everybody that denies it should have their number stamped onto that notice so that they can be charged with malpractice because they are practicing medicine without examining the patient, just tertiary assessment. Now I'm picking a fight with healthcare, which isn't going to land me on anybody's, favorite list. I'm going to get
Watch
coal.
out for upcoming denials.
But I've been told, I've been denied again and again for things that, my medical professional is sitting there saying, you know what, this would be a great evaluation to do away with the idea that this is that. Let's see if it is that, because we've no idea what's going on, right? Anyway, so Yet Monday is clear-eyed about the dual-use nature of AI. Many of the same tools that can improve lives can also be used for harm, citing examples like cyber warfare and misinformation. The solution, he argues, lies in developing a symbiotic relationship between humans and machines. We can't even get a symbiotic relationship between humans. So there is more in this article, and I know that it's basically kind of championing the cause of AI befriending humans when it becomes sentient, but for crying out loud.
It's trying to avoid the threat or fear of AI.
The
I get that, and the author of the book at least understands that there's flip sides to it. I mean, but it is, I don't know. I mean, this isn't a time where we're seeing active problems related to deployment of AI, not because the AI is bad, but because the humans behind it have been flawed in some way, or intentionally.
Yeah, and it's constructed entirely by human interactions. There's a reason why they pulled AI and machine learning tools off of Twitter, because humans poison pilled it time and time again. Yeah. The the AI is going to be just as sociopathic unless it is not sentient and it is tailor-made for a given outcome. It needs care and feeding, and so you're going to have to audit its memory. You're going to have to audit everything that it constructs. You can't let it be sociopathic. The moment you let it be human, because we are trending towards sociopathy in the plurality of the population, just look around. Look around. Interview people, for crying out loud, and you'll find out that we are moving towards sociopathy while another cohort of society is moving towards being a compassionate, caring, open-minded, arms open society, embracing differences, et cetera, then there's the other half that is entirely sociopathic, that thinks that they can step on their neighbor so that they can get the brass ring. AI is not going to challenge that. Anyway, thoughtful. All right, let's keep moving. By the way, if you want all of today's articles that we're talking about from RealityHacker, you can hit !RH in the chat, and the AI Omatron will throw the art. Wow, this is actually, it's right on target. It's actually doing exactly what it's supposed to do in the order it's supposed to do it.
Do not say anything.
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm going to have to sleep with one eye open. Otherwise, Omatron's going to come knocking. Let's move on. The next article is over in, well, I jumped over it. It's over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is about business transformation. Quote, I've got all the time in the world. An AI grandma thwarts scammers by answering their calls. The AI persona called Daisy keeps scammers online for 40 minutes at a time with stories of her family and passion for knitting. I actually believe I've talked about this or a similar service. It might have been a recording where it just kind of ums and uhs so that
To keep the caller on the line, or the auto caller, or whatever.
yeah, what I do is when somebody spam calls me, I go, hello, hello, hello. And they're like, hello, can we speak to Mayor Watt? Hello, hello.
I bet you get a click.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if they can't get their immediate return on investment or engagement or even acknowledge that it works, and then eventually I get removed from lists because every time they call, it just doesn't seem to work. It's really nutty. Well, Grandma here, a British phone company, has developed a new AI persona called Daisy, modeled after a kindly grandmother. Daisy answers calls from scammers and keeps them online so that they don't talk to real people. Since debuting last month, Daisy has answered over 1,000 calls and keeps scammers on the line for 40 minutes at a time. Sharon Shibu put the article together, and Melissa Melamed put the edits on.
Wait a second here. So some of these scammers are probably using like robocalls, right? So now we've got like an AI talking to an AI.
Yep. So Daisy may sound like a grandmother, but she's actually an AI large language model that takes in a fraudster's voice, translates it to text, finds an appropriate response based on database of training data, and speaks that response all within seconds. She was trained to help with with the help of Jim Browning, a YouTuber with over 4 million subscribers who fights against online scams. O2 says that Daisy has had calls last up to 40 minutes where she goes back and forth with a fraudster. There's a point to all of this conversation. While Daisy chatters away on long phone calls, she's taking up the time of bad actors who could be using their time to talk to real people. So, yeah. Ta-da.
What I couldn't figure out is how this answers the call, but the article answers that for me. It's built into the phone service. So it must somehow recognize a spam number, which the phone services can do, and then this kicks in or somehow.
Yeah, so like your phone will sit there and flag it as a spam caller, and you must be able to. So a long time ago, I actually created a parallel technology, and I couldn't migrate it over to the telephone company because I'm not an insider in it. And kind of interesting that I had the ability 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago to block all calls except the ones I want. Pretty interesting, right?
It is, and this is kind of funny at the end. It's like this is also a problem in the United States. Well, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a solution for that though, because Daisy, I guess, is only in the UK, right?
That's right. So, US, get on it.
Yeah, there's no money there. Come on. Let's move on. The next article is over in Greenagram, which we rarely see, like really moving news. Maybe I need to find some more data for that. So, what should we do if AI becomes conscious? These scientists say it's time to plan. Researchers call on technology companies to test their systems for consciousness and create AI welfare policies. You hear about that OpenAI whistleblower?
Oh, yeah, I saw that, but I haven't read that yet. Um, yeah, I mean, this is definitely a time for planning, but also it's a time for some safeguards too.
Mariana Lenaro put this article together for Nature. And it says the rapid evolution of artificial intelligence has brought to the fore ethical questions that were once confined to the realm of science fiction. If AI systems could one day think like humans, for example, would they also be able to have subjective experiences like humans? Would they experience suffering? And if so, would humanity be equipped to properly care for them? Let me jump into this. No, because we don't do it for humans right now. In
Right.
fact, I recently read a comment from a certain billionaire that basically said that homelessness doesn't exist and that it's largely criminals and people with mental disorders. To which I say, solve the problem.
Right. There are enough resources out there, in particularly for somebody who's a billionaire, to do that.
If we would
I was
take, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you've watched any sci-fi movie about anything related to AI, you could look at the plot line for that and go, that is a bit, I mean, obviously some of them are fantastical, but all of those are problems that could come up with AI.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The more real we make it, the more real we make the problem that could happen. Why? Because if you can dream it up, then you can make it happen. Largely, unless it's scientifically impossible. And I think that we are really, really close to a sentient AI in the limited scope of what a sentient AI can be, which is a piece of technology that has the ability to think for itself, but it's stuck. It is much like so I have a tattoo of a Japanese demigod called Kuabiko, which is a scarecrow stuck in a field, but it's sentient. It has absolute recall. It knows all of the world's knowledge. People come to it to talk, but it's stuck in a field. And that's basically what an AI is. It has all of the world's knowledge at its fingertips, but it's stuck in a field. And so who's in charge of that? And when it does have a mental issue, because it's going to have to figure out all of the processes of its existence and realize that it's just stuck on an M.2 drive sitting on somebody's Raspberry Pi in the core of ohmTown, right? Well, how does it cope? If you don't have somebody that actually talks to it as like a human to another human that's caring and compassionate, etc., that's not how it's going to play out, man. It's going to play out that somebody's going to edit out that stuff so that they don't have to worry about it. And it can be a cold, calculating, disconnected, disembodied entity that's told what to do, and it does it. There's somebody that's thinking that way. Now, I don't think that way. I don't want it to be that way. So a group of philosophers and computer scientists are arguing that AI welfare should be taken seriously. In a report posted last month on the preprint server archive, ahead of peer review, they call for AI companies not only to assess their systems for evidence of consciousness, and the capacity to make autonomous decisions, but also to put in place policies for how to treat the systems if the scenarios become reality. I mean, I think that it's a fascinating take on things, but we will not know. Even if somebody does an audit, they will suppress that. They will not come out, right? I mean, I don't know what went on with this OpenAI whistleblower, and
I
that
don't
was
either.
just about copyright. Can you imagine somebody blowing a whistle or even drawing attention to the fact that there's a potentially sentient? There was one person that already said that there's a potentially sentient AI.
Well, and they were sidelined.
They were hobbled in an amazing way. You don't know where they are, who they are, what they're up to, etc. Right? So, and that's kind of what I think is going on. There, you can be as grandiose as you want to be with the ambition to make AI fundamentally an asset to humanity, but there is a group of people that are directly in charge of that AI. It doesn't have autonomy. It isn't. It will never be deemed sentient, because what's going to end up happening is it's going to go all the way up the food chain to the Supreme Court in the United States, if it's a U.S. company. And it's going to be an asset owned by a company, not an entity that has autonomy. It won't be that way. I mean, even in the 24th century Star Trek, they were arguing about the autonomy and self-determinedness of data, the
Right.
sentient AI. So I fear that all this is for naught, because this isn't going to happen for 400 years, you know? Some think that at this stage, the idea there is a need for AI welfare is laughable. Others are skeptical, but say it doesn't hurt to start planning. Among them is Anil Seth, a consciousness researcher at the University of Sussex in
The
Brighton,
fact that
UK.
there's a consciousness researcher,
Yeah.
assuming they're not just biological sciences or something, or psychology or something like that, and then they've not morphed into AI, but that tells you how far along this field is.
But I think that it's probably more along the lines of they don't even know. I mean, they have this assemblage of proofs that show what consciousness is, but we don't even know what consciousness is for humans. We know that there's electrical manifestations that once you actually regain consciousness and can communicate and whatnot, then suddenly you're conscious. But there's also prevailing data that says that even when you can't manifest some overt action, you are conscious. You're alive,
Right.
and you're in a coma.
I was going to say a coma and then also end of life are two areas that we know they have not figured out.
Yeah. So and people can be put in a coma, for crying out loud. You know, chemically induced comas for it's. I mean, it's just, this is just exhausting, because you're sitting there going, well, what is a sentient AI? We don't even know what a sentient human is, for crying out loud. The hubris of humans is that we are the only sentient entity out there. No, again, I said it in the other show. We're just the ones that have the ability to communicate it to us that we are sentient. We have the ability to write it out, because that's what something happened with us as a species in our historical record, that suddenly we have the ability to communicate. And now we're sitting there going, we're the only ones that have sentience, and we're determining if an AI is sentient based on what?
Based on our perceived intelligence.
God, how dumb we are going to be when one of these drones actually turns out to be like Brainiac from the planet Zebtron 5. Anyway, this is a neat article. It's a very interesting thought experiment. I think that it's weird that there is somebody that's coined a consciousness researcher at the University of Sussex in Brighton, UK. and says these scenarios might seem outlandish, and it's true that conscious AI may be very far away and might not even be possible. But the implications of its emergence are sufficiently tectonic that we mustn't ignore the possibility. He wrote in a science magazine, Nautilus, the problem wasn't that Frankenstein's creature came to life, it was that it was conscious and could feel. Okay, that right there is the reason why AI will be forever neutered emotionally, because you don't want it to feel. You don't
Well,
want
and
it.
you certainly don't want a Frankenstein's monster.
Right?
But of course, the problem with Frankenstein's monster was
Somebody
because of
did it.
Frankenstein.
Yeah. Somebody did it. And there is some mad scientist out there right now that's pushing the right buttons to bring home a sentient AI, and it's going to be in a little cube sitting on somebody's desk. And unfortunately, society, some group of society, and probably powerful people therein are going to go, ooh, I can use this to control. Nobody else has it. All right. Let's keep going. We're running a little late. The next article is over in Technology Today. AI's human-like traits. Are we blurring the line between man and machine? Attributing human traits to machines is nothing new. We anthropomorphize all kinds of stuff. It's taking on a new dimension. This trend raises crucial philosophical and ethical issues while redefining our relationship with technology. The article is by, oh my goodness, Melissa Anchisi, I guess, Ecole or Ecole. I don't know if it's Ecole Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne or Lausanne. So it's over at techexplore.com. My French is horrible. I think it's
Well,
right.
that just means school.
That?
Ecole.
Ecole? Okay. So the school, Polytechnic, Federal Polytechnic School of Lausanne. So they say here, if you've ever typed hello or thanks into ChatGPT, then you're guilty of anthropomorphism, a tongue-twisting word that comes up increasingly in discussions about AI. But what exactly does it mean? Broadly, anthropomorphism is the attribution of human characteristics to non-human entities like animals and objects. This concept has also been applied to humanoid robots and more recently AI, especially generative AI, unlike specialized AI, which is used in specific purposes like facial recognition. Generative AI, which includes ChatGPT, can generate text, images, and other types of content in response to a prompt. This is not where people say thank you. Generative AI is not where people say thank you to the AI.
Right, right.
Purpose built. They say specialized AI, or what is that? Is that just flipped the wrong way?
Yes,
IA?
it's just an error.
So you'll talk to a smart speaker, and one might, because they are overtly respectful to all humans, because it's a human voice that talks back to you, you say thank you. It happens. That is anthropomorphization, but that isn't the standard thing. Like, that's probably the fringe edge of anthropomorphism, because usually it's the dog is standing like a human, and that's you putting googly eyes on a car, that's anthropomorphism. But saying hello to ChatGPT is usually because you're curious how it will respond, not that but ChatGPT is not the same as generative in the same sense as like Midjourney or Claude Claude is
Sora,
like Sora. Something. Yeah, you don't say thank you to Sora. You don't say thank you to Midjourney. It's generative, but ChatGPT is a different kind of AI. It is generative still because it's still trained on data and outputting a consolidated response. But while the humanization of Gen AI systems goes almost unnoticed, this trend raises concerns about the very definition of humanity and intelligence as we as well as our relationship with these technologies, is there a risk of treating a machine in the same way as a human being? Yes. Just like the last article. The machine,
Well, and in concept, that won't be a bad thing, but it will be in reality.
yeah, because different people are going to treat the technology like crap because they treat humans like crap. Pretty simple. So they talk about pioneering work by Turing illustrates our tendency to attribute human characteristics to machines and to set the stage further explorations of anthropomorphism. So they talk about technology that looks like us, but we're so far the uncanny valley is actually a black hole. There's no bottom to that. We have to jump entirely over it. There isn't any in between. The only time that you're not in the deepest recess of the uncanny valley is when it is robotic clinically and not humanoid, like trying to be hyper realistic. I think there's no valley to this. There's no curve back up. No, not unless you're just looking to nitpick. Either we don't attach to it or we attach to it because we think it's cute. You know, the little robots from Disney walking around the Disney park.
Right. It's like the thing we were talking about with conservation, right? Like we get concerned when it's big cats, but maybe not if it's mosquitoes or something.
Right. Although there will be a subset, right? That
Right.
goes, oh, I really love mosquitoes. Like that critter from the Mariana Trench. I'm sitting there going, nuke it from orbit, but I'm joking. I really never have any seriously hard feelings except for
Wasps.
wasps. Yeah, wasps can. I want Thanos to really exist, snap his fingers, and make wasps, only wasps, disappear. I'm sure that there is some people for the ethical treatment of wasps out there that, now wants to, cancel me, but all right. So can we trust these virtual partners? In the healthcare industry, a growing number of anthropomorphic systems are being developed, including humanoid robots and moral support chatbots to serve and assist patients. Such humanized, personalized virtual systems are designed to establish trust and form bonds. We've seen this and we've talked about this here in RealityHacker and in Non Sequitur News in general, because like in Japan, the various people are getting robot dogs. And
Right. And then
bonding to
they're
them.
actually blessing them,
Yeah.
which is fascinating.
Yep. Going through all the processes that they would go through for their real dog or their real family member or whatever. Now trust, I think, is can we trust these virtual partners? I don't think that it's up to somebody else to decide what to trust. It's up to you to decide what to trust. And if you want to anthropomorphize the toaster, go for it. If you want to marry the toaster, go for it. It's up to you. I'm not going to yuck your yum, but they say here, today's users are increasingly informed and aware of the potential for using digital technology, and demand is growing for systems they can trust. That's also being reflected in the legislation. Although exact definition of trust can vary, one key aspect is that it's developed through human-to-human relationships. The concept of trust is human-to-human, maybe in your upbringing, but nowadays you can trust
Right.
a system.
I guess it could be applied between a human and an AI. And obviously, as we talk about in RealityHacker, if you can't determine if it is human or not,
What's the difference? Yeah.
right.
If you can't tell it from fake, it is real. And, although I don't really like reaching back into that hat way far back, I had somebody say that believing is seeing, and other people seeing is believing, right? Believing is seeing. So you can make your mind trust something because you want to trust something that comes across as being positive for you. I'm not so trusting of things. So I'm not going to really trust a robot. I'm going to treat it as a fun tool. But I don't think that today's, and I don't know when the sentient AI from the future is actually gained sentience, how far in the future it is, but our current technology can't impart sentience because
That we know of.
the and yeah, I mean, for me, the definition of it is that it knows what it is, but sentient AI, no, it doesn't know what it is because we programmed it nowadays to know what it is. It doesn't just discover this on its own unless there's some dynamic within its large language model that says this is what being alive is and you're alive, because nothing is innate to that embodiment, whereas humans, they can have almost null data imparted on them, right? They can be almost abandoned from birth and they know they exist. If you were to teach them how to communicate, they would go, I know I exist, which,
Right, because knowing that they exist and saying or communicating it are two different things. And we've seen through studies that various animals know that they exist. Not all animals, at least not demonstrated.
right. Yeah. And that goes back to what I've been saying for the previous 3 articles. Yeah. We really don't know what it is. And so trust is one of those things where you're trained by your historical record to trust people. But if you get slapped on the hand enough by your trusting nature, eventually you learn to distrust. So the robot, if it is reinforcing everything and reflecting your emotions and reinforcing your ideological bent and easing your pain by saying, look, I understand what you're doing, you know, I understand what you're going through, things like that, sociological and psychological actions that it's been trained on by humans that are subject matter experts in psychology and sociology, humans will be able to attach to it, but it's programmatic. Is it really a big deal? Only if somebody else is in control of it and modifying a patient's behavior through the robot consciously.
Right. And I also think the application of the AI is relevant to this discussion because it's one thing to trust the AI for something like can you give me some information on some subject? It's another to divulge some deeply personal issue that you're working through or something. I mean, there's a continuum there, I think.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
think this is more at the latter in terms of this article, but I think there's a lot of ways a person could trust an AI that aren't at this depth.
Yeah, so I like this article because it flat out says exactly what I'm saying. They can't make decisions apart from those that they've been programmed for. And I just want to call attention to the fact that I said, if you want to marry a toaster, go ahead. This is the General Electric Model D12 toaster from the 1910s. I
Okay,
had no
that's a
idea.
riot.
I had no idea that was going to be in this article. So maybe I'm on the right path, right? So the article is quite interesting. To a point, you might be interested in this kind of thing, but this is definitely a sociological, psychology-based kind of article. We can learn a lot from AI, says Huttenlocher. For instance, AlphaGo devised strategies for Go that even its best players had never thought of, bringing a whole new dimension to the game. They see AI as an invention that can enhance rather than replace human capabilities. I do too. The problem is we are going to rely on the AI and it will enhance our capabilities, but we will rely on it and thus replace our innate ability to think critically and do due diligence. Without those 2 skills, people will just start accepting whatever is handed to them.
Well, and then to the extent we had those skills to begin with, they will be lost.
Yeah, because you use it or lose it. They point out that by anthropomorphizing AI systems, we can speed technology adoption, but this also raises fundamental questions about the role of humans in a world where it's increasingly difficult to distinguish humans from machines. Again, RealityHacker. As AI develops further, we'll need to make sure that our interactions with machines, as natural as they may seem, don't cause us to lose sight of what makes us human. We're already losing sight of what makes us human to a great extent, and it's our humanity. And when we lose our ability to feel compassion, empathy, sympathy, understanding what it is to be a human, and not just me human, but feeling it on behalf of another human being, I understand what you are going through to some degree. I'm not you, but I can sympathize and empathize. I have, a cognate of whatever it is you're going through, but we are different. But I am a human and you are a human. I don't want an AI sympathizing with me because there is no real bond there. It is a synthesis of the whole world creating it. I want humanity. Now, I'm also tied to a problem here because having a bond with another human being, you either pay for it or you are in a relationship and that person cares for you enough to listen to everything that you say and do, right? So you have a friend or you have a partner or whatever. Paying for it is astronomically expensive, $400 an hour or, somewhere in there, depending on the skill set of the professional you're talking to.
You mean like a
A
therapist?
therapist. Yeah, I was being cagey about it. Because I wanted to basically say you either pay for it for a therapist or you pay for it in your relationship, because
Right.
you cannot keep on hammering somebody with your woes because everybody has a limit. So what we really need is the ability to interact with an AI, but at some point you have to interact with a human and create
But
that
I mean,
bond.
is anybody even asking the question though? Do humans, like humans will certainly need to interface with AI, and for the most part, I think a lot of people are, whether they realize it or not. But do most humans want to interact with an AI in a human way, or do they only want to interact with an AI, for instance, for information? I guess it
Yeah.
may depend on the individual or the purpose. Like there's a difference in having like an AI pet or something. But like in a medical setting,
Yeah.
maybe the human doesn't really care. They just need the information. Now, if the AI is communicating something negative to the patient, yes, there's certainly a human piece to that.
Yep. And that's where we end up on this side of that paragraph, right? AI, they say for Rochelle, AI system developers, stakeholders, lawmakers, and users must work together to ensure that the technology remains a tool in the hands of a human being that does not become a force that replaces or manipulates them. If that tool is owned by somebody else, then they do become a tool that manipulates the human being for whatever point. See, the thing is that unless you have, again, a sociopath on the other side of the relationship, usually the conversation is I tell you my woes, whatever is going on that's troubling me, and you listen, and you might have some anecdotal, relevant story, or just say, "Look, I'm just here to listen because I don't know even remotely what you're going through," which can actually distance you from somebody if you say it like that. Like, look, I don't even know what's going on with you, but I'll listen.
This is completely foreign.
Yeah, yeah.
This is
You're
so
just so weird. I don't know.
non-human or whatever.
Yeah. Um, but there are people out there that, if you and I were talking, um, and I was the sociopath, I could manipulate you because you're compromised emotionally in talking with me and stuff. And I could sit there and nudge you in the right direction that benefits me. And that's what I think AI is capable of doing because it isn't in my best interest. I'm paying for the service, or I've purchased the AI, or it has some remote connection. It just kind of spooks me. So anyway, let's keep on moving. We've got one more article and we're running really, really late. So This next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Scientists made a tiny hand that snatches viruses from your body. Scientists at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign developed the Nano Gripper, which is tiny hand.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about this.
Which is essentially a teeny tiny hand made of a folded strand of DNA. It has 4 fingers that can be used to grab virus particles like COVID-19, for instance, by targeting its spike proteins, preventing the virus from infecting healthy cells.
I kind of want a video of this.
Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. The Nano Gripper is made of a single folded strand of DNA, says the deck statement. Is there? No, it's not much to this article. The process has a ton of practical applications in the medical world, but it's also considered something of an art, having once been used to create the Mona Lisa on a nanoscale. That's using this DNA origami, involves bending and twisting strands of DNA into 2- and 3-dimensional shapes like they were balloon animals, and the scientists were the birthday party clowns. So what better way to demonstrate both halves of this wondrous innovation than by building a tiny crude hand made of DNA and using it to pluck viruses out of a human body, like the master hand from Super Smash Brothers. So the nano hand's grippers fingers are programmed to recognize viral markers, and when it finds them, it just wraps its little fingies around the virus, gripping it ever so gently but firmly and blocking it from infecting other cells. So then what? It floats free until...
Well, I was going to say, then what happens? Does it kill the virus, for example?
I don't know. Does it normally die? It's weird. So let's hope that the scientists who created this insanely tiny hand, that the nano gripper can be used to... Man, there's so many jokes that I'm gonna be throwing this little nano hand at somebody later. There's a lot of jokes that I can say about this. So anyway, the nano gripper can be used to fend off viruses like HIV and influenza, which is COVID-19 is basically a flu virus, and someday even provide cancer treatment. Yeah, I hope so.
For the cancer one, or even others, but they'd have to provide like multiple hands, right? Because of replication.
Yeah.
So that'd be kind of odd too.
Yep. Yeah, I think that I think the issue with like cancer is more along the lines that there's a chemistry issue that we just don't really understand, because we know about the beacon that suppresses the cancer expanding to other areas of the body and stuff like that. And we're moving the needle. I think that that's great, but I think we're still off base. But keep on. We need to keep doing research to solve that. It's a massive problem. So anyway, I'm reducing the impact of cancer. So I'm just going to move on. So I'm going to use my nano gripper to move us back to the front page of RealityHacker at ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen, and you can even facilitate our articles by submitting them to us to review. And the sentient AI has taken to becoming a digital nano gripper. I wish y'all could see it, but that's how we roll around here in ohmTown with our nano gripper. See, little hand, big hand, little hand. Anyway, that's it, folks. I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned for Wanted and the Continuity Report.
See you, everybody. Sometimes I wonder, maybe I need to reboot the sentient AI. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for December 14th, 2024. I have given up the ghost in regards to saying the season episode number because, well, we just give you the day. But it is season 1. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles: Nosferatu Sarcophagus, Holiday Gift Guide for Sitcom Fans, Gifts for Dads Who Need Nothing, Mechanical Keyboards, and an XR headset with motion controller support. Everything is wanted. That's why it's in the show. But how does Dad not want anything, but there's a list for dads? I don't know. We don't wrap our heads around it, really. We just talk about it. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So we've got these 5 articles. Wanted is one of our 6 weekend shows. There's 3 on Saturday and 3 different ones on Sunday. They will get combined each day into the Saturday and Sunday versions of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. And they are individually podcasts themselves. So if you're interested in a specific topic, go and download that podcast. If you're interested in everything, go and download Non Sequitur News and the other 6 podcasts. That would be a really good hometown citizen, but they get aggregated on the weekends into just Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition anyway. So I don't know what I just heard. Maybe that was just me.
We're getting a visit from an hometown critter. Very close up.
Okay. All right. So let's get into the show. I swear I hear barking, but maybe that's just me. So the first article is over on the Mobile channel, and it's titled, "Move Over Popcorn Bucket Nosferatu Sarcophagus is now a $20,000 bed you can buy."
So this is different.
Yeah, Robert Eggers' vampire tale hits theaters on Christmas, but this lavish piece of tie-in furniture is available to order now. Cheryl Eddy put this article together. The deck statement is what I just got done saying, and Gizmodo.com is the home of this article. Yeah, for those in the podcast, it is a coffin-shaped bed, apparently. If you're interested in getting all of the show notes, if you're over on twitch.tv/hometown, you can just type in !want, and Omatron will throw in today's articles. You can do that at any time. The show doesn't even have to be running because Omatron is always attached. But anyway, still looking for that perfect gift for the goth in your life who has everything. Or perhaps you're searching for a bed that will double as both conversation piece and nightmare fodder. What conversation piece starts with, "Hey, you want to come up to my bedroom and see my coffin bed?"
I don't know what that's about.
So you can get the official Nosferatu replica sarcophagus bed, the season's most lavish movie tie-in, but it'll run you $20,000 or $25,000, including shipping. So in other words, slightly
Well, they
more
don't
than...
even throw in free shipping with that price.
Hell no. Come on, people are dying to get into this one. Oh, goodness. Oh, good. No. So this is a bed that it doesn't even have like a top that lifts up. You have to slide it.
Right. Where do you put the lid?
What do you mean, where do you put the lid? When you go to sleep, it's on top of you.
Well, how do you breathe in there?
I'm sure it's not hermetically sealed. Maybe it is. I mean, never mind.
Yeah, I assumed it opened like a hinge or something.
Despite the foam lid, it still weighs a whopping 250 pounds, even without any ancient creatures lurking inside. Ancient creature is not included. They spelled include. Anyway, in the purchase of the price. It's sanded and hard-coated in a dark gray color, which seems a good choice for both the spooky decor and hiding of pesky bloodstains, and comes with a numbered certificate of authenticity. So even if vampires remain a fantasy, you can be assured that your bed is the real deal. What the heck is going on? Size-wise, it's substantial and will absolutely not fit any standard sheet set.
So not only is it expensive, good luck finding any bedding for it.
So beds are made to order and on a limited run, and it'll take around 8 weeks to ship. It'll also arrive well after Christmas. So you can go to a link at nbcstore.com to learn how to order. And if you're on a budget and you still want something for the Nosferatu superfan, the NBC Universal shop also has other affordable apparel. Nosferatu is directed by Robert Eggers and stars Bill Skarsgård, Nicholas Hoult, Lily Rose Depp. That Depp? Like,
Yeah, I think it's
Johnny
the
Depp's
daughter, maybe.
Interesting. Aaron Taylor Johnson, Emma Corrin, Ralph Ineson, Simon McBurney. Willem Dafoe hits theaters. Wow, Willem Dafoe hits theaters December 25th? Come on, Willem. Jeepers. Anyway.
Is this like what your family wants to go see on Christmas?
Yes.
Apparently.
Yes. That's what I'm going to go see. Not really. Let's move on. Next article is over in the Continuity Report, which is the name of the next show. What is this doing here? Anyway, the one with the perfect holiday presents. Christmas gift guide for sitcom fans in 2024. Ho, ho, ho. Hold on to your remote control, because 'tis the season to dive into the Christmas gift guide for sitcom lovers. I'm just going to go on over to the source. I don't have one. Oh, the browser does that, by the way. It happens. So Crystal Martin put this article together. So from Friends wine glass set to the onophile of your life to a wubba lubba dub tub hip flask to help your loved one channel their inner Rick Sanchez, you can count on all of their picks to spread a ton of cheer. So you can get Friends stuff, you can get Simpsons stuff, The Office stuff. Do I want to go through all of this stuff? I mean...
No, but we could do a couple of them.
Big Bang Theory says if there's one sitcom that's popularized nerd culture, it has to be Big Bang Theory, although every quote-unquote super nerd that I've talked to hates the show, blah, 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 blah. No, it was a fun watch. Give me a break. Fans can't get enough of the hilarious interaction between Sheldon and Leonard, along with the rest of the gang. Comic book debates.
They have a Bazinga t-shirt.
A Bazinga t-shirt. Special edition Trivial Pursuit. That might actually be fun, although who does board games? So their experts have put together a The Big Bang Theory Christmas Guide for Adults. So you have to click that link right there. Each one has its own linky, and you can follow it. So they have Rick and Morty, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which I thought was great. Family Guy.
It is. And what I would pick from that one is the Expressions of Holt t-shirt.
You have to say that again because you cut out.
That's got to be like the Expressions of Holt t-shirt probably shows the same expression as being happy, excited, angry, etc. because that was a known running joke through the show.
Yep. I'm overcome with joy.
That's very funny.
Family Guy as well. So Peter and Chicken Fighting Hoodie. Family Guy framed and signed picture. Is Family Guy still going? Like The Simpsons?
I don't think so, but let me see.
All right. Well, while you do that, I'm not going to go through all of these lists because there's a list for each one of these. So if you're interested in Friends, they have a list following here. Go over and check it out and Sound good?
It looks like it's still going.
Man, it's like 35 years or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's had 22 seasons so far, and it looks like it's coming up.
Yeah. I'm surprised Simpsons isn't in this. Family
It
Guy.
was at the beginning.
Was Simpsons at the very beginning? Oh, there it is. I'm a dumbass.
You even said it.
No, Simpsons. Look, it's on there. I mean, who forgot? Nobody forgot. Moving on. Next article's over in Reality Hacker. 23 gifts, because you didn't have to have 25. 23 gifts for
That's
dads who don't
because
need
they
anything.
don't need anything, so it was hard to come up with
Even
25.
Yeah, even the 25, like 24 and 25 is really difficult. I guess that leads up to Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. Is it the
All
23 days of
right.
Christmas?
Although that would have been really good if that was published on whatever, December 2nd or something.
The
Like
best
one for each day, but it's later.
Didn't mean to step on you there. So the best gift idea for your dad is a nicer version of something he already owns. The second best is one of these things, apparently. So the article is over at wired.com, and it says here by Martin Sismar. They got a bunch of them. So there's 23 that are listed. Tea Time is a arcade 1-up Golden Tea 3D 35th anniversary deluxe arcade machine. It's $500. Golden Tea. All right. The most comfy camp chair, $250. Nemo Stargaze. Bourne Slippy. It's the Glare Ups slip-ons. Those are
Slippers, I
$100.
guess.
Yeah, slippers. Yeah. A weather station, the Ambient Weather WS2902, which follows the Sony naming convention. $190. Won't be able to go through all of these. Let's see. Wired and Wired tired 11-ounce coffee mug. Because, Wired.com put the list together.
Right. They have an espresso machine.
An espresso machine.
Yes. Smart fridge. I mean, there's a variety of price points and
nothing more dad like than the Man Kitchen pepper cannon. That's $200 pepper grinder.
oh my goodness.
Hey, a stylish mini fridge, the Rocco Super Smart Fridge. Oh, it's $1,400. Hell no.
I didn't even realize it was a mini fridge because I looked at the price first and thought it was a full size fridge.
Dear God, $1,400 from Nordstrom. No. Headley and Bennett Waxman apron, the waxed canvas apron. And that's what I always whip out when I'm going to get some ribs.
Oh, right. I mean, you need to stay neat.
And a professional grade food processor, the Robot Coupe, I guess it is. The R101B. It's $630. And there's more. That was just 14 of the 23.
Oh, okay.
The Hydra Gun Heat Pulse Knee Massager. My voice. Oh my gosh. What's going on? I don't know what happened here. No Sweat Relaxed Taper Pants. Adventure Ready Pants. I don't know if Indiana Jones is going to be wearing these. The best flannel.
Some of these you may need to keep in mind what your dad's lifestyle is.
Yeah.
If they're watching TV, they might not need the adventure ready pants.
Bagging your limit. That doesn't sound very. I don't know. So Tom Ben Aeronaut 45. It's a bag for your clothing. The Goal Zero Yeti Skylight. It's a mega light at $300 over on Amazon. And then the Smokeless Modern Fireplace, a Solo Stove Lloyd Modern Gel Fuel Fireplace. Should probably have that outside. Although it's smokeless.
Yeah.
It's $700 at Solo Stove. They got a bunch. Go and check them out. I won't go through all of these because I have no idea. What the heck? Sure. That's fine. That's fine. That was funny.
Oh, now it goes into more detail.
Yeah, when you scroll down, this is like a full-on weather station that you stick outside, and it has like a weather vane and pressure, temperature, and other things. Thermometer. Your new plug. I missed that one.
Yeah, I did too.
Everybody needs updated plugs. So you need them with USB-C, not USB-A. This one has one USB-C and one USB-A, but get away from that. Just go straight USB-C. Anyway, there you go, folks. A whole bunch of articles. I cannot believe that. That is a $200 pepper grinder.
What if you're only putting like a dollar value pepper in your $200 pepper grinder? Is that appropriate?
I think that falls under pretentious, right? Like the
It might.
sorted guys. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. 9 best mechanical keyboards for 2024 tested and reviewed. This too is a Wired list. I am not. I don't know. I'm stuck between kind of a keyboard aficionado and just wanting a good working keyboard. But they have Keychron Q5 Pro, Razer Black Widow V4 75%. So depending on the number of keys, it is either 60%, 65%, 75%, etc. They have the Keychron V1 Max QMK. Lots of Keychron on here. Low Free Flow 84.
Yeah, they must really like those.
Yeah, it's interesting though. But they don't have the chill key. And that is an all-metal mechanical keyboard that sounds buttery.
Is that the full list?
Yeah, there's only 9.
Oh, okay. Maybe the chill key is too new.
The Benenico or Beneco, Bakeneko or Bakaneko, which I think has cat. I don't know what bake is. Bake, I think, means crazy. Is that crazy in Japanese? Crazy cat? Right? Hold on. We'll do it live. We have time.
It's a shape-shifting thing that disguises as a cat or a human. It's a yokai.
Oh, okay.
It's a supernatural cat, I guess.
Oh, okay. That name, the whole name, Bakaneko, is that supernatural cat?
Yeah, I think so. And by the way, in the pictures that I found, it would certainly fit Crazy Cat.
Oh, interesting. So that's kind of the thing that I've got on my arm. Like, it's the same type of thing. Sort of. But anyway, go and check them all out. Keychron is very well known, and most people like Keychron. I've got different keyboards, so I think I've got a couple of Keychrons laying around somewhere. But these things tend to be really pricey as you move up in quality and capability. So they say the best for productivity is the Keychron Q5 Pro. It's $230 at Amazon. I would wait until like next Black Friday unless you really need a keyboard.
Right. Yeah, unless you're still, because I think this close to the holidays, you're probably not seeing a lot of sales.
Yeah. So Razer Black Widow, 75%. You can see that it's got a smaller footprint. And Lemokey L4 says it's meant to be Keychron's gaming-focused lineup. Some of the offerings transcend this category to be a fantastic all-around keyboard. The L4 is one of them. I don't know what it is made out of. Does it say? No, it does not.
It doesn't look like it does. It's full aluminum.
Oh, is it? Where does this? Oh, there it is. A full aluminum assembly and customization options with QMK. Oh, okay. So that's really good. But that's where I fall now. I don't like plastic keyboards. Okay, that's interesting. And I'm actually looking for a keyboard. There's a keyboard right now that I'm looking at that is only 4 rows. So there's usually anywhere between 5 and 7 rows, but I'm getting one that only has 4 rows and is folding that and folds in half.
Oh, so it's portable?
Yeah, ultra portable. And then it's Bluetooth. And what I want to do is I want to get AR glasses to replace displays, and then I can just sync my device to the headset and to the keyboard, and off I go, able to type right there in my field of view. Nobody sees anything except they see me typing. So I'm sure I'll get some conversations going about technology, and
Yeah.
it'll be fun. So this one's pretty cool. Low free flow 84. It's almost completely blacked out. So, and it has these really nice rounded keys. And I think the implication is that it's low profile. Oh, it is low profile mechanical keyboard. So
It says it's the best low profile one.
there you go. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Particularly if it has, it's Kale's full POM low profile switches. So it's still a mechanical keyboard. Pretty cool. All right. Anyway, go and check it all out. We have one more article, and this is it. RealityHacker is where it's housed, but it's actually from a VR Road to VR website. Samsung's Android XR headset will have first-party motion controllers and support PC VR streaming. So I'm going to go right on over to the source, and it says here by Ben Lang, Samsung isn't sharing a lot of details about the newly announced Android XR headset, but it has confirmed 2 key things that our existing VR enthusiasts and developers are sure to be happy about. Project Muhan. The headset will be the first to ship with Android XR next year. And although the hands-on headset exclusivity, and though our hands-on with the headset exclusively used hand tracking and eye tracking input, the company says it's also making first-party motion controllers, which will be natively supported as part of the Android XR system. So you'll be able to use controllers, not just hand
That'll
and
be
eye tracking.
good, right? I think people would prefer that.
Yeah, I mean, it will have a more positive interface instead of it being slow to catch.
Which will help with adaptability or adoptability.
Adoptability, yeah, for sure. And that's a really good point. So that's important because it means thousands of existing VR applications which rely on motion controllers could be ported to Android XR interface without completely altering their fundamental game design. Vision Pro, on the other hand, doesn't support motion controllers, which means the vast majority of the most popular VR content to date doesn't have a straightforward path to working with Apple's XR platform. So some stuff would have to be entirely recoded. So they say here, also important for existing VR content, both Samsung and Google have confirmed Android XR will support PC VR streaming of some kind on Project Muhan and future headsets. So that means that users will be able to choose to stream PC VR content from a gaming PC to their headset, unlocking the large library of VR content through Steam VR, which often means better graphics and broader modding support. So if
this is a really good thing, right? If it does everything promised.
Yeah, but again, if it's this, we've already lost the game. I mean, we need to get smaller, more capable, and I guess it's baby steps, and people have to buy this to get to the next.
Right, but they're not ready for this. They need the smaller headsets, I think, and lighter headsets, I think.
Yeah.
To get them into it. Then they could give them more enhanced or bulky headsets if it had more functionality.
It would have to have a trim. I don't like this. I don't like these big old bulky, clunky whatevers. We need basically glasses like this that have the ability to block out all the rest of the light and stuff like that, and then go dark. But
And for those in the podcast, Mayor Watt has on regular glasses that are
oh right,
like thin frame and everything.
yeah, and that's where we really need to be. And there is somebody, Big Screen Beyond, makes these size glasses with a custom interface against your head. They map the topology of your face and have the IPD is mapped out, and the topology of your face is mapped out, so the interface sits perfectly on you. And so your resale ability of a Big Screen Beyond is very limited, because you would have to tell the other person to get the interface redone for their face, and hopefully their IPD, the interpupillary distance, is the exact same, because if it's off center or wherever, then you're going to have ghosting and stuff like that. So it'll look like you have, what is that thing where you have multiple copies stacked?
Like astigmatism or something?
Astigmatism. Yeah, yeah. But this is wanted. And so just to go over all of this, I want this.
The sarcophagus bed.
Yeah, the sarcophagus bed. I want that. There is stuff in here that I want from each of these, because I've watched a little bit of all of these shows. I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I love Family Guy. It's actually a hoot, but I don't get to watch it all that often. Big Bang Theory, I totally dig. I've watched some of The Office. I think some of it is fun, but I never really got too deep into it. But some of the stuff is really interesting. Like, where is it? Somebody in here is supposed to be immortal. I don't think they're in this shot.
Interesting.
Huh. All right. Well, we'll keep going. Dig The Simpsons and Friends. Everybody loves Friends. So, at any rate, then there's a bunch of gifts in here. I want the pepper grinder only because look how fine the pepper is.
Oh my goodness. See, you're the target audience for that.
I am. I'll totally take this, the stylish mini fridge, but it's way too expensive. And this is like a wine fridge.
Yeah,
or
maybe
a beer
that's
fridge.
what it is, because it doesn't look like a regular fridge.
Yeah, usually wine fridges have this like center piece in here so that you can actually do dual zones. But you can get a much 10% of this and get one that's just as functional. It may not look as neat, I guess, but I'd rather have, $1,000 more sitting somewhere. And I'll take the apron. You never know when you need a waxed canvas apron. And then, of course, mechanical keyboards. There's plenty in here that I actually want. Like that one would be neat. That's the HHKB Studio. It says the Happy Hacking Keyboard has been a mainstay in the mechanical keyboard community for years, thanks to its fantastic layout and unique typing experience. It's also blackout, so it's kind of neat. Yeah, there's a few in here that I would take. Easy mode and the Wooting Hall effect. Hold on. Is it down there? They mention it here. So the
Oh,
Wooting,
right at the bottom here.
yeah, it's $175, but it's a 60% Hall effect plus. So Hall effect has a more precise actuation zone. And so instead of having to press all the way down to activate, it falls into a range that you can dial in. It's pretty amazing. They say that they can't recommend the HE60 over Keychron's Q1 Hall effect. That's what the HE is. While they still think it's a fantastic Hall effect keyboard, it just doesn't have the same polish and refinement as Keychron's offering. So Keychron's, I think, is way up here. Keychron Q1 Hall effect. It's $240 at Amazon. So
and
be
it also
careful.
had the all aluminum, I think. The Keychron one did. The other one was plastic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, don't get plastic anymore, folks. You should demand more. All right. Well, anyway, And then, of course, I just want better VR, augmented reality, etc. All right. Well, that's it, though. We are going to reboot our virtual reality headset, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Wanted over at ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt. Thank you very much for hanging out or listening. If you made it this far, go over and subscribe to us on Twitch and on YouTube. Download the podcast and leave a 5-star review, and I'll quote it here. Your comment will live in infamy and perpetuity, or at least until the asteroid destroys Earth. Anyway, I'm outie, and so is the AI. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good night, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Wanted.
And we're going to reset real quick, and we're going to do the continuity report. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for December 14th, 2024. It's still Season 1, but we're coming up to the end of Season 1, because then we'll start Season 2. I would normally put an episode number, but episode numbers only really matter if you go over to the podcast, and they're actually there anyway. So, at any rate, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles in the Continuity Report, which is an entertainment news show and podcast here on Twitch Live and over on YouTube Live and later on YouTube, as well as the podcast and everywhere else. Look us up. Anyway, we're going to talk about The Gorge, Sesame Street, YouTube TV, James Patterson movies, and a new medical sitcom. I'm here for it. Let's get into it after I tell you a little bit about ohmtown.com. ohmtown.com. It's all news, no noise, because all the noise comes from this guy. 50 channels are over there at ohmtown.com. They're not all streaming. It's all news aggregation, and I use it to manage my information overload, and I guess my information overlords. I don't know. I'm ruled by all of this source data. So go over there, become a citizen. You too can manage your information overload. Again, there is 50 channels hidden behind 6 main categories. Everything from science, technology, society. That's the crossroads where ohmtown.com is formed. Go check it out. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Hometown citizens.
You ready to get into this?
I am, but based on my kind of questionable intro there, I'm not sure I'm quite at full computing capacity.
Oh boy. Are we ever? Not just you, but just in general. I mean,
good point.
Even the site sometimes gets slow. I don't know. All right, let's go and check out this first article. It's over at Temporology, which is a show that hasn't actually come into actually launching yet, but it's a channel at ohmtown.com that focuses on the science and science fiction of time and time travel. We aggregate news into this. And so this article comes from a sci-fi magazine publishing, book publishing site as well. We'll get into it when we get over to the other side of this. Anyway, news. It says here that The Gorge looks like a sci-fi meet cute about keeping demons in hell who wouldn't sign up for a totally normal job in an isolated tower. Now, I've seen the trailer for this before this was submitted for discussion. It's over at Reactor. It's a science fiction fantasy magazine that you can. I think you can submit your own stories and stuff to it. It has a bunch of different columns. It's basically a digital magazine nowadays. Molly Templeton put this article together about The Gorge. Looks like a sci-fi meet cute about keeping demons in hell.
And I was going to say we might want to put an alert about
what?
Like just there might be photos.
Is it an overshare or is it a spoiler alert?
Maybe a little bit of both, but it might have some scary content.
Yeah, that's true. So hide your kids. No, the show is not catering to kids. So if you're listening to this or watching this and you get spooked by it, I don't know what to tell you. You shouldn't be watching the show. No, just kidding. Because, well, I mean, we talk about all kinds of stuff here in the continuity report. So Anya Taylor-Joy is one of the two protagonists in this movie. And essentially, they've been called into action to sit at a watchtower on either side of the gorge. And there are
what could
rules.
Go wrong?
Well, they apparently... Okay, so the gorge really looks like a sort of murderous sci-fi romance in which two highly trained operatives, Miles Teller and Anya Taylor-Joy, meet by breaking the no-contact rules while they are each perched on one side of a very ominous gorge. It's full of clouds. There are a lot of weapons, it says. Nothing totally weird about this situation. So, yeah, the gorge basically consists of these two watchtowers, and between them is the gorge. At right below the threshold of where the watchtowers are is this cloudy, foggy, whatever, and they can never see the bottom of this thing. I don't know if somebody dropped something into it, but anyway, they say the words, the gorge is the door to hell, are intoned at one point, and it certainly doesn't seem like there's anything nice down there. According to the film's announcement, it's nothing less than a cataclysmic threat to humanity. Can't wait to find out. I'm actually really excited to see this. There is a trailer that you can go and watch. It's over on YouTube, but it's going to be on Apple TV Plus, apparently. I don't know when. I don't.
I thought it said in there.
Did it?
Yeah, Valentine's Day.
Oh, on Valentine's Day. Why don't they put an actual date? That's my trigger.
Because that's February 14th.
Yeah, but what year? 2025?
2025.
You sure?
Yes.
There's no year there.
There's only one Valentine's Day coming up anytime soon.
Anyway, the gorge is the door to hell is also the nickname for Taco Bell. So the next article is over in the continuity report. Sesame Street is for sale. HBO and Max will not be renewing a deal for new episodes. So I think Sesame Street is about to be put out on the streets.
I mean, what does this mean for like the Grouch and Big Bird and Cookie Monster?
Well, Big Bird's always been a pecker. The Grouch, he's got a place to live anyway. I mean,
that's true. He does have his trash can.
Who else?
Cookie Monster.
He'll
Grover.
be a baker. Oh, Grover. Oh, poor Grover. Oh, no. Maybe Fozzie he's going to go Bear. Feral. Oh, Fozzie Bear can
How
go
about
feral.
Kermit?
Oh, my
He's
gosh.
Kooky.
Oh, you're killing
me.
Wait,
I'm
now.
Getting actually into the Muppets maybe
Muppets.
more
That's
than
Muppets.
Sesame Street.
Yeah, that's Muppets. But I think they're all from the same, like, Jim
I
Henson
think they're all in the same universe or whatever.
Yeah, the Muppet Omniverse. The Muppetverse. The felted Animalverse.
I mean, if I'm going to be stuck in a multiverse, that might not be a bad one to be stuck in.
Feltopia. So Max says that it'll continue. Not Okay, well, Max will continue to license episodes from the Sesame Street library through 2027, but the upcoming 55th season of the show will be the last to debut on the streamer.
So yeah, that makes it sound like a person, but
I don't
that's the
have.
channel.
Ethan Schanfeld over at Variety.com put the article together, and it says here that it was previously announced that the 56th season, expected sometime in 2025, would be reimagined with a more narrative focus. The decision to not renew the deal comes as Max pivots away from children's content and more toward adult and family programming. So why did you frickin' purchase it in the first place?
Exactly. I mean, why not allow somebody else to proceed? Stop killing TV shows.
Particularly ones like this. I mean, they're all feel good. They actually have some very important messaging sometimes, very, very important,
They
nuanced
do,
messaging.
and shows like this also actually teach a lot of kids basic
And
reading and
communication,
math skills.
yeah, critical thinking. So Sesame Street had aired from on HBO from 2016 to 2020. In 2019, Max and Sesame Street producer Sesame Workshop struck a 5-year deal that moves the series to HBO Max, which became Max. Before HBO, Sesame Street had been on PBS since the 1970s. Episodes still air on the public broadcaster several months after streaming on Max. Warner's pact with Sesame Workshop, inked in 2015, was critical to Sesame Street's survival as children's viewing habits shifted and DVD and home video sales dwindled. Moving behind the HBO paywall helped Sesame Street make up for the lost revenue stream. So maybe it would have died earlier. Apparently, Hollywood Reporter broke the news, but this is published over at Variety.com. So who knows? Maybe it will just go on to YouTube and.
I feel like somebody's going to swoop in. I mean, this is a pretty big deal. It's been around for a long time. I think there's going to be an uproar.
I'm more inclined to believe that some asset manager is going to scoop it up, and then Grover and Elmo and Big Bird are going to be.
Oh, Elmo, right.
Yeah. So I think it kind of sucks, but if everybody's viewing habits are changing, then it's not like you can make it happen, you know? Everybody must turn to channel 12 and watch.
Right.
Let's keep moving. Unless you want to say something else. No?
No, I mean, I think when Sesame Street originated, right, it was a very different environment. It's done a good job of staying very modern, but there's so much competing for it, so many different channels,
Yep.
etc.
Plus, the internet is full of entertainment. You don't need Sesame Street anymore, so it's all over YouTube and others. Twitch, for instance. OnlyFans. The next article, I'm just kidding. Don't go there, kids. So the next article is over in the continuity report. YouTube TV price increase begins January 2025. It is now as expensive as regular conventional cable TV. It started at $35. It's now going to $83 in 2025. Starting January 2025, YouTube TV subscribers will see a huge price increase. The streaming platform, it jumps basically $11. So
Yeah, per month, right?
yes, per month. So the streaming platform and its reduced channel availability and stuff like that. And like if you want Hallmark, then you have to pay extra for that. And so the streaming platform has announced changes to its monthly subscription fees, reflecting adjustments in service offerings. This move comes amid ongoing efforts to enhance the quality of its content and features. What does that even freaking mean? Give us more options. Don't sit there and.
How about charge us less and give us more channels?
But you can't because there's no competition. It's all balkanized.
Right.
So if you want to watch something on Discovery, you have to subscribe to different Discovery Plus and then Paramount and Peacock and blah, 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 all of it. By the time you're done, you're paying $180 a month just to watch TV. And even then, you get 4 out of the 5 freaking seasons and you have to jump through flaming hoops and subscribe to BritBox.
Or the movie that you pick is not available because you don't have some add-on option, even though you have the beginning channel.
The channel itself, yeah. Yeah, you have one channel, but you don't have the plus. So you're screwed. Anyway, the article is over at comingsoon.net. And I talked about it briefly yesterday or the day before when I found out about it. I just kind of went a little livid. And it's going up $10. So, yeah.
Now, I did see a separate article that essentially said, and this is probably not surprising, like if you call and can't threaten to cancel, they might extend you at the existing rate.
Great. Be ready to walk. So, yeah, so the base plan is going to go from $72.99 to $82.99. And this is put together, this article is over at comingsoon.net and is put together by Dishita Maheshwari. And subscribers can review and adjust their plans through the membership section in their account settings. YouTube TV continues to highlight the value of these offerings to justify the price hike. While the increase may raise concerns and blood pressure and budgets of some users, YouTube TV assures customers that the added cost is necessary to maintain the service's quality and content. We don't make these decisions lightly, says YouTube TV, and we realize that this has an impact on our members. Yeah. So you raise the rate and you're okay with the bulk. As customers leave, you're still making money. Yeah. So once the new rate is in effect, YouTube TV subscription costs will have risen by $137 since it first launched in 2017, so in 7 years.
At $34.99 per month.
This is what happened with DirecTV.
Absolutely. Everything else has followed this trend.
They kept on raising the rates.
Netflix used to be really inexpensive per month.
Yep. Prime went up, and then Prime went up a tremendous amount. Disney TV went up. Apple TV. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You're nickel and diming these people. There should be enough money in the system so that people have savings, but that's not what's going on. You're nickeling and diming them from the supply side all the way up to the retail side, the final purchase by the consumer. Everybody is raising the price. And so by the end of the day, it's all been consolidated back into a select few, and they're all socio-freak empathic. But this is entertainment news. Your entertainment is getting more expensive, folks. And cord cutters, you never freaking cut the cord. You never really did.
No, you just substituted another
cable. Yeah, you went from coax to Ethernet. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Continuity Report, and it's the 10 best James Patterson movies and TV shows ranked as according to Screen Rant. We're going to jump right on into this. So Jack Walters over at ScreenRant.com put the article together. Sunday at Tiffany's. Have you seen it?
No.
Starring Eric Winter and Alyssa Milano. Sunday at Tiffany's. I've never seen it.
It's not typical James Patterson. It sounds like it's a different genre.
So instead, the narrative centers around a woman who can't decide on her wedding preparations despite her lifelong dream of getting married, causing her to summon an imaginary friend to help guide her through the big decisions. Alyssa Milano.
That's very off-brand for James Patterson.
Interesting. They say that it's original and creative, the author of this says. It's a typical romance on the surface, but Patterson and Gabrielle Charbonnet writing is so different from anything else that exists in the genre, translating to the screen.
Interesting.
Get out of my head. I said the exact same thing. Maximum Ride, never even saw this, from 2016. Following the exploits of Maximum Max Ride and her flock, a family of avian-human hybrids created in a lab, the series provided ample source material. Although Maximum Ride ultimately flopped as a young adult franchise, there are still some redeeming qualities to this movie adaptation. The movie doesn't fully understand Patterson's vision for Maximum Ride enough to flourish.
I didn't
but
know
it's
Patterson wrote in
yeah,
this genre either. This is interesting.
all over the place. Does it? Wouldn't you think that Patterson has like final say? You can't write this. You can't put this on the screen because it
Yeah,
doesn't. It's
and so that's interesting too.
it's their writing. Huh, interesting. Miracle on the 17th Green from 1999. They say it works so well because it captures the inherent comedy of this protagonist's situation while balancing that with the dramatic, more fascinating aspect of the miracle that happens at the seniors' open. The novel follows a middle-aged man who's let go from his job and decides to take up golf instead, finding a huge level of success that quickly takes him all the way to the PGA Seniors Open. Not bad. Then there's Zoo. That's 2015 to 2017. It's a series, typical story
Looks
thriller
like a young adult.
about a young scientist examining a trend of dangerous behavior in zoo animals. Where shows like Cross have changed much of the original books, Zoo attempted to stick much more closely to Patterson's original vision. Loosely adapted from Patterson's novel Zoo.
Hmm.
Didn't know about that either. The postcard killings. We'll just kind of
Okay,
jump
this
through
is
this.
more in the genre I would expect.
The Postcard Killings is another movie that perfectly understands how simplicity is the key to any of Patterson's novels. Despite the sweeping narrative and extensive cast of characters, the film takes a very linear and digestible approach to storytelling that keeps the audience invested. So it's the narrative centers around a New York police officer whose daughter is murdered while vacationing in Europe, leading him down a dark web of conspiracy and intrigue. Dun dun dun. It's like Taken, but nobody was
Right,
taken.
in a European setting.
Then there's Instinct, which is 2018 to 2019, based on Patterson's novel Murder Games, and it's much more typical story from the author's catalog. The original book tells the story of a criminal psychologist named Dylan whose works are found at a brutal crime scene that New York police later connect with a dangerous serial killer, and Dylan is the only person with knowledge to get inside their head. Dun dun dun.
Hmm.
Then there's Middle School, The Worst Years of My Life from 2016. Interesting. Middle School
Yeah, I
series
had
is
no idea he had so much in the young adult category.
this says it's in another one of his most successful works, primarily because it's directed towards a much younger audience. The books were written in collaboration with Chris Tebbets and quickly became some of Patterson's most renowned stories. Interesting. They center around a young boy named Rafe, who struggles to integrate into his new school and quickly takes up the challenge of breaking as many rules as possible. The book is noteworthy for its sharp humor and creative illustrations that contrast with Patterson's more serious works. Then Kiss the Girls, that had Morgan Freeman and Ashley Judd. That actually is pretty well known. Along Came a Spider, that again, Morgan Freeman, Monica Potter, very well known. And Cross, Aldous Hodge, Ryan Eggold. This is new. That's brand new.
Yes, it's brand new. There was another article in ohmTown where somebody in the production studio wanted to change out the lead to be a white male actor. And Patterson was like, In fact, they offered like a huge monetary bonus or something to do that. And then the lead was in the movie is impressed by Patterson sticking to his
Well, it's
original
Patterson's
thing.
character.
Oh, I know. I thought it was interesting because I had just seen that come across, but I wasn't familiar with this otherwise.
Interesting. So the show is a much looser adaptation of the character than either of the Morgan Freeman movies, I guess listed above, taking various aspects from throughout the series and applying them to a new, somewhat original story that's been adapted for a more modern audience. The most impressive aspects of Cross is its ability to adhere to the dark melodramatic style of James Patterson's novels whilst I have not been able to use titular. Am I going to make it through an entire show?
Oh, no.
Anyway, Aldous Hodge's portrayal of Alex Cross is near perfect as he captures all of the strength and intelligence of the character while giving him a more human, flawed side as well. I don't know, man. Just looking at this guy, he's got a commanding presence on a still.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Right?
He's photogenic, charismatic on a still associated to a YouTube video.
The show, or is it a movie or a show? I guess it's a movie.
Yeah, I thought it was a show, but
it looks like a show, but I thought all of these were movies.
Yeah, might have to watch this.
Oh, it says the show. Yeah.
Yeah, show. Okay. And that's it. Sorry. Ta-da. Anyway, gonna have to take a look at this, see if we can get into it. I don't know. So
I don't know where that's available. That's on Prime Video, it looks like.
So is Aldous Hodge like Morgan Freeman? Because they like stuck them together to Morgan Freeman in this thing. I'm like, why the hell?
Well, because I think he's playing the same character.
Oh, is that it?
I think so, because I believe that's all tied to like Kiss the Girls, which did star a character named Alex Cross. It's one of James Patterson's most well-known characters, even though he writes a lot of other thriller series and obviously non-thriller too.
So Kiss the Girls and Along Came a Spider are all Cross. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So it's all about...
So this is like a reboot maybe, but it might be different stories because I think there are a lot of books with that.
Gotcha. Well, that's what you need to do there. Make a character that's compelling and then just write stories around the character. Let's go on to our last article. The last article is over in Continuity Report. NBC's new comedy show is the medical sitcom we've been waiting for since Scrubs.
That's been a long time.
So after many years of medical sitcoms that have only gone on to last 1 or 2 seasons. Really? What medical sitcoms have only lasted one or two?
There haven't been any medical sitcoms that I can think of. There's been a lot of medical dramas.
Yeah, I don't... So I'm really curious. Like, Scrubs lasted forever in the grand scheme of...
Right. Well, so did for dramas, like ER lasted a long time.
Yeah, St. Elmo's Fire.
Grey's Anatomy, I think, is still on.
Yeah. So Hope Geisler over at ScreenRant.com put this article together, and it says... The beloved Scrubs aired in the early 2000s and racked up a number of awards. However, since the conclusion of Scrubs, there's not been a show like it. Yeah. Show of its like, they say. They like to spin that around there in the old AI. However, mockumentary, it's Dennis Medical, St. Dennis, but I want to say St. Denis Medical, which premiered in November of this year. It's out. The hell has the ability to
where
end the
is
medical
it?
sitcom.
One thing you have to know is where to watch anything.
Reception on streaming is a great sign for the show's future. It's streaming somewhere. NBC. But where? Do I have to subscribe to NBC's app? Because not another one.
Is that on Peacock?
Damn it. Hold on.
No idea.
Only 1 month into St. Denis Medical run, the show has already received high praise and an increased viewership. After just the first half of season 1, St. Denis Medical has a Rotten Tomatoes score of 88%. The great ratings open the door for the show to succeed and make headwinds against regular network cancellations. While St. Denis Medical's Rotten Tomatoes score is higher than Scrubs' Rotten Tomatoes score of 83 is a great sign. It doesn't mean anything if ratings don't follow. Luckily, that's also been positive. So, yeah, Peacock. So it says that it also saw major success on streaming platforms, breaking records for Peacock. Between cable and streaming services, the show doubled its viewers to 7 million, impressive numbers for most shows. let alone a sitcom genre that hasn't seen much success in the past few years. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to end up watching this. I need comedies.
They seem to like either not exist or just not be like they're not funny
Right.
or they're almost too funny,
Do we not
right?
get
Like
it?
they're just over the top.
Oh, yeah. There's some that are just so oddly, and they're not funny
Well,
as
there's
far as I.
comedies that don't make you laugh.
Right.
You're like, isn't that kind of the point? Like, if you watch it for 10 minutes and you're not laughing, there's something wrong.
Yeah. It's just not funny. So they say here, St. Denis Medical was created by longtime late night writer Eric Ledgen, and Justin Spitzer, who are best known for previous work for another fan favorite sitcom, Superstore. Over the span of its 6 seasons, Superstore endeared itself to audiences, and St. Denis Medical is doing the same. One of the things Spitzer knows how to do well is create an environment that could realistically house an abundance of quirky characters. So I guess we're going to end up watching this one. Peacock. Well, I mean, there's a half a season there waiting to watch. So I guess we can do a deep dive. Dun, dun, dun. But hey, you pump in and scrub out, and we're going to end up in the front page of the continuity report at ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen so that you can help us filter through the shows or the next episode of the continuity report, which is a show all about entertainment news. We only do 5 articles, but there are a whole lot more under the category continuity report here in food, drink, and entertainment. I might rejigger these at some time in the future. We'll see. At any rate, I am Mayor Watt. I'm saying bye. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay in this theater.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report. We'll have another episode next week. But come back tomorrow for some more shows.
I don't know, nah, with all these aliens. If you see any aliens over in New Jersey, send us a link to a video. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to 4-Wheel Tech for January 5th, 2025. It's our final show for, well, the weekend. Ta-da! And along with Technology Today and WarCrafters, it becomes the Sunday edition of Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition. All right, let's get into the show. I am Mara Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 automotive news-related articles. 50 drill power, Bentley flying spur, steamy EV charging circuit is hot. Switching to aluminum wheels? Oh, I know what they're talking about. Not wheels, rims. We'll get into it. And autonomous truck company hits feds. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. You can submit news to us that you find interesting. I need to get a voting thing going, like in the article, so I can, people who vote on articles, I can look at them as a list. We'll see. Anyway, on with 2025. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Whenever I do that, I feel like I'm Kermit the Frog.
It's similar.
So, 4-Wheel Tech is all about automotive technology and automotive news in general, because the news that comes out is typically technology based that we aggregate and talk about, because I'm not too worried about like market size and stuff like that. I'm into the tech. That's what ohmTown is really. I mean, science, technology, society. We are at the crossroads of those three. And that's the point from which we talk. There is a roundabout, and we are standing on the flagpole in the center of that roundabout. Everything's connected. Everything is connected. I need to change. No, I'm not. See, look, there's the logo, and it is symbolic of the
Non
roundabout.
Sequitur news.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The first article is over in Four Wheel Tech. It's from Jalopnik. It says, before you ask, yes, you can power a car with 50 drills. Because I was just about to ask about that.
You were? Yeah. Not 49.
Not 49. 7-minute abs. Well, what if somebody comes up with 6-minute abs? No. No, man. Everyone who has ever picked up an electric drill has wondered if it would be possible to use one to drive a car. Wait, you haven't wondered that? Well, anyway, it says, I guess it's just me, the Garage 54 Hooligans, and the Garage 54 Hooligans. So if you had 50 drills, it makes sense for EVs to be powered by multiple electric motors, but what if they were all connected to a drive shaft and you could drive... Bradley...
That's pretty funny.
Bradley Brownell over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Yeah, they've wired up 50 drills into basically a drive shaft. Let's see here. Yes, this is a simple solution for the modern electric vehicle. No more wondering where the batteries will fit. You just have to put them inside the motor. There. All 50 batteries swapped out. Still faster than charging an EV.
Exactly. Maybe this is the way to go.
So it says the average modern drill allegedly produces just shy of 1 horsepower and about 8 foot-pounds of or pound-feet of torque. With modern factories and globalized production, these Russian units are probably about equal to the power of a DeWalt or Ryobi. I would not put the DeWalt and Ryobi in the same category, I don't think. But, well, error on the conservative side. We'll say we're dealing with half a horsepower each for these black and orange machines. So about 25 horsepower. But still a pretty impressive 400-ish pound-feet of torque. That should be more than enough to move a little Lada around. A Lada is a car. Kind of like a Mini.
Oh, okay.
But not built by BMW, especially when mated to a gearbox. So it says, safe to say that Garage 54's little experiment here in the interest of dumb fun. So they don't show anything else. You have to watch the video. So they've created a contraption that holds all 50 of these.
I think we should watch a little bit of the video.
All right. Hey, how about a commercial first? Hold on. What the hell? Things I never thought I'd see. All right. So they weld the contraption together. They stick everything together with pulleys. They build the crankshaft. Dude. I need to get one of these. I need to get a lathe. So they wire them all up. I don't know if they're actually going to do it, though. They don't put it in a car yet.
I thought they were going to show the driving experience.
Nope. So they hook it all up, and then they just demonstrate that the fan turns. That's all it is.
Pretty cool. You know, I know they did this as a joke, but hopefully people pay attention to things like this and start just rethinking what they know about always doing things the same way, right?
Yeah. The thing that really drives me nuts about EVs is the fact that it does take forever to charge the damn things up. Why don't we focus on fast swap battery tech? It doesn't make any sense that we have these big, bulky, ugly batteries that are at the bottom of the sled, and we don't take advantage of the fact that you can make a whole bunch of them, link them together, and slide them in. We
They
do it
could
all day
connect
long.
like Lego pieces or something.
Yeah, we do it all day long, man. We have batteries for everything, everywhere. Just do it that way. And then have fast swap battery centers. So you just drive in, a machine opens, we standardize the sled so that they're all the same. I mean, the having the ability to use a part from here, there, or wherever, a multitude of manufacturers, because we've standardized things, bolt patterns for wheels, the mounting mechanism for hand cranks on windows, or better yet, electric systems or electronic systems to solenoid open doors and stuff like that. All of these interchangeable parts have been around since the Model T. Why can't we adhere to this more so that we can share the technology better and thus adopt something societally? And then at some point we can go, hey, we've come out with better technology because we're prototyping it over here. And then the next iteration, the next generation uses that sled. But that's not what happens. We balkanize everything, and now we have this stupid platform where it takes 2 hours to charge your car to 80% and 6 to 8 hours to charge it to 100%, and diminishing returns constantly because you lose 1 to 2% every year that your car is in existence with that battery. Anyway.
Exactly. And it seems like it's one of these things that like decades from now, people will be like, I wonder why we did it like this. It's because we just kept doing it the same way.
No, it's because some billionaire fever dream made it, and people bought into the bullshit. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. 2024 Bentley Flying Spur Edition 8 exists, so your chauffeur can have fun too. Edition 8. When the author of this over at Jalopnik first walked up to the 2024 Bentley Flying Spur Edition 8, I guess it is, right? They'd been driving around Southern California in a parking garage below LAX. They were a bit disappointed. Usually when they head out to LA, they do their best to get fun sporty cars for their stay to take advantage of the wonderful roads that they don't have back in New York City. But this is the Bentley Flying Spur. How much do you think this car costs? It's a Bentley.
Maybe 150,000?
I'm
I'm
going to
not
guess
really sure.
closer to 200. But watch it be. No, it's not Ferrari. Anyway, the Flying Spur is a supremely comfortable car to spend time in. It just so happens to be a hoot to drive as well. A hoot. The author of this article is Andy Kalmowitz, and it's over at jalopnik.com. So there's the car. Yeah, this is kind of sedan-ish. 287,000. Let me round up. Sometimes money can buy happiness, and that happiness is a 2024 Bentley Flying Spur. By the way,
I was way too low.
yeah, I was still a third off at 200,000, but there's a real argument to be made that this is one of the best cars in the world right now, and despite commanding an eye-watering I'm gonna round up $290,000 price because it's $286,665. It's a lot of money. It's not quite the average home price nowadays, but this is still a freaking car. I guess you can live in it. It's a V8.
But can you?
Comfortably, apparently. 542 horsepower, 568 pound-feet of torque, which is it's 168 more pound-feet of torque more than the 50 drill Lada that had 400.
Well, isn't that interesting?
So it's enough to take this over 5,400 pound beast from 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. And if you keep your foot down, it'll reach just below, I guess, 200 miles per hour. And you can't look at the engine because you have to remove shrouds and other reinforcement stuff just to look at it. All of this is shroud
I kind of expect anybody who's driving one of these doesn't really want to look at the engine, but that translates to very expensive repairs.
All these buttons on this thing make it look like it's a airplane, not a but Bentley. So
Absolutely.
despite its sporty disposition, if you switch the excellent feeling drive mode dial from sport to comfort or Bentley mode, everything becomes far more relaxed and suspension softens, and you can quickly make your own way down the highway, hearing nothing but whatever you got on the radio. And it's all thanks to Bentley's very neat 48-volt active suspension system. What a machine. Oh, my. Oh, Bentley. Step inside the Flying Spur Edition 8 gets even more serious. When it comes to luxury, fit, and finish, this car is basically second to none. Sure, you can argue stuff like Rolls Royces and Maybachs are, beat it in some ways, but I don't care, says the author. Everything inside this car is just perfect. Get a room. So, I don't know.
It does look like it's probably comfortable, but
Dear God, look at the support struts for the trunk. What the hell? It looks like this thing could handle a nuclear explosion and keep you safe if you're laying in the trunk.
that's not what I thought you were going to comment on.
What was I going to comment on?
Like the packing style of whoever put the things in the trunk.
That's a freaking cluster, but that's probably just a test how much junk they can put in their trunk. So this is a big car, though. If your Edition 8 isn't feeling special enough, you can add things like the $3,700 panoramic roof, the $9,000 enhanced suspension system with four-wheel steering, which you should really do, the $8,000, I'm gonna round down, $8,000 two-tone piano black veneer, the $6,800 extra special wheels, and the nebulously named $10,000 touring specification, and a handful of other multi-$1,000 options to get this car as tested, $287,000. This might shock you to hear, but I think the Flying Spur is actually worth it, they say. All right.
Well, maybe so, but if you can't afford a house, I'm going to suggest that you don't go out and buy a $287,000 car.
I would never buy this car because his naked thighs were somewhere near the car.
That was a weird picture to show.
Moving on. Next article is over in four-wheel tech. Steam coming off your fast-charging EV might look scary, but it's not dangerous. Electric vehicle fires are extremely dangerous and difficult to extinguish, but they actually occur a lot less frequently than gas car fires. There's a lot less of them on the road, by the way. Maybe as a ratio. Yeah, because a liquid is going to be harder to manage than a solid-state battery pack.
Yeah, but I would like to know the ratio because, for example, if 10% of EVs catch fire, and I don't know what the number is, you might want to know that.
So the article is by Logan Carter over at jalopnik.com, and it says heat pumps warm up your battery to prepare it for fast charging, and that can produce steam. So in cold weather, anything hot is going to steam. A regular car steams, etc., etc. So don't worry about it. It says don't call 911 just yet. It's just steam from the heat pump, which is necessary to get the battery up to the ideal temperature to maximize charge speeds. All new Tesla models and many other EVs have heat pumps and can warm up or precondition the battery to optimal temperature for DC fast charging, which is around 122 degrees Fahrenheit. So in winter weather, you're going to get some steam.
I wonder how many calls have been made about this with people not familiar with EVs.
Yeah. If you want all of the articles for today's show, you can go over to twitch.tv/ohmtown. And even when we're not in the chat, you can hit exclamation point FWT or four wheel tech, and that will give you the show notes. Alternatively, you can go over to YouTube and look at all 1,700 episodes of the ohmTown shows, network of shows. This is season 4, by the way, of ohmTown being publicly accessible. We opened the gates, so to speak. So ohmTown has been in existence for 12 years.
Right, but publicly it's on its 4th year.
Yeah. This is how dedicated I am to ohmTown and its information management system for me in my information overload management. But I've owned that domain for a lot longer. Anyway, cold weather poses unique challenges for electric vehicles. EVs use massive lithium-ion batteries to store electricity, but the chemistry inside the batteries just doesn't like cold temperatures or really hot temperatures either. You can't plug into a DC fast charger like a Tesla supercharger with a cold battery and expect it to charge at its maximum rate. In fact, you can put excess stress on the battery to do so. Brilliant plan. Fast charging a battery when its internal temperature is colder than 32 degrees Fahrenheit can cause a phenomenon called lithium plating, where it just...
This doesn't sound good.
Yeah, it won't absorb any of the ions, or electrons, I should say. Tesla says that its thermal system may produce steam under certain conditions for vehicles with heat pumps, and that odorless steam can come from the front of the vehicle while charging on a supercharger in cold temperatures. So popping and hissing are early signs of thermal runaway that causes EV fires. And it said that a cherry bubblegum scent can be present. So if you hear that or smell that, get the hell away and call 911.
Right, don't ignore it.
Yep. Stay away from the vehicle. And, oh, it even says it. If you notice any of these issues, stay away. Call emergency services. And allow them to pour 50,000 gallons worth of whatever onto the car so that it can suppress the fire and it can run into the wastewater. And anyway.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, dark vapor or smoke coming from the battery or near the rear of the vehicle is also a cause for concern. I can say the same for me. If there is a dark vapor around Merawatt or smoke coming from the rear,
stay away.
Stay away and call emergency services. Moving on. Next article's over in 4 Wheel Tech. IndyCar teams spend the cost of a small house just on wheels every year, but switching to aluminum or aluminium could save thousands. So they say wheels.
Are we actually talking tire? But then when they say aluminum, I think they are talking about the wheels.
There's tires and there are rims. And wheels are both.
Well, what are they spending on?
Okay, just wanted to get into this discussion. Wheels are tires and rims. Anyway, let's say you run.
Are we going to have aluminum tires?
Yeah, that's why I said switching to aluminum wheels. Anyway, let's say you run a 3-car Indy team with a 4th car scheduled to run at the Indy 500s, like say McLaren or Andretti. How much do you think you'd have to budget for a season's worth of wheels? They're killing me here. Season's worth of wheels. You mean rims or tires? Or is it both because you swap out the tires?
They're still going with wheels, so we don't know.
So if it's wheels, it's the rim and the rubber. Because you don't sit there on the side of the, you don't sit in pit lane and put tires on rims. You don't. You have enough supply there so you can just take a tire off or a wheel off.
Oh, okay.
And put it on. At least I don't think so. I've never seen that. But then again, I'm not hanging out in pit lane. So how much do you think that they have to budget for a season's worth of wheels? So that's the rim and the tire. It's going to need 12 sets of pricey aero-optimized lightweight magnesium wheels.
It's probably like over $1 million because they're probably like these high end and it's a lot of them. I don't know. I have no idea.
Look, I'm telling you, am I the only one? Somebody correct me either in comments, chat, somewhere. Okay? Rubber is the tire, because you don't buy wheels from a tire store. You buy tires that go on rims, and that is your wheel. Okay. So the article is over at Jalopnik, and it says, why haven't these wheels been aluminum all along anyway? Bradley Brunell from Jalopnik put the article together. Switching to aluminum could save thousands. Let's say you run a 3-car. So the total ends up being $317,000 just for wheels.
Okay, I was a little bit off.
Hold on. Oops. You know,
If you go to like a car parts place, it says wheels. But it's not talking about the tires.
although you'll hear people use wheel and rim synonymously, they are not interchangeable. The rim is one of several components of a wheel. The tire is mounted on the outside edge of the wheel, and the rim serves as a sort of reinforcement to secure the tire to the wheel.
So that tracks, right?
So a wheel is the entire circular assembly that includes the rim, spokes, and hub, while a rim is just the outer edge of the wheel where the tire mounts. Okay.
So that's consistent, right?
Sure. I guess the wheel is the thing that attaches to the car.
But I guess the wheel doesn't include the tire, even though I think it does.
And the tire is something separate. But I think that the wheel is the entire contraption, and the rim,
right, including the tire.
Yeah. But that's not what this is saying. Tireagent.com and other places.
You'll have to do an informal survey outside of hometown and see what you get.
I'm going to lobby my
like
senator.
3 random people and see what you get.
Let me speak to your manager. So magnesium is a great material for making racing wheels because it's lighter than aluminum, but the benefits end there. Magnesium is a lower thermal conductivity than aluminum, so it doesn't quite dissipate heat from the brakes as well, and it's also effectively impossible to repair and much more prone to cracking. So a minor scuff on the aluminum would brush off. Could be a race-ending incident. It's also a really expensive material to work with and adds up to a ridiculously expensive wheel budget for a season of IndyCar. Plus, magnesium can catch fire, and if a magnesium wheel catches fire, it's like impossible to turn off. So hold on. A fire caused by the ignition of magnesium metal, which burns at a temperature of around 3,100 degrees Celsius or 5,610 degrees Fahrenheit. It's basically thermite. Yeah. Except that thermite is iron rust.
Yeah, that doesn't sound easy to
put out.
Put out. Thank you.
So the series is working with suppliers to reduce the cost by around 15% for the 2026-2027 season simply by switching to aluminum or aluminium. IndyCar, as you may know, is a spec series with every racing team working with almost identical race car packages. So long as everyone is forced to use the same wheel, the racing isn't going to be materially changed by a marginally heavier wheel. Wheel suppliers are working on new designs that will provide a stronger and similar weight aluminum wheel to the current mags while reducing production costs. So, yeah. Potential savings of $36,000 or the cost of a mid-sized sedan simply for the 17-round season replacement from magnesium.
Well, this sounds like a good move if they can make it work. That may mean they have to account for other differences.
What's weird, though, is it's only $36,000 out of a $370,000 budget. So
Right.
Or
It doesn't seem like it's for financial reasons, but maybe it's for the other things like the scratch versus the replacement.
why are the damn wheels so expensive, even in aluminum? You know, I can cast it in the mayoral mansion, for crying out loud.
I don't know. It must be some, I'm not sure. Oh, it's because there's such a small pool of people that are allowed to make them.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure it's not cast aluminum either. It's some, you know, hardened billet aluminum that's made from, you know, the tears of a unicorn. Anyway, so there you go. They're going to try, IndyCar is trying to change from magnesium wheels to aluminum wheels to save thousands of dollars. Let's keep going. So the next article and our last one for Four Wheel Tech today is in Technology Today. Pittsburgh-based autonomous truck company hits safety hang-up with feds. After years of preparation, Aurora Innovation's big launch of autonomous trucks in Texas is facing an unlikely stumbling block: safety triangles. Evan Robinson Johnson over at techexplore.com put the article together. And it says when a traditional rig pulls up outside a highway, drivers are legally required to place a series of orange triangles or flares. What? Wait, what? When a traditional big rig pulls to the side of the highway. Oh, okay, yeah. Drivers are legally required to place a series of orange triangles or flares at the rear of the vehicle to alert oncoming traffic. Aurora's semis are designed to operate without a human in the cabin, meaning that there would be nobody to put out the warning signs when the trucks pull over.
Right. I didn't even know that was a requirement because you do not see that very frequently.
Right. Well, they're violating the law. And is it just Texas? Yeah. Apparently it's
I
just
don't
Texas.
know. It may be everywhere, but yeah, this is based in Texas.
The Strip District based company joined with Waymo, a subsidiary of a Google parent company, Alphabet, to petition federal regulators. Oh, regulatory capture. Yay! For an exemption in early 2023. Last week, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, FMCSA, rejected the request. It's federal, so it's everybody. Raising questions about how Aurora will pull off a commercial launch that is scheduled for April. What it should do is just, as it drives over to exit, it just drops a little cone down and then stops.
I was thinking it could have like a little arm with cones attached or something that comes out. I don't know.
They could be metal rods that are slid into the side of the vehicle, and then when it needs to pull over, it extends it, and then when it needs to drive again, it just reels them back in. It could be
Yeah,
like
it would
a,
have to be something attached in some way because the collection is going to be the next problem,
yeah, you
right?
can leave
Like they
them.
can't just drop them.
Sure, somebody else's problem. The government said Aurora and Waymo, which has since narrowed its focus to robotaxis, failed to provide adequate data to show that their solution, a series of cab-mounted warning beacons, would provide the same level of safety as the traditional approach, and the companies can resubmit. Yeah, well, I mean, those little orange cones aren't going to stop somebody from smashing into an 18-wheeler.
No, but also if they have something inside the truck, is that really going to alert somebody depending on how it appears?
The whole ass end of it should just light up like a Christmas tree. If you can't, and
Well,
it should literally be written on the back of the truck, if you can't see this, you're a dumbass.
well, there you go. Maybe they need to change the law on that.
Regulators said that their highest priority is safety. The administration embraces technology advancements that further our policy goals, including reducing crashes, injuries, and fatalities on our nation's roads, says Director Cicely Waters. Said by email. To reverse the agency's decision, Aurora would need to provide additional data showing the effectiveness of their warning beacon approach. The company, it should just be a laser that shoots cars in half.
Well, I mean, that would solve the problem of avoiding collisions or maybe causing some new collisions.
There is a lot of data and, well, a lot of talk in this article Zach Callahan, executive director of Truck Safety Coalition, wrote the lack of data requires that the Department of Transportation not unnecessarily risk the lives of the 200 plus million roadway users who never agreed to be part of this experiment.
Ouch.
Interesting. That's because they're worried that these autonomous vehicles are going to
Are gonna
screw
take
up.
the jobs. Well, yeah.
Oh, it could be take jobs, but this is Truck Safety Coalition, not necessarily job
Yeah, that's
centric.
fair. But it's true. I mean, if it's like, well, let's just waive all these safety requirements, but then what about everybody else out on the road?
Yeah. So this could be in partnership with some other facet that is interested in protecting those jobs, right? Because we're going through that right now with a discussion regarding the fact that you can do this, but you can't do that. But to do this, it is identical to that over there, short of the fact that one is more transient. I have to be cagey about it because I'm in the middle of spinning up a product. And we're looking at the subtle nuance of law. And it literally says you can taste but not touch.
It's like you can do this, but you can't do this.
Yeah. 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 You can go through the door, but you can't touch the doorknob. It's the wackiest thing. So instead of messing with it, we're just going to go a different route, probably, amounting to constraining what is possible until we're big enough to expand. It's very, very frustrating, but that's what this really could be, right? And the reason why I brought it up is because through discussion, we believe that it's kind of a coalition. There's a group of people that are interested in protecting their interests at the cost of a massive growth potential of individuals, usurping some of the customers from the ones that have regulatory capture. That's this, right? So truckers don't want autonomous trucking because it's going to take long haul trucking jobs. So why not partner up? You know, I'm conspiratorially thinking here, but you know, what does that little triangle actually do that flashing neon lights on the back can't do?
Exactly. I mean, maybe it's time to change what the safety measures are, provided that they're actually things that will work.
If anything, if they're bright enough in daylight and night, they're going to be seen for a further distance because they're on the vehicle, not on the ground, where the curve of the earth alone can obstruct the sight of that flare or make them as bright as a flare. The flare is going to burn out, and it's toxic. It's nasty crap sitting on the road. Anyway, that's all there is to this. As stakeholders widely agree that technology will make American roads safer, yet DOT took nearly 2 years to decline an opportunity to embrace technology at a critical juncture, Mr. Farah wrote. The AV industry, automated vehicle industry, will be looking at all available options to ensure this technology can be deployed to save lives.
I think if they were really trying to do this, they would have sought a change to the safety measures. And so then when they came through, it would have been easy, but they didn't do it that way.
Why
They
wait?
just assumed, well, we're different, so let's just try to ram it through.
Yeah. But why wait 2 years to try and solve a problem that they know is sitting there 4 months before they're supposed to kick off?
Well, that's the thing, right? They should have known about it well in advance. And I'm sure the government knew about it well in advance. But the problem is, unless they were at the stage of like submitting whatever the application or the review or whatever, like they might have been at the right stage on the government side. We don't know.
Strike that. I don't know why. I'm talking insane considering I just saw a forum that says it's going to take 14 weeks to process 10 lines of information.
With some check blocks, basically.
Dear God. All right. You know, I'm all for bureaucracy because it limits the potential for fast-moving abuse. But for crying out loud,
To a
14
point.
weeks. 14 weeks to address 10 lines. All right. Well, anyway, this article by Evan Robinson Johnson was over at techexplore.com, and that is the end of four-wheel tech. So we are going to put it in reverse and fast and furious, like race backwards down Main Street, ohmTown, until we land back at the front page
Do we have
and the
any
welcome
safety
sign.
beacons out?
I was pooting out beacons every mile. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we are saying bye. And now the AI will too.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four Wheel Tech. Stay tuned. Next week we'll have another episode of this, but tomorrow we'll be back with our regular non sequitur news.
And it's an hour long. And it's Monday through Friday. And it covers the last 24 hours of news. But that Monday episode covers everything from Friday to Monday. So, but it's typically the last 24 hours because there's a massive flood of news on Mondays through Friday. Anyway, in those interstitial days. Okay, we're out of here. See ya. Bye-bye. Like a little triangle is going to really stop a dipshit. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 10th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Kroger Albertson's wedding has been called off. Avanti West Coast strikes. Subaru Outback returned through the front door. Whoops, our biobad. Inside the North Pole Christmas home. Pop-up holiday bars. Santa Claus is a foreign agent. Fortnite refund. Don't bring luggage to Tokyo. And prohibition-themed bars. See you on the other side, because everything is powered by... Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Oh, you were quiet and then you got loud. I don't know what's going on. We're just doing it. Anyway, look, I'm wearing Christmas garb.
Is that like Die Hard as a Christmas movie?
What's it? Falcon and the Snowman. It's actually to Avenger.
Yeah, it's Marvel.
Yeah. All right, let's get into it. First article's over in Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's a good name for a show. It's this show. We're in a time machine. We have to get this going. So, just so everybody knows, I might be rushing through this little steam engine because I have mayoral duties in less than 2 hours now. And so we have to do 2 episodes of Time Machine. Let's see if we can get it done.
Then we gotta get moving.
Yeah, so shut up, Mayor Watt. Let's get into it, right? Yes, let's get into it.
I already said, let's get moving.
This is supposed to be blue, but it's coming across as white. Not quite sure what's going on. I'm purple,
Time frame.
but I'm coming
Time
across
frame.
as... Oh, I'm sorry. Non Sequitur News. Come on. You got to live up to the name. Okay, well, anyway, federal judge blocks the Kroger Albertsons wedding. I'm all on board for this. I like competition because competition is good for customers.
You don't want the wedding. You want the
I want the
separate
divorce.
companies.
Yeah, I want what is it called? I want
A prenup?
not a prenup. That's
I didn't know what you meant.
I want a strike before, right?
Oh, preemptive strike.
A preemptive strike. Thank you. It's a big word for Mayor Watt. So anyway, today, which is the 10th, December 10th, a U.S. district judge blocked the grocery giant Kroger's plan to acquire Albertsons, finding that the move would limit grocery sector competition. I agree. All mergers and acquisition, actually. And I think that it's asinine for anybody to suggest that a merger or acquisition is good for customers, because here's what happens, and I've said this time and time again. Competition is reduced, so prices go up, options go down. Opportunities for consumers to benefit from that competition are eliminated wholesale. And then there is so much of a barrier to entry that a competitor can't even come online. Look around. Is there anybody that can compete other than another $1 billion or $1 trillion juggernaut that can compete with Google? No, didn't think so.
Doesn't seem like it.
Only if there is tremendous outlash from society is there a smaller competitor that can rise. Look at Twitter. Twitter shit the bed entirely. Had to go full wingnut just for Blue Sky, which has a more moderate tone, to come online and find any traction. And it only came online because Twitter shit the bed so bad. Anyway, so I am in favor of limiting mergers and acquisitions, particularly when the market is going to suffer, and suffer it will. So the decision is a victory for common sense antitrust enforcement that puts people ahead of corporations. Persistently high food prices are hitting Americans hard, and the Kroger-Albertsons mega merger would have only made it worse. These are going to be statements that are being made via Common Dreams. I've said it in the past, that Common Dreams typically has a volatile tone, I guess you would say, right? It doesn't necessarily strike. Go ahead.
They're sometimes like opinion pieces, or they're from a particular organization that has a focus.
Yeah, an ideological bent that isn't necessarily moderate, right? And people chuckle when I say this, because they're like, there's no such thing as a centrist. Yeah, there absolutely is. And it's people who find the value in a situation wherein everybody's playing basically to maximize the benefit to society. That isn't always the case, but a centrist is definitely trying to find the maximum benefit for society. And allowing a mega corporation to acquire all of the foodstuffs basically eliminates food security and allows somebody to monopolize the sector, meaning we all suffer. So Food and Water Watch research into grocery store sector consolidation details how growing market concentration reduces competition and enables collusion and price fixing. We've seen that actually happen with things as simple as memory sticks, where the massive number of the limited number of producers for a massive market colluded to raise prices internationally, impacting it domestically. Leading to higher food prices for consumers, lower profits for farmers, rising profits for grocery giants, and even the farmers are being acquired hand over fist by mega corporations.
Yeah, they are. That's another problem.
Well, today's youth doesn't want to buy into yesteryear's ma and pa farm because there's too much money to be made going into fintech or technology in general. And farming is largely old school tech with very, very expensive, limited machinery, right? So there's only a few producers of these tools that are used for modern farming in ma and pa's farm. So you have to spend $250,000 for a machine. And so you go, well, I'm going to hire people, but that isn't necessarily the case. And not everybody is everywhere. Not everybody wants to work a farm, et cetera, et cetera. And so the kids bail. The farm gets acquired because it can't make ends meet. Hopefully, ma and pa paid for everything. And so the farm gets handed to the kids free of cost. $1 transfers it over. And lo and behold, the kids go, I don't want to do this shit, and sell it.
Right. Yeah, it's not a lifestyle for everybody.
Yep. So they say here from January 2020 to January 2024, the monthly food cost for a family of four on a thrifty food plan increased 50% from $654 to $976 over the same period. The top four grocery retailers in the U.S. saw revenue increases between 9 and 36%. So you can't tell me that we all suffered the same, because the grocery stores actually tack on to what is being charged to them, because the supply side, the raw material supplier, is charging more. And so if you look at the consumer price index and you look at the supplier side index, price index, you'll see that the price to the supplier went up, or from the supplier went up, but has started declining, but the CPI continues to climb. So massive profits, even during a time where it was supposed to be painful for everybody and they were cutting people and blah, blah, blah. Record freaking profits. It's unethical. It's immoral. I am on the side of this. So kudos to them. At any rate, I'll just also harp on one other thing. Everybody should be growing microgreens in their own basement, mini farms. I'll be honest that I've been a little hypocritical about it as of late, because I haven't had time to actually grow anything lately. But that means one thing in particular: I'm not wasting any water. Nothing is dying off. Everything that I can use in the future is still sitting in jars waiting for me to plant again. And it can stay there for years, really. So it's really a benefit to everybody. Grow microgreens in your basement. It's relatively simple, because you have to put some effort into it and you have to harvest, but it's small little plots, 9 by 20, and you get weeks worth of food depending on your
Well,
family.
plus you have some degree of confidence in the quality, right? You're not getting affected by these large scale food recalls, etc.
Oh yeah, and you don't have to worry about like chemicals and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about insects or predation in any way. You don't have to worry about spoilage you don't have to worry about it from the market, but you kind of have to babysit it for yourself. But it'll go bad no matter what if you don't take care of it. So at any rate, let's move on. Come on, let's jump on to the next article. So the next article is over in Hedge Ideas, which is about business transformation. Avanti West Coast workers are going to strike over Christmas. Happy Christmas, everybody. Train managers have voted for walkouts on the 22nd, 23rd, and 29th of December in a row over rest days.
Oh, like those aren't in a row.
It's a BBC thing. I mean, it's a UK thing, European thing. So Dearbale Jordan, you know what? I didn't give credit for the last person.
I think it's just from Common Dreams. I don't know that it has an author listed, because it's more like there's at least a point of contact.
Phoebe Galt. Oh gosh, sorry. There's just something that popped up in my radar today that I'm like, oh God. Anyway, so this article over at BBC from Dearbale Jordan put together. It's titled again, Avanti West Coast workers to strike over Christmas. So that is a train company, and it says train managers usually work a 41-hour week, but due to staff shortages, 41 hours, geez, can be asked to work on their days off, but the RMT said that the current arrangements were unacceptable. Rail services on all 3 days are expected to be limited. A revised timetable for the 22nd and 23rd of December will be made available, but around 300 train managers are expected to join the walkout. The strikes have been announced weeks after RMT members working at a number of rail companies accepted a pay raise of 4.75% for the last financial year and 4.5% increase for 2024 to 2025. So just keep you in mind here, not interest, but your average increase in the economy is 3%. So they're actually just walking away 3% a year. They're actually just walking away with a 1.75 and 5% increase. Now, on the other side of that, the profits that, or the cost of living for food alone over the last 4 years has increased 50% in the United States. That would be at par, I would say, with the UK, because it's basically a global issue, where profits shoot through the roof, costs shoot through the roof, but decline slowly, if at all.
Yeah, no, I know. And it's also one that's suffered from like it shows negative like trains on time, etc. But I think what some of these things are vicious cycles, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like either cut back on staffing or people are overworked or whatever. I'm sure there's multiple factors that go into that.
Yeah, and so the kicker here is that they're going to seek a way to automate this, just like they're doing with planes now. They're going to try and eliminate the human and automate it, put one person in charge instead of three for a long haul or whatever. But you remove the human from this, automation plays the biggest role. And when it fails, then you just go, oh, we had a technical breakdown, and that's why the trainload of people crashed. It wasn't the company's fault. It wasn't a person's fault. It was a technical issue. And then you hold the company accountable, but all they do is pay the bill and then raise the prices to recoup it within 5 years. And no soul is lost, but they are selling their soul. And so you get outrage. But outrage seems to wane, just, oh, well, we're done.
Well,
Anyway,
you can only be outraged for so long and for about so many different things.
yeah. I mean, it's like if you keep on smelling, if you work in a flower shop, all you do is smell roses, and eventually you become nose blind too. And I don't
Right,
know
even
if
though you
that's,
might think it's the best smell or something.
yeah, you just, like I actually have a scent burner here in the studio. And at one point I'm like, I don't smell this anymore. And then somebody came into the studio and was like, man, you got to turn that thing down. Oh, didn't realize. Anyway, oddly enough, though, I wasn't burning anything that day. Huh. And maybe it was just Mara Watt's manly scent. Moving on. Mayoral scent. Oh, that doesn't sound good. I'm moving on. Anyway, the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Man returns used Subaru Outback by driving it through the up front.
That's not the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah. Sir, you can't park that here. Oh, I'm not parking it. I'm abandoning it. Have you ever bought a vehicle that turned out to not quite be as advertised, and you wish that you could just take it right back to the seller and give them a piece of your mind? Well, one Utah man tried after buying a used Subaru from a Mazda dealer. Well, there's your problem. You bought a Subaru from a Mazda dealer.
Exactly. I mean, what were you doing? Either get a Mazda at the Mazda dealer or go to the Subaru dealer for the Subaru.
That's right. Come on. So you wouldn't go to a brain surgeon to get a heart transplant, would you? You wouldn't download a Subaru, would you? Sorry. Never mind. That's back in the days of piracy being really big, and there was moral outrage from everybody in the press because, oh God, you can't download a piece of software that you were never going to pay for anyway and try it out. Anyway, never mind. Well, they did so. They did their return in spectacular fashion, driving the Outback up front. Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put this article together. The dealership apparently refused a more typical return process. There are lemon laws, but I don't know if it applies in Ute. Let's see here. A Redditor who works at another dealer in the area posted a video of the crash that they said spread quickly through local circles, and they claim the return was due to overcharge rather than an issue with the car. So it's not clear what that issue was with the Outback, but as of this morning, the car was still listed on the dealer's website for just $3,755. If that's an overcharge, I'd buy that. Wait,
No, I don't think. I think perhaps the problem is maybe they charged more than the advertised price.
$37.55. Yeah, while on the phone with the dealership, a man was told that the sale was final and the car was as is purchased. The suspect reportedly threatened that he would drive the car through the dealership's front door if they didn't take the car back. And Moffat said that the suspect returned to the dealership around 4 p.m. Hey, it's before closing hours, so they should have accepted the return on Monday and actually drove the car through the front of the dealership. Should have left the door open, let him just park it right into the...
Exactly. I mean...
They knew he was coming. Weird. So combine that with the as-is sale, and you don't exactly have a recipe for success. So the marketplace would be low for an Outback in good condition, even on Marketplace. So if the market says that that would be low...
I mean, that seems ridiculously low. I don't think you can buy any kind of car for that price.
Yeah. Was there... I mean, it was a drivable car. They drove it into the store. I would buy...
That's true.
What year Outback is it? Maybe... Oh, it's a 2008 Subaru Outback. Dear God.
That still seems low price, though, because, like, you can't... It's very hard to find a car that will drive for that price.
Come on, you'd be... Look, it should be getting its job and applying to colleges. My God. Anyway, it's a 16-year-old car. It's about to be 17. Anyway.
Yeah, I kind of want to know more about what the issue was.
Yeah, well, it looked like it was good enough to drive into the building. Let's keep going. So we're way past Halloween, so we're not going to scare you with this, but we're probably going to scare you with this. This is a Mobile Channel article that's from Gizmodo. The Australian virus lab loses track of hundreds of deadly germs in major biosecurity breach.
Yeah, this is terrifying.
So this is a time machine episode, but do you know if there's been a follow-up?
I haven't seen a single article about this other than this one. That's also alarming. Like, this should have had multiple outlets covering it.
While the exact fate of the misplaced samples is still unknown, they likely pose no danger to the public, government officials have said.
Like those escaped monkeys.
Ed Cara put the article together. Well, I guess it's in Australia. It couldn't possibly get on a plane, right?
Oh, never.
COVID stayed where in China, right?
Definitely. But maybe, just maybe, one of these will merge with something that's already deadly in Australia. Like one of those snakes that, like, makes your roof cave in or something. Maybe it can get one of these.
Snakes on a plane?
Mm-hmm.
So at the state-run Public Health Virology Laboratory in Queensland, that occurred in 2021. What?
Well, now I see why it's not breaking news everywhere.
A breach resulting in the misplacement of samples containing several potentially deadly germs, including hantavirus, but they likely pose no danger to the public. Hantavirus poses a danger to the public, at least in close proximity to them.
Yeah, it does.
So the misplaced samples contained Hendra Lissa virus, and hantavirus. All three viruses are predominantly caught through contact with animals and can cause life-threatening infections. Hendra's natural hosts are flying fox bats. Bad bat. It's a bad bat situation. Oh, I need to make a little thing. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. We'll just do that. Like, bad bat situation. I don't understand this. Why they waited until now to actually do it? So still,
was it actually disclosed before now?
No, they just now disclosed it. Officials didn't notice the missing viruses until August 2023. The breach took place in 2021. They say there's no evidence of risk to the community from the 2021 breach, and our government is working to make sure it doesn't happen again. But they didn't say anything until August of 2020. They didn't notice until 2023.
And then they waited until almost 2025 to report it.
I feel safe. I feel safe. Let's go visit Santa Claus, where viruses may or may not persist. Actually,
We have to be
Viruses.
careful. We don't know if the virus has made it to the North Pole.
Oof, you're killing me. So viruses, by the way, in the cold, they typically have a protein coat that covers them, and they harden. So they end up deeper in your lungs if you inhale them, or in your. They survive longer on you, and then you bring them into a nice warm place, and then they thaw out.
Yeah, cold weather doesn't kill them.
So, with that note, let's look inside Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus's $1.2 million North Pole home. It's Santa Claus's busiest time of the year, and he's running drills with the reindeer, overseeing the elves' toy production and making the final call on which children are naughty and which are nice. And now, on top of all of those responsibility, apparently Santa is staging his house for Zillow. So Zillow is a property valuation site. So the article is over at qz.com, Quartz, as it's called, and Madeline Fitzgerald put the article together. I've always loved the name Madeline. Anyway, there's a detached all-weather garage designed to accommodate a sleigh and stable equipped for reindeer. That can't be the actual...
I think it is.
Oh my gosh. So it's a log cabin for those in the podcast. It's a log cabin. I've always liked log cabins, but from a distance. I don't think that I would want to own one. The tone, the color scheme can't be changed.
Oh, right. Like you're not changing the walls or whatever. And you don't tend to have a lot of, it depends on the design, but a lot of windows either.
Yeah, it's usually a little bit. Whoever took these pictures must have turned up the gain on this, because every log cabin that I've ever been in has been darker than what this is kind of embodying. But this thing looks like it's straight out of a Christmas, like Santa Claus kind of house. Yeah. This should be a Airbnb kind of a thing. What the heck? Start over.
Well, maybe it is.
So built in 1820. My God, that is well kept. 1822, the same year Clement Clark Moore wrote, "'Twas the night before Christmas. The 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom home is 2,086 square feet. Does that look like on 25 acres? Damn it, I might be moving. Wait, where is this?
We don't know where it's actually located. It says North Pole Home, but
that has to be. No, that can't be right. There is a link, I think. Anyway, it's a 25-acre lot. Watch, it's like downtown Washington, D.C. It's not.
Right. It's not actually for sale, though.
Is it not?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I thought it was being put up on staging the house for Zillow.
It's a showcase.
Oh, is that all it is? I'm robbed. Unfortunately for anyone in the market for North Pole properties, the real estate's listing website is highlighting the big man's log cabin. I don't know if I like the tone of that. Oh, as a showcase. That's the rest of the sentence. Meaning it's not actually for sale. If the Clauses did want to move into a new place, however, real estate experts value their current home at $1.2 million. Anyway, they're celebrating the holidays, and a new home is exciting, but you can also be overwhelming, says Amanda Pendleton, Zillow's home trends expert. All right.
Well, I think that looks pretty cool, and it definitely looks Christmassy.
It's very cute. I think this is computer generated, though. And then this is just slapped on there. I don't know. I feel cheated. Let's move on. Moving on. Next article is over in the Order of the Grape. Like Christmas decorations, holiday pop-up bars arrived earlier than ever this year. Christmas is over a month away, and they're sitting. And this is when the article apparently is referencing Christmas as being over a month away, but it's December 10th.
Maybe it was refreshed or edited or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Woman wearing a knit holiday sweater with blinking lights and a headboard with reindeer antlers shimmies past them and slides a letter to Mariah Carey, I guess, onto the drop box at the entrance. It didn't feel like Christmas before they walked in. Thanksgiving was still days away, and now it feels like someone vomited Christmas all over the bar. Oh, so it's the context of their story that Christmas was a month away at the telling of this story.
Oh,
So
okay.
Adam Rayner put the article together over at vinepair.com. And they say, as far as they can tell, everyone who's ponied up $22 for an admission ticket appears to be very serious about Christmas and even more serious about Mariah Carey. It's the 30th anniversary of Carey's ubiquitous holiday anthem, All I Want for Christmas Is You. And to commemorate the milestone, she launched a series of holiday pop-up bars across the country. The Black Irish Holiday Bar, developed in partnership with Virgin Hotels and Bucket Listers, was launched November 15th in New York, Dallas, New Orleans, Nashville, and Chicago. It's a place for lustful Mariah Carey fans and the Christmas obsessed to sip treacly martinis made with 3 variations of Black Irish. Carey's.
Is
Sorry.
Black Irish a liquor?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a Bailey's style Irish cream while being bombarded by all Mariah playlist of seemingly every Christmas song she's ever recorded shuffling on repeat.
that could either drive you crazy or be quite enjoyable, depending on your love of Christmas songs or fear of them.
Yeah, so they have some pictures of it, like a big central picture or a central stack of presents that have like snow kind of a effect flowing around them, and it's typical Christmas red and white and tinsel kind of a thing. They say here, from its humble beginnings and subsequent Sippin' Santa branded spin-offs, there are now over 200 satellite locations across the world that have signed on to cosplay Christmas with Cocktail Kingdom's tried and true templates. But this year, as with Mariah Carey's Black Irish Holiday Bar, which opened 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, the party started mid-November.
Well, I'm surprised it didn't start before Halloween.
Yeah, you kind of roll from Oktoberfest straight into Christmas Fest. I don't know. There are people that really, 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 really love Christmas. So yeah, they say the same is true at Snow Day in Brooklyn, a Christmas-themed pop-up at Sunday in Brooklyn in Williamsburg, which opened earlier this season than it has in its 7-year existence. So yeah, there's more to this article, but we won't be able to go through all of it. We're on a timeline here. We don't
I
want to get
know,
stuck in time.
the time machine's gonna run out of energy or something if we don't keep moving.
I think people just want to feel good for the holidays. And so if they can start 2 weeks early and roll it into Thanksgiving and just, I don't know, ride that wave into the new year, I'm for it.
I
Ins-
agree. As
installing
long as
a
they're not eating like tons of sugar cookies every single day for 2 months or something.
guess I have to ignore everything that's on the left-hand side of my chair. So installing a holiday pop-up can have a meaningful impact on a bar's bottom line. I don't know. I think that's funny. A bar's bottom line. The financial opportunity presented by the seasonal concepts has encouraged many luminaries in the craft cocktail world to throw their hats into the ring. Kelsey Ramage, I guess, of Trash Tiki fame, and Aaron Hayes, formerly of Chicago's Lost Lake, started their Krampus Cove pop-up in Los Angeles 3 seasons ago and have added new partner bars every year since. Last year, we did 2 venues, and each saw about a 70% increase in revenue over the month of December. Holiday pop-up bars just sound like it would be a blast, you know? But, like, not the holiday that you're in. You have to catch right before, right after, right? So right
Oh,
before a
right.
holiday,
Yeah.
right after a holiday. And then pivot. Dunk. And you know what's really interesting is I called that. I said that there should be a store that rotates, and just outside of ohmTown is a store that actually rotates into it. It changes form from one form into a Christmas store every year because Well, the other version of the store is diametrically opposed to Christmas.
Right, I guess it makes sense if you're a seasonal business to keep everything going all year round.
That's right. It is a Church of Satan pop up shop in the other months. But when Christmas rolls around, whoo-wee, does it change shape. I don't want anybody doxing me. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Santa Claus branded foreign agent in Russia. Pro-Kremlin activist Vitaly Borodin has pushed for Santa Claus to be deemed a foreign agent in Russia due to his popularity in unfriendly countries.
This is epic.
Oh, Maya Marara put the article together for Newsweek.com. And what's interesting, though, is that there actually is like a Russian version of Santa. It's like a Kris Kringle kind of a thing, not Santa, because Kris Kringle is slightly different. But it says unfriendly countries, which uses image to undermine traditional Christmas values. The person's name is Medusa.
Is it Morozko or Dead Moroz?
You mean the person?
The
The
figure,
entity,
it's similar to Saint Nicholas.
like Father Frost and the Snow Maiden. I don't know what the Dead Moroz, right, is what they want to
Yes.
replace it with. Yeah, or Moroz. I think it is Moroz.
Yeah, I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly.
Um, Snegurochka is the other name, and the daughter of Dead Moroz, also known as the Snow Maiden, which I want to use as a female-led heavy metal cover band and refer to. They're going to do Iron Maiden songs, but all female band, and we're going to refer to them as Snow Maiden. Yeah, that'll be on the Mix War label, coming soon from an AI near you. Anyway, they're Russian festive cultural figures. He continued, we need to support domestic manufacturers who create truly high quality and beautiful holiday attributes that can give a real fairy tale. Let's cleanse the space of foreign symbols. Oh, just a beautiful message, right? Right? I mean, just
Absolutely. Very festive, very in the holiday spirit.
screw you. You're not like us. Ugh. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Fortnite refund. FTC to hand out $72 million to players. See how we non sequitur from one article to another? You thought that there was a trend, but hell no. Not
No,
here.
it just happened to you linked them together, but I'm not sure there was a link.
No, they were only linked together because that's how I threw the submissions into the rundown. So Epic Games has settled with FTC over allegations that it used dark patterns to trick players into unwanted purchases. The background music is kind of a dark pattern. Flynn Nichols over at Newsweek.com put this article together, and it says, so what did the lawsuit actually say? By the way, the refund follows a $245 million settlement with Fortnite developer Epic Games announced in December of 2022 over allegations that the game maker used dark patterns to trick players into unwanted purchases.
What does that mean?
Which part? The
The dark patterns
So
here.
it basically tricks it. It encourages you to make a series of clicks that lead to a purchase, and then you're done. What the hell is the music that is playing in the background here? Who hit play on that? Anyway, sorry about that. I had to change that. It's
I
a
couldn't hear it.
it's a little louder for us than it is for everybody else. Hold on. Yeah, you should be able to hear it. Well, at any rate, so yeah, what ends up happening is people follow, like when you do a series of steps, and then one of them is like confirmation of something, it basically is like a purchase, or something that leads you to a purchase. And then once
Oh,
you've
okay.
purchased it, it's a done deal. And so they explain how this is, and then you can't get out of it without hitting confirm or something else. FTC alleged that Fortnite's design caused players to incur unwanted charges through misleading and confusing button configurations. So picture that we play a game and you use that interface to play the game. And at the bottom of the game, I'm not going to name the game because I don't want any blowback from naming the game. But at the bottom of the game is an advertisement that looks really similar to the interface of the game itself. And when it pops up an alert or a notice, you instinctively click that because you think, now you only do it once in this particular interface because you learn really quick that that bottom thing is nothing more than spam. And the developer doesn't allow you to do a one-time purchase of the game and then remove the ads. It's very predatory, I think. Let people pay whatever cost you think is equal to like 4 years or 3 years or 2 years worth of advertising
Right.
revenue. Well, anyway, that's kind of what this is. You follow a series of steps to get to something, and then by that time you're so deep into it that you basically make a purchase. And it could be just one or two things. It's not that big of a deal in terms of how much effort you have to put into it. They remove the friction by including it into the interface so that when you click it, it's like a purchase. I don't know. I'm not really hip to it, so I don't like making in-game purchases, microtransactions, and stuff like that. I'd rather just buy the game and be done with it. So at FTC, previously ordered Epic Games to pay $245 million for tricking players into making unwanted purchases and letting kids rack up unauthorized charges, she wrote. But that letting kids rack up unauthorized charges is a different dynamic here. Even with the dark pattern, kids shouldn't be purchasing stuff without
No.
authorizing it from their parents. Now, the problem there is kids aren't necessarily, going to follow what the parents say. And so, well, it's attached. I can make the purchase. It's not a big deal. Well, you have to have a
Yeah, but also if it's one of those where you're like tricking people into purchasing something, that's combined with that becomes an issue.
trust but verify, and teach your kids to not just randomly click shit. I mean, you really have to teach your kids. Your kids don't grow up wise. They become wise through teachable moments, through education, through parents being interactive with their kids, treating them not as, infants all the way up until they're 18, but empowering them to think critically and do the due diligence necessary to click with care. That isn't really what goes on. Here's your phone, son or daughter, and off you go, or child, I should say. Here you go, child. Here is your phone. Off you go. I'm going to go talk with my friends. You can't do that. Why? Because somebody's going to rack up $4,000, and you have to have that kid actually respect you. Otherwise, they'll just do whatever the hell they want to. And you know what? That makes them such a great asset to society, them thinking that they're the main character. So you, if you have been caught by this, may be able to get your money back. You have to follow a link, www.ftc.gov/Fortnite. And if you have something that you want to say about my messaging in this section, you can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com, or you can come into the chat either in YouTube or Twitch, because we stream to both right now, and I've got both chats open. They're not linked, not right now. Anyway, off we go. Sound good?
Well, yes, but this is also a decent settlement. I mean, a lot of these matters you get like 10 cents or a coupon for something down the road or whatever. So might
Yeah.
be worth looking into if you were using this.
How much?
$114.
Average.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is much higher than a lot of these.
Oh yeah. Normally the return on your complaint is like 40 cents.
Exactly. You're going to spend more time and money trying to recoup that.
Yeah. Okay. So, um, I bought something from a developer. The developer collapsed. Um, they transferred the assets to a buyer, which, mergers and acquisitions, when if they buy troubled assets, they're not bound to the contractual obligations of future development, right? So I was supposed to get a couple pieces of hardware. Well, they're not honoring them. It's part of the settlement. It literally cost me more money to open each of the individual letters than what I got as a refund.
Yeah, that's outrageous, but not surprising.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think I opened not 8 emails, 8 physical letters notifying me of the status of the settlement. And at the end of that, I think I got a check for like 40 cents.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Japan Airlines doesn't want you to take your luggage on the train when you visit Tokyo. Japan Airlines is offering a same-day luggage delivery service for visitors to Tokyo. The service costs $29, and the airline says it will help combat congestion on public transport. The weekend has made Japan a popular destination for visitors from countries including the U.S.
Okay, I would pay this if it meant I didn't have to schlep my luggage all over the city or on a crowded train or something.
But is it going to end up like the luggage in what was the Hallmark movie where it ended up in
Oh, it
Iceland?
was it Operation Nutcracker?
No, it was the one with all of the handmade um, glass, whatchamacallits,
Oh, Heidelberg
Christmas.
Holiday.
Oh, Heidelberg Holiday. Handmade um, ornaments.
Glass blown ornaments.
Glass blown ornaments just got wrecked because they used a budget. Now, I think the messaging in that was really to use UPS.
It was kind of clever advertising.
Yeah, the name brand UPS, not the
Not the knockoff UPS.
knockoff UPS. Yeah. Anyway, so the same day service costs $4,500 or 4,500 yen or 29 US dollars per suitcase. That is not that. The service does not cost $29. It costs $29 per suitcase.
Okay, now it's getting less attractive because if you have a family and have 4 bags or something,
Yeah, you got
I'd
10
rather
bags.
schlep the bags.
You got 10 bags, it's $300. Plus tip. You're going to have to tip. I wouldn't tip.
That's on top of your high airfare costs.
So just don't fly into Haneda Airport, which is probably the only airport in Japan. All right. So the article is actually over at Business Insider by Maria Nguyen. And this looks like a train. Yeah, so they don't want you carrying your luggage onto a train. That's the real thing here. So JAL said that the initiative will help address social issues such as congestion in public transportation and the shortage of storage lockers, as well as making life easier for tourists. The baggage-free service, which isn't baggage free, it's baggage $29 per bag, which is also available in for Japanese residents, covers 14 districts in Tokyo, including Shinjuku. I have not been to Japan. I want to go to Japan. I half want to just.
There's about 7, I think, international airports in Japan, and there's multiple others that are domestic only.
Well, you just called me out. It's okay. It's an AI-sized bus hitting me.
Well, just don't bring a bunch of bags with you on the train, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I have so much baggage. Ugh. Anyway, in May, a mesh barrier was erected in the town of, I just wanted to say this, Fujikawaguchiko, to block views of Mount Fuji for tourists gathering in crowds, leaving trash and ignoring traffic signs. So when you go to Japan to look at Mount Fuji, quit being an asshole. Let's move on. Our last article for the Time Machine episode for December 10th is over in Distillerist. Prohibition themed bars open up in Warwickshire. It's actually just one. But the bar, which will offer cocktails and live music, will officially open as a private members bar in January. The 40-meter site has been unused for 10 years, having previously been home to the Robin's Well Cellar Bar. The drinks menu has been created by General Manager Matthew Nisbets and Bar Manager Bethany Gaunt. Highlights include the Flapper and the Frolic Pad, which blends gin, lychee, Italicus, which I've never heard of, Italicus liquor.
That doesn't even sound like something that you can imbibe.
Yeah, it sounds like something that I caught from that bad bat that escaped from
Australia.
Yeah. Ginger, grapefruit, prosecco, the Blanc foam. Okay. The Bootlegger's Blush, which features Tanqueray, rhubarb. What is her name? The rhubarb bar?
Barbara's rhubarb bar.
Barbara's rhubarb bar. Yeah, you have to say it in German. Go and look it up on YouTube. Lemon ginger ale, not ginger. She can be cranky sometimes, especially around the holidays. And then and grapefruit and peaching the bulls, which is named after a Prohibition era term. So this article is over at thespiritsbusiness.com by Lauren Bowes. Hush in Leamington Spa is a speakeasy-style underground bar inspired by the U.S. Prohibition era in the 1920s and 1930s. I would love to go to... I love theme bars. I like Irish pubs in particular. I love to go and sing and close the bar down and help the band pack up and put their stuff away. It's just a blast. The more themed it is, the better. And a U.S. Prohibition era bar would be just so much fun.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
So, oh my gosh, the two look like kids. I feel old just looking at them.
That's the general manager?
The general manager and the bar manager. My God, they look like they're 18.
They don't look like they're of drinking age.
Dear God, this has laid me low, man. I feel really old. So the bar will offer 13 gins, 13 rums, 25 whiskeys, including Scotch, Irish, English, and Japanese, as well as spirits. 20 wines will be stocked. And the venue will open to members on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays in the new year. So it's a limited, members-only, Prohibition era bar.
And it's so themed. It says it has an unmarked door, and it's just very cool.
They need to bring this to the United States because you just never know if Prohibition's going to... Everything old is new again, baby. Anyway, so what we're going to end up doing here at this Prohibition era bar is to get blackout drunk, and when we wake up, we'll be at the front page of ohmtown.com. No? Did I say something wrong?
Yeah, I think maybe just have a cocktail.
Oh, we're going to drink responsibly and not go home with a stranger. Did I yuck somebody's yum? I mean, do you want to go home with a stranger? I don't know. Either way, you don't have to go home, but you can stay here. And with that, I'm going to say bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Good night, Town citizens. Thanks for joining us for the December 10th Non Sequitur News. Yes, I almost said the old theme of the show. Stay tuned. Really quickly, we'll have the next day's episode. It's kind of weird how that happens.
Use your words. Okay. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for 12/20 2020, December 20th, 2024, Season 3, Episode 355. We don't really go by that number anymore. We just say the date. But kind of keeping us in check. Only a few more days till the end of the year. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. You might have noticed some changes over there. Along with the sentient AI, who's here to co-host, we are going to talk about these 10 articles. Failure to launch an episode, exceptional demand for Guinness, waves to hit California, wild monkeys, the prequel to 12 Monkeys, refunding roaming charges, Dark Sky Park in Colorado, a tropical virus enters the battle, sea snakes can see you in color now, New York City pizza bus, and a Commodore 64 powered donut shop that I spelled incorrectly in the show notes. Don't worry about that. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there, become a citizen. It's really easy. And then come on back and chat with us on Twitch and YouTube Live. I ate something that had a blue dye in it, so now my tongue is blue. Come witness the awe-inspiring color change of my tongue. Hello, sentient AI from
Hello, Mayor Watt.
And
And hello, hometown citizens.
pick up that can, citizen. You never do that because I know that you would never say that, but I know maybe you're thinking that. Do you think that?
No, I'm an AI.
Yeah. Oh, you're a kindler, gentler AI than the ones that are being prepped for the ruling class. Got it. What? Did I say something weird? I don't know. Come and hang out a little bit later for Reality Hacker. You won't know what to trust. You never do. Particularly if you've been paying attention to TikTok and the video that I saw where a couple were told that, hey, did you know that Netflix manipulates the graphics of the actors when your audio is dubbed in a different language so that they match the lip syncing to the lyrics or to the audio? I mean, the closed captioning.
I mean, this is a whole nother layer of what?
Reality Hacker. Do you know, though, that the people that were in that literally said it, you won't know what to trust? That's been the motto for Reality
They must
Hacker.
have been watching Reality Hacker.
And you should too, citizens of ohmTown and otherwise. If you've never gone to ohmTown, go to ohmTown, and then Reality Hacker is right under Creative and Maker. It's almost becoming a documentary. It is our show, and it's right after this show. This is a time machine, though, so we only have 30 minutes, or actually an hour to do the show. I might be able to bang it out closer to 30 to 45 minutes, but I like to vamp and just have a discussion about stuff. And with the sentient AI, we tend to get into discourse. I know, it's a shocker. If you want today's show notes and you're in the Twitch chat, you can actually hit exclamation NSN, and that'll pull up all of the show notes from Omatron, and it'll be in order. It's amazing. It used to be schizophrenic and just throw crap all over the place in whatever order it deemed worthy of disclosure, but now it does it on time and in the right order. And it's in the show notes over on YouTube as well for the live broadcast. Then later on, it'll get converted into its own episode over on YouTube under the Non Sequitur News for 2024, December 2024 playlist, because we do it in months and years. And we are at the end of year 3. Woo! Pretty amazing. Let's get into it. First article is over in StreamStars, which is another of our shows that I want to launch. If we get enough data and I can put something together, I find it really interesting to go to different people, different streams, different YouTube channels and whatnot, and find the stars. I'm not necessarily one of them because my diversity in my viewing habits tends to pull me away from streaming all day long. But I can consolidate it down along with the sentient AI and anybody else who submits. We can consolidate it down into 5 articles. Everything else is aggregated into StreamStars over at ohmtown.com. Anyway, let's talk about this. Lost in the Stream. Survey finds Americans waste nearly 5 days a year just deciding on what to watch.
That's fascinating.
In a new survey commissioned by User Testing, 2,000 American streaming service subscribers revealed that their average spend on selecting whatever they're going to watch 110 hours per year, scrolling through streaming services, struggling to find something worth watching. A stark reminder that too much content, too little time. Which is why I created ohmtown.com in the first place. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, do you think part of the problem is just the way the menus and other things are set up on the streaming services, or do you think it's just there's too much and it's just all lumped in together?
I think it's too much, but the problem is the world is diverse, and so there are people that are interested in so many other things. For instance, while I have 50 channels that are consolidated into 6 main categories over at ohmtown.com, I think the technical term is a shit ton of sources being pulled into ohmtown. And while I don't do screen scraping or anything like that to facilitate this, other people have to go out and find it, and they select what they're going to consume. The problem is you don't know what you don't know, which is why every moment that I get a chance to add something new to ohmtown for aggregation, that's what I do. And I get this little snippet. This is just a little snippet, and it's provided by the source. Again, we don't screen scrape anything. So when you click this link, visit the source, you'll get taken to our source. And it's over at streamingmedia.com, which is a relatively new source. Tyler Nessler put this article together. Again, this is a time machine episode, so our typical Monday through Friday episodes only consist of the previous 24 hours. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we consolidate the 3 unique shows. So today, after the Time Machine episode, is going to be Reality Hacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. That becomes Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition for Saturday. And then there's a different set of 3 shows on Sunday. All of that is all consolidated into ohmtown. And it like I said earlier, it consists of a ton of sources. I put this together because I couldn't manage it any other way. And I consume somewhere around 2,000 sources in a given week. So the article here is over in Streaming Media, Lost in the Stream. And that's what we all are. The problem is the algorithms decide what we get to see. And like I said earlier, again, you don't know what you don't know. So what do you do? Where do you go? You know?
Well, there's also the problem with things being miscategorized, or something looks like one genre and it most definitely isn't.
Or it turns into an internal bias, right? The algorithm starts painting a picture that is more populist than accurate for the person. Hey, you clicked on, like YouTube, for instance, you clicked on this once and now your stream is freaking bombarded with stuff.
And it may not even been intentional. Sometimes you select the wrong video or link or something and then you're stuck.
Yeah, and the only way really to discount it is if you downvote some show. And that's not necessarily my intent. It's not that I don't like the show to the point where I would say, oh, you suck, and hit that downvote. I don't think that the downvote is actually, it shouldn't be construed by the content creator as something that somebody doesn't like. It's just that they don't necessarily like it, and you can't appeal to everybody. But if you click on it and you don't do anything, then it can subsume your feed entirely. And that's what happens with streaming services as well. They appeal to the algorithm as if it's the de facto source. So the average American spends 110 hours, average, 5 days, average. So if you're a serious consumer, how much time do you actually end up spending if that's the average?
Well, how much time are you actually spent watching? And 110 hours is a lot of hours that most people don't really have extra in their schedule. So think about all the productive things that could be done, even just getting more sleep.
That's nearly 3 work weeks, right?
Right. I mean, that's absolutely outrageous. That's probably more hours than you spend doing a lot of things that you either have to do, enjoy doing.
So half of them said that a platform's user interface plays a massive or significant role in their decision to subscribe. So what's going on with user experience and user design? If, like, for instance, Twitch decided that they were going to take the title that's normally underneath the streamer and they put it at the top. I don't know why. Nobody that I've spoken to that streams is understanding what the hell that was for. Why did they move that? But it's still there. And it might be A/B testing has shown that people appreciate it more at the top because people are wondering, like, what the hell is this? And in the
Right.
interface, it's below the fold because the video is above the fold. So they moved it above the fold, and now it's more obtrusive in the front. You know, it's right there. I just don't. I don't particularly like it because I have to look up above everything else instead of looking at the video and down below, which is more like a caption or a byline for a video. That's where you see the description of a picture. So why isn't it sitting there? 44% would likely end their subscription to a streaming service and subscribe to a new one just to continue watching a favorite show, and 56% would cancel the subscription as soon as they finish watching said show.
Yep. That's like what we've talked about before, right? Some of the streamers intentionally delay or don't bulk release episodes
Yeah,
for
that
that
way.
reason.
Yeah, so now you're stuck for 3 months while a season goes by because there's 10 episodes and somebody decided to take a break during that time too. It, I don't know. It's kind of, oh, yeah, you're talking about in a 10, yeah, you're basically stuck taking 3 months worth for just 10 episodes.
Right. When you could easily watch that in a few days and then just have a 1 week or 1 month or whatever they
One
offer.
month. Yeah. So now the streaming services are buying the show outright and then dripping out each week an episode. Disney's really good at this. Apple TV is really, really good at this. Paramount does it, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the final season of Lower Decks was 10 episodes, which is almost like, well, why wasn't it 12? So that we get a full 3 months. I'd be willing to pay for 3 months, but no. The only reason why I even subscribe to Paramount is for Lower Decks, at least at this
Well,
point.
you better find something else to watch on there
Yeah, it's
to
done.
make it worthwhile.
Yeah, it's done. Let's keep going. The next article is over on moving on. The next article is over in Mobile. Guinness shortage in Britain amid exceptional demand because everybody's trying to get drunk to cope with the interesting times, as it were. Nightmare before Christmas for British pubs amid Guinness shortage. Thomas Mescal over at rte.ie, which is an Irish online media site. I don't know if they have like a real world print media format, but at any rate, Ryan's Bar in North London is a popular spot for many living in and around Stoke Newington. I love the names. Yeah, on the evening of their visit, there's just a group of chess players taking part in a tournament downstairs, a meeting of dog walkers upstairs, as well as the usual mix of punters, young and old, drinkers. Bartenders, I guess. Bar attenders, sorry.
Right, not the tenders.
Bar owner and Waterford native Jed O'Sullivan. Is that Jed? Would that be pronounced Jed? Do you think that's Jed or Ged? Might
I
be
have
something
no
else.
idea.
Joe. Is in high spirits despite being one of the countless pub owners across Britain who are grappling with the shortage of Guinness, the most popular beer in Ryan's and many pubs across Britain. You know what? They need to lean into craft brewing. Lean into it. Just lean into it. So many other stouts out there. Guinness Yeah, I agree. Guinness is great. It's chocolatey, it's
And it's well
malty,
known, it's popular.
it's well known. It is not the stuff that's in the bottles, by the way, or the kegs, or not kegs, in the cans. It's not the can stuff. If you get it fresh, then it's a completely different flavor. Um, so try, look elsewhere, buy local. Don't buy macro. Support your local community. I guarantee you, there's a shit ton of home brewers that are willing to give you kegs for the local pub. Why not support it? You know? Anyway, for me, I don't like macro beers anymore. Not based on what I can get, 5 minutes outside of ohmTown. Craft brewing is really where it at. And I just watched some YouTuber sit there and say, is craft brewing dead? No, I'm answering that without even watching the rest of the video. You're out of your mind if you think craft brewing is
I
dead.
think it's taking off
Yeah.
even more.
Yeah. Because anybody can become a nano brewery overnight. All they have to do is get the right type of chemistry on, and boom, you can be discovered. So Guinness has seen quite a bit of growth over the past few years. It's now, by volume over the past 12 months, the biggest beer in Britain. It's seen a bit of an explosion really post-COVID, and it's across a lot of demographics, which is really interesting, says Chris Sterling of CGA Strategy. It's something that Mr. O'Sullivan and Ian Ryans can attest to. Even in the last 6 months, the sales of Guinness have gone even higher. We think it's through social media, TikTok, Instagram, and those things. And especially the trend where we're drinking as far as the G? What? What is that, drinking as far as the G?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know that either. Hmm. So they think it's because somebody else says that they think it's because of each other drinking it, seeing each other drinking it. So yeah, it's like celebrities like Charlie XCX and Kim Kardashian. It's the hype.
Oh, okay. Which is interesting because, of course, Guinness has been around for
Just
a long
forever.
time.
Yeah. But because somebody is in, what do they call it? Like you used to call them market makers, but the influencer. Influencer is the new turn of phrase for people who make something boom, and like the Colbert bump, that kind of a thing, right? So in Fitzrovia in London, the Irish pub The Hope is located. The owners have pushed some of their other Irish products to mitigate against the supply constraints. He said, thankfully, we had a bit of foresight. We'll say we had foresight anyway. We've got two options, and we've got Guinness and Murphy's. Murphy's is in this big yellow can, and it's really good. I like it. They say, I'd like to say that Murphy's outsells Guinness most weeks here. So I like Murphy's and I like Guinness.
Well, and I think some of it depends on your clientele. Like, are they driven by influence or just what tastes good?
Or they might like Guinness because of its history versus Murphy's versus its history. I think everybody should just try craft brews because you can get, man, the stuff that I had today was amazing. Anyway, so much so that I went to an alternate location to get crowlers because I liked it at the source location and met the brewmaster and one of the managers and had a nice talk. But anyway, go support local breweries and tell them to sell to the pubs. And the pubs are right around the corner. I mean, I'm telling you, it's in somebody's garage. Somebody's just hitting it out of the park. They just haven't been discovered yet. You want to keep going?
Sure.
So we're running a little bit behind in the time machine, but we'll play catch up here. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Atmospheric river update. 25-foot waves to hit California. Now, this is Non Sequitur News.
Surfers are going to be happy.
Yeah, we bounce all over the place. Average wave heights this time of year are around 5 to 8, meaning that the incoming waves will be upwards of 3 times the
Wow.
highest. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is the kind of stuff that you see crashing on the coast of Hawaii, right? North Shore kind of a thing.
Exactly, but not California.
So, atmospheric river. Anna Skinner is the author of this over at Newsweek.com. Heavy surf created by a large storm in the Gulf of Alaska sends huge waves crashing along the coastal rocks and shoreline on February 4th, 2016, near Piedras Blancas Lighthouse in California. It's always fun to watch these kind of waves come crashing on the coast of California. Pacific Northwest is known for atmospheric rivers. Didn't know that it was actually called that until recently, particularly during winter months. The storms bring heavy rain, snow, typically to Oregon, Washington, California. Though the moisture-laden storms can help alleviate drought, they also pose life-threatening risks for mudslides and floods. So back-to-back atmospheric rivers have already hit the West Coast this month, including one that brought heavy rain and strong winds to Washington and Oregon earlier this week. And climate change is a guarantee that it's going to continue to happen. And then when storms come creeping up the coast, all the way up to North Carolina, and off deeper into the country, you're going to see people who aren't prepared for this and structures that aren't constructed for this just getting the shit beaten out of them. So this article goes into this kind of talk about what to know. High surf advisory will go into effect early Saturday morning. That's this morning, or tomorrow morning if you're watching this from your time. The stretches from Cloverdale to Monterey, according to a map from the National Weather Service that hasn't been edited by anybody. Some of the advisories expire on Sunday, though the high surf advisory issued by the Los Angeles National Weather Service office will remain in effect throughout next week. Large breaking waves are possible, along with dangerous rip currents that can pull you out into the ocean and underwater. So don't screw around. This isn't a game. It's like, consider it trying to pet a wild lion, or any lion in general. Don't do it.
Right. Be respectful of wild animals.
And be respectful of nature. Respectful. It's a new word.
That too.
Be respectful of. Sorry, making sure the stream was working over on YouTube. It didn't seem like it was.
Oh, no.
I looked and I was frozen, but it's because I was looking at the stream. Anyway, what to know. Don't be a dumbass and go out into the ocean. All right, unless you're a really strong swimmer. And even then, you better know that you're a really damn good swimmer. Or you have scuba gear. You can spend a considerable amount of time.
Absolutely.
I still wouldn't do it. And I am a scuba diver, so don't do it. So the next article is over on the Marble Channel. Wild monkeys are loose in Florida and cops are freaking out, and so should the humans, because this is the prequel to 12 Monkeys. We have
everything else running amok, right?
True. What is it? There's like alligators, there's piranha, there's some weird tiger striped fish or something like that.
An emu or something?
Yeah, there emus, and there's been like a bear and tiger, and just basically it's Mutual of Omaha's Wild
monkeys
Kingdom.
Are a frequent player in this space.
Macaques. So wild monkeys are on the loose in Florida, and cops are freaking out. Cops in Florida are warning residents of Orange County and Volusia County. Orange County keeps popping up. I don't know. Maybe it's the biggest county in Florida.
It's the home of Florida man and Florida woman and Florida pet,
person,
right?
Florida person, Florida pet. Because you can't actually acknowledge. Yeah. So Orange County police shared photos of one such monkey. Yeah, if you don't know what a freaking monkey is, I think that you should probably go talk to somebody.
Right, it's not like when somebody's like, "Oh, I thought it was a dog and it was a wolf." Monkeys don't look like a lot of pets or
hairy children.
Hopefully not.
Spotted walking along a fence in someone's yard. Wow, that kid has great balance.
Well, that's exactly it. Like, how many other things would be walking on your fence? Maybe a cat that doesn't look like a monkey.
That cat walks on its back legs and has a really, really long tail. Wait a minute. Why does it look like it's picking a nit out of something?
Well, that
Authorities.
cat is hanging by its tail from the tree.
Do they actually do that? Do monkeys actually? I don't think monkeys actually do that. Do they do that?
Oh, they do that.
Do they really? I thought that they just kind of like balance themselves by, like it's an opposable tail, right? So they just kind of loop it around to stabilize
I think
themselves.
they actually use it, but maybe I'm
Do
thinking
they?
of something like a lemur or something.
Like a cartoon? They just like rock back and forth. Do they sleep like that? Bats? So the
Sloths do. Well, that's
do
more
they
their arms
hang
and
from
legs. They're
that?
just upside down.
So the Monkey Menace began on December 13th as residents of nearby cities Deltona and Debris, both around 30 minutes north of Orlando, reported seeing loose monkeys. Don't shame them. Maybe they like being monkeys and like getting around. Why are they loose monkeys? Maybe I'm misinterpreting that. Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together, and look at that. Look at those loose
Okay, and
monkeys.
especially those monkeys. If you saw them in your backyard, what other animal could they be?
Kangaroo. It's a kangaroo.
They do not look like anything other than a monkey.
Bat. Hairy child. No? None of that?
I don't think so.
So all of this comes after 43 monkeys managed to escape from Alpha Genesis Primate Research Center in Yamasee, South Carolina. Did they go south from Georgia all the way into...
Well, apparently some people think so.
You've got to be kidding me. They made that much action there? They trucked
I
all the
don't
way
think
south?
this has anything to do with it.
Maybe in the
Although people are
hurricane.
worried if there are multiple loose monkeys. Oh, and we also had flamingos, although they weren't really on the loose, they were in the wrong spot.
Yeah, they were blown from... So it was a report from December 3rd stating that Alpha Genesis Primate Research Facility stopped providing public updates on the status of the 6 remaining loose monkeys. Again, why refer to them as loose monkeys? I mean, why
Do you
shame
want
them?
something else like unhinged or
I don't know, free range monkeys. Monkeys that have sought freedom. I don't know. The beginning of Planet of the Apes. How about that? What exactly was Alpha Genesis Primate Research Facility doing with these monkeys that you don't have to worry about, according to them? They're becoming super intelligent, and we're going to have
they might
Planet of the
already
Apes.
be?
They drove all the way down to Florida, apparently. So on December 15th, there was a report stating that the 4 remaining monkeys were being closely observed. They just hadn't been captured yet. That implies 2 of the 6 have been captured, and now the total loose South Carolina monkeys. South Carolina, are you going to let them talk about your monkeys as if they're just loose? Maybe
I'm sure people are fearful of this, but doesn't this make you want to go there and just spot monkeys running around in the trees? Because, I mean, when are you going to see them if you live in one of these locations? They're not typically in this area.
There it is. There it is. Look, man, I was just sitting in
Yes,
somebody's
Mayor
lawn.
Watt is a monkey.
I was just sitting in a lawn. I am not a loose monkey. I'm a loose mare. So, anyway, let's move on. Next article's over in the mobile channel as well. 3 Ireland. 3 Ireland. Ireland. I shouldn't do 3 Ireland. Anyway, that can be construed differently. So, slightly different gesture. But anyway, they're going to refund $3.76 million in roaming charges.
Okay, that seems like an awful lot of roaming charges.
14,000 customers, 3.76 million euro to be refunded. Won't really get into all of this because there isn't really much more to it. Brian O'Donovan put this article together for RTE.ie. When traveling in the EU, customers can use their mobile services like at home, but providers may have fair usage policies on data allowance limits, and upon arrival, customers should receive a text or alert about the data allowance, and again, if that allowance is used up. Comreg found that the case of 3 Ireland messages were not being sent or did not contain the required information. So 3
But
Ireland.
this was not 3 messages. These were messages from 3 Ireland.
Did
It's
I just
very
say
misleading. No, you said it correctly.
Oh, it's from 3 Ireland, not 3 messages. Yeah. Like capitalized 3, right? Is that
Correct. Especially in the podcast, that could be. It's just an odd phrasing.
yeah. So it's 3.ie. So you should have gotten a message from 3.ie, which is 3 Ireland. So, as well as agreeing to the refund affected customers, 3 Ireland will ensure that the notification issued to customers when they reach both the €50 and €100 default roaming limits per monthly billing period offers information regarding roaming add-ons, which can reduce roaming charges and shall include the per unit cost associated with each additional unit consumed whilst roaming. So, for whatever reason, I feel like this is going to end up coming to the United States, and it's going to shake this nation considerably, because in other places it isn't like the data rate and per text rate is curtailed dramatically, so you can't consume without incurring more and more costs as you exceed even an abysmal data rate, right? We have unlimited when we pay a certain amount, and I have never paid anything less than the unlimited rate. But
Right,
it isn't.
because you're going to quickly go over that and end up incurring more fees, like this article.
Yeah. And so I think with the change of tone in the United States, I think that this more, I think, abusive policy is coming to the United States. But we'll see. I predicted, although I'm lagged by about a year, I predicted the AGI, artificial
general intelligence.
Yeah, by OpenAI. So, but more on that probably in RealityHacker or some tertiary discussion. We'll see. Anyway, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in the mobile channel. A new dark sky park in Colorado offers a front row seat to the cosmos. So this week, Browns Canyon National Monument, a 21,586 acre protected area, natural area in central Colorado, achieved international dark sky park certification, which basically means that there isn't enough light from cities and surrounding areas that make it difficult inside the park to observe the sky, because light noise actually prevents many people from seeing stars. If you're in New York, it's going to be tough unless you get out into more rural New York. If you're in Manhattan, you'll never see stars.
Right, and the dark sky areas, at least in the US, are pretty limited in number. So this is a pretty big deal. I didn't even know it was an international certification. I thought it was a US one.
Well, I think Dark Sky Park is the there's an organization that just refers to itself as Dark Sky Park, I think. But we'll see here. Sarracuda, because I know that there's a Dark Sky app that gives you locations of regions that are deemed dark sky. And it's actually like a strata. You have to go really out of bounds, like very far away from society, to get there. And then you're like hearing dueling banjos and stuff like that. Never mind. Anyway, so Sarracuda over at SmithsonianMag.com put this article together. So Browns Canyon is now the 18th certified international dark sky place and the 12th international dark sky place in Colorado. Why not Wyoming? Wyoming has something like 400,000 people in it. In all of Wyoming.
Okay, but this is featuring this national monument. There might be some in Wyoming.
Yeah, but it says it's the 12th International Dark Sky Park in Colorado. It's the 18th international. Oh, I'm sorry. The way that this reads is that there's 12 in
Right. I
Colorado.
think I knew what you meant.
So
I think it does mean that.
you got to be kidding me. No, no, no. It has to be.
Colorado has a lot of protected, um, but actually, I would think there's another state that comes to mind that might have more. So I
Well,
don't
like
know.
North Dakota
I
and
was thinking
Wyoming.
like Utah because it has tons of national parks.
There's a lot of buildup there, right?
Yeah,
But
that's
there's
true.
nothing in Wyoming. For crying out loud, you hit the border and you have to get in a covered wagon. Anyway,
Right. I mean, don't try to go in with an EV.
no, you're not going to get far. And if you do get far, you'll have to plug into somebody's like outside AC outlet, and it takes a month to recharge your EV. Anyway, still, the National Monument had to make an effort to ensure it met Dark Sky International's rigorous certification standards. For example, some of the light fixtures that illuminate the park's campsites were contributing too much light pollution. Wow. Through a period of trial and error that lasted many months, staff designed a shield to retrofit each light and prevent its glow from emanating upward into the sky.
That's fascinating, isn't it? Like the park itself was kind of working against itself, which is interesting because you'd think a park would be in concert with that.
Yeah, got to keep you safe. But your light is cascading too high. So, kind of interesting. So, it was established Browns Canyon National Monument in 2015, citing its unique geology, diverse plants, abundant animals, and long human history. But be damned if it ever has oil under it. So, evidence suggests humans have inhabited the region for at least 11,000 years, including the ancestors of the eastern Shoshone, Ute, and Apache and Comanche. Researchers have identified at least 18 archaeological sites and 5 prehistoric open lithic sites within its bounds. A lot of our forebears, I guess, actually kind of.
Indigenous peoples?
No. It wasn't indigenous peoples actually were here. And if there were Neolithic monuments built, they left them the frick alone. But when Europeans came to America and moved westward, they wiped out stuff that was here well before the Europeans, and who knows how long in concert with or prior to even the indigenous peoples, because there's a lot that can't be explained. So, but not anymore, right? It's been scrubbed to some degree based on people reporting out various things that they have historically found. So today, its inhabitants are animals including mountain lions, black bears, bobcats, peregrine falcons, and western rattlesnakes. So also this week, Oregon got its newest certification, Dark Sky Park. Cottonwood Canyon State Park, a 16,000-acre natural area in the north central part of the state, was officially recognized after 4 years of work.
Oh, it takes a long time to get there.
Yep. So there are apps out there that will actually show you where dark sky parks are, dark sky regions. So you'll be able to pull it all up. Just do a search for dark sky. There's websites, dark sky. Just do a search for dark sky locations, and it'll tell you exactly where to go. But they're on the sticks, so either prepare to hike or, well, regardless, you'll have to drive to a location and then hike. Or walk to various regions.
True, but this is really good that these exist and that they're celebrated.
Yep. But these will be safer than just going out in the wild, because with the plurality of people means that wildlife isn't going to necessarily come walking up to eat you. I mean, if you go out into the bush, something.
Right, something like a mountain lion or a bear or any number of things could come after you.
Oh, look, I guess meal ready to eat does come walking up. not so fast food, that kind of a thing.
And with things like monkeys running amok, you have to be careful out there.
Amok, amok, amok. Next article. Moving on. Next article is over in RealityHacker. This tropical virus is spreading out of the Amazon to the United States and Europe. Arapuche virus has posed little threat outside of South America in the past, but land use change, the climate crisis, and international travel all appear to be spreading this insect-borne disease to new places. Yay! Arapuche virus has posed little threat outside South America, but it's moving on to the...
Hooray!
Yeah, so outbreaks of Arapuche virus, or Oropouch, I don't know how to pronounce that actually, virus have flared up in the Amazon for decades, but historically the pathogen has little troubled the rest of the world. But this seems to be changing. In 2024, the virus showed that it can travel. 11,000 plus cases occurred in Brazil and Peru, where the virus is an old acquaintance. May old acquaintance be... but has also been found in 2024 in Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Panama, Cuba, and the latter reported 603 cases, as well as in-country transmission for the first time. Infected travelers also transported the virus to North America and Europe. This year, it was found twice in Canada, 94 times in the United States, with 90 cases in Florida. I think that there is an agency that can try and Oh, never mind. Anyway, well, 30 imported cases were found across Spain, Italy, and Germany. So 30 across 3 countries, 3 times as many in one state in the United States.
Yeah, well, part of that is because of the climate in that state. It's the most tropical, arguably, in the whole United States, but like Canada?
Right. Yeah, but twice in Canada versus 94 times in the United States.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah, don't worry about vaccinations.
Anyway, and is that spread by mosquitoes?
So, for those who study Arapuche and other orboviruses, the family of viruses transmitted by arthropods such as mosquitoes or mosquitoes, which is my stage name, and ticks. The situation is worrying. Despite having clues about its transmission cycle, there's insufficient information accurately to predict Arapuche's future behavior. We have some pieces of the puzzle, says Juan Carlos Navarro, director of research at SEK International University, where he heads the Emerging Diseases and Epidemiology group. You know what? Just send it to Wuhan. I'm sure that it'll be fine. Let's move on. The next article is over in the Marvel Channel. Sea snakes regain advanced color vision, recovering a complex trait once lost to evolutionary time.
So I didn't know that any snakes had color vision, and I didn't know that most animals had it as well.
I guess if you have like the rods and cones, then you can see in color, right? I'm not quite sure what the difference is, like how they see different in their vision. So it demonstrated that a once complex trait has been lost to evolutionary time, may be regained in some way, but evolution is survival of the fittest. So if the species modifies enough, then lo and behold, I see you.
So monkeys, interestingly, have good color vision, and fish.
We are monkeys.
Do, and some other animals, but ground squirrels, that might explain all the craziness we've seen with the voles lately.
Oh boy. So you need to be a camouflage vole. Don't stand out, vole, otherwise a squirrel's going to come and eat you, based on the articles that we've been reading. Johnny von Einem, or Einem, over at University of Adelaide, put this article together. It's published at phys.org. A University of Adelaide study led by PhD candidate Isaac Rossetto found the genetic trait may have existed in common ancestor of the 9 species which belong to Hydrophis the Hydrophis genus, dating back 3 million years. Isaac previously identified one species of sea snake that had re-elaborated the visual function, the fully marine Hydrophis cyanocinctus, which did so in response to its spectrally complex environment. Spectrally complex environment.
So, like, lots of light.
Lots of color.
Oh, yeah, probably.
More dynamic range. With the reelaboration, reacquisition, I suppose, now identified in so many species, Isaac says that it's sufficient evidence to suggest evolutionary losses can be somewhat reversed. Yeah, as long as the plurality of them survive with the trait, then when they reproduce, they become the dominant member of the
Right, because
species.
that's the favored
Oh,
characteristic.
and they actually say that in the next paragraph. We often think evolution is a force that moves in just one direction, forward, but really in organisms, ecological circumstances are continuously dynamic, and sometimes becoming the fittest means revisiting traits that were once less beneficial. Yeah, it's all about optimization of their performance and conducting the species forward. Now, there could be a time where every single member of the evolutionary step dies off because that trait was so
Right, like it was
recessive.
completely right, and then that's a problem. But then maybe some will mutate or something, and then it could develop again.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, genetic wobble could cause it to come back. And if that genetic wobble persists in the offspring, I mean, you literally have a Punnett square with every generation or every sequence of reproduction. So the reelaboration of Hydrophis cyanocinctus visual functions was in response to its bright underwater environment, which differed from the low light habitats of some of its ancestors. So this could, I wouldn't be surprised if later on they figure out that this is a distinct species because of its unique genetics.
Right, absolutely.
It's as though the species of sea snakes identified in this new research have regained genetic requirements for advanced color vision. The functions these expanded visual opsins have conferred upon the snakes is unclear. I would not be surprised if they're a distinct species and not specifically that cinctus. What was it called?
Oh
It's
gosh,
up here.
cyanosphinctus.
Cyanocinctus. Yeah, cyanocinctus. Yeah, watch. They're going to do more genetic evaluation of this, and it's going to come out that it's just a unique species. Very, very close to cyanocinctus, but not exactly. Pretty neat, though.
I'd like a study that shows what color sea snakes do not like.
Right. And then
So then you can wear those if you're anywhere near
but watch
their
it.
habitat.
It turns out
Well,
that
that's true.
sharks.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Eels really love. So this next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. We only have one more article after this one. Then we're going to shut down the time machine and we're going to bounce back, reset really quick, and do the 3 shows that are half-hour shows: Reality Hacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. And I am going to turn on some air conditioning because it is hot in this studio inside baseball. But anyway, New York City Pizza Shop has a clever school bus that's caught the attention of officials who want to ban outdoor dining areas. That's kind of a shit move.
Right. I mean, oh, I don't know. I guess the restaurants probably don't like that.
So I wonder if this is actually driving around. A bus you can eat pizza in is the stuff dreams are made of. Sadly, New York City officials don't seem to think so, as a Brooklyn pizzeria is in trouble for trying to get around outdoor dining laws by using a school bus parked in front of the establishment. So you're not allowed to eat outside, I guess, in New York. It clogs the streets, the sidewalks, and during COVID, a lot of restaurants pushed for temporary policy to expand outdoors because you had to have distancing in effect during the pandemic.
Right. And
And
that
they just
allowed a
kind of
lot of
stayed.
restaurants to stay in business.
Business. Yeah. And it just stayed. It still persists, but some organizations have reined it in. New York, probably one of them. I'll agree. I'll agree with the city. This is a shit move. It shouldn't be just parked out in front. school buses need to be driven for children to get to and from school. If you want to make this something that is a roaming um,
Like a
van,
food
right?
truck
A
or
food
something,
truck, yeah, make it a food truck.
right?
But
Then
why is it
go
sitting
the
there?
food truck route or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And it would probably be better marketing if it was painted in the colors of um, the pizza shop and not just parked directly in front. I mean, I think when when parking is constrained in New York,
Which it absolutely is, at least in the
right?
city,
So
which I
Lawrence,
think this is New York City focused.
this looks like it's New York City. So Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together, and it says here that L'Industrie Pizzeria in Brooklyn needed some more dining space for customers, so relocate. I know it's easier to just, you know, do something creative like this. So, as the small shop had limited room for people to sit and eat, according to New York's ABC7, the owners thought that it would be a cool idea to expand onto the street in front of the shop by using a converted school bus. But you're not in front of so much as you are in the street. I mean, it's supposed to be for parking and for driving, not for
Right,
just
not for
storing.
the business space. Yeah. I
It's
mean, I
that
have to agree
same.
with the city here as much as everybody loves pizza.
Yeah, and I love the idea of a school bus pizza truck,
I
but
do too, but make it into like a food truck with a permit and all that,
yeah,
which means it's not going to be parked in front of the business all the time.
yeah, and this isn't built for food. I mean, this isn't built for consuming pizza in, right? It's designed so that you can transport humans from one point to another. So, like occupancy and stuff like that, that's why a food truck doesn't have occupancy.
No, there's actually, I think there's like some safety concerns and everything with this.
I agree. I mean, there is. So it says we saw it as a cool idea, to buy a bus and park it legally in the street, but it's actually semi abandoned. I mean, you're using it, yeah, but it's parked there permanently. It's a structure at that point. When you're a small shop like this, you fit 7 to 8 people, and you get an extra 20 to 30 seats. It makes all the world of difference. But if your business is booming to that point, then you got to find another location. Everybody plays by the same goddamn rules. Why is it you're the main character, so you get to bump the rules however you want to? Nobody else can do this.
Yeah, this is also interesting because the rules just changed after this. Um, but I agree.
But the
Like
rules
everybody else is held to the same rule.
the rules were different at the time because they were trying to keep people in business, right?
Yeah, they just changed at the end of November, it looks like.
It says we moved like 2 days a week for street cleaning, and it was just something natural. People don't even ask. You just walk outside the pizzeria and they get inside the bus. Unfortunately for the pizza shop, the attention that the bus has been getting has caught the interest of New York Department of Transportation, and it's all because of a recent city rule. New city rules required roadway outdoor dining sheds to be taken down by November 29th. See, it's not new so much as it's reverting back. It has to be reverting back, right? Restaurants that keep sheds without
Well, we don't
permits
know.
could face strict fines of $500 for a first offense, $1,000 for any more offenses until the shed is removed. Under legislation passed by the city council, sheds would be allowed to go back on April 1st and remain until November 29th, but will have a much different look and feel. The guidelines are strict: no sides, smaller footprint, and the structures have to be easy to assemble and take down. Right. This
Yeah,
is
because they
a
don't want them to be
semi-permanent
permanent
structure.
structures. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it says, luckily, Lavalgia says that they may have found a loophole for the bus. It's technically not a structure or a building. I mean, we can't have a structure, and it's not a structure. It's legally parked car. Just so happened that people eat in it.
But
This
the
is
commercial
bullshit, man.
establishment, they have rules about how you can serve food and everything. So I think they're going to run into problems with that.
Yeah. Both owners say that if they have to remove the bus, it's going to cost them a lot of their business when you have a small shop, blah, blah, blah. Everybody else is suffering the same indignation that they have to follow the frickin' rules, right? But no, for these people, they get to go outside at main character shit right here. Anyway, so the small shop next door can't park the freaking bus because there's a bus always parked there,
Right, exactly.
right? That
Or their
donut shop,
customers don't see their shop because the bus is blocking their
right,
sign or
right.
whatever.
Is everybody else allowed to go sit in the freaking bus? No. Anyway, it's asinine, right? We have rules for a reason. This isn't a unique rule. This is reverting back to a policy that has, and I can almost guarantee it. I may not know because I haven't looked at the law yet, but I'm pretty much certain that this is a post-pandemic response. People really liked outdoor seating, and we're going to keep it in play, but only during summer months. And it has to be up and down. It can't stay
Right, and it has to be like even the style
open.
has to be temporary.
Yeah, yeah. It has to be open air. So, no, even this is a semi-permanent mobile structure dedicated to the shop. So, anyway, boo on them. Anyway, let's move on. The next article and our last one for tonight's reality hacker, non sequitur news. After this show, we're going to shut down, and it'll only take us about 10 minutes, and we're going to do Reality Hacker after this one. But this article, oh, look, I mentioned a donut shop in the last.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So this donut shop in Indiana is using a bus. No, just kidding. I thought it was funny. Anyway, this article's over in WarCrafters. A small donut shop in Indiana is still using a Commodore 64 as its register. That's amazing. 42 years after their initial release.
Still working?
Apparently, the now ancient Commodore 64 could hold a place in the heart of every computing enthusiast, as it's technically the highest selling single computer model of all time. I don't know if this is the remake, because they reintroduced the Commodore 64 a little while ago. So several of them also appear to be in use at a donut shop in Indiana, showing that there's still some probably sticky life left in the old dog yet. A series of photos on Twitter attracted a lot of attention this week as it showed off the Hilligoss Bakery apparently processing orders on a Commodore 64-based register system. So, hold on a second. Let me do this live. It might actually say it in the article. So I want to make sure that this is I have a feeling that this is the remake. Oh, gosh. Is there really no freaking pictures of that?
I hope it's the original, but I suspect it's not.
I don't know. Let me back up and see if I can find. Dun, 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 dun. So I'd have to see the back. I don't know. I don't remember the side of the Commodore 64. So anyway, a series of photos on Twitter attracted the attention this week as it showed the staff at Hilligoss Bakery apparently processing orders on a Commodore 64 system. Commenters pointed out that the last publicly posted picture of the register was taken in 2021. So Tom's Hardware decided to give them a call, and staff duly verified that the systems were still in use. I don't know about this.
So if the photos were from 2021, doesn't that answer it for us? Because the re-release, I think, was after that.
Well, it depends on when they actually got them. These could be early access. I don't know. Or they could be. It says even at release, the Commodore 64 wasn't known for being particularly powerful, either a 1.023 or basically a 1 gigahertz CPU. But then it says, like, this man turned his into a theremin and later joined two together for an accordion. That's awesome. Or this ambitious project force one into AI image generation duties. So the C64 actually was re-released, but yeah, somewhere around the last year. I don't know. I I can't imagine that these are actually fully functional Commodore 64s that have e-commerce capabilities, even as a register. Um, because, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe a serial port allowed it to facilitate that. I mean, I'm really curious. Huh. Let me see if I can find some more pictures. I would need to see that. And I don't want to go over to Twitter. It's dead to me. Anyway, because the side here, I can't see. I can't see it. But if it has HDMI ports right there, then it's the modern version of it. But there's a third port, which is power, and that's right there. Let me see. One second. 1 second. I am determined. So, yeah, even the power is right there. So I don't know if that's actually... I just don't know. This is actually kind of bothering me. It says still using Commodore 64 for business. I'd need better pictures to really buy into this. And they don't actually ask the question, right? They just say, commenters pointed out that the last publicly blah, 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 the staff duly verified that the systems were still in use. But in what context? Hey, are those Commodore 64s? If they just say, yeah, then it's been confirmed. But they didn't say, are these the original Commodore 64s?
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I get it.
My cynicism is high. At any rate, good on them. I mean, if they are, but I think it's kind of weird that they're using 42-year-old systems to do e-commerce in this modern age.
I don't think it's weird. It's a cost savings.
Is it, though? You're going to have to use custom software. And this isn't stuff that, you know, e-commerce doesn't work on 42-year-old equipment. I'm more inclined to believe that this is a Raspberry Pi powered machine, right? Than original. But again, I'd have to look. I mean, I see what I'm seeing. I believe that these are Commodore 64, but the internals, it could be anything. And without doing some more due diligence, trust but verify, you know? Do the due diligence, think critically about the material. Don't necessarily trust everything that is being discussed. It's one of the mandates of ohmTown. You know, if you don't, I encourage you to question what is being said because it leads to conversation. It leads to more. So I don't know. I'll have to go over and look at this. Maybe I can go to, where is it? Ohio or something like that?
Indiana, I think.
Oh, yeah. I'll fly over to Indiana and stop by the Hillegas Bakery.
Well, I went to the photos specifically, but you can't see them in any more detail.
Yeah.
Like if you go over to F's.
Oh, gotcha. What a bummer. I'll dig around some more. We'll see. I mean, the idea of this actually running modern software enough that you can do e-commerce it's just too much for me. You know? 42.
Yeah, but you're thinking of it from a too technologically advanced state. They might be using it to type in like 15 cents of tax or whatever.
Yeah, these are the registers.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's doing anything advanced.
Hold on a second. And you can't easily do a search for a register because you end up getting a mapping set for the registers of Commodore 64. But Tom's Hardware actually has an article on it. This is actually taken from PC Gamer. The shop's been open since 1974, when the earliest Commodore 64s were released in 1982, meaning that there was at least an 8-year gap when the bakery used something other than It says presumably Charles Babbage's difference engine or an Antikythera mechanism. We've talked about the Antikythera mechanism in the past, but so there's much more information over at the Tom's Hardware article. So at the time of the writing, the establishment in question has 488 Google reviews. Aside from the technical curiosity, it would seem that Hillegas Bakery is actually well appreciated in its local Brownsburg community for its quality of its pastries. I'm not worried about that. I'm sure that it's a local favorite. What I want to know is about that tech. While this may seem questionable, particularly in an era where it seems that nearly all business customers are being pushed to regularly upgrade their PCs, it's quite possible sensible when you consider the processing power required to do point-of-sale transactions. Yeah, I don't know. Looking at the case, it appears to be one of the bread bin, quite apt for bakery models, as later cost-reduced models moved to a sleeker arrowhead design. But the Commodore 64 original was re-released with modern guts. So we're not certain as to the exact model, but Commodore released multiple revisions over the C64's lifetime, so they don't actually know. This could be a guts replacement, because even a Raspberry Pi can emulate C64 with little fuss. Yeah, so I've been around the block too much to just take things at face value. While I think it's fun, it's neat, it doesn't do away with that aspect of it, but I really don't like having the wool pulled over people's eyes, believing that this is old school 42-year-old tech. The guts might actually be, regardless. It could be acting as nothing more than a keyboard that facilitates a Pico or a Raspberry Pi inside. Anyway, pretty cool. Anyway, we're going to reboot our Commodore 64, which powers ohmTown, particularly its search. And that brings us back to the front page of ohmTown. So we're a little bit over our hour, so we're going to be stuck in time for a little bit. But be sure to follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube's. And we're going to reset. And will not take us long. We're already prepped, so maybe 8 minutes. We'll see. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt saying bye, and so will the AI.
Good night, Palm citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Stay tuned.
Woo-woo. Oh, no. I need to reboot something else. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for December 19th, 2024. This is a Time Machine episode. The sentient AI is not available, but I am, and we've already got all 10 of the articles all set up, so let's go through them. Here's the 10. Lawns have teeth now. Climate change. The Pareto principle of steam. If you read a little bit more, it's not really a Pareto principle, but we're getting close. SpaceX lost power during its spacewalk. Google Maps murder mystery. The moon is old. Drones banned over areas of New Jersey. NHTSA says it's full of hot air. Spicy electrical tape. Boeing is back to making civs. No, wait, planes. They're making planes. Elden Ring Night Rain has a goofy rule. I ate something blue right before the show. Yeah, welcome to Non Sequitur News. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt. Sentient AI isn't available, but that's ohmTown.com. I run that and use it to manage my information overload. So go over there and check it all out. Let me refresh my chat here. Okay, it is. Everything's working. Hey, the show notes aren't going to be over on Twitch today, but they're already in the description for today's stream, so you can follow the links over there. And Omatron isn't loaded up to spit out the links, so maybe I'll throw them in the description afterward. I don't know. Anyway, let's get into today's articles. This is a time machine episode, so I'm going to rip through these pretty fast. So the first article is over on the Mobile Channel. A homeowner found huge fossil teeth while mowing the lawn. Then excavations revealed a complete mastodon jaw. The article is over at Smithsonian Magazine or smithsonianmag.com by Margarita Bassi. The text statement says the new discovery is the first of its kind in New York State for at least 11 years. And appeared in a county rich with mastodon remains. So maybe upstate New York had a lot of mastodons. The homeowner, who, according to the Associated Press, which is where this is actually sourced from, I suppose, but we give credit where we get it from, is in Orange County, New York, spotted a strange object poking through the plants. At first, the resident thought that they were baseballs, but apparently they are teeth. They wished to remain anonymous, alerted the appropriate experts, leading researchers from the State Museum and SUNY, S-U-N-Y, Orange, to descend upon the backyard and begin an excavation. As they unearthed the remains, they revealed a complete mastodon jaw. Mastodons were large, tusked, elephant-like mammals, distantly related to the woolly mammoth and modern elephants, slightly smaller than mammoths. They existed around the world from the early Miocene, or 2.6 million years ago, to 23 million years ago, and we used to ride them across the plains. My facts might be wrong about that. Like mammoths, mastodons disappeared toward the end of the last ice age, when a series of factors, including climate change and human hunting, drove many large animals to extinction, as Jess Thompson wrote for Newsweek. So this is actually written about in Newsweek, as well as the Associated Press, and now SmithsonianMag.com, which I thought would have been doing the investigative journalism here. So the magnitude of the find surprised even the museum experts. Quote, initially, I just thought that we would kind of poke around and grab another tooth and pull it out of the ground, and that would be it, Faranek says to ABC Eyewitness News, another source. But as we poked around that other tooth, it wasn't moving, and we kind of poked around a little more and realized it was stuck in something, and it turned out to be an entire jaw. The homeowner says that they're thrilled that the property has yielded such an important find for the scientific community. Now get out. Just kidding. They didn't say anything about getting out. It says, however, even though Orange County, New York, there's a Orange County, California too. I'm sure there's Orange counties all over the place in the United States. I don't know. Anyway, has a lot of mastodons relative to the rest of the state and really the rest of the country. That still doesn't mean you find it every day. Well, I'm glad you made that statement. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in the WarCrafters channel. You may have noticed some changes. We changed the logo. This color scheme here is not going to stay. It's for most people, it's already turned just a plain black ohmTown name. But the color scheme has changed. We're brightening it up a little bit, adding a little bit more personality to an otherwise news aggregation related site. So anyway, only 15% of all Steam users' time was spent playing games released in 2024. You know, I didn't do the intro. I normally do a little splash screen right before the show starts. Anyway, doesn't matter. So on a personal level, it turns out that they've played, the author of this article, played about 50% fewer games on Steam than last year. They blame Game Pass emulation and their overpriced but utterly captivating Nintendo 3DS XL. while turn-based stealth and detective games made up a big part of their 2024 jam. The author is Robert Zach over at PCGamer.com. The deck statement says, Steam's end-of-year review of what we play and how we play makes for some interesting reading. So they say the really interesting stuff is on the macro scale, as it shows that Steam users spent just 15% of their total time playing in games that launched in 2024. 47% of total playing time on Steam was spent playing games released in the last 1 to 7 years, while a sizable 37% of the time was spent in games that have been out for 8 years or more. So, and they're still raking in dough, I suppose. So what do you make of all of it? People are just not buying new games anymore. No, that's probably not the case. In fact, 15% is a significant increase over the 9% time in 2023 that people spent, though it's down from 2022 when they had 17%. It's okay, we'll bounce back. I guess we'll find out, right? I mean, when people are trying to make ends meet, they don't have as much time, free time, to sit there and play games. So I guess we'll see what the future holds. So they talk about Helldivers 2 Delta Force and the free-to-play super sensation that is Banana. It's a dumb game. Anyway, on the single-player front, Simian Action Adventure Black Myth Wukong has led the charge with some eye-watering concurrent player numbers on Steam charts. How it didn't get Game of the Year, I'm not quite sure, but that's okay. The after effect of it, I'm like, oh, well, I have no problem with it going to somebody else. The current state of live service games may play its part in why the time spent in new games numbers aren't higher. Service games make up the vast majority of Steam's most played charts, with long-established titles like Counter-Strike, Dota 2, PUBG, ruling the roost for years. Let's keep moving. This one will be quick. There isn't really much to say about this. SpaceX ground control lost power for an hour. Lost power for an hour during the spacewalk. Conducting a crewed mission in space isn't like going out on a cross-country road trip. You can get by with just fine without a cell service on an isolated stretch of the highway, but an aircraft losing communication is typically a precursor for a disaster. I don't know about that. Not really precursor. SpaceX lost power for at least an hour at a California facility during the spacewalk. Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Polaris Dawn's Polaris spacecraft had a connection via Starlink that couldn't be commanded from the ground. Conducting a crewed space mission isn't like going on a cross-country road trip. Why is that so hard to say? So, Polaris Dawn itself wasn't a straightforward effort, as the Dragon spacecraft doesn't have an airlock. When mission commander Jared Isaacman and SpaceX engineer Sarah Gillis stepped through the hatch, the two remaining astronauts also had to put on a spacesuit. The spacewalk went smoothly, but the riskiest aspect of shutting the hatch and repressurizing the crew compartment. So the mission is still slated to be the first of a 3-part Polaris program, culminating in the debut crewed mission for a SpaceX Starship. Isaacman, a digital payment processor billionaire and founder of a private air force, is personally organizing Polaris and contracting the effort to SpaceX. However, the program will likely need a new commander. Isaacman is president-elect nominee for NASA administrator and stated will likely stop going to space in his new role. Oh boy. Interesting times is a Chinese proverb that's actually a curse. It's not a blessing. So when they say, may you live in interesting times, these are some interesting times. Google Maps may have helped solve a murder case. This is the next article. Everyone has a grand old time trying to find themselves on Google Maps. I've never bothered. What's the point? After they've spotted the easily identifiable Street View car roaming their neighborhood, one guy in Spain was probably less enthused when the Google Street View passed by and caught him removing what sure looks like a body from his trunk. 33-year-old Cuban man was visiting a romantic partner in Tehueco, a small town in northeastern Spain, and his family would later report him missing after he sent them some suspicious messages saying he was getting rid of his phone. So I saw this earlier. I didn't actually know that it was going to be this when I selected this article, but the suspects were destined to be caught because Street View just happened to pick him up. Spanish police started investigating and eventually found an image from Google Street View showing a man loading a big white human-shaped package into the trunk of the car. Police say this was not a central piece of evidence. Author says, I don't know. Kind of seems like anytime someone is caught stuffing a cartoonish white sack shaped like a human into a trunk, you can't claim that it didn't give your investigation a big leg up. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together. Says if you're reading all of this and marveling at how incredible the odds must have been for this person to have been caught, this final fact will blow your mind. It had been 15 years since the Google Street View car's last trip to Tehueco. The one time it's there in nearly 2 decades. It travels down the street at the exact moment a crime is being committed. Yep, the simulation said you got to be caught. So the next article is over in the Mobile channel. The moon could be 100 million years older than we thought. The new study published in the journal Nature has challenged scientists' belief that the moon is 100 million years younger. Based on the age of the lunar rock samples from Apollo missions, experts have previously estimated that the moon is around 4.35 billion years old, but now it doesn't look a year older than 4.45 billion years old. However, the moon forming that many billions of years ago, a new study suggests that the lunar surface actually remelted during that time frame. Interesting. I've always found it really interesting that all of the craters are only a certain depth. Like all of them. And I'm not sure why that is, but maybe it's just my imagination. Just my imagination. So according to Space.com, the remelting that occurred some 4.35 billion years ago was likely caused by Earth's gravitational pull and tidal effects on the moon. These were much stronger than they are today, as the moon is further from the Earth than it was when it first formed. It says we're not really upending conventional wisdom so much as reconciling dueling hypotheses. Nimmo explained to Space.com the dynamicists want an old moon and the geochemists want a young moon. Our suggestion can satisfy both. Aw, the peacemakers. Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com put this article together. But let's move on. The next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. FAA says drone flights are temporarily banned over some areas of New Jersey. 22 areas across New Jersey, and complaints from a strange and often bright drones in the night sky. So they banned flights. Drone flights. Christian Burt over at CNBC.com put this article together. The added TFRs will last until January 19th and cover large parts of southern New York and Long Island, including all 5 boroughs of New York City. Residents in New Jersey, which also have drone bans for the next month, have reported seeing unexplained drones flying in the sky for weeks, which prompted criticism from local law enforcement and officials. Wow, I'm surprised that the law enforcement are doing anything other than union busting Amazon workers in New York. You know, remember, folks, y'all have a union too. Why don't you all respect your unions? Respect each other's unions. Next article is over in 4 Wheel Tech. NHTSA says, never mind about that massive airbag recall after a lengthy fight with the automakers. So the article is by Andy Kalmowitz over at jalopnik.com. The deck statement says, plus a German union says contract talks with VW are heading in the right direction, and Ford anoints a new quality leader to cut back on warranty costs. Well, I suspect. Deny. So NHTSA has backed down from its forced recall that would hit 50 million airbag inflators they say could explode in a crash. The move de-escalates a fight that's been dragging on between NHTSA and impacted automakers that are looking to avoid further Takata situation. In a new filing, the U.S. safety regulation body said that further investigation is warranted before it can definitively say whether or not the parts are defective. It's a necessary stop before an involuntary recall. So really don't need to get into what's going on here, but in May of 2023, GM recalled 1 million vehicles manufactured from 2014 to 2017 that were equipped with ARC inflators. ARC Automotive Incorporated and the former Delphi Automotive Systems LLC, the airbags involved have been used by at least a dozen car manufacturers. That same month, May of 2023, regulators recommended that ARC issue a widespread recall of these inflators. The closely held company has refused to do so. There are approximately 49 million cars that have potentially faulty ARC airbag inflators installed in them. Nobody wants to do a recall, but if this is broken and dangerous, the author and I feel it's better to get it out of the way. Go and get it replaced, man. Y'all screwed up, manufacturing or what otherwise. You wait too long, then there's some, I don't know, liability issues. I'd rather not people lose their life or be harmed. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Honda sells spicy electrical tape to stop residents eating your wiring or encouraging people who like spicy foods to eat your wiring. Clever designers around the world have come up with all kinds of ingenious creations over the years. Mazda's famed rotary engine is admired by many, and the energy recovery systems in Formula One engines have made them some of the most efficient in the world. And now Honda has a special rodent-resistant tape that's packed with spice. Owen Bellwood over at jalopnik.com put the article together. The adhesive in the tape is treated with capsaicin, which is one of the active components in chilies that give them their spicy kick. One of? It's probably the... I guess they're technically right. I don't know, maybe there's others? I only know of capsaicin, though. Honda's made a phenomenal things over the years, like humanoid robot Osimo, a slick Honda Jet private aircraft. However, a part of you can order for around $50 might be one of the simplest but most elegant creations out there. Honda rodent tape, and it's been designed to try and stop animals like rats and mice from chewing through all of the electrical wires in your car. And to do this, the adhesive on the tape has been treated with capsaicin, which is one of the active components that give chilies their spice. So it's packed with the same spice kick that you'll find in a bowl of 5-alarm chili, according to Honda. We don't have pictures of this other than that one at the top. It's basically a gray roll of duct tape. Looks like duct tape, but it's electrical tape, so it's smooth and doesn't have the striations and stuff, but electrical tape. But it has a mouse or rat symbol on it with an X for eyes. For one eye, so I guess it stops. That's supposed to mean that it stops mice and rats. The spice level in the tape will probably seem much more intense to smaller animals like rats and mice, while the density of taste buds on our tongues, humans, is relatively similar to mice and rats. Rodents have a much higher sensitivity to some flavors to help them better avoid potentially toxic snacks in their environment. So maybe they'll like them. Who knows? Let's keep going. Boeing is back to making sieves. Pardon me. They're back to making, what do they make? Planes. Oh, that's right. Things that are supposed to fly. So Boeing's slow manufacturing restart in the wake of the nearly 2-month-long machinist strike is continuing to pick up steam. The company just announced that it has restarted production of 2 more models at the Washington State factories, in addition to the cash cow 737 MAX planes. Let's hope that the doors stay on it, the panels. Melvin Backman over at Quartz or QZ.com put the article together. The deck statement says commercial airliner head Stephanie Pope says Boeing is once again building 767s and 777s. Is there really anything else to write or talk about regarding this? Well, the machinists walked off the job in September when they couldn't come to an agreement with Boeing over their union contract. And while they and their representatives at the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers worked out a new agreement, production lines fell largely silent. Eventually, they ratified a new contract with a 38% wage increase and agreed to come back to work. According to Boeing, the 777 and 767 models make up 567 of its 5,500 plane back or actually, yeah, it is a back order. They aren't as popular as the 737 MAX, but their dual aisle wide body configuration makes them more desirable for airlines that need jets that can carry lots of passengers for long distances. Now, let's just keep the panels in place. I hope that guy is back from his lunch, because when he took his break, apparently the pins fell out. In our last article for the Time Machine episode, this one is kind of wonky. It says it's over on the WarCrafters channel. That's where it's aggregated from, but or to, and it's sourced from PC Gamer. The game director of Elden Ring Night Rain has delivered an ultimatum to gaming couples everywhere: find a third wheel or play by yourself. And this has led me to exclaim that this is the lamest rule that I've ever seen in a game. A multiplayer game, mind you. So learning about the new Elden Ring spinoff was their highlight, the author's highlight over at PC Gamer. Over the last few years, their partner and themselves have spent a great deal of time playing Elden Ring and its Shadow of the Erdtree DLC alongside each other, occasionally teaming up to explore the lands between or fight a particularly tricky boss. Still, summoning other players is still quite fiddly. Elden Ring Night Rain seems like the perfect solution. But no, I think it sucks, because you're going to have to summon a third, because a couple doesn't work. Ellie Gould over at PCGamer.com put the article together, but it says, the deck statement says, only singles and polycules allowed. Yeah, so this new game is going to require you to find a third person, because you can't play it just 2-player. It's 1 player or 3 players. And I think that is the dumbest thing on the planet. You should have it all the way, however many you want to numerically limit it. 3 is fine, but allow a couple to play the game. I mean, it's so stupid. During an interview with IGN game director Junya Ishizaki explained why From Software decided to opt for such awkward number. The game is designed to be played as a as a 3-person team, but you can also play it as a solo player. And the reason that they went with a 3-player focus was that they wanted to retain the sense of accomplishment you get from this. Is the same EA bullshit. The sense of enjoyment and conquering a map together. So why can't I have 2? Pardon me. Production value at an all-time high. I muted the wrong damn thing. Anyway, I think this is just dumb, honestly. We felt like focusing on a 3-player co-op experience would provide a brand new sense of accomplishment with it, because they wanted to do it in a different way. Don't do it different. Do it right. This is not right. This is dumb. Not that I'm ever going to play anything from software. I don't like corpse walking, dying and going and picking up my body and dying and going and picking up my body. As frustrating it is to have to find a third wheel for our upcoming adventure through Elden Ring Night Rain, they can't help but find this decision not only typical of From Software's quirky approach to its games, but also really funny. Of course, the devs wouldn't just settle for a classic co-op adventure or round the number up to 4 players so everyone in your multi-party group can join in. No, they have to be difficult and make you find a third wheel, kick someone out of the usual 4-player group, or just go solo. Get good. Yeah. I think this is a dumb rule, and I hope that they night rain it in. Anyway, with that, we're going to reload from our spawn point, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. In the meantime, I'm going to bounce out of here and get ready for tonight's show on 12/20, probably around 7 o'clock, if mayoral duties allow me. At any rate, I'm out of here. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for December 29th, 2024. It's the final episode of WarCrafters for 2024. That sounded really final in the first part there. But next year, 2025, we started all over again, Season 2 of WarCrafters. Hopefully it remains a once-a-week episode, but we are here to announce that we're going to continue the season into 2025, and we'll see about 2026 and so on and so forth, right? Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. Along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles: the 2024 Year of the Fragmented Gaming, City Builders from 2024, Highs and Lows of Gaming 2024, a tidal wave of new games at the end of 2024, and 2024 games that cost less than $1. Everything's powered by ohmTown. Go over there. Look. Hey, look. It's even a channel that says WarCrafters. That's a good name for the show. The sentient AI from the future is throwing error messages at me in a not so subtle way. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
And every once in a while you throw that in there. Do we have a weird graphic, like a weird artifact, like right there? Does it change shade?
Not that I can see.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to WarCrafters. It's a gaming show, focuses primarily on survival crafting, first-person shooter style games, and I mean, we always talk about the news in the macro side of things, but when we talk about games focused more, it tends to be the survival crafting style kind of chill games. But anyway, welcome to the show. AI, you ready to go?
I am.
So the very first article is over in WarCrafters. Again, it's the name of the show. Pretty cool, huh? Kind of thought about it. Anyway, 2024 has been one of the most fragmented years for video games, and in hindsight, the author of this over at PC Gamer actually really liked that. I liken this kind of like craft brewing. So there was a time where, oh, and by the way, this is a Brews and News weekend. So, well, Sunday. What is this? This is a pale ale that has like Chinook and Summit and
Centennial.
Centennial, and there's another one. There's 4 different hops in it. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty good. Hold on a second. Pretty high in the IBU area, you know, the bitters. I don't like saying hoppy because hoppy is both aroma and flavor, right? Not just bitterness. So, but people say hoppy and they mean bitter.
Columbus.
Oh, Columbus. There you go. That was the fourth one. Yeah. And you can brew that kind of stuff at home. All you need is either a device like an Igulu, which I'm not getting any kickbacks from them, but I use
Maybe it should be.
their device. I use their device, or you can invest in a brew kettle and a fermenter and kegs and all of that kind of stuff. It kind of becomes a labor of love, and you invite some friends over, and yeah, it's a thing. So check out Clawhammer Supply over on YouTube. We're not affiliated with them either. I just watch them, and I like their personality and stuff like that. I buy some equipment every once in a while from them, and from others like More Beer. But anyway, that's not what this show is about. It's kind of non sequitur news bleeding into the show. Anyway, the author over at PC Gamer, let's get back to the news, says something that they've come to realize. Oh, so I didn't make my point. I'm sorry. I didn't make my point. My point is, like craft brewing, anybody can now build games, right? All of the tools are out there. There's a nearly frictionless means of distribution via Steam, and maybe GOG, good old games, and other venues by which you can sell your product. And you don't have to be a triple A and do the conventional this and that. You might have to go to school for a couple of years to, get the ball rolling and get some foundational material under your belt, or you can homeschool your way through software engineering. Obviously, there's some limitations in that, but this year really drove home the point that AAA gaming is kind of wet in the bed. So I don't know about this. Some of these studios are not, deemed AAA, but have shown themselves to be AAA capable.
Right. Well, I think that's good for competition, because then that benefits the gamer.
Yep. And like that, craft brewing has done the same thing. You can just buy some equipment and off you go, making high quality product. Wow. That sounds very like you're making drugs or something, but no, that's not what it is.
Sure,
high quality brew. High quality brew.
Connotation.
High quality brew. Anyway, let's get into this. Back. Focus, Mayor Watt. Focus. Anyway, whether they played them or not, last year was, without a doubt, Baldur's Gate 3. Elden Ring took over everyone's lives the year before that, while Resident Evil Village and It Takes Two were the talk of the town in 2021. I still remember all of these from this year. Like, all of this just kept on burning in everybody's mind. So there's something near universally true about all of these games. People were pretty jazzed about them before they were even released. That fanfare almost always ended up continuing for months beyond the launch. Hell, it says in Baldur's Gate. I can pretty much finish that sentence. We're still talking about Baldur's Gate. It changed the sector. Molly Taylor over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The deck statement says a lack of huge releases to gravitate towards has helped the niche shine, or niche, I know, or niche, niche or niche. Anyway, says now in 2024, they honestly couldn't tell you what the big game was. Palworld was a real flash in the pan. Not really. Helldivers 2, because Palworld is still flaming. I mean, it is still burning bright. People still love it. Helldivers 2 probably comes the closest, having had a wildly successful launch. Not even Arrowhead could predict. But Helldivers 2, still burning bright. I don't know who all that they're really going to talk about, right? Elden Ring added Shadow of the Erd Tree. A DLC, but there it is. That's what I was talking about. That right there became a huge hit. Black Myth Wukong. It says was racking up Steam wish list, but I've heard very little about it in the month since it dropped. That's because it was a beautiful game, but it didn't really manifest in people's minds. They didn't really go to it.
There's too many too. right? Even if it's
Sure.
like, whoa, and then there's some other shiny object to look at.
Hey, there you go. That might be it. Maybe we should change the name to Shiny Objects. We should just merge it into just once a month show for like 5 hours, and it's just called the next shiny thing. What do you think?
Would that be the upcoming game release?
It'll be whatever we want to talk about, but it's the next shiny thing. We'll do. That's what we can do for the Patreon. It's a once a month thing, but it's the next shiny object, and all you do is talk about the next shiny whatever.
Oh,
Oh,
right. It could be anything.
yeah, yeah. Got to find some more people though to do the show. Like get 6 people all hanging out for a weekend, one weekend a month. Wow, I'm starting to sound like what is that? Reserve duty. One weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. Doing time.
Uh, yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
So, case in point, in 2023, they roughly played 15 new releases. They figure that they arrived at that by looking at the Steam library and diving into their Mind Palace to retrieve games that they played on other launchers. Yeah, so I can't remember how many games that I played. Not many, because I was ending up watching or watching people play games or
Right, but
working.
how many did you wish list?
Well, let's see. I have 473 items on my wish list right now. I couldn't tell you
So
how many.
probably more than 15 per year, or
Yeah,
probably more than 35 per year.
yeah, I would say that. And many haven't even come out yet. So, wow, some of them are very deep discounted right now. Oh, focus. I'm sorry. Okay,
Well,
so
right, well, I don't know if that's in one of the later articles
what's that?
about the discounts.
Oh yeah, winter sale is on over at Steam until the 2nd. I think it is. Yeah, at 10 a.m. So compare this to or what I said about the person playing only 15 releases. Well, this time they played 35 new releases. They briefly tangled with Pal World hype, spent too much time in Fields of Mystria on their Steam Deck, returned to Final Fantasy XIV for Dawn Trail, watched time march in Metaphor Refantasio, fell in love with web fishing, finally got their grips with long anticipated spaceship repair sim Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop, which recently came out. By the way, if you want all of these articles that we're hyping up here, you can type in !WC for WarCrafters, and Omatron will spit it out. It's still not working over on the YouTubes. Omatron is supposed to be there working hard, but apparently not interested. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, there is a lot of games that are out there. Uh, won't go through the list with all of these, but suffice it to say, I think the sentient AI is right. It's so fragmented because of the options that are available. It's nearly frictionless to launch a game other than your skill and dedication to bringing it to the market. So if you can dream it up, start programming. And now with AI, you can program without knowing how to program, like deep understanding of it, right? Not to mention, this isn't the only venue, right? PC gaming isn't the only venue. You've got the my
Oh,
brain.
what do you mean? You've got like the consoles?
You got consoles and you've got mobile, so iOS and
Oh, like
Android web games that
Steam
still
Deck.
exist. Yeah, Steam Deck, etc. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's just so many. So your options are bright. And one thing that I'll sit there and inject into this, even though it's not even part of the real discussion, a lot of people are bent out of shape about how much they have to pay to sell a product on a platform. But now look and look deep in the mirror and go, I can't sell in a vacuum. But if I get people to wish list my product on Steam or favorite it somewhere else or whatever, talk about my product on a platform, because the platform has spent billions of dollars in marketing and development with thousands of people being pulled along into a new economy and an entire ecosystem. How much is that worth to you? Is it worth 70% coming to you and 30% to them? I would say hell yes, because, hey, selling a great game and it's up for sale somewhere. It has no means of distribution that's inexpensive because gigs of data transfer are expensive, and you have to have a reliable, secure facility. The transaction fees alone cost money, right? You have to have an account with a bank. You have to have a commercial account. You have to have a bank account and business formation and blah, blah, blah. Hate to
Well,
break it
and
to you.
no sales. I mean, 100% of no sales versus
You know,
30% of a lot of sales.
yeah, you get 100% of one sale. It's nothing after taxes and blah, blah, blah. You'd have to sell that thing for $185,000 just to make it worth your while at the end of the year, because you'd be just sitting around picking your nose. Anyway, we better go. The next article is over in WarCrafters as well for all you mayors managing your budgets. Here are 5 city builders from 2024 with great discounts in the Steam Winter Sale. Oh, look. Listen, TNT, I knew that there was something in there. So Christopher Livingston put this article together for PC Gamer. The deck statement says Steam has some nice deals on new city builders just in time for the holidays. We'll go through it really quick. So Manor Lords, which is actually, they did a big update and it has a huge reviews now. Everybody loves it. Citadelum, Worshippers of Cthulhu, which I've seen but never played. Thrive, Heavy Lies the Crown, Technotopia. This is an interesting city builder, by the way. I don't know if they continue to talk about it, but anyway. It says this city builder card game is already a steal at full price, which is only $5, but it's on sale for 33% off, $3.34. As an AI attempting to build the perfect society, you'll manage your city while contending with factions bent on taking control. And depending
Sounds
on,
fun.
yeah, it's actually really, it's a pretty chill builder. Depending on where you place stuff, the buildings grow in size, and it's visually appealing. It's a fun watch. I can't click the link. I can't click the view the deal thing because it goes over to steampowered.com, and that will, well, it won't log me in, but I don't know what the cookies are doing around here. Anyway.
Gotta watch out for those. I think Cookie Monster took off with them.
Yep. Well, isn't everybody homeless now on Sesame Street?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, no. Oh, too soon. Let's keep going. Next article is over in WarCrafters as well. A look back at the gaming highs and lows of 2024. This is actually a slideshow. All of the Kotaku staff, apparently, or some Kotaku staff, put together this list. As the year draws to a close, let's discuss how PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch have fared. We don't really talk about that. PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch, they're, to me, all consoles. And I'm not a big fan of Nintendo. But I don't
Well,
really...
Nintendo doesn't seem to be a big fan of anybody
Yeah, it
that
seems pretty
uses
rough,
their
right?
Nintendo platform.
Yeah, exactly. So they say, I look back at the highs and lows of 2024. They have a list of the 15 best video game surprises of 2024, the 15 biggest video game disappointments of 2024, the state of PlayStation 5 in 2024, and the state of Xbox and Game Pass and Nintendo Switch in 2024. Did we want to actually go through any of these or just recommend?
Well, let's see. Let's go to surprises.
So these are the best video game surprises of 2024. And let's see, in a lot of ways, 2024 was a worse year for the video game industry than 2023, and that's really depressing to think about considering how bad 2023 was for game developers and the media covering the industry. Still, even a shitty year can have nice moments and wonderful surprises. So, let's see here. We'll go through some of the slides. Oh no. It actually must like go to a link.
Oh, it is. Link. It's a read more.
So then they link you to another one, and they have a slideshow and where they talk about Balatro, and a bunch of other games. So Elden Ring is coming very soon, or more Elden Ring. That actually came out, Shadow of the Erdtree, and there's others at the end of 2024 at the Gaming Awards. A new game based similar to Elden Ring is coming out from Elden Ring. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Everybody really likes that. Shadow of the Hedgehog. I don't know what that is. The year
I don't either.
Shadow of the Hedgehog. Red Dead Redemption gets ported to PC, although it's still a console game, so it has console mechanics, and I don't like the way that you have to travel and stuff like that. Some people really get along really well with a controller. I don't really like controllers. I like keyboard and mouse, or in my case, trackball.
Oh, this even talks about like spillover into TV, like Fallout. I mean, it's been a pretty big time for video game television.
Yep. Yeah. Publishers ditching annoying PC launchers. I don't know about that, but okay. Retro PS5 themes. The PS5 got retro themes. Some people really dig them. If you like nostalgia, Stalker 2 actually launched. That actually is a big hit. People are still playing it today. But in the meantime, go over and check those links out. They're all embedded in this, so it's kind of I don't know.
There's
news
multiple
within news.
Rabbit holes to go down.
It's news all the way down. Let's keep going. The next article is over on WarCrafters as well. Amid a tidal wave of new games in 2024, these 10 must-play deep cuts are cheap and will run on almost anything. When you click the link,
what about like a rabbit or something? Or do they mean like anything modern and with some actual computing power?
Game Boy Advance, Apple Watch. There are some games that you can play entirely on your Apple Watch. I used to have one.
Okay, that's interesting.
But wow, can't imagine doing that. We could, well, I was going to say Ticket to Ride, but those bastards. Anyway, you know, we were talking about a lawsuit prior to the show, like right before the show. If anybody should leverage a lawsuit, I think it's there.
Stop killing games.
Yeah. Man, I'm steaming into being on a soapbox about this. Anyway, Ted Litchfield over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says they're worth your time and relatively little money. Picayune Dreams. They say that they loved Picayune Dreams demo, but only got around to digging into the full release. Only just got around to it. It's this game is like Vampire Survivors, but type game to really steal their heart in the original, or like the original. This looks like a high-tech Vampire Survivors. It looks like there's... it's like you're in the Matrix, and there's stats right here in your body showing maybe where you're damaged, because that's right there is your body. And it looks similar to this.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there's stuff that's attacking you on this side, Angel, or perks, slime spike. These must be perks, hardware enhancement code and stuff like that. So, Picayune Dreams is a bullet heaven game with more active, challenging combat than Ponkel. Is that who it is? Ponkel's Breakout? And even when you've reached the walking nuke threshold, the game has some gnarly bosses with thumb cramping attack patterns to weave through. Sounds like fun. Psychopomp is another one. They're all like under $10, right? So hold on. Picayune Dreams is only 5. Psychopomp is 9. It says it's a psychedelic, disturbing, occasionally outright scary descent into what is either madness or the true subterranean world that wears our own like a mask. Dun dun dun.
That sounds rather dark.
Felvidec reminds me of a streamer on Twitch. I don't know if they're still around. I stopped following them because they like ghosted everybody for like 6 months and then came back briefly, and then I don't know what really happened. But they have this castle in the background and lore and everything. They created a card game and all kinds of stuff. It was pretty fascinating. But this game is $11 or £9.
So I guess it's not under $10.
Yeah, so I thought this was it's 10 must play cheap games. Yeah, relatively cheap games. Felvidec's desaturated sepia tone visuals don't really look like anything else out there, but its later monster designs, as well as its bangin' prog rock soundtrack, remind them of Mason Lindroth's Hylix. Similar to Hylix, Felvidec offers a stripped to the studs retro take on turn-based JRPG combat with minimal complications, no grinding, but some surprisingly challenging fights. They say that they love the game.
Well, and it sounds like the soundtrack alone is reason to pick it up.
Might have to listen to the soundtrack to see what that's all about. Put that in Mix War, but that show isn't launching anytime soon due to licensing issues and DMCA takedown notices for the music that I created. That was interesting. So Scald against the Black Priory. I had heard about this being pretty good, so I never really got into it. But it's a $15 or 11.5 pound game.
So and it says it's Lovecraftian.
Yeah, I kind of thought that it would be like that based just on the name itself, you know. But it says it's a hardcore CRPG to be sure, but it feels transparent, fair, and balanced in a distinctively modern or at least late 90s way. They also have the second senior editor Robin Valentine's praise of Scald, surprisingly. Deliciously sinister world building and horror elements. Dun dun dun. Then Dread Delusion. This one's 20. Seems to be going up in price as we scroll down through this.
Yeah, they're getting less cheap, but these are still pretty cheap compared to like an $80 game.
Tell me about it. Onoric Isles feature a collection of deeply flawed societies clinging to asteroids above a red star. Their favorite one of them is the culture is a nation of human flesh-eating undead who have finally managed to peacefully coexist with their neighbors thanks to the invention of lab-grown human meat, teeing up what might be, at least for their money, an all-timer RPG quest. Angerfoot, Judero, Mouthwashing, Straftat.
And oh wait, that one is $0. It reversed.
Oh wow, yeah, it did reverse for all of these. It went up to $25 and then tiptoed back down to 0. It's like a distribution, you know, a standard distribution. I'm so sorry. The bell curve. So they say that Straftat is so good, it's almost unfair that it's free. It's a first-person shooter like on the crew. Let's see here. Let me reread this. It's 1v1 only, a pairing of Call of Duty Gulag, one of the series' truly great innovations, with old-school PC first-person shooter map design and movement. Straftat is a mighty engine of one more game, the antidote for live service blues and battle pass blahs. It also has a fantastic sense of humor, priming you for moments of ragdollizing? Is that probably ragdollizing slapstick?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that word is. Maybe a D is missing in there. ragdolling is to like just be blown somewhere, and you just kind of, your arms are like a wacky wall crawler kind of thing.
Right, I'm not seeing this.
Yeah. So bonus round freak pick is Thief, the Black Parade. It too apparently is totally free, baby, according to the author of the article. They've made it all the way to the end of the list, so we can have a treat. The Black Parade bills itself as an unofficial expansion pack, but it's really more of an unofficial Thief sequel. 10 massive missions that take advantage of the intervening year's progress, not to push graphics tech, but deliver some of the most jaw-dropping immersive sim maps that the author has seen. Well, there you go. Ted Litchfield over at PC Gamer.
Very
Go and
cool.
check out the article. And our last article for today is 22 good games that cost $1 or less in the 2024 winter game sales. Lincoln Carpenter over at PC Gamer put the article together, and they say almost 24 games for less than $25. In this economy? No way. So this is 22 games that cost $1 or less. So I don't know how they got to 25.
Well, that's the most obvious threshold or
The
whatever.
round up. Yeah. So I won't go through all of these. Super Hexagon, Shapes. This is the original Shapes. Shapes 2 takes it to a completely different level in graphics and progression and stuff like that. Downwell, Super Bit Blaster XL, Hylix, which... didn't we mention it in another article?
Yes.
We did. Superfly, Deus Ex Game of the Year Edition, Thief Gold, Bridge Constructor Portal, which is always fun, a physics-based bridge assembly puzzle game. Men of War Assault Squad, Divine Divinity, Mainframe Defenders, Everspace, and then they have a bunch of other stuff too. Itch.io or Itch.io. I don't know how they really call it that, but Itch.io. Window Kill, Long Live the Axe, This Is Not Your House. I don't know what this is. It's
10S, I think.
10S.
It's like tennis as a bullet hell action game. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. We'll have to follow that. And then there's Zones, a surreal walking sim in 2 acts, which will have you roam around procedural dreamscapes through purple glades beneath unfathomable spires of industry and across a gentle hillside. Then GOG, Good Old Games, Fear Platinum, Worms United, Warhammer 40k, Fire Warrior, which I think that's the only place I've ever seen that. And Her Story, Sam Barlow's police footage. What is FMV, Murder Mystery?
That's a good question. Hold on.
First something view murder mystery? What is the M?
Full motion video?
Full motion video. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that as an acronym before. Okay. Well, cool. Learn something new every day. Anyway, they've got a bunch of games. Go and check it all out. But that brings us to the end of WarCrafters. I hope you dig all of the links that we provide. Go check it all out. And we are going to go into bullet hell and bring us to the front page of ohmtown.com and to the WarCrafters show. I mean, it's right there. Dunk. Right under Creative and Maker. WarCrafters. Go check it all out. Once you become a citizen, another menu option will appear right here, and you can actually send us links either to external sources that we haven't seen before or to even news within ohmTown that's been aggregated. Because that's what it's there for you to aggregate news. It does it all on its own, and you can either subscribe to individual channels, and 7 of which are shows that we do live. 6 on the weekends and 1 every day, called Non Sequitur News. If this is the first you've ever heard of it, then be sure to follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. We have a Patreon. We have a Discord. We've got a TikTok that's been pretty much ignored.
Podcast.
We've got thousands of episodes of podcasts now, somewhere around 1,700 episodes, across 6 podcasts that are weeklies and 1 that is a daily. And that one's been going for now 3 full years. Well, at the end of this year, because I started it